of them, everybody talks about the Incineroar, Rillaboom, or Shifu core. It usually sits at around 40, maybe 35% of the field is using those three Pokemon. But this time around, I think so many people. This is the World Championships. There's no room for error. There's no reason not to use the best Pokemon, and I think you just widely consider those three. Funnily enough, Gabby, the top 5 Pokemon are the 5 non-restricteds on Wolf Glick's team, and then he's also using Calyrex Shadow Rider, so using pretty much the most prominent Pokemon you could here in Honolulu.
I mean, you say the word prominent, but then at the same time, you know, Incineroar has traditionally throughout VGC history been at usage percentages much higher than where it is currently, and I find that alone just very curious. I mean, it does make sense when you look at its matchup, of course, into Urshifu Rapid Strike with the
Spectra, Marty, Souls, Blue, Jurassic.
That's no surprise there. But
Almond, hello.
usually for the earlier games, I mean, certainly for NAIC.
Oh yeah, hold on real quick.
Urshifu, just 1, 2, 3 in some particular order. Incineroar's really fallen.
Okay, guys, let me know if the volume is too low, too high.
But the Incineroar, I think it's somewhat.
I wonder what the 12 Pokemon will be for Regulation H. Me too.
Many games that we've seen. 1 Kyogre overperformed very well at NAIC. 2 Kyogres in the top cut, in the top 8 there. So that's inherently a Pokemon that does not care about Incineroar. All the clear amulet stop.
What is up, guys? Welcome in, you guys. Sorry if it keeps flashing in and out.
There are these physical attackers with clear amulet or ways of kind of ignoring Incineroar. Might have also been reasons that people left the cat at home instead for some other supportive options. Like Furrygraph, like the Whimsicott. I love seeing Cornerstone actually making the graphic. I think ring the bell. I think that's the first time in since the original DLC.
Good to see you too, Dart. Good to see you guys.
Cornerstone has made the top 12.
I think it also sort of adds to that lower Incineroar number, though, as the Rock-type Ivy Cudgel can be absolutely devastating to it, and like Urshifu does have that higher critical hit chance, which would mitigate any Intimidates or other stat drops on it. I do think it's also interesting as well that, we talk about what the best Pokemon in the format are, and you also see Fluttermane and Chi-Yu side by side in our top 12 usage.
What's up, Ken?
Certainly not, again, as ubiquitous as we've seen them in past tournaments, but we saw Hirofumi last round and yesterday do so well with those 2 Pokemon.
I love seeing Rillaboom get the love, man.
Between Chi-Yu and Calyrex Shadow Rider, of course.
Urshifu has 61%.
I almost feel like you can just put Fluttermane in that spot and then still basically have a Calyrex Shadow Rider.
Yeah, it's almost like a comfort pick feeling, bringing Fluttermane
Nah,
back.
Rillaboom is definitely not slept on, bro. Everyone's bringing Rillaboom.
A year and a half ever since the Paradox Pokemon became legal.
These are going to be the battles that we were doing yesterday, Souls. It's basically that, but instead of 2 players against 2 players, it's 1 player versus 1 player. It's 4 Pokemon.
That was so fast, very
you pick 4 out of the 6 Pokemon, and it's double battles.
Kind of catch all, and maybe people.
Turns out you can ignore Protected is pretty good.
The perfect.
I hate Urshifu, bro. I really do.
Into both Ice Rider and Shadow Rider.
Yeah. It's double battle, but you pick 4 out of your 6 Pokemon, essentially 7 existing souls.
And then of course you.
How are you guys all doing, man?
Into the Calyrex Ice Rider.
A lot less Fluttermane than I was expecting. I'm not gonna lie.
I feel more secure that Fluttermane's back on the graphic.
And they're still roommates.
A lot more Raging Bolts too.
I do want to ask you one more question.
Whimsicott is popular. Look at that.
Rather than focusing on what's here, I'm very curious if there was anything you were expecting to see here.
The Fire Mask for Ogerpon is what's really popular right now.
I'm really kicking myself for
and Cornerstone too.
Over Chien-Pao on my
interesting.
Maybe a low kick, as we now see this Swords Dance low kick variant of Iron Hands.
Yeah, look at that, right, Armand?
Here in Honolulu, and I was really between Chien-Pao and Iron Hands, but this Iron Hands, it kind of went away for a lot of the last regulation.
Top 12 Pokemon of day 2.
But understanding that
Farafarig, look at Farafarig right there too.
It's not the end of the world to have 2 electric types on your team because there are
surprise no tornado, right?
Attackers,
right, Spectre. That's another good one, yeah.
Both forms of Ursaluna, maybe a Groudon here and there, but most of the ground attacks are actually coming from same type attack bonus hits, and with the electric seed that you see so many of these Iron Hands using here this weekend, you're going to be taking even less damage from those. So
I guess that's one way of looking at it. Yeah.
Really like the synergy,
but the fact that Urshifu is 61%. Oh my god, bro.
Yeah.
I hope this Pokemon does not get included in future. I know it's not going to happen. This is just wishful thinking, but I hope it doesn't get it's too strong. It needs nerfs big time. What's up, Sparks? I just rolled someone online with an Urshifu and Chayu with my new team.
Stats on the opposing side of the field.
Strong.
It has Thunder Wave, it has Taunt. Like, there's so many different ways you can play it, and it also
Paraphoric is what I'm hunting for right now. Yeah, its ability's really good.
When thinking about how people would approach
no priority moves is huge.
I think this is
Ryan, my
King of the
boy!
Air 610 just subscribed with Prime. Thank you. Take that, Bezos.
Reign supreme on our restricted picks, and
thank you, brother.
Really, the top
how you doing, Ryan?
Being the Calirexes once again. I believe I did some
top 8 restricted. The Calirexes are dominating. Look at that.
Usage, and I believe
Zamazenta, I'm happy to see that.
So I'm not too
not much Koraidon though.
Still on top,
the turtle.
Jumping up into 4th place.
What's up, Avalanche?
Really, nice jump for it to have made.
Yeah, for sure.
All right.
That Zamazenta's really interesting.
The 2 horses are dominating restricted usage.
And that is always the important stuff to know.
Wow.
The raw usage from
wow, you see Groudon's low-key dropping off. But it's not even being replaced by Koraidon, though.
World's caliber player, world's qualified in the beginning of day 1.
I guess sun-based teams aren't seeing as much usage.
In Swiss on day 2, they've kind of had to, they've shown their work. They've proved that their team has
that's not surprising.
So Zamazenta is one of those,
I guess. Groudon is that low? Yeah, Groudon is only 2.83% right now. The horses are OP. Yeah.
Where you feel like some matches you automatically.
I'm happy to see Zamazenta getting a lot of usage though.
Feels kind of neutral, 50% into every field, or every matchup. So
I think it's extremely underrated in Sword and Shield. So to see it getting its usage, no Zacian though. Notice that
you can win out in any of those scenarios.
So we have confirmed that we're doing a regulation
on the natural bulky side, which is something that almost all of these restricted struggle with. I think the only other one that maybe doesn't struggle with.
Yeah, I'm gonna announce that on tomorrow, Avalanche, for when I figure out what time I'm gonna do day 3, the final day.
If you have a favorable matchup into Calyrex Shadow Rider with the rest of your team, if you can handle the Calyrex Ice Riders.
Jason got a few nerfs this gen,
for Worlds, because you're essentially giving yourself an edge over what you.
I wonder how good Zamazenta would have been if it got body press.
Both Ice Rider and Shadow Rider, specifically
during Sword and Shield.
Kind of gotten, at least on stream,
nice, Avalanche, nice.
Some of its matchups, just
Zama got a buff. Yeah, getting body press is massive for it.
Without too many counters, especially because of Ogerpon Cornerstone helping against those fire types.
It would have been very strong in my opinion. It would have.
Dynamic or
it definitely would have.
Volatile matchups we've seen on stream so far have been with hard Miraidon counters and hard Calyrex Shadow.
Want me to send you the team link? Nah, I want to be completely surprised, Avalanche, for later.
Fairy Pachirisu, let's say, with Volt Absorb is just the anti-Miraidon, anti-Raging Bolt.
Well, if Jurassic ever tells me that Miraidon isn't as, I'm sorry, if Koraidon's better than Miraidon, I'm just going to show him this photo right here, bro.
Anti-Kyogre Groudon. I think most people did expect Miraidon and Calyrex Shadow Rider to be the 2 Pokemon to prepare for the most.
Honestly, Miraidon really is slept on, though, at least in the battles that I've done, bro.
I know Hirofumi was running Ice Rider, and it is
Violent Supremacy right here, man.
There were a couple other Ice Rider players who were X and 1. Unfortunately, did not have a chance to take note of.
Honestly, Kyogre's usage is also kind of surprising for me too.
I do want to look at.
I wonder why.
That's Groudon down there in last place.
I know you might have forgotten what Groudon looks like since it's usually so low usage.
Yeah, it's usually very high usage. Those 2 legendaries.
That is Groudon in 8th place.
Okay,
yes.
so let's talk about that. Because I don't know, did you have a chance to look at any of the teams that were running Groudon this weekend?
I hadn't. I know usually.
I don't know, Avalanche.
Some sleep powder or something.
Did you see my nerf idea for Urshifu? What was it, Spectrum?
Attached to the Groudon teams.
Oh, hold on, I see it now.
Usually, Clear Amulet is the held item of choice since Incineroar is such a difficult menace for the Groudon on the other side. And this is kind of a coming of age story for Groudon in the history of EGC, because it is used to being the Pokemon that just runs through the runs through the battlefield and destroys everything.
This makes no sense to me. What makes no sense to you, Souls?
But now Groudon is really kind of
they're just showing the percentage of restricted Pokemon, the legendaries.
I think so too. And from one of the
for day 2
I was looking at yesterday, it was
like how many Pokemon how many of these Pokemon are appearing
to gravity, which basically,
in the majority of teams here.
Pokemon flying to the ground and also increase the accuracy of moves. So basically, Precipice Blades.
I like it, Spectra.
Yes.
In addition to running Hypnosis,
I think what would make
Urshifu boost has a much higher chance of.
I think what would make Urshifu a lot less intimidating.
Vibes, yeah, and it's cool to see players harken back to those strategies that have done
first
well
ever
in
VGC
World
viewing. Yeah, dude. Yo, Wolfie's gaming. He's 9-0, the only one, bro. But you know what though? Here's the thing. He can ride that all the way until day 3, and if he loses his matchup, it's done. He's one and done. World champ difference. I'm rooting for him though. I want him to win.
To show you that even though there's
I want him to win so bad.
Restricted Pokemon, even though
what's his team looking like right now, Kennedy?
Used way more often than others. There still is opportunity for creativity in how you build these teams and compete at the highest level.
Yeah, but I do.
I guess Caruso must be happy seeing Terrapagos.
Point or your, familiarity point, because this is something that Scott and I talked about yesterday, Gabby. About
I'm really happy. Out of all these legendaries, I'm very happy to see Zamazenta. Yo, what's up, Blue? Welcome in. How are you doing, Apollo Blue? Miss you, homie. I hope you're doing well.
2024 World Championships. See which restrictions they use at the 2019 World Championships and the 2016. There's a very high likelihood.
Who's that Pokemon?
As one of their in 2019, or this year also used it in 2019. It's one of those comfort things where maybe you're not as familiar with the Koraidon. You don't have the thousands of games as Koraidon as you've had with Kyogre since potentially 2010.
Easy support. Like make sure every hit isn't a guaranteed crit.
All of the players that have been playing the game for so long with all of that legacy skill.
I think if we remove the critical hit aspect of it, the guaranteed crits, that would be huge.
Instead of the newer, shinier toys.
Just get rid of the crits, the guaranteed crits on those wicked blows and surging strikes. That would make it a lot more doable.
Is like past picks that have really defined the metagame, and while we may not have time to go into a lot of detail on one,
it's way too strong.
I do want to ask you, given the similarity in format this year to the other restricted format years,
you got to do something. I feel like
that you think
it's just head and shoulders above every other Pokemon
this year,
as shown in Worlds right here.
It's so tough because with the single restricted aspect, we haven't had this at the World Championship. I think the biggest thing to me in 2019, if you wanna do a little flashback thing there, 2019 World Champion.
See, for me, RJ, if only one or two Pokemon like can possibly counter it,
Primal Groudon.
I think it's just too strong.
That's what I'm seeing in this format.
It's too strong.
Pokemon that are changing. Obviously, Primal Groudon was the bee's knees. He was a great Pokemon.
Is there any unexpected mons that made it to the tournaments?
In that position.
I think one of the former world champions brought Pachirisu back.
For Groudon that year.
But I think they got eliminated though.
What Naoto did was he understood Mega Rayquaza is a problem, right? As well as the Ultra Necrozma in that year. Ultra Necrozma also being a dragon type. So he had this tail room with a team.
I believe Poke. I could be wrong about this though.
So it's a very well-rounded team prepared for anything. And what Dragon Claw Groudon did was he ensured with enough bulk, Naoto would be able to survive the Dragon Ascent from Mega Rayquaza, and then in response after the defense drops, always one-hit KO the Mega Rayquaza. And it's something that most of his opponents, if you go back and watch his Top Cut matches, they really, or performance throughout all of 2019, they were not anticipating Groudon to hang on through the hit and also to get punished for missing the KO. And I think that's what we're seeing with Terra Fairy, Pachirisu, or Terra Normal, Fluttermane. We even saw that, I know Ashton Cox was running Terra
Fairy. It's
pretty
bulky.
As a Miraidon counter, right?
What's up, Dutch? Welcome in, Dutch.
I think that's what's really standing out to me is it's not the Pokemon that are the choice, it's like the Terra options and the specific moves that they're using to counter the metagame.
Well, history was made in 2019, and we'll be making some more history tomorrow during Championship Sunday.
If you go to the Pokemon channel, you guys,
watching all the incredible action where we title our champion for Pokemon Go, our world champions for the TCG, and of course our champions for the video game as well. So
9 a.m.
Tune in, set an alarm, ring the bell so you get notifications when we go live, all that good stuff. But
guys, we will be watching day 3 tomorrow. I'm just going to take away one of the days this week for streamers' streams, though.
Championships. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back.
So, Darth, I think there is something on the Pokemon channel for it. I don't think it's like a badge or anything like that. I did click, I did put some, you have to connect your Twitch account to something on it. Darth, look into it. I'm not sure if it's, I'm not sure what kind of rewards you get. It's not like a badge or anything, though. I don't know what it is. There is something you could do by watching the... Honestly, I probably should just watch it on Twitch. But, you know what? Matter of facts is I do think I do get some type of points for this. Hold on. Hold on, let me see if I can mess around with this real quick. See, there's something right here. Wait, let me see if you guys can even see what I'm looking at here. You see, guys, there's something right here. You click on this right here, guys, and watch badges. Click check in during tournaments to earn badges for watching Pokemon this session. Each check-in earns you 15 points to compete on the... Yeah, you could do something like this. You just click on this icon here and sync with your Twitch account, and you could do it that way. Now let me see if I can mess around here.
Meet up with other Pokemon fans and make some new friends. Well, I know the place for you.
Hold on, this might take a quick second, but...
I started by heading over to Pokemon.com/play and put in my location. All these game stores with different leagues popped up to choose from. While I haven't played the trading card game too much before, I wanted to check it out and learn a little more. So I picked a local game store not too far from my house with a league this weekend. Let's go! Once I got to the shop on Saturday, I wasn't sure what to expect, but I met Professor Brandon right away, who got me all checked in. I was super nervous, but everyone was so nice. Another player even helped me with my deck, and then I grabbed a playmat and some dice, sitting down for my first match. I played for a few rounds. All in all, it was a great day. Big shout out to all of my new friends who encouraged me to come back. I'm so glad I went. It was super easy to join, and I honestly can't wait for the next one. Hope to see you there too.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Guys, how do you guys feel about the worlds, man, so far, guys? Anybody have any dark horse picks to win? Any streamers that you guys know about that's participating in worlds?
Great game, guys.
All right, let me make sure I don't need this open now. Right?
Come play at your local Pokemon League.
Okay.
To meet Pokemon fans, notice trainers.
I know Pokemon Go has some rewards, so I have that as the tab in the background. Oh, Wolfie was on stream for Game 1 today. We missed him, yeah.
Dive into the game and take
That's
it
unfortunate.
to the next level.
3, 2, 1. And I'm Megan Camarena. I'm here to get to know our trainers.
Megan Kakukakala? Who?
Grow and real-life challenges along the way.
Oh, yeah, let me make sure, yeah.
I don't really get to be around my kids as much as I want.
Sorry, guys, I'm messing around with this here.
Rejection. After every single tour, without fail, I would end up in hospital.
Okay, guys.
But Pokemon saved my life 100%.
I want to just get you thinking about the game in your own way.
Yeah, and don't be afraid to trust your gut.
EV VMAX.
Whoa!
I don't keep up with the competitive things. I'm just here to vibe. I feel ya. Our team's still plagued with Incineroar. Incineroar is still seeing very solid usage. I think it was around 20%.
Oh, wow.
But Urshifu by far has the most usage of any Pokemon, restricted or not. It's at freaking 63%. God, that's so painful. But honestly, the only real way to counter Urshifu, I feel like, is just using another Urshifu. 26% of day 2 teams. Yeah, that's insane. This is nuts, bro. Rillaboom counters Urshifu well? I don't know.
Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, wherever you are in the world. We are so excited to have you here watching the Video Game Championships for the World Championships in 2024. My name is Rosemary Kelly, and I'm joined by Lou Akjosh Chromie, and we are here to take you through the next round of Swiss. Lou, how are you doing today?
I am so good. I'm still basking in the afterglow after that amazing opening game here in day 2. Wolfglick showing exactly what it is a previous
Don't we all,
world
Souls?
champion, still undefeated in the tournament and still one to watch.
Oh my goodness, I can't believe it at this point. I feel like it is just so difficult to say that you are at a position where you
Yo, those headphones are so sick.
Top cut position, let alone say that you are undefeated in the process, not dropping a single game.
And that's the thing, we're in day 2 as well, so it's been a bit of a cruel summer.
Wolfie is 9-0?
But now we still have
oh my god.
Zoom in on how the rankings
wow.
are shaping up at this point in the competition.
Guys, look at how tight it is.
Incredible 8-1s as well.
We did have Diego Ferreira as our other undefeated player heading into the beginning of today. Unfortunately, did lose that
Guys, that's the top 16. They haven't even lost.
Trainers at 8-1. If they're able to win
Wait,
this
8-1
next round and get that 9-1 record,
wait, what's the 0 on the far right?
Spot to play in that top cut. So that would be very, very exciting. A lot of other familiar faces. When we take a look at those 8-1 records, Sebastian Escalante, I know that.
Wait, what's the 0? Is that draw?
I think he knows he's one of my favorites at this point. I shout him out almost every
Jurassic, did you like that Koraidon had like no usage compared to Miraidon? The superior legendary? Did you like that, Jurassic? Wins, draws, and losses. So these guys are 8 wins, 1 tie, 0 losses. Am I looking at that right?
Reigning international champion, as well as Justin Knox, Navjit Joshi, and Yuta Ishigaki.
Yeah, very exciting to see them here. I think Justin Knox in particular has been a player that is so impressive.
8 wins, 1 loss. So the middle is losses. Guys, there's only one person that's lost twice, and that's the last person, ranked 16.
This year's World Championship.
Holy crap.
I'm so excited to see all the other players that we have here.
Wow.
Totally still at the top of the tables for a lot of these.
Dude, that's how tight it is of a window to get into this top 16.
7-2 records. They're still not out of it just yet. They can
now they could fall off. A lot of these people could fall if they slip up, but
rounds to go. That's why we are going to be looking forward to our next round. Here's some of the matchups.
We get a Wolfie match.
Antonio Sanchez versus Diego Ferreira.
Oh, Wolfie's after this, guys.
Versus Marco
Silva.
Oh my goodness! If we didn't have,
we get to see the.
Wolf on that last
I think he's probably
so great.
All of them are absolutely incredible, and I wish we could have
time
in the day. The
it's insane to think about.
Every match, but also the players don't want to wait around one by one.
This should be fun, man. I'm just so excited to see Wolfie fight live, dude.
To the stage. Honestly, Antonio Sanchez, a player that I've been able to watch blossom throughout this entire season, having a fantastic run. Actually won the Liverpool regionals as well this season, as well as getting a fantastic top 4 finish at Bologna.
I see what you mean now, Kennedy.
So
okay.
Really good experience with this. And
Diego and Antonio, okay. They're both 8-1 right now. One of them's about to be taking that second L.
Sanchez has been able to do in just the regulation G format, which feels like it has translated to success in this World Championships. Diego Ferreira, though, still looking for that big win. Did get top 4 at the Melbourne Regional Championships in Australia, but also got that top 32 at the European International Championships
Notable
this year.
matches.
And that is
so Wolfie's going up against someone that's 8-1 as well. Wow.
Proven himself and can hopefully continue to do that.
Nomi, welcome in. How are you? Good to see you.
A lot of consistency, a lot of kind of capability to be able to get through to those top cut positions. But yes, Antonio has won the regional, but he hasn't won a world championship yet. Has got very close on the
Can't wait for the 4-hour Wolfie video about this. Honestly, if he posts a 4-hour video, I'm watching it, bro.
Champion title to add to his
Antonio Sanchez.
And that's why we are so stoked
Diego
to jump into this match in just a couple of minutes, letting our players get ready on stage. And then go ahead and
Wolfie's the only player undefeated. Yeah, we just saw. That's crazy. So there's no way he won't get down paired. Craziness. I'm pumped. I'm very pumped.
As we get a look at the team sheets. For Antonio, though, I think that's so impressive that he's decided to go with a different restricted because, as you mentioned, the top 4 at Bologna, the top 8 at the North America International Championships, he did use a Terrapagos and Screamtail team at both of those events. but it's not Terrapagos this time around.
No, shaking things up a little bit, and Terrapagos, I think, kind of fell off the meta a little bit before approaching Worlds, but it has had a lot of usage, and a lot of players from Spain and Italy...
I watched 1 hour of Worlds off stream, but then we just had a regular stream. We just had a regular stream.
Gabby and Joe talking in the lounge about the usage stats, you can see why. It's really up there as one of the prominent...
I feel kind of bad for Gabriel.
What I like about Calyrex Ice Rider, you've already mentioned these were a little bit different.
Why? What happened, Numi? This is going to be insane. Yeah, bro, I'm so pumped, dude. Wolfie said this year, I'm taking no chances of not making jokes. I'm using the strongest, and I'm going to win. Well, Kennedy, listen, like I said, he can go all the way undefeated day 2 as well, but it only matters about how you finish, man, in day 3.
Absolutely, and you just
he went 5-0 and then went 5-3. Ooh,
to know that you
that's
were able
tough.
to stay on the field for a long time and dish
That's
out
tough.
those very devastating glacial lands.
I saw the world champion go down game 1 though.
We've seen even just in some of our matches on
Yo, what's up,
yesterday
Kingsman?
how
Welcome in. How are you?
glacial lances down.
It was one victory away of getting day 2. Oh my gosh, wow. That's tough.
Up in the front to actually start to soften up some of those targets, and then you bring that Ice Rider Calyrex.
Let's see what happens, man.
Really be your anchor, clean that up,
what was the
and
name of the
those
champion that won
big
3
wins.
world championships?
So we'll have to see how both of
2010,
these
2011,
players,
2012, Roy? Was it Roy?
But we are teasing the fact that you will see 2 very different archetypes for both of these players.
And honestly as well, I think with the glacial lances coming through, getting those kind of...
Ray Rizzo. Oh, it's Ray Rizzo. Ray Rizzo had that same mentality, I think, in one of his world championships. He just brought the best heavy hitters, and he just outclassed everybody.
When they come again and again and again into both...
He has the Rizzo.
Pokemon!
I'm pretty sure that if I watched the video correctly, I'm pretty positive that's what happened
The Astral Barrage, I think one of the
with
reasons
Ray's, with one of Ray's championships.
be so prevalent in the meta.
Dude, VGC was so different back then, man. It's crazy.
That you can believe in that restricted Pokemon. It's reliable. It is your trusty steed, and you do have a multi-target, 100% accurate.
Yo, guys, I'm gonna make a crazy prediction here.
Move on
Hold on one second. I'm just lower this a little bit. Guys, I'm gonna make a crazy prediction here. Ray, I don't think Ray has competed in a long time.
Some of the other Pokemon that we saw.
But if Wolfie wins this championship, I think Ray's gonna come out of. I think Ray's gonna make his big return. I don't know if he's confirmed to never play again, but
so many letters. It's kind of like they belong together.
I'm rooting for Wolfie though.
You got the ground type.
He said in the video Wolfie made. Oh yeah. Near the end, I'm gonna make that prediction though. I think he really will try to come back.
Different color too.
It just happens, but there is a lot of Groudon out
Are we getting a new champion?
How good Calyrex is doing.
We won't know until tomorrow.
The Kyogre out there as well. I'm very surprised to see it doing well, but it's
that he would come back when someone got two world wins. That's exciting. That's exciting.
It can do a very similar thing to those ice.
It would be really interesting to see how he transitions to this newer age.
Consistently lay down that damage that it all adds up at the end of the day, so you can have other things on your team like a Sucker Punch, like a Thunderclap, be able to start picking up those really low health targets.
Yeah, I read it. I saw that in the video, Kennedy.
Bad of natural bulk either. You can actually train a Groudon to survive.
I have to work tomorrow. That sucks, Kingsman.
Even if it is super
I guess we'll see then. Yeah, I'm rooting for Wolfie. He's my favorite Pokemon content creator for sure. I'm sure many people are. I'm gonna be in New York.
Please come through. And then it misses, and it's like, you're such a false god, Arceus. Why weren't you there for me? You know, come on. I really needed to hit that Precipice Blades, and that can be the heartbreak that comes through with a Pokemon like Groudon. But as you said, when it connects, it can be beautiful.
It really can. And you can also train it to have a bunch of other move options, so it's not just the Precipice Blades that you rely on, but Heat Crash is very prevalent, especially when you're setting this up for yourself. And you can Terrestrialize to a fire type to give yourself the same type attack bonus. And I could go on forever about the Groudon. But you know what? What about Kyogre? I feel like Kyogre is another one of his Pokemon that we actually did have a lot on our caster predictions.
Oh yeah, I had it right up there. I mean, I was going for the water types, maybe a safe choice, because we know the Fire, Water, Grass core is such a staple out there.
Absolutely.
But for me, Kyogre, one of the things I really liked about it is because it doesn't get intimidated. And we do have a lot of Intimidate out there at the moment with Pokemon like the Incineroar. it then has this kind of
have fun with that, Kingsman.
to switch out and reset, and it can deal so much special.
Are the ladies talking to me or something in this shit?
Drizzle, boosting up those water type attacks.
The hell? Yo, Niles, what's up, dude?
Water, for example, to make them hit harder. You can go for Terra Water if you want.
Give me one quick second, guys.
And there's just so much potential that can come through from this very bulky Pokemon. When you look at Pokemon like Calyrex Shadow Rider, also a special attacker that can deal out a formidable amount of damage, but maybe a little more frail.
Let me get my guy Ryan down here.
Balance of offensive and defensive capabilities allows Kyogre to have a moment.
It does. I think that there's still a little bit of room that could be carved out for Kyogre. I know we haven't gotten a chance.
I'm rooting for Victor.
We're not going to see it in this matchup.
Who's that, Numi? Do you know Victor?
Dream. Let's jump into our Swiss round number 10 matchup between.
By the way, Numi, is everything all set up for Tuesday? By the way,
on both sides, but for Antonio Sanchez, really leaning into.
He's from a team from my city. Oh, that's so cool.
Ice Rider Calyrex at the
moment. I'm doing good, Nas. How are you doing, bro?
Your base is covered, but for Diego Ferreira,
an Ice Rider Ditto.
This is really leaning into the slow, the natural pacing that this Ice Rider Calyrex can provide.
What's the most hard-hitting Pokemon combo of this game before it was Calyrex Shadow and Kyogre? Murder Beats, welcome into the stream.
And this is something we haven't had the pleasure to see in daylight yet in this world.
Honestly, I'm not 100% sure.
A lot of the trainers have opted for maybe a more speedier option, but let's dive
I am not sure.
Sanchez's team first of all. We've already got that.
I'm just getting into VGC, so this is all brand new to me.
A little bit, surprised to see doing so well. One that you've had as a favorite from day dot, but I forgot to
Interesting.
I'm so sorry, but you're here, and it can apply so much pressure to a lot of those fights.
House Shadow and Clefairy is usually what hits the hardest. But welcome into the stream, Murder Beats.
Not going to want to be able to taking those Ivy Cudgels at all.
Who are you rooting for here, guys? Yo, mods, can we do a prediction in the chat? Can we put a prediction? Who's gonna win this matchup? Yeah, guys, let's have some fun with this. Let's do some predictions for each streamed match. Who do you guys have winning the round here?
I love that there is an opportunity to bring in the Farigarath. I think it also has.
I like the Gallade team.
To be able to
you know what? I'm happy to see some Gallade, right, Kennedy? Gallade is a cool one.
Withstand a Glacial Lance from an Ice Rider Calyrex while also providing that additional
coverage. You do the /
when you take a look at Diego's team, what makes
you
it
do
so
/
because it is such a hard Trick Room mode, you actually have Trick Room on 3 different Pokemon: the Gallade, the Indeedee female, and the Ice Rider Calyrex. So what do you actually think could be setting up the Trick Room? You've got to make those calls in the moment.
Gallade hits hard, yeah, and then you got Psychic Surge.
Like you said, has it on 3 different Pokemon. It's going to be a tried and tested.
Follow Me, Heal Pulse, Helping Hand, and Trick Room. Oh shit! A huge advantage. Yeah, look at that, right?
It can deal a huge amount of damage to Pokemon like the Raging Bolt and the Rillaboom as well, and other Pokemon as well, like the Urshifu, being a little bit more frail, just trying to break.
1 second, Dutch. Their name should pop up again. I'm still trying to get familiar with their names too.
The high horsepower on there on Calyrex's side, just being able to come through.
I do think the Gallade team looks really nice right now, but
no, is that because you have the double moves that a lot of those Ice Rider Calyrex will typically carry, and you have Imprison instead, there's no Protect. So this Ice Rider Calyrex is going to be very vulnerable on Diego's side to have.
Here we go, guys.
Some of its partners, like this Ogerpon Wellspring.
Oh wait, shit.
Redirection, like Follow Me, that's available here as well as on that Indeedee if we see it a little bit later. But for Antonio, the Ice Rider Calyrex nowhere to.
I am so sorry, guys.
Instead, the Raging Bolt and the Ogerpon Cornerstone.
Yes, nice to see the special attack boost as well on Antonio's.
Okay, there we go. That's better. Sorry, I shrunk the screen a little bit.
Formidable pressure. It can go for that Terror Electric. You can see Antonio hesitating over that, wanting to deal as much damage as possible with these electric type moves. The Ogerpon.
So it's Diego and Antonio.
And it's such a reasonably bulky Pokemon as well, and can threaten Pokemon like the Ogerpon with some damage.
Wow, they're moving fast.
You want to try and eliminate it from play. I do not think Antonio has a utility to stop Trick Room at this point. It's going to go up, so now you just need to get some KOs on the board.
Well, I love the coverage that we're going to see Antonio go for here. With this Raging Bolt going to that Terra Electric, you are able to mitigate the weakness that from something like this Ice Rider Calyrex is not going to be super effective damage anymore into that Dragon typing. But because Diego does have this Wellspring Ogerpon that can use the Follow Me, it's going to hurt the attacks.
The crit!
It has that increased critical hit chance, and that's going to be a one-hit knockout, leaving this Ice Rider Calyrex very vulnerable to
oh, shoot. That's a huge crit.
Schedule coming through.
It does get the Trick Room off. That is definitely big.
The two of us and allowing the Raging Bolt to get some good damage down onto that restricted on the opposing side. Yes, Trick Room has gone up now.
Oh man.
The speed will be in Diego's favor, but at what cost, Rosemary?
There is at least a free switch here for Diego.
We're about to find out, Poke. That's the fun part about streaming people we don't really know about.
Or one of the fastest things in this
you know?
room now that that's set up. And you have the Indeedee as well. Setting the Psychic Surge means that you can protect this Ice Rider Calyrex from these priority attacks, such as the Thunderclap on this Raging Bolt. And you also have that additional protection in the Follow Me.
Yes, Follow Me once again providing that redirection support, enabling Calyrex to be in a position where it can go for a Glacial Lance, start getting some good damage on the board. Raging Bolt having dropped its Dragon typing, not going to
for sure, Kennedy, for sure.
Particularly as Grimney is not coming through.
They're doubling up.
On both of these
Ooh, Follow Me, nice. Oh, that's big right there.
First and the Glacial Lance to follow. Both of these Pokemon are going to take a decent chunk of damage. Ogerpon, with its sturdy ability, though, is going to hold on for the next attack and also be able to deliver another blow. The Draco Meteor, though, is going to get redirected away. The
Indeedee survives.
Yeah, but this Raging Bolt, it's just been so instrumental in this matchup so far for Antonio.
Wow.
And while this Ice Rider Calyrex has the opportunity,
Indeedee did its job.
That's another knockout that Antonio's taken.
2 moves and 2 KOs.
Holy
Cornerstone Ogerpon here. Really, really nice damage on the board.
Yeah, that is indeed huge.
Of Trick Room, the Ursaluna coming into play. The issue that you've got to contend with, though, is Trick Room turns are going to start coming through, and if Antonio wants to play around that, you have
he doesn't have Protect
to utilize. I feel like if you're Diego, though, you need to go again for this Glacial Lance.
I think they're both going down. Unless Raging Bolt has Protect, this Ogerpon is... Oh, it has Spiky Shield, that's right, it has Spiky Shield.
It could.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's your best bet. Try to stall out the Trick Room.
Antonio does have the option to just double protect on both of these Pokemon. It's going to stall out an additional turn of Trick Room.
Oh, he's not...
Sure that this Ursaluna isn't going to actually have the speed advantage. It's also going to be really
smart.
You know,
smart.
Has the opportunity to go for Earthquake, and so when you talk about being able to secure a double knockout, do you actually try to give the KOs over to your Ice Rider Calyrex, or just allow your Ursaluna to try to get the job done?
Oh, Imprison.
How interesting. Just making sure that you're going to be able to go for something here. But with the
wait, is that going to hit its Calyrex?
Or the Headlong Rush, excuse me.
Uh-oh.
Actually, just attacks in general.
Well, I really like this coming through, actually. You know, you do
oh my god. Yo.
Calyrex here, but it is able to hang on, and the critical thing for Ursaluna
wow.
is you've taken that one turn, you've been able to use the flame.
Oh, that would have been really unfortunate.
There's going to be so much more offensive pressure coming through from Ursaluna. The Earthquake, yes, you hit your partner Pokemon, but you might have been able to...
How did that not KO? Because when you use Earthquake, the power is divided 3 by 3. Since you're hitting 3 targets... I think that's how that works.
I think that's a very interesting move choice. Maybe
really lucky.
That there was some type of Trick Room option.
It's actually not?
Yeah, maybe you
how does it work then?
Calyrex, but as we actually saw in the back there, no Calyrex, no Farigiraf.
It's a 25% damage reduction.
For Antonio in this very first game.
Doesn't matter how many targets.
Strategy we saw in just our previous match.
So Earthquake hits each target with 75 base power.
We saw the Earthquake come through from the Ursaluna in this previous turn.
Yeah, Darth, for sure.
You have the grassy terrain on your side, but with the Thunderclap, this Calyrex just goes down without a fight.
That's one way to get around the speed tiers of a Trick Room, going for your priority move. There's no Farigiraf on Diego's side, so you do not have to worry about Armor Tail blocking it. As the Headlong Rush comes through on it at the start, coming through from the Ursaluna to remove the Pokemon from play. So you do
there we go, Ursaluna, get that Facade, baby.
To get to bring a Pokemon in from the back and start slowing things down.
That's a lot of damage.
Go for some more protects, just stall through these remaining Trick Room turns.
Oh. I lied.
It is there.
Raging Bolt's neck was
Raging Bolt's neck was a little bit of a hassle.
What's the goddamn button?
What the hell?
And again, Ogerpon in a position where it
what?
Redirection with the Follow Me.
Okay. Okay, my stream deck just made a noise on its own, I guess. Okay. Push the goddamn button. Oh my god.
Take advantage of these speed turns, especially when you're going to see the double protect from this Raging Bolt and the Ogerpon. It's going to stall out that final turn of Trick Room.
Ooh, it's going for Earthquake here.
Except to try to go
okay.
Try to secure that double knockout.
but it is going to be tough now, knowing that once this Trick Room expires, you are going to see that.
I don't think it can outlast the Trick Room, though.
Ursaluna does struggle outside of Trick Room, and particularly when you've got so many Pokemon on the opposing side, it makes it very, very difficult in the kind of one.
How many more turns does he have left? Oh, it's over now. Yikes.
Have now ended, so the speed is back into Ogerpon's favor. It can always just try and go here for a Power Whip just to get some damage down using that powerful Grass type attack, and Raging Bolt can kind of do its thing. Obviously, it doesn't want to go for any of these electric type moves, and Draco Meteor will be able to do some good damage.
Well, you saw the coverage there.
Yeah,
to make sure that you
that's
can
tough.
The Terra option. You don't need it though because the Power Whip is plenty to knock out this Ursaluna.
Wanted to participate in chat. What happened?
Commanding fashion there. Able to deal
all right,
GG's.
GG's.
Get the win for this game number 1.
Do you know what I really liked about Antonio's play was the fact that Calyrex Ice Rider was hidden in the back until later. It didn't just come out front and center.
Hold on, guys. I'm going to change the overlay, just tweak it a little bit.
Very bulky Raging Bolt on there that's able to take a lot of attacks. You drop the Dragon typing so you're not weak to the opposing Calyrex. But not only that, you have the Ogerpon with that sturdy ability, giving you that flexibility to be able to hang on after one big attack. Speaking of hanging on from
Antonio played really well.
These Ivy Cudgels
yeah.
Were ferocious. Big damage with that critical, and I think you needed the critical hit to be able to get the KO there.
Yeah, if not...
You were not able to handle this prediction. I think the mod that made that prediction or myself could end it. But the prediction's not over yet. This is for who wins the round, guys. Now who wins... It's a best of 3.
Though, this Raging Bolt able to put on a little bit too much damage with that very first Thunderbolt, and not too much longer for Diego in that first game.
It's a best of 3, guys.
Maybe the game plan can still work. You just hope that Ogerpon is up for a little bit longer.
I would almost like to see from Diego's side.
Honestly, that Ogerpon crit in the beginning was huge.
You know, allowing that to come onto the field once Trick Room is up with that full HP bar intact. And
the fact that Facade wasn't guts boost at all and still one hit is nuts. Bro, it hits like a truck, dude.
Who's that Pokemon?
Galley would be very interesting. I think this is a Pokemon we don't get a chance to see too often on the
stream. Hold on, guys.
Because it is a little bit shoved into the box of having to be on a
Let me read this real quick.
Trick Room team. But it does have the Psychic Seed.
Antonio's a really great player. He's consistently on stream for EU events. Oh, wow. Look at that, huh?
Psycho Cut as your moves of choice alongside Wide Guard. Maybe not necessarily a bad option to have.
So right now, Antonio's up 1-0.
But Galley could struggle a little bit when it comes down to, do you find yourself in front of the right targets with something like the Sacred Sword?
All right, guys, let's see what happens here now.
We've already seen that in prison on the Calyrex to be able to try and shut down opposing Calyrexes, but you do also have that Wide Guard. But it looks like the same combinations coming out front and center here. Raging Bolt and Cornerstone Ogerpon against the Wellspring Ogerpon and the Calyrex Ice Rider.
Run it back, just no crit this time.
Oh, let's see what happens.
The booster energy again going to show off that this Raging Bolt is going to get that special attack boost, and that first turn of the first game, we did see this Raging Bolt go for the Electric Terra just to be able to boost up those electric type attacks even further. So maybe that is going to be a repeat here as Antonio looks for the next turn of the game.
I mean, again, Ogerpon might want to go on the offensive here as well. It has the potential to deal out some good damage with an Ivy Cudgel.
Yeah, it's nasty, Kendi. Nasty work.
Just to get some good damage onto the field. But I think the key thing is you need to be able to support this Calyrex. If it is staying in, if it's not going to be, it can't go for Protect anyway because it's not running it, you need to provide that defensive support. The Terrestrialization, as you said, Rosemary, going down once again onto this Raging Bolt. It's both offensive and defensive to drop that Dragon typing in the face of an Ice-type Pokemon as Ogerpon goes for the Follow Me. But will it be able to stay on the field?
That is the question, right? Because last time it did get crit, so the Ivy Cudgel, if it doesn't crit again, this
oh, you see, guys, that crit really mattered last time.
Taken on this Ice Rider Calyrex as the Thunderbolt also gets
they're getting.
So while you do have to sacrifice this Ogerpon, it is for the greater good. An opportunity here for this Ice Rider Calyrex to set up this Trick Room and really get things going.
Okay.
This is what I wanted to see, though. The Calyrex Ice Rider in Trick Room with that HP bar intact, enabling it to have that
for sure.
And now the tides really have turned. You can go for these Glacial Lances, you can do a huge amount of damage and apply a lot of pressure, and you've got your Ursaluna in nice and safe. Ursaluna, once again...
Now the question is, how does this... Do they go for Protect here?
Boost, or because you know that speed is kind of in your favor and the Raging Bolt can't really go for the Thunderclap into the Ursaluna, of course, then you can go for something like the
If this was
Avalanche
me
just to
right
be able to
now,
get some damage on the board
I would
against
try to
the
power whip the
Do
Ursaluna.
that. I think the only issue here for Diego
Try to
is
deal
that
as much
Power
damage before that thing burns itself,
does not
dude.
have access
What's
to
up,
that.
Toasty? Welcome
So it
in.
might be a little telegraphed here that Diego would like to get that Guts boost up and running, but even in that last game, Diego was very comfortable to try to go for an attack and just let that Guts boost come up naturally for this Ursaluna.
It makes him less readable as well, right? If you kind of think, oh, it's going to go for that protect, that's what it always does, so you're not going to target into it. Enables it just to get some damage on the board, and obviously it's not as destructive as it is when it has the Guts boost. But there is a terrestrialization. It is the Dragon type onto this opposing Calyrex. Wow, haven't seen that in a while.
We have not seen that in a while. That is one of the ways
You're eventually gonna have to fight it.
This sort of elemental damage that could be coming through.
Thunderclap.
But, you know, Ice Rare Calyrex, maybe not worried too much about seeing a Will-O-Wisp across the way instead. But wow, look at that. It's gonna be the headlock roast there into this Raging Bull.
Ooh, that's not good.
Knockout. The Ursaluna is going
Wait, why
into
did
the
Thunderclap
special
fail?
defense, special defense, as you would see from something like a close combat, but I think you got the prize.
You need to calm down, Ursaluna. That is so much damage, and not even Guts boosted at this point in time. Calyrex going for the Imprison. That shows exactly why the Thunderclap did indeed fail.
Imprison or Trick Room?
As Ursaluna not only gets the KO, but gets the boost now, thanks to that Flame Orb. A fantastic
Holy
turn
crap,
for Diego.
wow.
Now Antonio, this time, has indeed left the Calyrex.
Oh, he has the Urshifu, though.
And has brought these kind of iconic duos in the form of Rillaboom and Urshifu to the field. Rillaboom can come, try and slow down the pace a little bit with something like a potential fake out, just stall through a couple of these turns, and Urshifu can deal obviously a huge chunk of damage with something like a close combat or a surging strikes. But this Dragon Terror is so critical. Fire, water, grass is not going to be dealing damage to this Calyrex.
So that's when you look at this Rapid Strike Urshifu and you go, oh no, this Surging Strike's maybe not necessarily the easiest thing to take out this Calyrex. You still have the close combat, which is going to pack a big punch. But when this Ursaluna is sitting there, you think about this Urshifu and you go, okay, this is really the target that I'd like to see. Both of these are going to be super effective into this Ursaluna.
Exactly, and the Ursaluna, you know, having taken some drops, is going to be a little bit more vulnerable. Glaciolant's going to come through first of all. Overlord, take a down to its sturdy, 1 HP remaining, and Urshifu is not going to be able to
That's such a nice ability to have, is Sturdy, bro. Sturdy's so nice.
in the next turn.
Oh, that critical hit, that's going to be
they're go. Oh.
actually goes into this corner.
Interesting. I would have tried to go for the Urshifu, but
Ice Rider Calyrex could not in that first turn. It unfortunately denies that boost to the Chilling Neigh, but with this close combat in response, Ursaluna is also going to take him out of the fight. So critical survival there on that Urshifu to be able to deliver up that finishing
That's a big
blow.
Pokemon
Diego
down
is
now.
going to be down to his final 2 Pokemon, and Antonio Sanchez as well.
I think this is a nice trade, though, however, because your Ursaluna had those drops. It was going to be a little bit more vulnerable. This is another perfect partner Pokemon for this Calyrex Ice Rider, and that's where you're going to shift your focus of your Diego. You can use this Calyrex to be able to start cleaning up this game. The Rillaboom's come onto the field, but the key thing is that Indeedee is here.
Oh, haha. Sorry, bro.
In there, so Fake Out is still a potential play.
Exactly, because of the speed of the actions there, Rillaboom gets a chance to set that grassy terrain a little bit later, and that means that you can still go for something like the Aqua Jet even, or that Grassy Glide, absolutely, alongside something like that Fake Out. But still, how do you get through this Ice Rider Calyrex? Grass type damage. You also have the water type damage. Now you have to rely on things that are a little bit more chunky, but can this Urshifu actually tank another hit? Can you get through these Trick Room turns?
It's not even that, it's getting through the Indeedee as well, because you can go for the Follow Me, and both the Rillaboom and the Urshifu only really have single target type attacks. So you can try...
Oh, wow, Follow Me.
It's going to be the barrier stopping you in this case. Calyrex going for the flinch, did get hit by the...
Tell me about Calyrex Ice, guys. I don't know anything about it. I always see Shadow Rider.
Yeah, it's gonna need
How is it built? Like, it's very tanky?
Antonio is actually going to be dropping his own defensive capabilities against this Ice Rider Calyrex, and you also took a bit of chip damage from the Rocky Helmet that this Indeedee is holding. Gonna make it a little bit easier for this Urshifu to get taken out, even though we saw the critical hit take it below half. There
extremely high base defense.
Cleanup shop.
So how would you guys build that Calyrex Ice Rider? Tanky and slow as possible. Oh, the Grassy Glide doesn't kill.
The Rocky Helmet doing a little bit of chip in return, but Calyrex...
Oh, yikes. That Rillaboom's going down, I think.
going to be very vulnerable to this attack.
Yep, Rillaboom's down now.
Be what I would essentially call a one-hit knockout. It's going to the Rillaboom.
Good night.
Damage itself in the process, but
yeah.
It's going to be another boost here for this Calyrex. And the heal pulse as well. That is another move. This is indeed.
Yo, why didn't it go for heal pulse on the Urshifu? It'd be nice. Wow. That's just so disrespectful.
Now, even outside of Trick Room,
yo, could you imagine it trolled the guy like that and used the heal pulse on the Urshifu?
Knowing that, hey, if the damage comes down into this Calyrex,
which is so funny. That's what I'm saying. Imagine.
To be able to withstand
oh my god.
That's where things can get dicey. So I'm gonna go.
Honestly, Terra Dragon is genius. If you kill the bolt, you just win.
Center point, making sure that it's got high HP, it's protected constantly, and even though it's
see, this is why best 2 out of 3 is fun.
Calyrex is the one clean sweep.
If you watched the first game, you would have thought Antonio dominated Diego, and that was the end of it. But now it's winner takes all. Next game.
In that first game, still having to find a way to really be able to get there in the first place and still take advantage of that critical.
Yeah, follow me is nasty.
At this point, gotta start thinking about, you know.
Follow me is one of those moves you could use over and over again, right?
The amount of power points you have.
It's not one of those moves where the more you use it.
Is that possible? A double protect?
Yep, okay.
It could be a way of kind of counting through against this Calyrex, but Calyrex still has a lot of utility to be able to do damage with.
Still
you know,
has high horsepower
that's the high horsepower, as long as it connects, you know, dare I say it, it's going to be able to get the job done against the Urshifu. And even if the Calyrex isn't able to get the job done, you know, Indeedee providing that support, the redirection, it's going to be able to enable that. Obviously, Indeedee doesn't have any attacking moves, so you really are going to be focusing down against
I
that
could
Calyrex,
see it being
but I
nerfed
think
in the
with full
future,
HP
to be
remaining,
honest.
It's going to be a really, really tall order.
It is. Maybe even thinking about how much time is left in the game. I don't know. I'm just trying to think of these scenarios here. If Antonio's not just thinking about what to do in this game 3.
Well, he's definitely using that time, and I think it is a very wise thing to do, to start thinking about how to adapt. Because at the end of the day, this Calyrex, when it goes into this Dragon Terror, is so difficult to get through. You almost kind of want to go through and go for the Glacial Lance into it, because it will deal super effective damage. But that Imprison is so detrimental to Antonio's potential.
Why, Kennedy?
Glacial Lance is going to come through. The failed third protect will be able to get the knockout on Urshifu, and we're going to see a game 3 here in Swiss round 10 at the Pokemon World Championships.
Wow.
Holy shit, guys. This guy just tried to do what Ryda, right? I think that was their name, Ryda, from yesterday's support. You saw that strat? Holy crap, that's crazy, bro. Yo. No way.
That is something that you have to worry about.
Okay, guys, Diego or Antonio, who do you guys got taking this last game? Winner takes all right here.
Glacial Lance, high horsepower, Trick Room, those are the 3 moves that you have in common. So all Calyrex can then do is protect. You can basically ignore it on the field and always focus down that partner slot. We saw again the opening turn here, big damage, losing the Ogerpon, but Ogerpon does its job.
Oh, I see, Kennedy. Not giving up on Antonio.
Yes, you're going to see some big damage coming through.
I think, honestly, Antonio might have even lost the first game if it wasn't for that crit.
Really threatening Antonio and completely neutralizing.
I think Diego has the better team.
That's very good information for Antonio.
But if RNG favors Antonio, I mean, anything's possible.
It's a one-hit knockout. My Raging
I think Diego has a higher chance of winning here. I think his team is a little bit better. But again, if you get some crits to go your way, you get some good reads, you could come back and win this easily.
Protect your Pokemon from something like an earthquake. Just thoughts.
Unless early crit, yeah, that's what happened last time on the Ogerpon. The Ogerpon went down to a crit, and then it got good damage on the Calyrex.
You can bring your own Frigoraph, try and reverse it with the Trick Room on Antonio's side, but if Imprison is what's locked in, then there's no room for you to maneuver here, and then you're in a very, very difficult spot. With that Dragon typing as well, as you said, Rosemary, it's such a good defensive capability in a sea at the moment where we've got a lot of fire.
What does GR mean? 7 existing souls. What are you saying with that?
Power to be able to get the damage down, particularly when Diego is using so many great supportive Pokemon, Ogerpon and Indeedee.
I was gonna say,
Ooh, 1-on-1. Yeah, Dart. That's a really good game right now.
Forced into a position where it is going
Good
to
rounds. Oh, good round. Good round. That makes sense.
There's no attack coming out. There's also not going to be a trick room of its own. So maybe that is something you could potentially capitalize on. So I love where you're going with this. Thinking about the Farigiraf and putting an offensive Pokemon next to it just to try to get some damage down or just force a moot turn. As we head into this game number 3, though, the winner of this game is going to move on
Ogerpon
into the final round of Swiss.
Oh, the Giraffe Rig.
Lou, it's going to be a run back for Diego with the Ice Rider, Calyrex, and Ogerpon Wellspring.
Interesting.
Ogerpon next to the Farigiraf.
The Farigiraf has come to play here in this game 3, being able to provide just a little bit of support with something like maybe the Trick Room or even using that Throw Straight to boost up its Hyper Voice, getting some damage out on the field. You've also got the capability of Shadow Ball to deal some pretty good damage into the opposing Calyrex. But it really comes down to whether you can get damage onto Calyrex and stop it going for this Trick Room.
Yeah, I definitely can imagine that, Numi.
If it gets a critical hit to remove the Ogerpon from play on the opposing side. But now Calyrex has a choice to make. Does it go for Trick Room or does it go for Imprison?
You know, I think my favorite part about my favorite part about this entire VGC is that moves that I would never think to use in a casual playthrough get used, and you get to see their utility. So satisfying to see.
See the follow me once again to the Ivy Cudgel heading into this Ogerpon. It's not going to be a critical hit either this time. So Ogerpon's going to be able to not through this.
The critical hit on Ogerpon.
So while it does get knocked out for its troubles, what did Diego end up going for here on this Calyrex? After we get to see this throat spray boost here for the Farigiraf.
Oh, throat spray.
Special attack as Calyrex does indeed go for the Trick Room. I guess you're in a position in that next turn where you can just go for the Imprison now as well and stop Farigiraf from trying to reverse the Trick Rooms here. I almost wondered as well if Calyrex were just going to go on the all-out offensive there, go for a Glacial Glance and get some big damage down, but Trick Room really is the arena where Diego thrives.
Interesting. Will they try to reverse Trick Room?
Maybe you can go for that Imprison, allowing Ursaluna to
go I wouldn't go for it personally. It's too risky. If you get imprisoned, you wasted a turn.
It's still flexible on Antonio's side.
Yes, and I love that.
But
as we talked
reversing the Trick Room would be massive.
To that Terra Water, and that's one of the ways you could resist some of this damage from this Ice Rider Calyrex while still being able to make use of something like this. Right.
That's got to be what he's thinking right here.
Ogerpon as well for Antonio. Let's not forget that while it is a cornerstone and it has the ability to go out on offense, it also does have access to Follow Me as well. One of the ways you could also redirect away a big attack.
Dragon Terra.
But as Diego did in that second game, it's going to be another Terra into the Dragon type for this Ice Rider Calyrex.
And while it's still got the sturdy intact as well, the Cornerstone Ogerpon is going to be able to hang around on the field a little bit. But let's bring a little bit of glimmer and shine to the stage as well. Both Terrestrializations coming through. It is going to be that Water Terror on the Farigiraf to give it a lot more defensive potential here on the field. That also really helps it out against Pokemon like the Ursaluna. Ursaluna is going to go straight away for the Headlong Rush. Looks like a really nice defensive type.
Who's that Pokemon?
That's still the Farigiraf is definitely more
that drop is not good.
The Glacial Lance, though, with this Water Terror, it's not going to be nearly enough to get this.
Yikes, that's bad.
Which means that you actually have an opportunity to get some damage down if you are Antonio. The Hyper Voice had dropped its special defense using that Headlong Rush, but it is
that Headlong Rush was a tough choice.
Absolutely down for the count. No good.
Yikes.
The Flame Orb is gone alongside.
Oh, that's not good. That's a big loss for Diego, I think.
Indeedee, however, now can come onto the field, bring that Psychic Terrain in, and once again provide that redirection support with something like a Follow Me. Both Farigiraf and Ogerpon generally will get drawn into attacks except for that Hyper Voice, and you can see how much damage it is stacking.
Does it have Protect? Did that Ursaluna have Protect?
Which I'm pretty sure it's going to be able to do, looking at the very, very low HP bars on Farigiraf and Ogerpon. It can then start getting its attack boosted as well through these Chilling Nays and become very formidable. Antonio needs to play the clock a little bit here and look at these Trick Room turns.
I think it's tough as well because even though we saw how much damage that Calyrex could do with
that would have been a good play for it.
Now you have a different modifier you have to think about. Do you actually survive the Glacial
Would have allowed the Flame Orb to work there.
They would be able to get a double knockout, but that is why we see Antonio just try to opt for the Spiky Shield onto the Ogerpon. That way you are at least denying one of those boosts. Let's see, though. There was no helping hand. It's just getting the Glacial Lance here from this Calyrex, but it is enough.
Holy crap.
We're going to be able to secure a knockout there.
Wouldn't be surprised to see the Heal Pulse come through here as well, just to give that Calyrex a little bit more longevity and help it out, because it has to take a couple of those hyper voices as well as giving itself a chilling nade boost, boosting up its attack, and there comes through the heal pulse. One of the best.
Oh, that's a big heal for Diego. That's a big heal.
That Ice Rider just a couple of turns ago. But as you see the Rillaboom come in, now that Diego is down to his final 2 Pokemon, the terrain control is at the very least in Antonio's favor.
Yes, and you do have the fake out potential here as well. If the grassy terrain has overwritten the psychic terrain, you can go for these priority attacks. And we know how much damage Rillaboom is capable of dealing, particularly when using these grass type moves to boost up its, grassy glides. But that's only going to really affect Pokemon like Indeedee. Calyrex is still going to be so difficult to get through. You might even need to use the Ogerpon to try and get another critical hit with something like the Ivy Cudgel into that slot. But you cannot get around the Indeedee.
Yikes.
You can't. So that's why Antonio gets a chance to try to make the most out of this turn. You get the fake out into the Ice Rider Calyrex. Make sure you can at least stop one more turn of damage. Try to buy your time past these Trick Room turns and just hope you got the damage down onto this Indeedee. Ogerpon still has a lot of fight left in it. And with the power up, it is going to connect. So Indeedee.
Oh, the big hit.
This Calyrex vulnerable here for Diego.
That's a big hit.
Trick Room turns start to expire.
Who needs the critical hit when you can use the grassy terrain to boost up your grass type attacks as well?
Ooh.
One issue, however, is you power whip down into a rocky helmet. That is going to be the
That's a big helmet though.
But now Antonio has the free switch, brings in a Pokemon like the Urshifu here. But once again, we're in this situation, Rosemary. We've got the Calyrex versus 2 Pokemon that really cannot do a lot of damage to it. But this time, Calyrex does not have a supportive Pokemon by its side. Does it have enough gas in the tank to be able to hang on against both of these formidable attackers?
Oh, man.
This Urshifu will be able to survive one more Glacial.
Wow, that tickled it.
Glide does not do a little bit more than a tickle. And response to Glacial lands at least you get some damage down.
Oh, guys, this is it. This is it. Can the Urshifu do enough damage?
Can it do enough damage with this close combat that you can put yourself in a position where a second one's going to be able to do the job? It all comes down to this, Lou.
Can Urshifu do it? Close combat comes through, connects, does a little bit of damage, puts it down.
No way!
But the Calyrex looking so in control.
Damn, that did nothing.
That grassy terrain recovery that's going to make that damage roll even a little bit more different. Close combat.
It needs a crit. It needs a huge crit.
It's going to be at +2 when it goes for another Glacial land.
Oh, they need a crit. A crit of crits.
Urshifu has to get the KO, otherwise it is Diego's game here. Calyrex hangs on, able to go.
Oh, man.
Urshifu dropping his special defense and
oh, it's over.
And here it comes through, gets the
wow, Antonio did so good those games. GG's, man, GG's.
Fantastic play from Diego. He has achieved so much in this season so far, and to find himself at the top tables as we inch closer towards that top cut for Worlds, he must be feeling so.
What's up, Molly? Welcome in.
Let himself kind of get tilted.
Wow, what a close game.
Allowing Antonio to get the first match can be so.
I think if they got the crit, it would have worked their support.
Win the next 2 to close out the set, and that's exactly what Diego did. Stuck with the same strategy.
Wow, you guys weren't lying. That thing really is bulky.
With the plays that I was making, and Diego staying.
That was my first time really seeing the ice.
That dragon defensive typing on it in the
The icy horse, man, doing work. Holy crap!
Coming into the tournament, but it's not as easily counted as you might think.
Wow.
I mean, what just the perfect call. I think that Ice Rider Calyrex.
We're watching Worlds right now, Male. I voted Diego.
We saw Antonio have to leave that Ice
Did the poll go through, guys?
Because of the threat of
because we're my YouTube chat box, I can't see the top of the chat.
Every Calyrex runs Glacial Lance as well as high horsepower, so you're just going to be there sitting as a
wow.
But fantastic stuff. Antonio still made that very close. At the
yes.
end there, you're just hoping that that close combat it could get.
We'll do another prediction when we
seal the deal here for Antonio to have that.
There you go.
As well, but. Yeah, I mean, it's fantastic stuff. I think Trick Room in general in this tournament has caught a lot of people off guard. It's not something that you really have to prepare for when you know that the rest of the rest of the meta is very balance focused.
I feel like Antonio had to make so many adjustments in his team composition as we went through this set. You know, not only having to leave the Calyrex at home, which is so detrimental to your strategy, but then having to drop the Raging Bolt in favor of this Farigiraf as well, because knowing how much damage that Headlong Rush can do, even outside of the Guts boost, just meant the Raging Bolt was not.
Honestly, now that I think about it, Urshifu is so cool. Oh boy.
And that then left you so incredibly vulnerable to the headlong rush.
Wow.
You can see kind of the energy and emotion from our trainers here. This means so much to them on the world stage. But the
it's just that no one likes it because it's so strong.
Yeah.
Nah, bro, I'm happy to see the bear go down, bro. The bear can go down all day, every day, bro. Ban Kennedy. Callie is a menace and can turn games around in such a stupid way.
You know, you can see that
for sure.
Combat. Antonio still, though, with his head held high, is a regional champion from this year.
Controlling the speed of a battle, man, is crazy.
Performances. And I think that even going into
to be fair, I'm using it in Unite, where it's kind of balanced. Yeah, I guess.
Oh, definitely.
I guess that's fair.
And at the end of the day, at the World Championships, every single player has earned their place to be here and will give us an epic show.
Wow, what a match, guys.
But I have to say, being able to see the hard trick room come through.
Would you guys like if I turned these into videos, like a reaction to each of these battles? I think that'd be fun. I think that'd be fun.
I think it's very interesting in Pokemon when you look at the kind of moves and counter moves.
There's only one more round
in order to get the victory. It's a really, really class act coming through from Diego, and I love to be able to see that there.
Hey, even in this.
Why not? Yeah, I guess, yeah.
Support and be a cheerleader for that Ice Rider Calyrex. You know that it also has a defensive capability as well that we just didn't get a chance to see showcased in this match. One person, though, that I know is a very big fan of Hard Trick Room is actually on stage here with Diego to talk about that.
Yeah, they did 7 existing souls. They did. See, but the battle, Pokemon is literally coming back.
That was about as close of a
well, let's see what they say.
Can get coming down to the close combat in the end. How are
you gotta love a battle like that, man.
I'm super happy, but I'm a bit shaky still because it was so close. Yes.
Yeah, so let's talk about this team. I think it's fascinating. You went 8-0 yesterday, and you're kind of using different variants of some popular Pokemon. You have Ogerpon, Wellspring, when many others use Hearthflame or Cornerstone. You got the Ursaluna regular form instead of the Blood Moon. You Terra Dragon on Calyrex when many use Water or Fire. Like, how did you come up with this team composition?
I don't know. I think I have always
I don't know.
Like think different. Since I started playing in 2016, I always like it to play anti-meta. So yes, I don't know. It's just like the way it works for me because when I play meta, I think that unless you are the best playing the meta, you won't win because people is gonna prepare for it, you know. So I rather go for like a north composition that maybe can give me an advantage because they don't know how to face.
Right, I think you're definitely catching
my man Diego
hard with some of your Pokemon like Indeedee and Ursaluna and some of the options. So how have your games gone throughout the entire weekend? Are a lot of them maybe only you set up Trick Room turn 1 in the GG, or are they long drawn out games? Like how has this team performed?
No, definitely were not like easy games. Like people here in Worlds, they are really high level and some of them were not that close, but because they had good matchups, but other ones were like really, really close. Like last turn was defining the game or not, if I win or not.
Yeah, and then talking about that Terra Dragon on Calyrex, it was just so crucial. What's the inspiration behind going with Terra Dragon compared to some of the other conventional Terra types for Calyrex?
So Terra Dragon is good against grass, fire, water. So that's why I chose it. And you get weak to ice, so the mirror will be difficult, but I'm playing in prison. So, yeah.
Okay, and how do you use the Ursaluna?
Smart.
It's a really strong Pokemon, especially after it gets a Flame Orb boost to it, Guts ability, but there's no Flyer next to you, there's no Levitate next to it, so you kind of have to use those single target attacks. So how difficult has it been maneuvering Ursaluna under Trick Room?
I do have Wild Guard though, so there may be a scenario in which I have Gallade and Ursaluna. I can just Wild Guard Earthquake, and my Torkoal as well is Terra Grass. Sometimes I can just Earthquake besides it as well and attack with both. Yeah.
Okay. Cool. So.
Yo, I like Diego. I like you, Diego.
To fans and friends and family.
Yo, that's hilarious.
So yeah, so my friends, my Chilean friends that are supporting me there, my boyfriend that is watching me as well, and he always supports me. The Australian community as well, because I live in Australia now.
Hey, Australia! Shout out to Australia.
I have some friends in Australia as well. Especially shout out to Chris that helped me to prepare, and then as well my friend Neme.
All right, well, congratulations on that win. Best of luck in the last round of Swiss, and hope the best for you going into Top Cut.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
You know what? If Wolfie don't win, bro, I want Diego to win, bro. I'm rooting for Diego, bro. Yo, did you guys see how he kept, like, nodding his head at the guy? Yo, that was so funny. Yo, that was great. That was great, bro. Oh my God, yo, he's like, yeah, yeah, like he came up with these brilliant teams and strategies, and he just like casually like nods, like, yeah, it's kind of obvious why I did it, you know, yeah. My team's badass, yeah. Wow, that is really cool. Diego's cool, man. Let me bookmark this real quick, guys. Guys, real quick, I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick, guys. I'm gonna play an ad just so we could watch the rest with no pre-rolls or anything. I'm sorry, no ads during any of the matches, okay? So I am gonna play an ad on Twitch, but it's just to get rid of the ads, okay, guys? What's up, Professor? Welcome in. I'm gonna be right back, guys, okay? BRB real quick. Sorry for those. By the way, guys, if you guys want to watch it ad-free, guys, you guys can watch it on YouTube, by the way. I'm just saying. Oh, wait, maybe I can't do it? That's funny. I can't. Maybe? There we go. Okay, guys, BRB real quick. Let me get more water and stuff.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
Okay.
Describe the joy you feel when you finally come face to face with the legend. How beautiful! No way we're losing. We're going to surpass you.
Our first step in the morning is the
Okay, Professor, thank you.
I feel like I've taken a step forward.
I see.
You've gotten stronger.
That goes for you as well.
1, 2.
Now you'll face me.
What is this, you guys?
Let's have some fun then. This is our chance.
Now's my chance. What's this? Here we go. A chance for victory.
What is this? Masters EX? A new main story arc begins? 5-year anniversary?
A new kind of power? Oh man, so exciting.
Who's that Pokemon?
Hello there. My name is Oak.
Oh man, the Gen 1 Professor Oak always hits different for me. Guys, so what is Oh, that's the Pokemon mobile game. Oh, there's a mobile game for it. Look at that. Five years that game's been out for? Oh, wow. Do any of you guys play Masters EX, guys? What is that game about? Is it like collecting stuff and whatnot? Man, time flies, guys. Yo, I need to cop me some merch from Pokemon Worlds, bro. You play Blue? How do you like it, Blue? I play every now and then. It's a gacha game? What does that mean, Poke? I used to? Alright, that's cool. Jurassic, did you like it? Which players made it? How many rounds left? Does anyone know? So Murder Beats, Diego beat Antonio this game. I don't know how many more rounds are left, but there's a day 3 and that'll be the top 16 tomorrow. Murder Beats, are you rooting for anybody in particular? Day 3 is only finals? Yeah. That's what I mean. There's only one more day after this. Not actual gambling, but there's a chance to get them in-game currency. So Woofy lost, you said?
Here with us in the lounge, myself, Lee.
Man, I wish we saw the Woofy match.
And Sierra Dawn. We're gonna
Top cut will be today. Yup.
Of the Pokemon choices, look at the usage stats while our players are getting set up to start the next round, round 11 at the World
Honestly, let me
Championship
take a look here real quick, guys.
Honolulu. Scott, how have you been finding things in this early portion of the Swiss rounds?
Let me try to find
I think things have been a lot of fun, right? Where we're getting like kind of the most exciting part of the Swiss part of the tournament, where more and more players are being eliminated. Every match is super tense, and all the players have something to play for this time. Where there's so few rounds where even if you've got into top cut because you have enough wins, you're still playing for that bye to avoid that dangerous like top 24-ish round. So we're having a lot of fun right now, I think.
Yeah, getting to the crunch time. Sierra, what about yourself?
It's so intense. I mean, there is really no room for error when we're looking at just this X2 to get into cut. And then, yeah, that buy is so important. There's been so many dreams that have been stamped out of that, oh, I'm so important, 32 and stuff in years. So you want to make sure you're set up for the best success. But these matches are coming down to the wire. It's even just little Pokemon choices, little decisions in this team making that's really just kind of making the difference alongside that good play.
Yeah, and it's all about the Pokemon choices. We can actually take a look at the usage stats for day 2 here for what our players have been using. So you can see the top 12 Pokemon here, starting off top of the list with that Urshifu and the Rapid Strike version, and really no surprise with how powerful it is. Potent alongside the Rillaboom and second in the Raging Ball. Is there anything that's jumping out at you, Scott, that's really surprising you in these usage stats for the day 2?
I think for me, maybe it's two things. I mean, one is that I think one thing that trainers were kind of running into as they prepared for
I'm not really seeing anything on the Pokemon store for merch.
Pokemon. Seems like
Alright.
the really common
I'll have to look another time.
The ones near the top of the list, the ones that actually deal some damage, right? The Rillaboom, the Urshifu, Raging Bolt in particular, sometimes feels like a restricted Pokemon itself.
It's 16 players make the top cut, Murder Beats, if I'm not mistaken.
The Chi-Yu. There's a lot of Pokemon this list you really don't want to be hit by their attacks. I think maybe the one exception that surprises me is the Incineroar.
This year it's different?
I also wonder if people
How many make the top cut?
I think that's almost too low on the usage, and maybe it's not a coincidence that some of the very best records are actually a little more boring-looking teams.
Yeah, completely agree.
Yo, what's up, Sam? Welcome into the stream, Sam. How are you doing?
The World Championships is one of those Pokemon.
So every single player with the same record as the 16th ranked player will be going to top cut.
It's paired with the more common Urshifu and that Rillaboom. Sarah, anything jumping out to yourself?
Well, even just piggybacking
top
on
cut
the
seems to be
conversation,
8. Wow.
I'm not surprised to see it not at first place, but that 26% in comparison.
I bet Wolfie, what's going through his mind is that person who beat him doesn't end up in the finals, or he has to face later.
Of course, we are getting a little cutesy with their teams here at the World Championships. So something.
No, it's based upon record. Murder Beats. I'm doing good, Sam. It's so good to see you. How the heck have you been? What's new, Sam? I miss you.
You could really kind of set up a board state to your favor with that double.
It's based on your record, how many wins, how many losses you get, and I guess ties.
Maybe not always the most powerful of moves, but being able to get rid of
Wolfie can't let the loss get to him. I'm sure it does, though.
So far away from that in terms of, I thought this would have been a
right.
Rillaboom.
You got to think about like how did it go wrong,
and then going on. So that one kind of just a little.
All those type of mental games for sure.
Said, when we look at the better records in the tournament so far, they are the teams with that Incineroar and kind of included in them. So it kind of is one of those things where those players are really taking advantage of
interesting.
The chatter around pre-tournament or coming into a tournament, what's good, what's not. The one thing that I would like to
check out what Numi just said. That's perfectly explained right above.
This weekend is that cornerstone.
The world of Baldur's Gate. Oh, that's so cool, Sam. I love that. I love that.
Yeah, I mean, Joe Brown right now is out there celebrating that this has not only just made the usage topic, but it's actually been really well in matchups. And I mean, it makes
what's up, Beck says 18 VR.
And sturdy and being able to fire some really powerful rock Ivy Cudgels. I mean, that hits into the good amount of the format really well.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that it took so long for this Pokemon to get to this level of usage. And one of the things that's tricky about it, you can only pick one Ogerpon, right? And I think some teams would love to have more than one. But yeah, I mean, it's helping keep that Incineroar number down in particular. And I think of the many Ogerpon forms in this format, kind of the one that you least want to get bonked by.
Yeah, I completely agree with both of you. So we've had a look at the non-restricted usage stats.
Top 8 everyone with the same record as the 8th place. Yep.
Top 8 restricted that we're seeing in day.
I am honestly so surprised about Groudon and Kyogre. Those are the ones that definitely shocked me the most. I would definitely expect more usage from them, but...
Well, I mean, I feel like the Groudon, again, a participation award. This should be a top 6, and the Groudon should not be seen here. But no, I feel like this is pretty, I think what I would expect coming into this. You have the big 3 exactly where they should be, the top 3 of there, and the kind of B tiers that can definitely make a run and definitely have this opportunity to win the world.
I think it still has some good uses though.
The Terrapagos and that Kyogre. I think those 6 are the ones.
Plus, it's so different from all the others that I think it's worth bringing.
Greatest representation. It is in the hands of some really skilled players with some really unique teams. That
because Groudon and Kyogre have traditionally been very high usage.
I think the one thing that really surprised me coming into yesterday was the usage on Terrapagos, and we've still got players in the field that are really pushing towards the latter end of this tournament.
I guess as newer Pokemon come out, man, those Titans that used to dominate VGC back in the day, they'll see less and less usage.
Are you surprised that we haven't seen more Kyogre, Scott? Are you on the kind of the train where Kyogre has the potential, but not quite as potent as your Calyrex? Shadow Rider, Ice Rider, Mirage.
Even Koraidon doesn't have that much usage either.
To that mix.
Yeah, I mean, I think if I'd been predicting the order of this chart before the tournament, I probably would have had Kyogre and Terrapagos swapped, and maybe then Terrapagos one step further, swapped again with Koraidon. But I'm pretty happy with the way this chart looks. I don't know if I'm just the sort of guy who looks at my usage stat charts half empty, but I thought there was really a world where kind of like both of the Calyrex and Miraidon probably had...
I would be that person using Groudon just because of my love for it, but I have to admit, man,
I think
those other Pokemon are no freaking jokes.
The metagame has proven to be a little bit more diverse than we thought, and there's a real chance that, especially that Zamazenta or the Terrapagos wins the tournament. Where, for me, coming in, I don't know if
if one of these restricteds was to win the World Championship, I hope it's Zamazenta.
And I'm glad that
I'd like to see the Zamazenta revenge story here.
Yeah, I mean, it would be very exciting if none of those were seen in the top.
Oh yeah, there definitely is murder beats.
I think it's very slim at this point.
Numi, send me the link.
The diversity there, and the Zamazenta plays
in DMs, and I'll put it in the chat.
So well in this format because we're seeing probably a lot more Terrapagos just because of the positive matchup that naturally has, and how much of a tougher time trainers going up against Zamazenta playing Terrapagos are having. But there are players that we've mentioned that are.
Let me know when you've sent it.
And still having a great time. You may only have had one loss so far through the tournament. So yeah, I think it's shaping up to be a really great end to the tournament.
Already did. All right, 1 second, guys. Let me grab this real quick.
Shadow Rider, in my opinion, anyway. What's your opinion on this, Sierra?
It all depends on who's piloting the team.
Yeah.
And there is some very good players with the Calyrex Shadow Rider. So yeah.
Actually, you know what? Matter of fact, I'm gonna pin this real quick.
Yeah. Well, that's our top 8 restricteds moving into day 2. We can take a bit of a deeper dive now and look at some individual Pokemon. One Pokemon that we already have briefly talked about that we can take a deeper dive in is Ogerpon Wellspring. We did have it featured in that last match, of course. We haven't seen as much of the Wellspring mask, very popular early on, but it has fallen off slightly as we've got into the deeper end of
All right, I just pinned it in the top of the chat.
Which is really interesting to then see the fall off. It's the, I mean, if we ignore the teal mask.
Oh, actually, let me put this.
3 that are a little bit more viable out here. It's the one that didn't make that day 2 graphic, which is then you look at how rampant this Urshifu Rapid Strike is in this format, because this is something that with that Water Absorb and the possibility of Follow Me, you could think can pair quite well. But the fact that you can only have, as Scott pointed out, the one Ogerpon on your team, I think really hurts kind of the vibe.
By the way, guys, if you guys are new and enjoying the vibes here, guys, don't forget to smash that like button over on YouTube. Consider subscribing. And if you guys enjoy Pokemon content over on Twitch, guys, don't forget to hit that follow button, man. We do viewer battles, raids.
I think 800% of players or whatever that chose to bring Urshifu.
We're getting really into Pokemon on the channel, man.
Largely moved away from this Wellspring. They don't have to worry about it anymore. It's got the teardrop.
I don't really hate restricted formats, but the existence of Calyrex makes it a lot less enjoyable.
What hurts it too, though, is I think just from a type matchup perspective, outside of Urshifu,
honestly, I don't know. I don't
like similar offensive strengths as the cornerstone.
I feel like it would be so much more impressive to win with like Regulation H formatted teams than.
Where it works against more things, and
I think it just makes for much better quality battles. That's just my opinion. You might disagree, but
including again the strongest Pokemon, perhaps of the unrestricted Pokemon in the format, who
I think it's just way more fun. Way more fun.
Yeah, and talking about the
way more possibilities. Makes team building a lot more fun, I feel like. But welcome home, Kingsman. How do you guys feel about that? About my statement? Do you guys agree? Disagree?
100% accurate rock type move, getting away from those shaky accuracy rock slides that we've had to rely on in the past. But the sturdy ability just gives that extra layer of security.
Yeah.
Especially with Ogopon, with these masks. The mask takes up that held item, so having that ability.
Or you know what would be interesting?
So useful in the format.
Especially too when we do have our big bad restricteds we want to protect. When we do have these setup Pokemon, having a follow me redirection Pokemon.
That Wolfie guy lost another guy using 5 of the same Pokemon he's using. Yeah, he probably got unlucky. A little. I'm assuming he got unlucky. I wish we saw that live. That would have been so cool, bro.
And so this has to be just a secure double up to try and.
So basically, what I'm saying, 7 Existing Souls is.
Going on for it. I feel like there's
I think it would make for much better quality battles if legendary Pokemon were not involved in these world matches, right? That's basically what I'm saying. No legendaries, no mythicals. I think it would make for a much better quality battles, right? You wouldn't see these same legendaries. You see a bunch of different teams, a bunch of cool different ideas. I think it just adds so much more variety to it.
And also, I mean, I think if you remember back to the very beginning of the format,
battles have a lot of quality.
I think we didn't take super seriously in the previous regulation.
Regardless of the format,
the first couple weeks of the
team
format,
building is still really diverse.
What might call a bad stuffs team, right? Where it's just like
I don't know.
A bunch of things I don't think I should see.
We can all agree to disagree. I'm just saying that's just my opinion. That's just my opinion.
So good at like shutting down Pokemon that otherwise just kind of have an easy time in this format. It really changes the way the other side of the field has to play. And I think when you can have a non-restricted Pokemon who helps dictate the pace of the play like that, it's just an incredibly valuable attribute to have in your team.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Oh, speaking of events, Numi, is everything all set up for Tuesday? Could you remind me of the time again? By the way, because tomorrow I'm going to announce it for when I decide to start to stream day 3.
Point of view, but also from that offensive aspect.
Is there any details I should know about?
The offensive aspect of the corner, the Ogopon kind of forms is always going to be that Hearthflame mask as well, because that one is known for how hard it can hit, especially after it does terrestrialize. See the fire typing that it gets.
We can do it. So everything is still on for that tournament on Tuesday, right?
A very strong
Regulation H rules, right?
In Regulation G in previous formats when it's been allowed to be used, but we've not probably seen as much of it on the broadcast this weekend as we're still likely to see quite a bit of it going into the latter stage of this tournament.
There is definitely players that have made
Could you also send me any links for, are they streaming it as well, Numi, or is everyone going to be on my channel during this stream?
But the amount of damage that you can do with this Ogopon, especially too, since the most common fire type Pokemon
Who's that Pokemon?
Which is a fire move a lot of the times if you want to have a little bit more of a support option, or a Chi-Yu, which we all know what Chi-Yu does, it misses. Being able to have something that's a little bit more accurate, you can deal.
You can join it anytime after it starts. So they're also streaming it, right?
Or you still even have the, okay, well, I can do a little bit of redirection. I think it's really, really dangerous for people to go up against.
Yeah, I think some of the fun of it too is that well, maybe it doesn't match up as well from like a clear role on the team perspectives it does in the past formats, and I think it definitely lost the most of all the Ogopon forms with not usually getting to
like the collab stuff will not be a thing. Each person streams their own run if they
options in past formats.
It's a ladder tournament.
Kind of a difficult type matchup for a lot of common Pokemon. Mungus doesn't really like it, and in part has to run that poison type move often to be able to deal with the Ogopon. Rillaboom, at least,
I see.
Unlike the other Ogopon forms, or at least some of the other Ogopon Ogerpon form, isn't weak against that U-turn. Miraidon actually weirdly annoyed by it since.
So how will we know?
That dazzling gleam, and it is the one Ogerpon form who takes that pretty well.
The way it works is that you can battle 15 times. Whoa.
I think it probably correctly
so
isn't as
how do we get?
Like the cornerstone match.
How do they pick who plays who?
It's just really frustrating to play against sometimes.
Even like neutral. One
with the most points in the end wins.
Cudgel,
Could you please DM me all this information too, by the way?
Are out there, so
if you could DM this to me so it doesn't get lost in chat, and I could announce it,
on things that wouldn't appreciate it. You even
that would be so appreciated. It's random like on ranked battles.
Oh. And when you're wanting to maybe Terrasilize that restricted more common than not,
okay,
puts you in a tough spot.
That should be fun. I like that.
Even when you're looking at like those neutral Terra types that we're seeing, you know, Raging Bolt where it does go into the Fairy Terra typing and things like that, you are threatened instantly just by the power that the Hearthflame does possess. Talking about Raging Bolt though, here we are. Another very popular Pokemon that hasn't really dropped off at all in Regulation G. It's just kind of kept its place really throughout, and for good reason as well. We kind of see it there with the photosynthesis ability, which occasionally gets used. We're seeing a lot of players in this tournament using the booster energy, and the alternative is that Assault Vest. But I feel like we're seeing more booster energy in this tournament in particular than what we'd commonly see before then with the Assault Vest.
How do you guys feel about Raging Bolt,
really
guys?
Dangerous zone, considering you do have access to that Thunderclap. So that booster energy synergizes really well with this Terra Electric that we've more started to see as opposed to that Fairy type, considering a special attack booster energy, Thunderclap, Terra Electric.
Raging Bolt is cool.
And there is a good amount of Photograph out there in the field for day 2. I believe it was.
I'm not a fan. Honestly, why not?
Not up against one of those priority stopping.
It would be a lot more fun to watch if 8 players win.
Really well
that brought some wacky teams. Make it.
Some of them have Focus Sash, but if they're
see, that's why Murder Beats. I like Regulation H over these types of formats because I feel like there's just way more options, right?
Yeah,
for team building.
Right? I think one of the things that makes Raging Bolt so great is that all of its stats are so high.
I think it's just more satisfying to watch.
To knock off of the field unless you,
but the game that we just watched, that was very entertaining. Both players were fantastic. Absolutely fantastic.
You can't just ignore Miraidon or whatever to take out the Raging Bolt sometimes, and you can often
I made a cool Regulation H team today. Oh, sweet, Kennedy.
I think another thing that's a big deal, we don't have the Life Orb on the slide here.
I'm just not a fan of most of the Paradox Pokemon.
But I think especially from the
I wish the Paradox Pokemon were unique designs, not just different forms of already existing Pokemon. That's my only thing with Paradox Pokemon. I wish it was just more unique in design. But
Electric Terrain, if you're facing down against a Miraidon,
Raging Bolt, I think, is probably one of the better looking Paradox Pokemon. I like Great Tusk.
You've got the Life Orb, same type attack bonus.
I think those two are my two favorite Paradox Pokemon.
Things like Incineroar that would normally be quite comfortable to sit in front of it, maybe get a parting shot off.
Iron Moth is my favorite. Respect.
Electric type Pokemon that we can take a little bit of a deeper dive on, especially this weekend. We've seen a little bit more of it than maybe what some of us thought is Iron Hands, and for good reasons. Very strong Pokemon, fighting electric.
I wonder why it's your favorite. Sent you the info in DM. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I'll make sure to announce it tomorrow. Guys, what time does day 3 start? In Eastern time, so I could announce that as well. Does anyone know?
Different builds over this weekend, Scott.
I really love Volcarona. Yeah, Volcarana's cool.
I think Iron Hands really had a.
Iron Hands is cool too. I like Iron Hands.
There's still some ways to innovate it, and yeah, I think it's kind of been a neat adjustment where players have.
I think 3 p.m. as well. Does it also have very long?
A little more difficult.
I think we might start it at 4 o'clock tomorrow.
So yeah, and it's great this format where
From a Pokemon tournament streams, it never shows most matches, which is why they create.
Been attending their Weight Watchers meetings, so some really.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Murder Beats.
Yeah, the Iron Hands.
As they have the whole closing ceremony.
But I love that adjustment that we see coming on out because I think it's just a really smart meta call into this.
How long does it last?
Iron Hands week.
I know that's very dependent on how they can get through each game, but does it go like late into the night?
Adjustment. We've seen some that have maybe gone for this more clear amulet and this sword stance and trying to get this attack and to start dealing out some damage. Since you do have the longevity with Iron Hands just naturally being more on the bulky end. So being able to have a couple of different looks for this Iron Hands is a really big reason on why this has just never really fallen too far out of meta. Sometimes it's a little bit of a sleeper, but it'll always come back, and it pairs up so well against a lot of these meta Pokemon that we have out here, and even on the restricted end. So no wonder that
all in a single stream. Holy crap!
Lower speed, you could just have a really speedy team and not worry about.
Yes, they will, Murder Beats. They will.
Throw out your Iron Hands. It loves to play in those dimensions.
Yeah, so many valuable tools that the Iron Hands can bring teams. And one last Pokemon that we're going to have a look at is one that we've briefly mentioned as well. It is going to be Farigiraf. It's so useful, and so many players are really having a great time with it out here in Honolulu, and for good reason. Common Terra typings, we're going to see falling into the water once again, but it is going to be water, it is going to be fairy. We commonly see on it. Armatil is probably the main selling point from this Pokemon because of the ability to prevent those priority attacks.
How long does day 3 last, guys? Like, is it another almost till like 2 in the morning sort of deal?
On the field. Citrus Berry,
goodbye, have fun.
Throat Spray, something that we haven't seen too commonly, but Wolf Glick is a player that is running that, and for good reason, because if you do fire off those hyper voices, you get that boost, and then you become a bit more of a threat, which Farigiraf can and has the capabilities of doing.
Yeah, especially too with the Farigiraf. If you can get into a situation, you get the Trick Room, and you have something like that Throat Spray, and be able to constantly pressure, a lot of times, if your opponent isn't having priority, they might not go for the Farigiraf, but all of a sudden making it a threat, they might have to deviate attention away from something else to target into that, which I never think feels too great. And even if you don't have the dimensions...
Yo, guys, I have a V2 model now, guys. I'm a Squirtle V2 model.
Gone Thunderclap, gone Sucker
I'm a VTuber.
What is that?
I'm a VTuber.
And it's so nice. It's just...
Oh my god.
You don't even need to bring it to the battle. All of a sudden, kind of be in your opponent's head, because if they go for a priority attack and you swap that in, they could be hooked on that turn.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's kind of a thing, right? You know, if you think back to a usage chart, like nearly everything on that top row, other than
I did. I'd like to buy some, if I could.
Pokemon optimally, if you're trying to break cornerstone.
It is exclusive to the Pokemon Center pop-up.
Suddenly, you have to think.
What does that mean?
And it makes your unrevealed Pokemon even stronger, right? If you
Yo, Masker, you want to get banned again? Back-to-back bans? Are you watching all matches tonight before multis? I would like to watch as many as I can before 8:15. You can only buy it there in Hawaii? Well, that's a fat rip.
Yeah, exactly that. And
this weekend, that's a rip.
We're probably going to see more of as we get deeper into.
They don't have anything for passionate fans. I wish they would. I mean, I guess the exclusivity is kind of cool.
On these commonly used Pokemon that we're seeing.
Yo, hopefully one day I could make. I could be up there with one of these people, man, doing these battles.
Into round 11, so we're going to throw it over to the casters.
As a British person, when is 8:15?
That next and final Swiss.
Okay, what time is it for you right now, Kennedy?
Do you want to be legendary? Do you got what it takes to win? Well, we're going to find out here in the last round of Swiss going into Top Cut. The winner of this match will have their chance at becoming world champion. And Joe Brown and Gabby Snyder on the call. We have the privilege to broadcast this match. Gabby, this is the most intense of the 11 rounds that they've had all weekend.
I know, and it's time for these trainers to show us what they got and show why they are fighting for their opportunity to continue playing in this tournament. This is the final round of Swiss, which means anybody with an X2 record will be seeded into an asymmetrical cut moving forward.
So it's 10:40 for you. You're 5 hours ahead of me. So it would be 3 hours.
There are so many incredibly powerful trainers remaining here.
Do you think you could beat Wolfie? Absolutely not. Not right now. Absolutely not. I'd get smoked. I would still battle him just for the experience, though.
Congratulations to all 9 of those trainers you can see here. Anybody though at an
absolutely not. I would still battle him though. Just to say you've battled Wolfie. Wow, Wolfie fell down a little bit, huh? But I guess he's still technically tied.
For our Swiss standings, but the last few years of the
Wow,
World
look at
Championship,
that.
had this asymmetrical cut going
Yup,
into
support.
top cut, and obviously that
Insane,
that matters for people much smarter than us.
insane.
That's not our job to figure out all the people moving on to top cut, but you really do want to put your own destiny in your own hands.
Dude, imagine you lost 3 games and you're just looking at this scoreboard like, oh my god.
Just to put yourself, who knows, we could very well have a story. The last person making it into the asymmetrical cut round could very well end up still being world champion.
And that's what's beautiful about Top Cut is that at that
Diego's number 1. Let's go, Diego. I'm rooting for Diego, bro.
It just matters that you keep winning. And we have some incredibly difficult matches queued up for this round.
Ray Rizzo Masker is the only person to win multiple world championships.
Nick Holmer. Fun fact. Nick actually missed
I don't know any of those people.
Yesterday due to a flight delay.
Oh wow!
Took a game loss.
Yeah, imagine though, Kennedy, you just happen to lose 3 games. God, that would be heartbreaking, bro.
He is, and congratulations to him to make it to the tournament. And
so we got Victor.
To this point. But also, I see Aaron Trailer up there. Joe Brown,
okay.
What jumps out as you as a
Victor and Tang.
I think definitely our world champion Shohei Kimura still in contention. We saw him round 1. Hopefully he'll perform well in this final round. But Yuma Kinagawa and Taryn Birdie, Taryn the UK representative, making top cut of the World Championships as well last year. So that would be pretty cool accomplishment for Taryn.
He won 3 back-to-back-to-back. 2010, 2011, 2012. He's a beast.
I mean, Victor Medina, Shiliang Tang, that is quite the matchup here. Victor, a just perennial international championship top cutter at this point. I think 4 IC top cuts in the last couple of seasons, as well as top 8 at the World Championships.
All right, guys, prediction. Can we get a mod to predict?
I was just about to say, you mentioned
Victor or Tang, guys. Who we got?
Victor Medina has the opportunity to go for
it. One of the Tornaduses.
The Hartford Regional Champion from 2013. I know.
Urshifu, Shadow Rider, Pelipper, Ogre Pond, Incineroar.
Interesting matchup we have.
Yeah, for sure. I think this is the most exciting matchup you could have had where you see, oh, they both have Calyrex Ice Rider. It must be similar game plans. Absolutely not. When you look at those teams, Shiliang Tang and his friends is the
Tang is a great player.
They love running Rain, right? Shiliang, Rain, Kyogre, NAIC.
You know them, Newbie?
The NAIC hero.
Base Ogre Pond.
Take a look at Victor's squad. It is that Ogre Pond Cornerstone who's proving to be one of the premier support Pokemon.
Oh, guys, look, they just did a prediction for their channel points too.
Elected to pick Calyrex Ice Rider as their restricted Pokemon. I feel like
do I have a mod in the chat that could do a prediction for us as well?
Expected version of this team with the clear Amulet Terra Fire.
I started rooting for him in last year's Worlds. Whoa, he's getting really close again. Look at that, huh?
Raging Bolt to deal big damage, maybe clean up after trick.
All right, this should be interesting.
Thanks to the Ogre Pond Cornerstone sturdy ability, you have the opportunity to use Follow Me, redirect any attacks towards it, and then use Trick Room on either your Farigiraf or your Calyrex Ice Rider to give you the advantage at the beginning of a match.
Right, for sure. And Raging Bolt and Urshifu are just such strong Pokemon, they almost feel like having additional restricteds on your team, especially with that booster energy impacting how much damage Raging Bolt.
I'm going to redo the predictions.
A tough task. You look at the other side.
Make sure you put it to put like a 10-minute timer on it.
Much different than the Ice Rider teams we've been showcasing.
Actually, no, put like a 5-minute timer. Don't do 10. Put like a 5-minute timer.
Urshifu, Rapid Strike, as well as a Pelipper, and the Ogre Pond Teal Mask. That's a nifty.
So you do the /end prediction.
Bullet Seed, Ogre Pond Teal Mask. There is no Ivy Cudgel on that Pokemon.
I'm voting 1,000 points on both streams. Let's go.
Bullet Seed will hit multiple times, and when you're looking at a field that has so many Urshifu Rapid Strike in the format with Focus Sash, being able to hit it twice, 3 times with an attack will break the
So is Water Urshifu the definitive best Urshifu? I don't see many Dark type Urshifus. It seems like the Water is by far the more competitive.
Like we saw on Victor's side of the field.
It gets the most usage and competitive for sure.
is a bit more powerful, that Landorus Incarnate with a Choice Scarf, for example, I wouldn't be surprised to see Shi Liang almost forego triple.
Who's that Pokemon?
Here and just go.
I saw it 2 times yesterday.
Absolute menace in our prior regulation. If you remember Regulation F, it was about, you felt like it was
But going through Sash and Sturdy. Dark Shifu clashes with Incin's typing, so water's usually better.
It's Choice Scarf. So this Landorus is, it seems like more of a counter meta Pokemon, maybe counter.
They're similar, Murda, but they might be played differently. Water's way better than Dark.
Regular sheer force damage.
Here we go into game number 1 of this final round of Swiss. 2 Calyrex Ice Riders facing off, 2 very different approaches to the battle, and as a result, 2 incredibly different.
But doesn't the darker Shifu also learn close combat?
Out on the field for Victor, and Landorus Incarnate and the Urshifu for Shi Liang Tang.
Yeah, who is going to be happy in Honolulu? These are some heavy.
Ooh, here we go, guys. Here we go.
Is the slowest Pokemon on the field. That might be something that Victor is angling for, because you can try to twist those dimensions and have the advantage. But with 2 Urshifu on the field now, you have to worry about how those 2 Pokemon.
Oh, we're going straight on the offensive here.
First, though, we will get a U-turn into this Calyrex Ice Rider, giving Shi Liang the opportunity to pivot, and I like how he's immediately going for the pivot here. Given that the Landorus Incarnate will be taking super effective damage from a Glacial Lance and also would not appreciate sticking around in Trick Room, I think this is a very safe play. Feel out how your opponent is going to approach the matchup and then respond.
Oh, the clear amulet.
Will go into that spot, but surging strikes into Incineroar on the swap.
Oh, the Rocky Helmet. Oh, look at that.
Are weak to water, so just a really smart play for Victor to target into that position. Rocky Helmet is the held item for the Incineroar, so that's going to.
And the Incineroar lives
onto Urshifu, breaking that sash and actually doing a considerable amount of damage. Now Shi Liang will respond with the 3 critical hits of his own into Calyrex. Nowhere near enough for the knockout, however. So now it's up to Calyrex going on this turn with a Glacial Lance. Incineroar has taken a lot of damage. It is resisted, but it is enough for the knockout and the attack boost.
Wow.
No Trick Room was set up this turn.
Oof, rip the Incineroar there.
Calyrex Ice Rider has taken some significant
and now the
previous turn. You can go ahead and target it with either your own Urshifu once again or the Landorus.
Oh, the Ice Rider is a physical hitter, guys?
Now, we did see that Shi Liang's Urshifu moved second that time around. I'm not sure if that's something that we'll have to watch out for again moving forwards.
Oh, I didn't know that it was physical. Interesting.
Is faster in this instance. I think you can safely target down that Pokemon with the Landorus, and again, another Surging Strike should do more than enough damage to pick up the KO on.
Interesting. So does I guess those Intimidates definitely hamper it a lot. Possibly.
Prior turn, so it's something that Victor understands. His Calyrex is not necessarily safe on the field while Shi Liang's Pokemon are faster.
Exactly, and I think the one nice thing as well about going for that Surging Strikes first.
The clear amulet's a great idea. The clear amulet is a great idea.
Calyrex use Protect, but no Protect last turn, which means it's certainly available.
That's a great item for it.
Protect against Landorus as the Earth Tower goes into the Urshifu slot.
That's a great held item, Numi.
Landorus and he has Choice Lock.
Uh-oh, I think this is enough here. Oh, that's enough, yeah. Oh, man, the heavy hitter's down.
So it looked like it was indeed the U-turn that made all the difference in that previous turn. So good notes for Victor to consider when we're talking about game number 2 in this set. Because given that lead, I think that the Calyrex was hoping to get Trick Room up a little bit sooner on in this matchup. Because again, if you look at how these teams match up on paper, Victor's team would be more suited to play in a Trick Room environment. But Shi Liang has been able to remove that threat from the field. It did cost him the Incineroar, but I do think that the Incineroar's best positioning in this matchup is to face off against that Calyrex. That was a great trade for Shi Liang. And now you just have to get some damage on
Follow me into the Ogre Pond?
So you can get KO there and then see what Victor brought in the last slot.
Yeah, that Ogerpon is going to be really crucial here in game 1 for Victor as its support with Follow Me being able to redirect attacks away from his own Urshifu. But now it's time.
Can Ogerpon even tank a hit from the water Urshifu though?
Water going to be doing way more damage now with your surging strikes, and you have that comfort of knowing because Ogerpon can redirect the attacks away that your Urshifu is not worried about getting KO'd. Earth Power is a neutral hit into Ogerpon, but he does take that pretty well, and of course you have Sturdy as the ability anyway, so no threat of being knocked out. But there's the Terra Wall.
I don't think so.
Into the Landorus, and it's
all right, Landorus going down, that's fine.
It was more than a one-hit KO technically, but still enough damage to remove that Pokemon from the field. So great use of Follow Me from Victor there.
Yeah, that Ogerpon was going down, but I guess it did its job, right?
But once again, we saw that opposing Urshifu on Victor's side of the field move first. So really, assuming that Shi Liang doesn't have another speedy Pokemon in the back.
Ooh, Raging Bolt, okay.
You put yourself in a great position to clean up this game number 1.
And Raging Bolt will swap onto the field for Victor as both of these trainers are down to their 2 final Pokemon.
You think Earth Power would have killed Urshifu there?
Coming in.
I don't think Urshifu would have died, but maybe it would have. I don't know.
Raging Bolt goes for any attacks into that slot. It will be super effective.
The Cali's out now. Oh boy. Wow, that's scary. You got Urshifu and the Shadow Rider there.
And as of right now, the Calyrex Ice Rider on Shi Liang's side of the field is at full health. And
oh boy, here we go.
I think all Shi Liang
oh no!
To get some damage down.
Oh, you want to protect on me, bro? But I'm Urshifu though, baby.
In front of an Urshifu, we've seen it 2 times now.
Oh man!
First game, the Unseen Fist ability.
That's tough.
So much work for both of these trainers, bringing Shi Liang's Pokemon down to half HP. Here's the close combat into Victor's Urshifu, and that will be enough for the knockout. Absolutely trade those defense drops to get rid of Victor's Urshifu.
Nice.
Down to the Raging Bolt in a 1v2.
What is the Raging Bolt gonna go for?
Winning this game is going to be so
Draco Meteor.
You're only 90% accurate, but it goes into Protect anyway. Not matter.
Oh.
I know you were gearing yourself up for it too. When I was like,
oh.
I know. I feel like my heart always skips.
Man, imagine the Draco Meteor into the Urshifu. Dang.
No, that was a really great turn there from Shi Liang, and now we do get to see the reveal of the Stellar Terrestrialization as well.
Ooh, Stellar.
And I love the Stellar Terrestrialization adaptation that many trainers made coming into this tournament, because in situations like this,
the close combat.
Every attack type once per game.
Oh,
wow.
This is where it counts. That did so much damage.
Essentially an adaptability boost onto that close.
Hold up, wait a minute, chat.
Draco Meteor
will
respond with the KO. And so you do have a minus 2.
It has a Thunderclap though.
Raging Bolt with the worries
of Thunderclap.
Shi Liang's Urshifu is faster anyway and has his own priority. Aqua Jet more than enough to handle these 10.
Oh, okay.
A fantastic.
So Thunderclap has the same priority as Aqua Jet?
A little bit nerve-wracking in that.
Yo, he doesn't have any emotion. Oh my god. Wow, he's really focused. I give him his respects. Wow. Damn, Victor must feel like, damn, that sucks. Yeah, so it comes down to speed, yeah. Raging Bolt isn't incredibly fast, right, guys?
Save the Calyrex Ice Rider for the next turn, at which point Aqua Jet plus any attack, depending on what that Raging Bolt would have picked, locked in that KO.
Now I'm wondering on
Raging Bolt is base 80?
Because he was able to preserve the Calyrex so much later on, and it didn't end up turning into a Tricker Mirror.
Or Shifu was in base 97.
If you're Victor, do you kind of steal that strategy and don't let your Calyrex Ice Rider get knocked out as early as it did in game 1?
Yeah, that was that definitely.
As well, I do have to wonder if Shi Liang even wants to try and go for a trick approach.
Shi Liang.
He does, and I think Victor.
How do you guys feel about Shi Liang's chances to go 2-0 here? I think it's likely he's going to go 2-0 here.
The Urshifu, we also saw the Ogerpon, the Raging Bolt. Those are all.
That was a close match, though. It did come down to the last move.
Ice Rider is trained, especially for a mirror matchup situation. You can make the call in team preview, like, I don't want to go for Trick Room this time. That all being said, I do know that some trainers preparing for the World
I just saw the
Championship
teams. I
were
want to
actually
see
looking
some
at
of those
running
players
more
special
neutral
with
speed
that
Calyrex
sushi
Ice
whale
Rider or even
Pokemon.
invested speed Calyrex Ice
Yeah,
Rider.
Dondozo.
Specifically
Yeah,
for
I know what you mean.
situations like this, and given how quickly we're jumping into game number 2 here, I think both these.
Yo, he's so focused, Numi. Look at that face.
All right, well, Victor's hopes of making top cut
It's like so tunneled, so in. It's extremely calculated. I respect it. I respect it.
This time, Incineroar can't take a bunch of damage on the swap in because it's already on the field.
It is.
Man, Urshifu opening up just had so much pressure.
Threatened by the presence of the opposing Urshifu. So she does have access to fake out for this turn, but we'll have to look towards that Pokemon to stop it from getting a really one-turn knockout, at which point the Calyrex could go for Trick Room, could really do what it wants in this situation.
Victor going for the Terra straight up on turn 1. Waited a couple of turns the last game to, kind of see the
Surging
situation.
strikes.
But here's a Terra Water Surging Strike.
Yeah, that Incineroar's going right down.
Incineroar, there's no Citrus Berry. It's the Rocky Helmet on this time. So Shiliang, is he willing to trade these 3 ticks of damage from Rocky Helmet to lose the Incineroar? Remember, no fake out on that turn either. Technically, the 3-hit, 1-hit KO. However you want to determine it. Always a fun discussion. But regardless, it leads to Incineroar getting knocked out on turn 1 without doing anything beneficial.
But that Rocky Helmet definitely will matter.
Urshifu's going to respond with his own Surging Strikes.
The big question here,
I wonder why he opens up with the Calyrex Rider.
Moving forwards with this Calyrex, as the Incineroar was one of Shilang's best answers to this Pokemon in game number 1. Going into this game number 2, we see a single target Glacial Lance. Doesn't do a lot of damage to that opposing Urshifu, but Victor once again indicating that he is confident foregoing Trick Room on a turn that otherwise would have been a very easy opportunity for him to go for that.
That's right, Gabby. 2 game 1s or turn 1s in a row has not clicked the Trick Room.
I think a better opener for him would have been Urshifu and Ogerpon.
Can only lock into one thing. Do you try to prioritize?
Try to take out those heavy hitters.
Calyrex last time around, but at the same time, that Urshifu's looking mighty juicy at half HP.
Oh, he switches.
The target for this Choice Scarf Landers to go into.
Wow.
Smartly though, Victor having the same concerns we did, that his Urshifu looked in a tough spot. So Rillaboom will swap onto the field in that spot.
Ooh, it hits both.
Not the easiest thing to do.
Wow. And that is his big hitter down right now.
Tang correctly identifying that he needed an opportunity for some additional
Yikes.
damage on the opposing Calyrex to ensure that KO.
His Shadow Riders basically was neutralized both games.
It is Landorus incarnate form.
Wow.
An opportunity to go for double target damage, as they are typically trained in special attack, as opposed to the other form, which will run physical attack, rock slide, yada yada yada.
You don't know. You just
how Shiliang again is
you don't know. Everything is a game of chance, really. What will your opponent do? What Pokemon will they open up with? What Pokemon are they bringing? There's so many questions. Murder Beats. You don't know. That's the answer to your question. You just don't know.
Can't Terrasilize out of it because of Stellar Terra. And remember, Landorus is choice locked into Sansear Storm, so you're not threatened by Sludge Bomb whatsoever. Shiliang would actually have to
that's the thing, right? I think in Sandstorm, right? I think in Sandstorm that hits 100%, right?
In the process.
Rillaboom does get hit by the Sansear Storm, but remember, because of the sheer force ability, there is no secondary. Urshifu on Shiliang's end will knock out.
Yeah.
Pokemon.
Oh no, that's bad.
But it's up to Rillaboom on this turn. Which of the 2 Pokemon?
Oh, that's bad. That is bad. Okay. That's a big hit.
That was the Pokemon he needed to knock out if he's worried about the possibility of Raging Bolt succeeding in the future of this game. Sansear Storm would have done so much damage. It is actually the Ogerpon in the back of his party.
Oh, man.
Storm, an incredible attack against this Pokemon in particular. You still have the Grassy Glide available for the opposing Urshifu, but now you have the
I wonder if he brought Raging Bolt, would he have been in a better position here?
The opposing Calyrex Ice Rider. There's still a couple of tricks up Shiliang's.
Yeah, I think if he had the Thunderbolt.
One thing in particular, we have not seen.
I'm sorry, the Raging Bolt. I think he would have been in a much better position.
Actually, Terra normal. if you were running the standard Terra Fire Calyrex Ice Rider in this position, you'd still be taking super effective damage from that Ogre Pond.
What's up, Gremlin? Welcome into the stream, buddy.
To a neutral hit, which will open things up a little bit more, but still, Victor has found an
That's all right, Murder Beats.
To bring us to a game 3.
Yeah, I think that Terra Normal here we're going to see from Xiliang can be crucial because it was set as a Calyrex Shadow Rider counter, but really it's benefiting Xiliang right now against
Normal Terra.
Making those hits neutral instead of super effective. Aqua Jet doesn't do too much damage to the Ogre Pond.
Who's that Pokemon?
Calyrex brings it down to half HP. Both of these grassy terrain, and that's for Rillaboom.
Victor, following what Xiliang did earlier on in this game,
that's a big play. Hold up, Victor's not out.
For him to stay in this competition. 2 grass types against Urshifu.
Wow.
Even if it could use its stellar terrestrialization, it does not have enough damage to take down these 2 Pokemon.
Yeah, that is the absolutely crucial play of this game was Rillaboom one-hitting Landorus because once Sludge Bomb is out of
Grassy Glide, yeah.
You don't have to worry about threatening Rillaboom anymore. You can stay here and use those grassy terrain boosted wood hammers, and at any point now it's just your Urshifu. You can even click Grassy Glide if you want.
See, guys, it's never ever over. Wow, good game for Victor, man. Way to come back.
Thanks to the forfeit from Xiliang Tang, and we're getting
wow.
number 3.
Good job, good job, good job, good game.
Honestly, game 3s are so intense. I can't even imagine what's going through their hearts.
I honestly thought Xiliang had that. I hope I'm saying your name right. Apologies if I'm not.
Just like you said, it was the Woodhammer into that Landorus Incarnate that gave Victor Mendina the opportunity to fight back. Xiliang could have very easily made a switch.
What's up, Sharoko? Welcome in. I thought this would just be people using legendary mythicals. No, it's Regulation G rules, Gremlin.
Threat from your opponent. As the Landorus Incarnate was
Let's go, Victor, yeah.
Important Pokemon for Xiliang. I don't think you necessarily can comfortably lock.
So guys, is number 2 Xiliang or is number 1 Victor in this chat?
I'm really curious if we're going to see Xiliang try and preserve that Landorus so that
Xiliang. That's right? Like that poke?
Absolutely crucial.
Xiliang. Okay, Xiliang. All right. 2 is Xiliang. Okay.
There is the chance Ogerpon Teal Mask doesn't mind taking grass attacks, right? It takes it better.
By the way, guys, are you guys enjoying these the watch party right now, guys? Does it look good on the screen? Does it look good in this overlay? I think it looks pretty sharp.
That Incineroar loves.
How does the overlay look with this? How are you guys enjoying it? Let me know what you guys think.
Seeing the Rillaboom turn 1 from Victor will help Xiliang pivot a potential Landorus Incarnate in the back of it.
He opens up with Rillaboom and Urshifu here.
This turn. I wouldn't be surprised if we just see 2 fake outs thrown in the Urshifu's directions, just because that will stop them from attacking.
Okay, this is an interesting play here.
More time to figure out this board state.
It would also break the focus sashes as well, so that's something that these trainers have to be worried about. Do you protect on this turn, trying to preserve that against fake out? That's the pressure fake out provides.
Exactly, and then you've added an additional mind game on top of that of, well, if I think my opponent is going to use Detect this turn, I could try and target down my own Urshifu's attack into that Pokemon. So I think the safest play is to just click fake out into the opposing Urshifu and try and power things through. But Xiliang, I think maybe, assuming the fake out was going in that direction, making a switch.
Let's see, there is the Ogerpon Teal Mesh, the hero.
Oh!
The DLC.
Okay.
Kami to Honolulu. Xiliang brings Ogerpon out, and it's Terra Grass Incineroar for Xiliang in this game. So completely swapping up his strategy from the first.
Oh, this is interesting.
Fake out goes towards the Ogerpon on the swap in. That doesn't matter since it's not attacking.
Oh, that does nothing.
Rocky Helmet's gonna do more damage than Surging Strikes.
And
wow, what a play!
Because his terrestrialization in game number 2 ended up not helping him win the board state. If his Incineroar was able to hold on, break the focus sash thanks to Rocky Helmet, and honestly do more damage to the opposing Urshifu and burn up with the burn.
He burns the Urshifu, landing Will-O-Wisp.
Now,
Already at half HP, gonna take even more
that's
recoil
huge.
from the burn. As great of a
That
turn
is
one as
nasty
Shiliang could
work.
possibly ask for.
Now, does critical hits ignore the burn?
Offense honestly could try and connect another Will-O-Wisp against the opposing Rillaboom as well. If that Pokemon switches out to the Calyrex Ice Rider, it won't be able to terrastalize.
No, they don't. Wow, that's crazy.
There is so much
Wow, wow,
opportunity
wow.
for Incineroar thanks to that grass-type terastallization. The opposing Ogerpon as well.
And thanks for the feedback, Gremlin and everyone.
Into the opposing Urshifu.
Wow,
Regardless of
wow,
how
that's
Pokemon comes in,
crazy.
That is damage. Shiliang has so much momentum in this position right now.
And the beauty of Ogerpon, Tiamat's on the other side as a grass type with Follow Me is that you're not able. Oh, actually, he's encoring it into the fake out. Encore the tech.
Oh my god! Shiliang is eating this game. And the oh no!
For the remainder of this match, Rillaboom also
Yo! Damn! Total change from the 2 games previously.
It is not a Pokemon with
2 close games, and now he's ripped this one wide open.
That your opponent is not going to go for Grassy Glide, a priority.
You see, guys, this is the beauty of swapping out some of your...
Now, mind you, not the worst move to lock a Pokemon into in this board state, but still, the
Oh
fact
my
that it was
God.
Fake Out that got encored is such a punishing move in Shiliang's favor.
Right, because that essentially means Rillaboom is useless. It is forced to swap out on Victor's end. This is information Shiliang can take advantage of. You know, there's only one potential attack.
Exactly, support. Exactly. That's what I was trying to say.
But it's time to terrastalize in game 3, and Victor bringing his restricted. It's going to be Calyrex Ice Rider.
I can't believe what I'm watching.
Turning into a fire type.
There's still
Ooh, a fire type. Interesting.
In the back of Shiliang's party, though, so
interesting.
While this Calyrex may have escaped.
Oh my god. Dude, he just continues to harass this team.
This is the perfect opportunity for Shiliang to send in a Pokemon that can
Oh
deal that super
my
effective damage.
gosh.
We do see that is revealed now that Shiliang has revealed all 4 Pokemon. That the
oh my god.
was not brought in this battle. It was the Ogerpon Teal Mask replacing it.
Oh no.
Glacier Lance will connect onto both, breaking the focus sash, not doing too much damage.
God, Victor's heart must be in his stomach right now.
Cornerstone crucially still has its sturdy intact and can follow me away. The attacks away from this Urshifu that would be threatening Calyrex.
It's a tough prediction.
Oh, big danger, Kennedy. Big danger right now.
Going on the offense with Victor with both of these Pokemon because
his whole team's in danger, bro.
Be faster than your Calyrex.
That's right.
Oh! Oh, big crit!
Ivy Cudgel, 2 different underrepresented Ogerpon forms are taking over the stage right now here in round 11. Surging strikes from the Urshifu.
And it still tanks it.
Calyrex is just so bulky, it's able to.
That is incredible.
That critical hit on the Ivy Cudgel was huge.
Wow.
We saw that Ogerpon take an attack drop from the parting shot earlier. Calyrex was forced to go for a high horsepower.
Holy crap, guys. Wow.
That opposing Urshifu, but we've seen how the speeds interact. We know that the Ogerpon Cornerstone on Victor's side of the field would be faster. You do have to worry about fake out here
If
now
it doesn't get faked
from
out.
the Incineroar, but I do think that Victor can simply go for a Protect and a Spiky Shield this turn if fake out is what you're worried about. You cannot risk switching in your own Ogerpon in this position just because the Calyrex Ice Rider is still on the field and is still able to use Glacial Lance. At least until your Urshifu knocks it out.
And Shiliang has such a strong defensive core. Instead of the Rillaboom being with his buddies Urshifu and Incineroar, it's the Ogerpon as the grass type of choice. Victor's 2 Pokemon in the back are both burned and physical attackers. So a lot of his damage output has been hindered.
It has, but these Pokemon as well, switching in, he didn't have to use Protect.
That's right, Will-O-Wisp is going to go into the Rillaboom.
Excellent.
Already burned, but
okay, Victor, way to hold your ground, dude.
With this Terra, Grass, Incineroar, don't want to go for any damaging moves. Just try potentially burn the rest of the team down.
even though the Rillaboom is burned on the opposing side of the field, it can still go for fake out. It is still a useful Pokemon for Victor in this situation.
Man, this game is not over yet, guys.
Pokemon in the previous turn, you don't have to worry about Will-O-Wisp, you don't have to worry about being flinched, and you buy yourself more time, as Victor still has the Pokemon advantage.
Oh my God, he's going all in on the Urshifu.
How those first couple of turns went in Xiliang's favor here. Urshifu will detect, keeping itself safe from an attack from Rillaboom, but not from Urshifu.
Oh my God!
The job.
Yo!
Hang on in the red with his Urshifu. There's the Rillaboom.
Wow!
So smart.
That would have killed there.
Not allowing Rillaboom to swap out and reset that grassy terrain. Insult to injury as I stop your U-turn, but Party Shot lets Incineroar swap out for free.
Oh my God! Wow, this game is crazy.
The field, though, is very low in health to the point where an attack from either of
it is, but even then, he utilized them still pretty well.
And Xiliang's win condition right now is keeping that Urshifu around for the
This is crazy, Darth. I agree.
Calyrex in the back of Victor's party. Xiliang switching in the Ogerpon Teal Mask.
Oh wait, he has Aqua Jet though. If he's really looking to get out the Urshifu, I don't know unless it goes for a double protect.
Just double into that Ogerpon.
Nice Gremlin, congrats.
Incineroar, depending on what moves you want to target. Yes, you do have to worry about the burn modification on the damage.
I think you have to assume your Urshifu's just going down here.
Pokemon closer to knockout range from the Glacial Lands, which is really Victor's winning condition for this.
Oh my God!
Out of health on the three Pokemon that are still on his
the Rillaboom's using U-turn, but with all the burns and attack drops.
For the match, there's the Aqua Jet, so a perfect swap in, bringing the grass type, even with a critical hit.
Bro, that was with the crit. This is crazy.
There, and taking even more back. There's the Bullet Seed we talked about in team preview. It's not going into an Urshifu, but you know, let's see how many hits you can get with a loaded dice Bullet Seed into Rillaboom.
I mean, that's 3 hits.
That's the most. This is the first time I've ever seen.
So it's always 4 or 5 hits. Oh, and then the Ogerpon doesn't come through with the 5th hit. Finally,
that's the most I'm saying. That's the first time I've ever seen Ogerpon run Bullet Seed. Interesting. Loaded dice Ogerpon.
Overall, down to about half its health. The only Pokemon with full health on Victor's side of the field will be his Ogerpon Cornerstone, which critically still also has that.
Oh, this is a big this is a big decision.
While Calyrex is very tempting to send in on this board position, you're staring down 2 grass-type Pokemon. I don't think you can take that risk, as a Bullet Seed with 4 hits plus a knockoff certainly would do enough damage to pick up that KO. And if you leave that Urshifu just unattended on the opposing side of the field, I'm not sure it's going to be able to do much either. So really, all Xiliang has to do in this board position is focus down on that Calyrex Ice Rider. Sure, maybe you wait a turn here. Maybe Victor's probably going to go for Protect on that Calyrex Ice Rider to buy him.
Yo, Mune, welcome in. How are you, Mune?
There's really nothing that's going to stop your 2
Oh man, this is intense.
Even then, they just have so much health.
Honestly, despite the position Victor finds himself in, I think he's battled so admirably here.
Is Ogerpon Cornerstone, so you have access to the.
He's really battled so admirably, man. Like seriously.
Will protect himself from the fake out. Fake out goes into the Calyrex, so now it's going to be up to the Ogerpon, who is faster than Urshifu, clicking a follow me to redirect the attacks.
Wow, the crowd is crazy.
Combat onto the Ogerpon. How well does he take it?
That's a critical hit.
Big crit.
Down to half. That's not what Xiliang wanted to see.
That's not good.
One more turn of burn damage as well ensures that this Urshifu will be KO'd at the end of this turn if Victor keeps it on the field. And honestly, seeing that you already rolled a critical hit on that close combat, you might as well go for it again. Your opponent your opponent wouldn't waste time picking up the KO there unless they had a spread move hit here, just because that Calyrex.
I wonder if he's going to use Spiky Shields?
But remember, with the pressure of Encore on the field.
Oh wait, you can't. It's Urshifu. Oh my God, I hate Urshifu.
To swap on to reactivate grassy terrain since the burn.
Victor's not out of the wall. It's not over yet.
If he didn't, there's a close combat. No crit.
Oh.
No KO. Xiliang
Holy crap.
His Ogerpon on the field, -2 into its defenses. The Bullet Seed goes into the Rillaboom yet again.
Oh my. Yo, it might die to burn damage.
To to boot, but that's 3 hits of the bullet seed. This is the 4th.
If this doesn't kill.
Can he get the 5th one?
Oh my God, he lives. Oh wait, no, never mind. Never mind. Never mind. Doubled into the Rillaboom. Okay.
Urshifu, though, like you just
I guess that's smart.
Sticking around for one more turn thanks to the help of that grassy terrain.
Oh, the grassy terrain clutches up here.
On the opposing side of the field as well. And again, we know
oh, wow. Guys, this is the difference between regular players and the best in the world right here. Big brain plays. Despite the burns, he's still in this.
The only Pokemon on his side of the field at full health.
This is insane.
Redirect the attacks away, meaning this low health Urshifu with all the defense straps can continue to go for these critical hits because the grassy terrain activates before the burn damage kicks in.
It does, but how many turns are you going to have the opportunity to do this? And on the off chance that...
Who's that Pokemon?
This is tough.
I am just mind blown.
You want to go for the Ivy Cudgel here just to get the KO on the opposing Ogerpon, to force out the opposing Urshifu, and just hope that you can pick up the knockout on it.
It's Spiky Shield and Rocky Helmet on the other end, so no matter what Victor targets into, he's going to take the recoil damage and knock itself out there. The close combat does so much damage.
Oh, it lives!
I thought that was
wow! Wow!
Hang on in that fight there.
No way!
Is able to lower the attack.
Yo, what's up, Melly?
It feels so hurtful to do it.
Ogerpon is a goat. Wow!
Oh
my God!
It broke through the Spiky Shield.
Exactly. I know that's one of those mechanics that you have to really keep queued up and ready to go. But I think more importantly, the fact that we see the Urshifu.
That is so insane, dude. This is literally insane, guys.
Probably to help it try and hold on through an Aqua Jet from the opposing Urshifu.
Grassy terrain's keeping Urshifu out, and he's not getting rid of it.
Xiliang most likely will be returning that Incineroar to the field, though this
Oh my God, this is content, dude.
The opposing Ogerpon, and I just worry that if you leave the Urshifu on the field while the opposing Ogerpon is still at such full health, you're going to end up in a situation where the Ogerpon, naturally faster, will be able to pick up the KO there.
Oh my God, Ender, you joined at a good time.
The entire strategy, unfortunately, start to crumble. So Xiliang needs to get that Incineroar back out onto the field and really needs to put the pressure down on this opposing
my
Ogerpon,
God.
who has critically become the cornerstone of Victor's strategy in this endgame.
That's why they pay you the big bucks, Gabby. That's a great pun. Always a fan of the puns on the broadcast. Aqua Jet finally
takes out that Urshifu.
Urshifu, which hung on at 7 HP for 3
Oh
turns.
my God.
Getting knocked out. Power Whip into the low health Ogerpon will be more than enough for the KO. So Xiliang down to his last 2.
Yeah, dude, I loved it too, Ender. What was your favorite part?
To have Urshifu and Incineroar versus Ogerpon Cornerstone.
Wow, guys, this is coming down to the last moment. Despite the crazy start, he's in it.
Incineroar returning to the field will intimidate that Pokemon, though, and also bring back with it the threat of Fake Out. While this Cornerstone Ogerpon could go for a follow me redirection here to ensure that the Calyrex gets the opportunity to attack, you do have to wonder how many Glacial Lances will it take to pick up the KO on the opposing Incineroar. Yes, the Urshifu will be KO'd in one hit, but Calyrex, with such low health, the fact that its Clear Amulet is still held on.
Wait, why don't you protect? Wait, why doesn't the Ogerpon attack into Urshifu and you protect with Calyrex? Isn't Ogerpon faster than?
As much about the threat of the Spiky Shield here, but still, everything comes down to this turn.
Wait, isn't Ogerpon faster than Urshifu? I could be wrong, but
2 Ogerpon Cornerstones, Spiky Shield, so going to be a little bit of a taste of your own medicine from the Rocky Helmet, right? Incineroar's going to take a little bit of recoil damage. Surging Strikes from Urshifu takes out the Calyrex.
And now that the Calyrex has been knocked out, this Urshifu is free to focus in on the Cornerstone Ogerpon. Will be dealing neutral damage.
It's Urshifu. I go through protect. Oh my God! Wow. Oh my God.
Is giving Xiliang the motivation he needs to find his way into the finals.
Xiliang goes for the detect on this turn, wants to see what Victor's up to. The power up goes into that slot, so Xiliang calls it correctly. Now it's up to the Incineroar going for Will-O-Wisp.
Oh my God, this Incineroar has been evil.
Game 3 crucial.
Evil.
Insurance, though, to have.
Honestly, Victor fought so good here, guys.
Cornerstone as much as possible. While you do still have to worry about that power whip dealing damage to the opposing Urshifu,
man.
it's not necessarily that Pokemon that you're trying to protect from that burn. You're trying to give this Incineroar enough time to ensure that regardless of how much damage this Aqua Jet does to the Ogerpon, Incineroar is able to beat Ogerpon in the end game.
Power Whip super effective, taking out Urshifu, so now it's one-on-one.
Incineroar just resists?
Incineroar that Xiliang broke out on turn 1.
Oh, no.
Is potentially the way he can
3 minutes left.
There's no shot this match is going to last 3 minutes with just 2 Pokemon left.
A spiky shield here is a good play from this Ogerpon to see what Xiliang's going to lock into, but critically will be dealing a bit of chip damage thanks to the spiky shield recoil.
You do what you gotta do, bro. Fight to the very end, Victor.
It's been burned, but there's so many chances for Ogerpon to try to come back in this game.
Oh, the double!
Means that Xiliang has now taken 2 more turns of recoil.
Oh my god.
It's put him lower, and all you need is a crit.
All you need is a
Yo, if he crits here and wins, bro, this would be the craziest match ever, guys. Oh my god. No way.
Shield, and Xiliang is gonna knock off Victor's Ogerpon.
Wow.
Out of contention for the World Championship. Xiliang
wow.
To top cut here in Honolulu.
Playing towards
what an incredible match that was.
Ogerpon Cornerstone. Victor just unable to find.
Dude, that was honestly the most incredible match.
For a critical hit Ivy Cudgel.
Dude, Victor did so good despite how crazy of a start the first part of that third match was.
That out and play towards it to the best of his ability.
Wow.
He was a top cut player in last year's World Championships, but this year Xiliang keeping the dreams of the Tang game alive, moving on into our asymmetrical top cut.
Yeah, I love the story
dude.
that Xiliang brings. Like you said,
oh my gosh.
A couple seasons ago, but
guys, was that not amazing?
Out of top cut, or out of the winning in, I should say, in day 1.
That was really close.
Winning in yet again. Xiliang is just super cool under the pressure of the most important matches of the weekend.
I know.
Dude, he does not have any emotion on his face.
Match. I mean, Victor as well. Both these trainers clearly locked in, but the adaptation to a
oh my god, I can't even believe this.
That Incineroar from all the way back in turn.
I'm gonna cook dinner before the top cut starts. All right, go ahead, guys. Do what you gotta do.
Finding him those openings in
wow.
the game to win, and I mean, we did.
Hold on, real quick.
Will-O-Wisp connect with the Pokemon on Victor's side of the field, which, you know, odds are you don't get.
Wow, that was a match, guys.
He did a fantastic job playing around that and trying to keep the board pressure on. Thanks to his own Calyrex.
I am literally shook right now.
This match was just incredible from start to finish, all 3 games. So
the Will-O-Wisp were crazy, and yet he still almost got it.
Preserving his Pokemon, keeping sturdy.
Dude, Victor's got to be so crushed, but he did so good, man.
5 turns. Victor almost pulled off the comeback.
He really did.
Another critical hit on that close combat, he would have had the opening he needed. But in the end, it will be Xiliang Tang moving on. But I want to take a moment, honestly, to shout out both of these trainers in terms of their team.
Oh, it was amazing.
You know, yes, we've seen,
and honestly, it looked like the match was over, but he still made it down to the very wire again.
Show that in this metagame, Calyrex Ice Rider can actually play as its own Trick Room counter. A lot of trainers will bring Trick Room on a Pokemon in order to be able to reverse the dimensions if they end up in that matchup. And looking at the team compositions here, while both these trainers maybe didn't want to rely on
I am so impressed right now.
Playing another Calyrex Ice Rider, you have that option, and I think that's really cool to see.
I am so freaking impressed right now, dude.
Like the way that these teams are trained with their Calyrex Ice Rider and then Ogerpon of choice is like, that's a supportive Pokemon to keep my restricted healthy and keep it secure. But the other Pokemon are just hard hitting, or Urshifu, Rillaboom, Thunderclap on Raging.
Dude,
right?
Unbelievable, man.
The other big adjustment for Xiliang, taking credit, is I'm sure Landers Incarnate was absolutely crucial in his first 10 rounds. But after those first 2 games,
guys, I'm gonna run to the restroom, okay?
So making
I am gonna run ads, but it's just so we don't get ads during the upcoming battle. Okay, guys? I'll be right back. If you're subscribed to the channel, don't even worry about it, but again, I apologize for the ads. It's just to get rid of it so we don't get ads during the battles.
Undersold forms of Ogerpon coming into the DLC, coming into Regulation G, yet they've found a amazing position in the metagame and showcase, I think, why Ogerpon is everybody's friend.
Yeah.
Definitely my friend. Definitely my friend.
Ogerpon's definitely one of my favorite Pokemon. I also love the upgrade, the Flex, Shiliang, top cut NAIC with Wo-Chien, but then found a better grass type to put on the team.
I'll be right back, guys.
Sorry.
Oh, no. I think
sorry, Marcos. I had to throw it out there.
I think we got to go to Lou with an interview with Shiliang before all the Wo-Chien believers come after you. So, Lou, why don't you take it away?
It is nice to have a friend out there in the form of Ogerpon, but it is even nicer to be here on the stage with Shiliang Tang. Congratulations! What an amazing win! The crowd are going crazy for you. Honestly, how are you feeling after that incredible set? Game 3 was so intense.
Yeah, I do agree. Game 3, I think I had huge advantage until my Calyrex got -1 IV casual crit. Things are getting much harder, so I was, well, it doesn't feel well at that moment, but I need to quite get myself recovered and think what should I do, because I still have a lot of advantage having both of their mons burned, and I baited their Terrafire on their Calyrex so I can Surging Strike. Yeah, so I think it was unlucky at that turn, but I think I played well in the later turns to get the game off.
Well, another thing that was really lucky was the accuracy of your Incineroar with those Will-O-Wisps. Can you talk us through a little bit about why Incineroar was so key in that Game 3?
Yeah, so I think burning their critical mons, my game plan was initially burn their mons so that my Calyrex can just stand there and fire off a lot of Glacial Lances. It didn't work through, but still the burn gave me a lot of chip damage, and I think it helped my Teal Mask take a lot of their attacks.
I mean, I'm glad you mentioned that Teal Mask as well, because you brought that through in Game 3, and I don't know if you could hear, but the crowd was going wild when we saw that reveal. Talk us through why you made that adjustment and why the Teal Mask was there in Game 3.
Yes, so from Game 2, I figured that he likes Super and Rillaboom, and he doesn't bring Bolt. So I think Teal Mask is a better adjustment, that it can follow me, help my other mons to deal better into Rillaboom and Urshifu.
Well, that makes perfect sense, and you could see how well you were able to pilot it. I always like to ask people up here a bit of advice for some newer trainers, because in this particular game, obviously Game 3 started really well for you, but then Victor took you right to the wire at the end. How do you keep your composure and keep thinking about win conditions in those types of situations?
Yes, so I think the most important thing is that when you get unlucky, don't panic. There's always some way to win out the game. I think that happens a lot of time on my stream tables at my own place. Like today, there was another game I got like 5 full para in a row, which cost me a game, but I still trying to not get tilted.
Oh my god, that happened to me yesterday.
Every single turn.
That happened with me and Kennedy.
I think the earphone of the stream table is very loud. It has a lot of white noise. I do think that also helps.
Starting to feel kind of ill. Oh no, Poke.
Helps keep a nice calm composure.
Now it's in Dutch. Squirrel, what's your opinion on Charmander? Squirrel, do you like the hat? I think Squirrel loves the hat.
Are there any shout outs to people back home watching, people in the crowd who I can already see cheering for you? What would you like to say to them?
Yeah, so I would like to thank all my friends who's cheering for me. I see a lot of them, and especially my team builder partner. We have Toller, we have Justin, we have William, we have Paltra. And also, most importantly, I want to thank my family and my wife for keep supporting me playing Pokemon.
Well, it sounds like that support is
yes, that is Shiliang, yeah.
Congratulations. We cannot wait to see you in Top Cut, and best of luck in the rest of the competition.
Yeah, Nels.
Of course, the Pokemon action is going to keep going here at the Pokemon World Championship, so don't go anywhere as we keep it rolling.
Kennedy, I was saying, Shiliang was saying how he lost a game to 5 full paras. I'm like, yo, that literally happened to me and Kennedy the other day. The literally most unlucky game I've ever played in my life.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships history.
That was a crazy battle. It was Gremlin. Honestly, Victor did so freaking good. I was so amazed by his willingness to come back there.
Boston, Massachusetts.
Because
this classic moment,
despite the insane cripples to his team, he still almost won, man. But almost doesn't count, man. Xilang still closes it out.
Most remembered for two things: Mega Kangaskhan and Japanese trainers dominating the metagame.
Japan this year came in full force. I mean,
it really did.
Yeah, they just took the junior division championships in the Masters division. They're pretty much guaranteed. I mean, 7 out of 8 top cut players in the Masters division were Japanese. So Japan.
Sheesh.
And you know, I'm pretty sure Koki wants to be able to.
So this will
try to set up a clean sweep.
This will be what decides the clean sweep. Oh my goodness.
Mega Kangaskhan.
By the way, guys, how's the volume for the audio? Does it sound good?
Top cut teams across all 3 age divisions had Mega Kangaskhan on their team. Mark was the last trainer who could stand in the way of Japan claiming all 3 VGC titles in Boston. Mark was also aging up into the Masters division for the 2016 season, so this would be his final match in seniors and his final chance at redemption. Mark had been on the world stage.
Who's that Pokemon?
World Championship. He fought through the tournament only to lose in the seniors finals match. So with the weight of the world on his shoulders,
volume seems good to you. Okay, big bet.
2 years in a row, Mark had to find a solution for Kangaskhan, and his answer was Machamp.
Machamp!
One could start. The casters had one simple question.
Mark M. Does that M stand for Machamp? Question.
Mark felt incredibly confident in this matchup. He even winked at the camera when he correctly predicted a land.
It kind of is, right, Newbie?
By setting up Trick Room and skill swapping away key abilities.
Solar Power Gremlin.
Knocked out, it was time for the crowd favorite to join.
Solar Power is probably your best bet.
Right now.
Machamp's ability is No Guard, which disregards accuracy and ensures that all attacks hit without fail. Mark used Dynamic Punch as the main attack because without its dubious 50% accuracy, it is now 100% a problem for Kangaskhan.
That's a No Guard Dynamic Punch, a move that normally has 50% accuracy, but
wow.
Ability, never gonna miss.
Mark finished up Game 1 in convincing fashion and was now 1 win away from fulfilling his dream of becoming world champion. The crowd was captivated by Cresselia and Machamp, realizing they were the ideal brains and brawn combination that was capable of defeating Kangaskhan in a format ultimately warped by its success.
Did you ever think that you'd see a parental bond Cresselia and a Machamp in the senior division final championships here?
I don't think that ever crossed my mind once.
As Game 2 progressed, Mark built up momentum by making all the right plays. The will of the crowd had been determined, and Mark was eager to give them the Machamp sweep they so desperately wanted.
We're going to see Dynamic Punch into that same slot. Ladies and gentlemen, will it pick up the knockout? It picks up the knockout. It's a
wow.
That is a
wow.
Kangaskhan lost its parental bond and now lost its will to fight. Dynamic Punch is just going to punch this Heatran right in the dome. Is it going to pick up the knockout? It picks up another knockout.
Mark
Bro, that is nasty work.
By showing that no Pokemon can exist without counters.
The match was forfeited. Ladies and gentlemen, say hello and congratulate, applaud, give a huge hand to your new Seniors Division World Champion, Mark Machampion McQuillan.
Mark and his Machamp played a flawless set in the finals and brought a title back home to Great Britain. He also redeemed himself from his 2014 loss and gave VGC trainers around the world one of the most dominant and memorable Pokemon matches of all time. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in VGC history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Wow, look at that, huh, guys? That's really cool. Dude, the game was so different back then, man. It really has changed so much. It's incredible, man. The evolution of this competitive scene is insane. Like, Pokemon back then would not get used today. Like, it's really insane. It really, really is. Like, how far Pokemon has come as a company is incredible. And this is only one of their 3 big events. They got trading card games. And they have Pokemon Unite has its own championship game going on. Really, really, really incredible stuff. It has me intrigued how Gen 10 competitive is going to look. Honestly, it all comes down to the gimmick, I feel like, Niles. The gimmick for each generation really, really, really dictates how what the meta might be. You know? I'm interested to see if they bring back Megas, Maybe they keep terrestrialization. I don't think Dynamax is gonna come back. I don't think Z moves are gonna come back. I think the likelihood is that Megas could come back unless they come up with something completely different, which would be very cool. That would so be cool, man. The only thing about Megas is that I don't like how it's only for a select amount of Pokemon. I like gimmicks that you can use any Pokemon with, like Dynamaxing, terrestrializing. I am starting to come around the corner that terrestrializing probably is the most. It's such an interest. It has so many components to it. You could use it defensively, offensively. It's incredible. The Charizard Battle Pass, I have that. Let's go, Mune. Mune, how's your day been, by the way, Mune? What you been up to today? I can see them bringing back Megas back, and people like them in ZA. My only gripe with Megas is that it's, like I said, it's only for a select few Pokemon get it. Not every Pokemon gets a Mega. I don't like that it's only for certain Pokemon. If Megas were for every Pokemon, I would be much more behind it, but the fact that it isn't just makes it, that's just my own opinion. You guys could disagree with me. I'm totally okay with that, but my issue with Megas is that they were given to Pokemon that were already strong. If Megas were given to all Pokemon and all Pokemon could enjoy a Mega gimmick, I think it would make Megas a lot more viable for me, but yeah. I like the idea that it would be for...
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Pokemon...
Oh my god, look at that person's clothes! It's a pack! Oh my god, that's hilarious!
And now it's time to
that's hilarious. What?
Who still has the opportunity to go for the glory, go for gold, and the title of Pokemon World Champion? I'm Sierra Dawn, and kicking it off in the lounge with Scott Glaza and Lee Provost. It's been some great time today, guys.
Yeah, been phenomenal matches so far. I mean, the quality is exactly what we expected, right? Coming into day 2, the field of play out there, it's matched expectations and kind of surpassed them.
Wow, man.
As well. I mean, that last match.
Have you guys been enjoying? How many for you guys? Is this the first time you guys are seeing Pokemon Worlds like me? Like, this is my first time, like, really watching it. I've really enjoyed it.
Only 3 viable Ogerpon forms in this format.
Yeah, that one was a little bit of a, you know, I got humbled real fast on that one.
This is my first. Second,
all of our Ogerpon forms
I've really enjoyed it.
Very well in a really good 3-game set. But figured an opportunity to talk a little bit more about a couple of those players that we're going to see advancing on in the competition. Because, of course, when we're talking about that top cut, sure, that is the next step in competition. But you got to go from here on.
Wolfie! Yo, guys, look at his stats right there.
It was all
2016 World Champion.
Into the top cut, of course.
2012 World Finalist. 9-time Regional Champion.
Phenomenal play throughout the day.
Wow.
Yeah, incredible play. I mean,
I hope we can get to see him play live.
That first game to kick the show.
I really hope we can.
Really dominating fashion, really just piloted his team exactly how it was meant to against a really tough opponent. And I think just using very good Pokemon as well. You know, Wolf sometimes goes down a route where he wants to use the more unique choices, but this time sticking with just generally those top used.
I really think he took inspiration from
and falling back on his skill level to pilot himself to this point in the tournament.
Yeah, you're talking about those powerful Pokemon in game 1. The Calyrex Shadow Rider didn't really get to do much, and it was still a match that the Rillaboom, the Urshifu, and the Incineroar, such a strong trio, were able to clean out. And then when we got into this game situation, the Calyrex Shadow Rider really did get to shine.
Yeah, I mean, we see why it's such a common Pokemon, right? Like Wolf
Pokemon game announcements teased for World Championship weekend. Yo, that would be incredible.
He doesn't have some of the tricks of some of the other teams we've seen, at least for the first 9 rounds of the tournament, was unbeatable.
I mean, we have a lot of strong trainers here. It would have been massively impressive if he was able to go completely undefeated until cut and maybe beyond. But, you know, sometimes you got to take a loss, but still being able to make into top cut, you do have the opportunity to keep playing from there on out to try and keep moving on.
Now, what is the estimated time that day 3 ends? Could you figure that out for me?
Probably literally the best start ever at a World Championships, and then floundering a little bit for the top cut.
I want to stay up to watch the whole thing, but
maybe he felt like, hey, you know,
if it's too late and it messes me up on Monday, I just can't.
It's gonna be right on the cusp now, so probably the first time all weekend, kind of holding his breath a little bit. But exciting to see now. Can he turn it back around? Where sometimes it feels like a momentum-based game. You feel good about yourself as a player. You start making all the right reads. You're poised.
And again, guys, if you guys are new to the Twitch channel, guys, don't forget to hit that follow button, man. We're almost here to 3,000. I'm sorry, 2,800 followers.
I mean, it's hopefully a story that we get to see a couple of pages of, but there's definitely a lot of stories to be told here for our competition. We got to talk about a next player that we'll get to see a little bit more of in this competition. Of course, we got trainers from all around the world.
I'll be busy moving stuff around in an office, and you're telling me a potential new Pokemon game is going to come out? Trailer to be specific? Maybe.
He's just been paving his way throughout the competition.
You have to use an ability patch, Gremlin. It's ability patch.
I mean, something feels very appropriate. You know, it's kind of the unheralded Japan national champion.
Terrapagos, Urshifu, Ogerpon, Rillaboom, Fluttermane. Wow, that's a strong team.
Previous world champions, and even the trainer he defeated in his own national finals, and instead proving that there's a reason why he won that tournament.
Yo, really?
I feel like Terrapagos kind of.
Oh, that's great. Okay, we're gonna stay up to watch the whole thing.
Like a lot of us are kind of expecting it.
That's extremely late for me. Yeah, that's pretty bad. I'll stay up till 11:30 to watch.
Yeah, I mean the Terrapagos.
I will definitely stay up till 11:30 to watch.
A little bit earlier.
I will suffer tomorrow. I'm sorry, Monday at work, but we'll definitely watch. We'll definitely watch live.
That success with it, I think, earlier in the season just shows that there's a real confidence with this Pokemon in particular, and showing exactly why that confidence is there.
Yeah, now I'm staying up. I'm staying up. Plus, if I have to quickly grind out a video just to put in the algorithm right now for a reaction,
World Championships,
I'll do it.
Definitely someone that when the pairings go up for our top cut, I'm going to be right away taking a glance at, and I want to make sure that we can get to see him play at some point during this weekend. There are so many really, really talented players that are competing, and someone else that we haven't necessarily gotten the opportunity to see this weekend, but we have seen a lot throughout the season, has been Marco Silva, of course, LASE champion from this season, two-time international winner.
Oh, he's got a nice resume.
Actually, Wolf's first loss was to Marco, so you can definitely tell he has been on a tear. And we're looking at the team, the Calyrex Shadow Rider, very strong.
What is LAIC champion?
Yeah, very similar kind of concept.
What does that mean, guys? LAIC champion.
In a lot of respects, but there is the Hearthflame Ogerpon there that Marco is utilizing to really strong effect in this tournament. Extremely well-versed player, you know, the accomplishment.
1 second now.
Got over the years that he's been playing, not only this season but previously. He's a formidable opponent, and you know, one of those players that where you saw the result of that match, and for me,
late American internationals. Welcome in, lady. How are you doing?
Marco was able to overcome Wolf.
Latin America internationals.
He's very aggressive in his playstyle. So these Pokemon.
But then there's the C though.
Shadow Rider,
Latin America something something.
The Urshifu, they all fall into
I'm doing fantastic. Nice to meet you, lady. Thanks for being here.
Big threats coming into this.
I'm so glad you get to watch this with us. This is our first Worlds that we're watching. I'm loving it, man. I really, really am. I'm seeing a lot of Urshifus, Rillas, Ogres, and then Sins. Yeah, yep, that has a lot of usage. It's my first Worlds as well. How are you enjoying it? Did you just join? Or have you been like lurking and watching? That last match was the two matches we've watched on stream today have been incredible. Absolutely incredible.
So far, they've only been able to outmaneuver one another.
I mean, at this
Latin America International Champions. Wow. That's crazy.
We were talking about the matchups and the players we saw at the beginning of the day. Diego was someone who, going into this day 2, was undefeated.
EUIC, Europe.
We didn't really get to see
what is EUIC, guys?
Looking at the tournaments, we are seeing a really strong restricted in the Calyrex Ice Rider. That's well represented.
Wow, look at that team.
But the Torkoal, the Indeedee, the Ursaluna, the Gallade, like this is Trick Room, this is creativity.
Yeah, Diego was great, man.
Obviously something that's really being
I've been following Wolfie all year and I've been lurking about. Wolfie is so awesome. I'm back. Welcome back, Numi.
I love seeing the talk calls here.
Diego had a great team.
This team is on Trick Room.
Diego did great against Antonio.
Get that Trick Room up. You've got the redirection and the.
This was a great match. This was such a good match too.
To really support that Trick Room setup, you've got that in prison as well, which is a really unique and smart way to prevent
Continental International Championships. Any of the ICs are the international competitions from whatever country it starts. Very cool. Very cool.
You should be rooting for Diego. I think this is exactly the
Ladies, so I'm assuming you're rooting for Wolfie just like most of the world is, I'm sure.
I think, if you saw that group of 6 and you had to guess if it was
Honestly, I would love to see Diego or one of these other guys win too. Dude, how hard did Shilane cook in his stream though? Oh, Wolfie's got this? He lost once today. Let's see what happens.
With him against Antonio, and that game 1 didn't really go.
I'm gonna be smart and sleep now so I can stay up for the news. Okay, Niles. See you tomorrow, Niles. Sleep well, bro. Shilane cooked so hard. The first match. The first match.
Adaptation because like you're right, you got to make sure you're prepared against so many things going.
The first match and the second match were very close, back and forth. But Shilane,
like you're not too weak to, but when there's all of these big bad restrictions,
Wolfie has lost twice. No, in match 3 he cooked his butt off with those will-o-wisps. And yet his opponent almost came back. Like, that was so incredible. But he's in top cut guaranteed. Okay, well, that's good. That's good. That's good. That's good.
Well, I'm gonna try to make the best balanced team in the world, right? You have a pretty good idea.
A lot of Callies too, yeah, for sure.
This is uncharted territory, right? I think it's easy to kind of wind up pretty deep in your preparations for Worlds, and a week before, like, oh no, like I think 3 of the
the fact that he almost came back, like he took it down to the last Pokemon, was so admirable.
Yeah, it's just so easy to get cold feet.
That's what's so cool about Worlds and how hard these dudes go with this competition. It's so cool. I agree 100%, lady.
But we can even talk a little bit about the cool.
What's your favorite Pokemon, lady?
Even just that final win in
mine is Lucario. I love Lucario.
Because this is one, Scott. I mean, you were freaking out about the.
Yo, Phoenix, welcome in, homie. How are you doing?
But I think this is one of the strangest GOAT plays I've ever seen. It's almost always wrong in VGC to use the combination of follow me and fake out as we see here, but it's really clever. So you see this really low HP Urshifu is going for a close combat to try to attack the Incineroar and knock itself out with the Rocky Helmet.
I'll send it by mail. Wait, what's that, Numi? Meganium. Oh, I love you, lady. You're awesome. Meganium was definitely my favorite Gen 2 starter for sure, hands down. Yes, Kennedy, and it did work, bro. It did work. It did its thing. It's a kind of pasta.
And it comes out just a little bit short. A really great player that we've been watching over the years. I think we're all a little bit.
I love pasta. But how good would it be in the mail, though? I don't know what it is about that goofy flower dinosaur, but I love it so much. For me, Bayleaf is the star of the evolution line, but I love Meganium too.
Especially in a format like this one, making it as difficult as possible for your opponent to get things done with the restricted Pokemon. Just a really beautiful play there by a player that we respect a lot, using a Pokemon that we disrespected a little bit too much.
100%, and it's really great point to be talking about that stuff because exactly there's.
It was awesome. It was.
Us even had the big conversation of their first match of the day. Little kind of decisions that.
Bayleaf is best. Meganium is pretty.
Weird checkmate.
Meganium is pretty. I agree 100%.
There's so much more to it. Like once you really start to like.
I was always a Chikorita defender, bro. Everyone hates on Chikorita, but it's just too cute.
You can miss some of these really integral plays that these players are making and how smart they are in those situations. But when you look back at them, you reflect.
World has been so awesome. I'm glad I decided to do the watch party, man. I really am.
And, it's not as obvious to see these all the time, and it's why having these moments like this where we can dissect, we can go back and maybe have a closer look at why that player made that decision and how pivotal it was in that specific moment are so crucial with taking that player on, pushing them forward, and potentially being crowned world champion.
And that's what really makes the difference when you get into the World Championships, because as you said, of course, Shay Liang just played absolutely incredible, getting a lot of turns right in that too, well deserving of top spot, but it's always sad to say goodbye to another really talented player. And that's where the heartbreak here at the World Championships comes in, and it's only going to be more because we're looking at the top cut ahead of us. And of course, when we're looking at the top cut, we do have to talk about that difference between that bye that you get and how it can set you like in such a better path than the players that have that one more round that they have to play.
I kind of love that of all the years to have kind of this shift in format. I don't think a bye has ever been more valuable in the video game championships. You know, we are a matchup-based game, right? Where you kind of know going in, you want to guess what your opponents are likely to bring, and you know, kind of stack your matchups against the most likely comps, right? But you know, there's always going to be other archetypes that sneak through into the top cut, right? And you just don't want to be paired with that. I think just avoiding that scenario entirely by kind of getting through one round for free because of your fantastic performance throughout the rest of the tournament is really crucial this year. So the players who earned it, and it could make a big difference for them as they try and avoid getting those negative restricted Pokemon matchups.
Yeah, and that's where too they were talking about this undefeated records, and that yeah, Wolf was undefeated but now has then taken the 2 losses, is should be in a strong enough spot to still be okay, but where that is a little bit dangerous because that one extra round is sometimes just the nail in the coffin.
Yeah, and I think that's the difference between sometimes winning a tournament and not, because like Scott mentioned, I think it comes down to a key where you could get that bye and the worst matchup that you could possibly have in the remaining players in the field gets actually knocked out, so it frees up your run. And it can work the other way, of course, for you as well, but I think at the end of the day, being in that bye position is just reward for how well you've done throughout the tournament to get to this stage.
I mean, as we're waiting for our top cut to get fully settled, because it is a Swiss-type tournament at this point, so we still have to wait for players to, you know, resolve matches and stuff. I want to take this opportunity to kind of talk back throughout the competition and what we've seen, because, of course, we all have our predictions going into the World Championships on who we think's going to do well, what Pokemon we think's are going to do well, but I think that we've had a nice amount of surprises that have kind of come along.
Yeah, I think to me, maybe the best thing I can say about the tournament so far is we still don't really know what the dominant strategy is in this format, right? You know, we're deep in the World Championships, we're done with the Swiss rounds, we're about to hit that single elimination stage. I think there's still been a number of different philosophies that have made it in the top cut. You know, the match we just saw with Shilling is a great example, right? Where, and Diego's team as well. You know, like very different teams than what perhaps you were going to run into if you were just to play practice games preparing for the tournament. On the flip side, we have players like Marco and Wolf, right? Where it's exactly what you were expecting, and even though players are expecting it, they just can't beat it. And I'm really excited to see what comes out on top. And at this point, you know, it'd be really tough to make a surefire call what's going to win out.
Yeah, I feel exactly the same as that. I think coming into the tournament, I had the idea where Calyrex Shadow Rider thought, sure, it's going to be there. And sure enough, it is. I thought we might see a stronger showing from Miraidon, but then maybe that comes back to how well the player base have just dealt with that threat, because it is so oppressive in certain situations.
Oh, lady, I'm so happy you feel that way.
For the remainder of the tournament, I think we've got such an array of different restricted.
I'm so glad you. I hope to see you follow and stick around. We'd love to have you, lady.
Those Pokemon.
Do you play Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, lady?
When you compare it to Diego's, where you've got the same restricted, but the concept, the builds of those two teams are so different, and which one is going to kind of rise to the top, be cream of the crop, and be the champion. So yeah, I'm not going to put my hat on any.
I was a bit late here as I was helping my friend do some tiering and a draft league tier list.
See, I was thinking about.
Wait, you're already following? Nani?
Because I know Joe Brown was doing.
And when I can borrow.
Going back throughout the world.
Oh wow.
The call for world.
Well, thank you for following. I'm so sorry.
Figure out. But I think there has been.
Did you find us from a raid or something, lady? How'd you find the channel? I'm so curious now. When I can borrow Switch from a friend? Oh man.
See Terra Normal on a lot more Pokemon. I think has been really.
So what do you normally play, lady? And that's okay, Phoenix.
And we get like these little tweaks here, little tweaks there. But I think I'm holding.
Himmy shouted you out, I think. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. That's cool. Well, thank you for following and thanks for being here. It's really nice to have you, lady.
Speaking of Terra types, by the way, I feel like that's been one really cool thing to me this weekend, where I really feel like, even compared to last year's World Championships, we've seen so many different Terra types. For a while there, it kind of just felt like, especially like the fire, water, grass Terra types were just so dominant for what they did. But gee, I feel like we've seen almost every Terra type in the game over the course this weekend, right? You know, especially with the Ice Rider Calyrex, I feel like, you know, maybe the trainers went to the Pokemon Center, you got that cool new dice set, like Poison Terra, normal Terra, you know, and it's great that so many different strategies have worked.
Yo, there's nothing wrong with that, lady. I love that. What do you normally play in the 3DS? That's so cool. I love that. I love that.
The game, and I think we've really just seen the depth of this format. You know, even again, you know, with those common Pokemon, slight differences in the way that they're built can be the difference between winner and losing, especially when everyone is so good at this level. And I've been really impressed where there's just so many subtle, creative plays that trainers have made. I think it's really inspiring.
I think that's a really cool thing that we've gotten to see from this World Championships in compared to last year's. Because last year's was a lot of fun because you didn't really know what to expect going into it because it was a brand new format for Worlds. Whereas this year,
not gonna lie, I love Terra is very diverse and not just the same Terra on the same species. 100% agree, Phoenix. I have Omega Ruby. Let's go, Ruby. I love Omega Ruby.
Really just made sure no stone has been left unturned. And I think it's just absolutely brought out the map.
This is my only gripe with this.
If you've been following
Urshifu is 61%. Oh my god. 61. I can't get over that number. Rillaboom is one of my favorite starters, so I'm very happy to see it getting so much love.
Anybody be running this?
Yeah, I think so.
Cornerstone is getting so much. Cornerstone and the Heart Flame. I think that's what it's called. Heart Flame.
There's about 12 moves in the game back then.
Incineroar used to be like 70%. I wonder why it dropped off so much. Because that's actually a big decrease. But it's still one of the top used Pokemon though. Water Urshifu, Dark Urshifu, I barely see. Right, Mew? Yeah, Heart Flame to me made sense, but Cornerstone I'm surprised by. I think it's because of the abilities. Does Heart Flame get the ability Sturdy, or does it get different abilities based on the mask? I know that Sturdy ability is super nice on it though.
Things that I like seeing throughout the day too. I'm looking at that Terra Normal that we
I totally call Giraffe and Incin being in top used Pokemon, even if just to myself. That's so cool, lady. Mold Breaker. Mainly because Flutter is so dominant and being force interrogated is bad. Heart Flame is Mold Breaker. Wellspring is Water Absorb. Yeah, see, getting Sturdy is so nice. Getting that Focus Sash without having to actually put that item on is nice.
Yeah, I mean, when you're looking at the usage stats here, you
Teal is Defiant.
Top line, you've got Rillaboom with Fake Out, you've got Incineroar with Fake Out, Ironheart's Fake Out.
Sturdy is underrated, to be honest. It's such a good, especially like for,
you're looking at those kind of soft speed control with the Icy Wind. When we're talking about Fluttermane.
It's so nice to know that your Pokemon won't go down to one attack, not unless it's an Urshifu. But I assume water isn't being used because of how popular Miraidon is, like neutral to electric, then weak to electric when you Terra.
Same with the Moonblast as well from the Fluttermane going into that Calyrex, where in most situations you've got that 20% chance of it actually dropping the special attack, which can be so pivotal in that moment. But yeah, you don't really need to even consider that as a thing because a Covert Cloak is just one of those items that
defense for Cornerstone
and gives you that little bit of security where you think, okay, I don't need to worry about any of the secondary effects because now I can just kind of get on with my game.
Interesting.
And do what my Pokemon needs it to
and
do.
speed for Teal.
And if we're talking about this Calyrex Shadow Rider,
very
let's
interesting.
Extend the conversation to talk about all the restrictions that we've been able to see. Of course, the Shadow Rider.
I'm so sad to see Groudon only getting like 2% usage.
So far throughout. It has Pokemon that throughout
oh my god.
Putting out a lot of pressure, and there's some really unique Trapicos.
But you know what?
There.
Yeah, I think
it's still on the list, so yeah, Koraidon is just better, sadly. But look at the Koraidon usage. Koraidon doesn't even have that much usage in the grand scheme of things. I really wonder why, though. I would expect it to be kind of around Miraidon, but Koraidon has like barely any usage in comparison to Miraidon and the others.
It's just really neat, right? Again, you know, it's a unique Pokemon that has a number of different attributes and other Pokemon emulate. That Terra Shell is fun. You know, it kind of works like multi-scale, and then you know, it changes drastically.
The one right below Miraidon, Poke. The box legendary for
just another thing that trainers have to prepare for, right? And I'm really curious.
Who? I don't know her. It's the it's the one right in between Kyogre and Groudon. It's the box legendary for
again, you know,
what's it called? The box legendary for Pokemon Scarlet.
Do some serious damage as we move into the single elimination portion.
Thanks for the lurk, Dart.
I mean, I feel like a strong Terrapagos trainer is absolutely terrifying. Same with that Kyogre as well. I didn't personally expect Kyogre to maybe make the biggest splash, but I did know if there was
I'm kidding.
a couple of those known Kyogre players.
I didn't know.
It would.
I have no
Looking at
clue.
our caster predictions, there was definitely a lot more faith coming out for my co-casters rather than myself. I was right on the Miraidon train because, you know what, you didn't have to tell me twice. It took down Indy, and it's been a force ever since, but there is a couple coming out from Lou and from Rose here talking about that Kyogre. And
yo, there's a Ditto.
The most out there.
There is.
In the hands of a good player.
Ditto has seen some usage.
Got announced in
Yo, Anna! What up, Anna?
that you looked at.
And Dondozo?
Previous restricted
Yeah.
It's been so strong, so dominant.
Dozo.
Really have
Dondozo.
the same impact in this format as
What up, Anna?
As it felt like it should do. So it kind of dropped off, but then we had that iteration of it where it had the Assault Vest. And it had a pretty favorable matchup into the big things that you think would give it the most problems, like the Miraidon.
That is a Slitherwing. You are right, with Sierra over there.
It can manage it quite well, and that matchup becomes quite positive.
Slitherwing and Volcarona on the same team feels illegal.
I would like to see it at some point during
Okie doke, I go freshen up tonight's matches. Hope to see y'all on the battlefield. All right, Kingsman, take it easy, bro.
I mean, hopefully
Nothing much waiting for my food to arrive. What you doing? We're watching Pokemon Worlds right now. The World Championship here.
Be coming out on top.
It's been some great matches and a great time watching and chatting with you guys. Before I was so rudely interrupted, we're watching Worlds, Pokemon World Championship 2024, Day 2, and just enjoying a nice watch party with all of you guys.
Hey, Pokemon trainers. Welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon.
Oh, this is cool, man.
World Championships held in the Alola region with Pokemon Sun and Moon. Our classic battle took place in the top 4 match between Tomoyuki Yoshimura and Ryota Atsubo. Japan was guaranteed to have a representative in the finals, but who would come out on top? Tomoyuki had experience playing in multiple world championships, and this time around he made the right call on the metagame. With Ultra Beast on his team like Nihilego to deal with the Tapu Pokemon running
Buzzwole's nasty, bro.
And Buzzwole to handle Snorlax teams, Tomoyuki was in a prime spot to claim the championship title. But Ryota was not to be outdone. As the reigning Japanese national champion, Ryota wanted to solidify his claim to being the best player in the world. With a twist on the common double Tapu core, Ryota brought a team to support his choice specs Tapu Fini. But the real star of his team was Celesteela, the launch Pokemon. Many trainers feared Celesteela's ability to single-handedly bring back games from the depths of defeat, and Ryota would need a heroic effort out of Celesteela to win this set. In a game that lasted over 30 minutes, Celesteela showed just how unstoppable it can be thanks to Leech Seed recovery.
Unbelievable.
If he wanted to keep his championship hopes alive, not only did he have to win game 2, but he needed to do
What's up, MJ?
fast. There wasn't enough time left in the round to play another slow game against Ryota, so Tomoyuki would need to be on the offensive. But sometimes the best offense is a good defense, and Assault Vest Salamence was just bulky enough to keep him in the game.
That is a big boy Salamence, taking a from a Tapu Fini of all things.
That is a big boy Salamence.
Really big special attack, but it's still one of these Tapu Pokemon. As the trainers actually round out the game,
wait, what?
Hands, Tomoyuki will be the victor.
The clock was ticking, and 50 minutes wouldn't be enough time to finish this epic set. This meant our trainers would be concluding this match in the most dramatic way possible, plus 3 turns. If a match exceeds the round timer, 3 untimed turns are to be played, and whoever has more Pokemon remaining at the end of the 3rd turn will be the victor.
Time was just called in the round. We are a couple of seconds out. So
Hold on 1 second, lady. I'll answer your question right after.
And in this turn 0, Metagross taking so much damage, but after the Intimidate, it's not enough.
Rounds don't commonly go to time in VGC, especially not in top 4 of the World Championships. Only 3 turns stood between these trainers and their destiny. What would ensue could be considered the most intense +3 turns in VGC history. A climactic 50-minute set came down to these final turns, and only one of these worthy trainers would be victorious.
Bro, the focus is insane, dude.
The Ultra Beast to show up big in this match. While the fighting type Buzzwole faced off against a fairy type and a flying type, Tomoyuki made an incredible read with his Z move to try to make Buzzwole the hero of this story.
I never understood Z moves because I never played this generation, but
Trading card game. In this case, it's a Buzzwole. It's going to be dealing some pretty sizable damage. It would like to get that on Celesteela, I think. A Pokemon that sometimes people try and bust through the defensive of with all of these fists.
But instead, the Crocodile is going to get knocked out by this all-out pummeling, leaving Ryota.
oh wow, look at that.
Pokemon on his side of the field as we go into the final turn of this game.
With a 3-2 Pokemon advantage for Tomoyuki going into turn 3, Ryota could see his hopes of victory slipping away. This was Celesteela's last chance to launch Ryota into the annals of VGC history.
It's been so close coming down to the wire, but Buzzwole doing what it does best with the Z move. No, it protects from Tomoyuki. Instead, Sludge Bomb into that Tapu Fini. Not going to knock it out. Instead, Moonblast into
Whoa.
Ryota's clawing his way back. He still has a chance. The heavy slam from the Celesteela into the Nihilego. Will it knock out without the
Oh, my guy's heart was destroyed, bro. Damn. Oh my gosh.
To leave Anaheim as the VGC 2017 Masters Division World Champion.
Wow, nice job.
Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in VGC history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
See, I love the fact that they're doing this because as a first-time Worlds viewer like me, I don't know these things, but look at how, like I said, man, just, it's progressed and grown so much, you guys. So, Mr. Streamer, who's your top 8? I would love to see Wolfie in it for sure. Diego was very cool. Honestly, what was the last, gosh, it starts with an S that won the last match as well. I don't want to say their name wrong. Shi Liang? I think that's how you say it. Shi Liang. I would love to see him in there. I don't know enough. I really don't.
My name is Rosemary Kelly, and I'm once again joined
Shi Liang. Yeah, Shi Liang. Shi Liang was awesome.
Our top cut for the video game.
I would love to see Victor as well in there as well. But I think his last loss to Shi Liang kicked him out. But yeah, Anna, if you're still in here, Pokemon does have world championships. They have they have this, then they have the trading cards, and then they have Pokemon Unite championships going on too.
We're going to be featuring Terran Birdie versus Navjeet Joshi, but you can see all of these other incredible players and how they match up against each other in this bracket. It is an asymmetrical.
You know who I want to see next year VGC thing? Yeah, what's up, Mario? Talk to me, bro.
Before we get to our top 16.
Exactly. There's a couple of extra moments for these
in no particular order, my top 8 is Shi, Wolfie, Justin Knox, Diego, Marco,
incredible. Taran Birdie and Navjeet Joshi, 2 incredible players.
Tarzan.
Being the Perth regional champion.
Me? You know what? In all honesty, I am very interested in getting into this kind of stuff, man. Am I expecting to win Worlds at any point? Maybe. I won't ever rule it out, but I'm going to use the rest of this year to keep practicing, and then I'm going to start to look into regionals and anything local that I could possibly do. I would definitely love to, man.
In that top 64.
Not Tarzan. I was like, there's someone named Tarzan in here, bro. I'm definitely rooting for him. Next year, Cooper will be on the big stage. Wolfie spotted, yes, sir. Wolfie's next match, he's 9-2 now, guys. If he loses this next match, is he in trouble? Dude, start with the locals. It's so fun. I'm definitely gonna do it. I want to get into it. I really, really do, guys.
Against Victor Medina, so many moves and counter moves, getting all the little damage rolls from the grassy terrain, from the will-o-wisp burns, and all of just the critical hits that were coming through as well. Just fantastic to see the play, and for Shilliang to hold his composure the whole way through that set and then deliver such an amazing endgame, fantastic. And now he's got a
even if you lose, it's amazing, and online tournaments get you points too. I want to get into it, lady. I really do. But I'm so new to it. I know I have so much work I have to do.
Battling through the World Championships with a Zacian and Reggie Drago team.
Wow, that's awesome, Gremlin. Nice. Maybe one day you will see MasterCooper on this board. I really don't know. That would be a huge dream.
I feel like Grant is another one of those players showing
us
that.
But when you
we'll see what happens.
Position on the board, it can do so much damage.
That's definitely on my bucket list to do for next year for sure.
A little bit of a shift to drag a Terra type as well, because with that dragon typing, when there's Firewall to Grass cores everywhere, you're going to be taking that resisted damage. So I think making sure that you can maybe catch some of these cheeky Terra dragons with your own dragon type attacks can be really, really nice.
Oh man, Poke, feel better, homie. Dude, it's so much work. I'm still learning. I've been following BGC for a couple years. Still first Worlds though. Yeah, I'm really excited for it though. Obviously, I'm not expecting to be on this list with these all-time great Pokemon players, but I'm dedicated. I'm determined. I love what I see. I would love to just try my hand and see what happens.
They may not be.
This is like my third Worlds I've watched.
Kind of regulation G, let's say, is really.
I'm excited, bro.
F that's been playing in their kind of local circuit. So being able to come in without having practice.
I've liked VGC since early Sword and Shield. Respect.
How amazing it is that they're still finding success in that particular thing with all the restricteds running around.
Yes, and the restricted Pokemon too. I think that's going to be very interesting to look at when we dissect our Top Cut a little bit more. Hope you all enjoyed the Top Cut preview that we had in the lounge just a couple of minutes ago, but I know that we have so much more to cover, especially
yo, if I was in those seats and I had to keep fighting Urshifus, bro, I would be cursing so much, bro. I'd get kicked off the stage, bro. They would DQ me on the spot, bro. I'd be talking so much smack about Urshifu, dude. Oh, great, another Urshifu player. Oh, boy.
Who am I going to interview? Who's it going to? The advantage
yep.
of switching.
Oh, whoops, I forgot it was already Top Cut. Ignore my last message.
I also loved all of yesterday's stream, I have to say. It was
since this is already Top Cut, a loss here is a goodbye.
We will do just that. On your left, we've got Taryn Birdie, who is going to be rocking this.
Oh, okay, I see. I've seen one VGC clip, and it is the Pachirisu win. Yeah, that's the most popular win, for sure.
On Napchi Joshi's side, so exciting to see not just the Ice Rider Calyrex fleshed out in this new way in terms of the balance pieces around.
Sorry, guys. I just want to stream mark this so I could possibly react, post on a YouTube channel.
I am so excited to see that Pokemon, and I cannot wait to dive deeper into the moveset it's running and talk about its utility within this game. But first, we're going to have a little bit of a deeper dive onto Taryn's team. So some very interesting Pokemon here, Miraidon being one of the key restricted Pokemon that we are bringing here. With the choice specs, being able to hit incredibly hard with Electro Drift, as well the trend into being a Fairy Terra type, so Dazzling Gleam is going to have some potential here on the field, particularly against Pokemon
dude,
like
since you could have gone so far and didn't try to reignite the Pachu.
Pokemon you have to look at and go,
yeah. Listen, you ride and die with whatever you build, you know?
You know that it's going to be
it definitely brought some attention to it.
The Urshifu on the other side. But I think we went
Little man did good. Oh my god, Pretty Boy and Cooper. What's up, Mario?
Single strike Urshifu.
Ice Rider versus Miraidon.
We've seen Stellar Terra as the Terra type of
yo, with single strike Urshifu. There you go, look at that.
And that is something that the Ice Rider Calyrex on Nabjeet's side is going to have to be very conscious of.
See, but that just shows, lady, the evolution, right? Something that worked back then might not work now. There's better options, you know what I mean? So, but I respect it. I don't know if I should make coffee. You should. Okay, guys, can Ahmad make a prediction here? Or am I by myself right now?
I'm going straight for the Rosemary. Regieleki is here to stay. We've spoken a lot about fast Pokemon in this meta so far at Worlds.
Guys, can you guys give me the first and last name of these two contestants here? Because I'm going to make a prediction real quick for you guys.
It did get nerfed a little bit heading into Scarlet and Violet. So even when taking a look at some of the more recent meta games where we did have Regieleki allowed, you're looking at it now and going, there's a Miraidon on the other side.
Regieleki.
This resistor is about to be very, very powerful. You don't necessarily need to be able to set it up for yourself if your opponent is going to do it for you. So Regieleki, definitely one to keep your eyes on. I remember...
I don't think I have any mods left in my chat, unfortunately.
Good one from Tiago Latanzi, second place at LAIC earlier this year. But this one is
What's up, Mario?
Electric Terra, so as you said, lots and lots of electric type damage coming out from this Pokemon.
But there's going to be no kind of juicy water types for the electric to go down into on Terran's team. It just might be the Frigoraph counter. I think if Regieleki comes, it's going to really be here for the Electro Web, lowering the speed on the opposing side. The
nice, Mario. Congrats, bro.
Water type, but the key thing I think Whimsicott is going to be, well, water Terra type. Let's just confirm that. But Whimsicott on Terran's side is going to be able to bring that Tailwind and get the speed advantage up on his side of the field, get a little bit of momentum going through, because you have some really heavy attackers as well in the form of that Ogerpon and Miraidon, and you want to make sure that they're able to get the damage before damage is dealt to them.
But I do love what you said there, which is that Regieleki with those Electro Webs is certainly one way you can try to keep pace with that Tailwind, and Regieleki is going to be the naturally fastest Pokemon between these 12. And so right away as we get into our first game of this top cut match between Terran Birdie and Navjeet Joshi, it is going to be that Landorus Incarnate next to the Regieleki for Navjeet, and for Terran we do have the Iron Hands and Urshifu.
Absolutely love to see the Regieleki on the field, already applying a lot of pressure with something like the Electro Web to just do some damage into both these Pokemon and lower their speed straight away. However, the Iron Hands has the ability to go for Fake Out, slow down the pace on Navjeet's side.
Landorus is going to go ahead and run away from this one, sees the Iron Hands and Urshifu on the other side, and does not want to stick around and find out. But so it's going to be this Ogerpon cornerstone.
Who's that Pokemon?
Actually, it's got to be that Fake Out. It's going to break the sturdy ability that it has, and with this Volt Switch, at least Navjeet's able to get a bit of a rotation.
God, I hate that sound alert.
Get some damage down to break the Focus Sash on this Urshifu.
A big ball position switch here for Navjeet, and like you said, the sturdy's been broken on that Cornerstone Ogerpon. That could be very detrimental later in the game. Or right now, if Urshifu goes for the Wicked Blow, but it's not enough to be able to get the knockout. Ogerpon's going to be able to be here. Landorus has come back into the field here. I feel like it just didn't want to maybe take the potential double up, because it is going to be applying a little bit of threatening pressure here. You could always go for that Sandstorm Storm, get a bit of double damage on the field, and that's something Iron Hands will not appreciate.
Interestingly, I didn't know that.
Not, and it would definitely clean up the Urshifu as
Oh yeah, nice layout. I appreciate it, Mario. I'm glad you like it.
Fortunately, we have to see whether or not it's actually going to hit its target to see if it can actually get those knockouts. But as you mentioned, Landorus being there is the absolute fiend versus this Iron Hand, so it's also going to make the pivot out. Whimsicott, a grass type, able to take those ground types just a little bit better. But it's the Ivy Cudgel that's going to slam into that slot. And the Sandstorm Storm going into the Protect for now.
But will it connect into this Whimsicott? It does indeed find its mark.
Oh!
So Whimsicott comes in, you would think, yes.
Yo, what's up, Archie?
Want to take these kind of rock and ground type attacks, but no, it is down.
Rip the Whimsicott.
That one, absolutely. Yeah. I think hoping that it would be able to withstand the double up there, or maybe not expecting the double up to go into that slot. Now you don't have that Tailwind available, you don't have the Encore either, and so it's going to be a little bit difficult for Terran to try to get ahead of things if this Regieleki comes back out for those Electro Webs.
I mean, taking a look here as well at what Terran has in the back, it's all kind of the Electro types. You've got Miraidon, you've got Iron Hand, so they're going to be able to resist a lot of what the Regieleki can throw its way, but you have to watch out for those speed tiers. If the Electro Webs start coming through, that's where we're going to be dropping the speed and leaving them a little bit more vulnerable for some of Navjeet's Pokemon to clean up in the back. There is that Calyrex Ice Rider.
No Tailwind is massive. You're so right, Kennedy.
Damage, particularly to the Miraidon if it is going to be on the field, and there it is.
Miraidon, though, as it enters the field, is going to set up that electric train thanks to the Hadron engine ability. It's going to be boosting up its own attacks as well, but it's not going to do any damage to this Landorus if it is going to try to go for an Electro Drift or a Volt Switch, because it is going to be a ground type. So it's going to be a tough call. Do you try to, like, Terra, go for the Dazzling Gleam, but then you'll be to the Sludge Bomb across the way?
I would personally, go for the Terra, get the extra damage into Dazzling Gleam, get rid of the Ogerpon, and do significant damage to Landorus. Yes, you have to worry about the Sludge Bomb, but if Urshifu is able to get the edge on this Landorus and follow up with a Wicked Blow, potentially has the capability to get the knockout, so you don't have to worry about Sludge Bomb at all.
It would be nice because the Miraidon would pick up the Ogerpon first, and then you can guarantee that single target damage into the Landorus specifically.
Interesting switch.
Terran doesn't want to stick around for that one either. Going to reserve that for a bit later. Knowing that Iron Hands does have the Assault Vest equipped, so it would be able to take a hit from this Landorus Incarnate just a little bit better. As it hits the field, you do see that this Quark Drive is going to activate to give this Iron Hands an attack boost.
Yeah, it's got the Assault Vest for the defense and the attack boost to be on the offense as well. So a lot of flexibility coming through from this Iron Hands, and that is exactly what Miraidon wants.
Fairy Terra.
Potential going into this next turn, and ensuring that this Fairy Miraidon is going to be able to deal a huge amount of damage and stay on the field. But
oh my gosh.
Terastallization apiece.
It is a Terastallization apiece, and that's going to be the Landorus taking on the Terra Poison. One way to get around the Dazzling Gleams is to give yourself this defensive type, but it works both ways because it's also going to be boosting up the power of
Lady,
those
I would love to answer that question for you.
With the Ogerpon going for the follow me as well, it's just a
Lady, ask me that question after this match ends. Okay?
Gleam is going to be able to get the edge onto this Ogerpon and fell it from play. But because the Iron Hand switched in this turn, it's not going to be able to move either and get damage on the board, enabling this Landorus free reign to go. It's actually going to go for the Earth Power. I love that defensive play, but it's so threatening and intimidating of the Sludge Bomb into this next turn. I guess Iron does have the fake out potential, and Regieleki's now joining the field, so there could be some speed shenanigans going on here.
There really can, especially because both of these Pokemon are going to be vulnerable to Regieleki being the fastest one on the field. So if you wanted to try to get that spread damage,
switching into the Urshifu
does have the option to try to go for a fake out here, but I think it's better to save that potentially in combination with something else. Right now, though, it's going to be the Protect. That is a bit of breathing room here for Terra to work with.
I completely agree. And Landorus also
the free switch
that was in play.
Oh my god.
Worry about who's going to take the fake out if you just go for
the free switch into the Urshifu. Nice.
Dazzling Gleam as well. Now going into this next turn, the Regieleki could be
wow.
Electro-Web, lower the speed a little bit more, and maybe allow Landorus to get that KO with the Sludge Bomb following up.
But I love what Terran has gone for here, expecting the double protect on the other side. You can bring this Urshifu in, try to get the Sucker Punch. It's not going to be quite enough to actually get the knockout onto this Landorus.
No, the Urshifu goes down.
It's going to have to hope that that Sucker Punch damage is enough as it does get knocked out to this Electro Web. But with that,
I think Electric Terrain might have mattered there.
This is also faster now. Sludge Bomb into this Terra Fairy Miraidon.
The synergy between those two Pokemon on Navji's side.
Wow.
The Landorus to have the
oh my god.
Now Terran down
damn.
Hands in the bag, but that's such a difficult spot. It doesn't have a lot of HP, and we also know that, you know, anything coming out from that Landorus, the Earth Power is going to get the
wow, the Electro Web 100% got him the game.
For the fake out, but with the sliver of HP, I think it is just all that is going to happen in this game.
There could be a comeback, lady. Not this game, but maybe the following.
Game number 1, reflect. What can you do to move forward into this second game? Because you're not
it's best of 3.
I'm going to be honest, if I was Terran, and you can see he is really taking these seconds to think things through, like you said, Rosemary, I would drop the Whimsicott. Because the Whimsicott, I feel like you need that either early doors to get the Tailwind set up and already get momentum, go on the offensive from the beginning, or it's there to do an offensive role. And it wasn't playing that in this game. It switched in at one point.
Ooh, if you're Joshi, you gotta feel pretty good right now.
Utilized with something on this field that can deal a little bit more damage out there. The Ogerpon, maybe. I would say the Ogerpon could be nice because you have that support as well with Follow Me. You can deal, you know, some good damage with the Ivy Cudgel into threats like the Regieleki as well. There's a lot of potential here for that supportive role that Whimsicott was.
I think it's too obvious Landorus is going to go for Protect, I feel like.
Yes, that's true.
So that would be very great. I love the call out there for the Follow Me as well. So maybe that is going to be the play. I think Terran did get a bit surprised in how much damage that Whimsicott ended up taking.
Yes, that's true.
Or even just the targeting. So maybe
wow, look at that, Mario.
Position could also work there
but
for that Pokemon.
I think he knows the match is over here.
Pokemon on the field you got to face. It's also the player, and sometimes it's not just about reading the board state. It's reading the way the player is playing the game. So Terran may be analyzing how Navjeet was able to play that and seeing how he can adapt accordingly. He does fail the Landorus for good measure, a little bit of redemption there, I suppose. But it does look like the end game is really going to come through to Regieleki, and Navjeet still hasn't even revealed the 4th and final Pokemon in the back. So there's a lot of momentum here. Regieleki says, you're not even going to see it anyway. I'm getting the KO. I'm knocking it out.
Wow. He didn't even.
Maybe some nice information.
Wow.
If Terran was able to get there and actually see that fourth and final Pokemon gives a little bit of a glimmer.
Okay, guys, the screen's gonna go blank here real quick, but I'm setting up a prediction real quick.
Even further, but for this best of 3, Navji is going to go up 1-0 in this set.
Hold on.
One more win for Navji means that he gets a chance to move on to the top 16 of the Pokemon World Championships.
Top 16. That not only is such an achievement in itself, it also means you unlock that prize money as well. So much on the line for both of these players. Taran, you can see, taking that damage, was not happy to see the Whimsicott go down, and that definitely put a thorn in his side for his strategy.
I do wonder, too, you know, you talk about the Terra that ended up happening here on the Miraidon as we see in front of us, but because...
All right, guys, I put a prediction up if you guys want to gamble your channel points here.
Factor in this next game. Did you see the survival of that Cornerstone Ogerpon from that wicked blow?
Yes.
What if you tear?
Wow, that was a dominating game right there for Joshi.
Damage tremendously.
I think as well the Urshifu there, you know, failing to get the KO with the Sucker Punch onto the Landorus as well, could have benefited from that extra boost to the Dark type. You can understand why Miraidon has it on here. You know, it gives you some nice coverage if potentially that Calyrex Ice Rider was in the back. And I think we can assume that it was. And Taran did have to cover for that for the end game, as well as boosting up the Dazzling Gleam. But I think you're right, making sure that Urshifu...
What's your prediction, Mario?
And if you keep the speed up, if you can remove Regieleki, for example, and allow your Miraidon...
It's different on Twitch because you get channel points to gamble with.
Then maybe you don't need the Terra on their Miraidon.
What if you also consider bringing up Whimsicott maybe a bit more in the...
Honestly, I think, was Miraidon faster in that exchange before the Electro Web hit?
Number 1 was okay. If you're able to get a good pivot in there, you do have Pokemon that are able to do that. Miraidon with the Fault Switch is definitely one way that you can...
You're rooting for Taran?
I think it has to be done...
Or Taran? I hope I'm saying his name right.
A couple hiccups in there that did make that... play just a little bit more easy.
Well, I know the Aleki outsped, right? But I'm saying, was Miraidon faster than
in that next turn, and that really does swing the momentum. So
Mirai outsped Lando, definitely.
Between these two players and Masters top card at the Pokemon World.
So that Electro Web definitely mattered there.
Versus the very happy to be here Regieleki with Landorus on Navjeet's side.
Landorus was so effective for Navjeet in that very first game that it's no wonder why it is going to be brought as a lead front and center. For
so good, though. This is a great game. Great match. Great match. Great match. Great match.
If you see the right things in front of you, once again, go for those Electro Webs. You can still do a ton of damage to this Urshifu as well. We saw that Thunderbolt actually do about 2/3 damage to that Urshifu.
It did a significant chunk, even though it is the single strike variant. But Regieleki getting out of here does not want to have to take the central fake out and a follow-up. It is a very fast and offensive Pokemon, but a little frail, and you don't want to have to take a wicked blow. Iron Hands is going for the fake out, though, but to no avail.
The Farigiraf! Oh, no. Yeah, he read that amazing. He did, man.
You know, this Urshifu would definitely be hanging.
Oh, nice.
Ooh.
The big hit on the Giraffe, though.
You get the KO.
Wow.
Big deal here that you remove that armor.
That's a big loss for the Giraffe to go down.
That's the thing. You do take a little bit of damage, but I think the key thing was you catch it on. At least you brought it down a Pokemon early doors. You now have the Calyrex coming in here. You can apply some pressure. If you are that kind of faster Urshifu as well, having the flexibility to shake things up, you can always go for the close combat down into that slot. Having a look at what the Calyrex, it is running the Water Terra type. That would be a nice defensive play for it at this point in hand. But then you have to watch out for the Iron Hands. That could go for something like, oh, actually, it's not even running an electric type move. So forgive me, the Water Terra maybe not beneficial to Calyrex at all.
No, the low kick, though, a really nice adjustment here on the Iron Hands to deal with something like the Ice Rider Calyrex or any of these other heavier Pokemon. But the fact that you're not able to land that fake out in the Landorus and you've taken so much damage now, the trade is huge.
Yes.
Now this Ice Rider Calyrex gets a chance to come in for free. Your Urshifu is on its last legs of life, and Terran's going to have to figure out what you can do in the back. The Sucker Punch, though, is good. It's still going to do about half damage here, but you're taking another
wow,
which just gets a double knockout onto the Iron Hands.
Man, that is not missing.
Run away with this game.
Yeah, Taran
he is not missing.
You can see the seconds returning down as well, so maybe it was just a little bit of a hesitation in what moves he decided to lock in, and Calyrex actually just being...
Who knows? Yeah, lady, right?
Trick room here. I was almost going to say it's kind of sad.
Oh my god, and the trick room?
Boost, but actually, it
oh
doesn't need that
man.
The trick room up, and when you see
oh man.
This is going to be a Calyrex Glacial Lance party out here.
It is.
Oh man, that is tough. He just got slaughtered back to back. That's tough.
Calyrex has also set up the trick room. It is going to end up being the fastest thing on the field. No more Tailwind to really help to control these speeds here for the Miraidon, but there is maybe one hope. Lou, you were pointing at it. Let's talk about it. There is
I don't know what Terran could do here.
That's the only way to kind of reverse the Trick Room at this point, Encore down into it, but then you cannot underestimate this Landorus. Landorus can go for something like the Sludge Bomb, get some good damage onto the
Oh my god, he swaps out. He swaps out.
I think it's wise to switch out the Calyrex here as
Oh
well,
my
because
god.
it cannot be encored here. Trick Room is going to stay up, and I've never really seen a Regieleki come into a Trick Room environment before, but the key thing was to keep Trick Room up, because if Regieleki goes down, that's actually nice for Navji. You then have the free switch to bring that Calyrex back in, where it doesn't have to worry about encore potential.
Yeah, that is the big value from this Regieleki, is absolutely just get the Calyrex out of there, knowing that it's just used the Trick Room, and it might just be a sacrifice of this Regieleki, because I don't think Navji thinks we are going to get past these Trick Room turns right now. It's going to be a terrestrialization.
Joshi is definitely formidable. Oh my gosh.
The Terra Fairy. This is a familiar place that we've seen before, but the Encore into the Landorus does mean that it's going to get locked into what it used the turn prior. Sandseer Storm coming back out into both. Miraidon is able to hang on to
it's like,
from that electric type.
yeah, you lock it into a double hitting move here. Yeah, that damage definitely adds up. Oh my god.
Stopping a Sludge Bomb from coming out, which was critical considering you got two fairy types on the field.
Yeah.
The issue, however, Regieleki is hanging on. That Landorus is still in the position to go for another Sandseer Storm. It's not going to be able to get the KO on Whimsicott, but thanks to the crit before, Miraidon is in the danger zone.
Miraidon is in the danger zone.
Oh man, this could be it right here.
Here. One of the nice tech moves from the Whimsicott nowadays, just to be able to
yeah, that didn't miss not one time. Wow.
It is all down to this Whimsicott in the face of this Regieleki.
Yeah, that is.
Knockout away from being able to move on to the
this was dominant, bro.
Regieleki just going for the Electro Web, finding its mark on that Whimsicott, not enough to be able to clean out this.
Oh my gosh, this was domination.
Moment here. Oh no, Taran saying no, Landorus, you've had enough. Go back to your Pokeball. I'm conceding this game, and Navji Yoshi is going to be advancing.
The odds of that are very low, lady.
Pokemon World Championships.
Wow, what a display! The Regieleki, one of the most.
That was nasty, Joshi. Way to go.
For our Masters division, and it was just a fantastic display of why it has been so successful in the tournament so far.
I am astonished right now, man.
Who's that Pokemon?
Think about ways that they use their opponent's Pokemon against them. I think Regieleki is absolutely one of those.
I think he made this call earlier as well when we saw the.
Wow, he is a force to be reckoned with. His reads were incredible.
Seeing a lot of trainers kind of saying this is what my opponent is running, this is the strategy they want to go for, and I'm going to shut it down. And you're completely correct here as well with the way Regieleki was able.
I am astonished, guys. Wow.
Regieleki is in the top 16. That is fantastic, but you can also see why, and that's the extra beauty.
Joshi is not a joke, you guys.
Applying pressure with things like that.
Oh my god. This dude was a beast. What do you normally stream? We stream Pokemon. We stream Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, Sword and Shields.
For 2024, and is a player that I know
we do viewer battles, which we've been getting really into. I've been getting into VGC. It's been a really challenging but really fun time. There's so many great players in this chat that have brought the best out of me many times. So if you've battled me in chat, I really can't say enough, man. Thank you for battling me. It's been really fun. We do raids. We did the DLCs on stream.
Unfortunately, sometimes that is how the game works. It's why even you see moves.
It's just been a great time, lady. Lady, if you're interested, please do join our Discord. I'd love to stay in touch with you, homie. Oh, right. That's amazing. Sounds like a cool group around here. It really is. Everyone here is so amazing. I've met some of them through other streamers like Rubius Raven and Certified, some of them. Discord, I'm down. Yeah, type in ! join Discord. Yeah.
This is the knockout rounds. At the end of the day, there is no room for these trainers, and unfortunately,
let me do the prediction here.
Making it through to the top cotton worlds is something that you're never going to be able to take away from him as a player, and I'm sure it will not be the last that we see of him in the broadcast. It may be into the next season, but Navji really coming through with such
that
a
was nasty, bro.
Also was the really interesting combination here.
The bot died? Nani?
Terra
Actually, now that you mention it,
then I think to Terran's strategy, because
yeah, thank you, Dutch.
Terra Fairy and the Dazzling Gleams did give him a lot of damage.
Let me check to see what's going on with Streamlabs here. Maybe my Cloudbot's
But when
off.
you see that Terra Poison, not only is it defensively frustrating for Terran, but then you know the sludge.
Twitch is inactive. Why is Twitch inactive, bro?
Playing both sides of the coin and definitely coming up all heads. We're gonna go over to the stage though, because Sierra is on standby with an
wrong
interview
screen.
with Navjit. So let's go ahead and hear from him.
Exciting stuff as we finally get to see our next person who made it top 16 here at the World Championship.
Besides Mario, he is a Breloom fanatic. He's crazy.
Well, how are you feeling after that?
Yeah, that was a really crazy set. I don't know, like, I don't know what to think after a set like that. Honestly, I'm just happy I made it through. Yeah, I can't really put the feelings into words right now.
I mean, you're talking about not really knowing how to feel after a set like that. Is that because of the fact you're now in top 16 of the World Championships? Have the matches been like a lot closer? Like, talk me through that.
Yeah, I think coming into this tournament every round,
Bro.
I try not to look.
Oh
at
my
the
God,
player because
dude, I would be the most memorable interview ever, bro.
Right, so trying to kind of look at the matchup more.
Oh my God.
And it's just the magnitude of the event.
Bro,
right?
that girl's so pretty, dude.
So
that interviewer is so pretty,
It
dude.
doesn't matter who your opponent is. Anyone can.
Oh my God.
You know, win at this point, and yeah, that's kind of the mindset going into each round.
I mean, definitely a strong mindset. And we're talking about the names of the people you're coming across from. And even if we haven't necessarily gotten to see you at these events or even at past World Championships.
Let's go, lady. I'm so happy you're
a strong
in.
player and you put the work into this. So how has it been here attending your first World Championships and being in Top Cut now and being able to show that you have the strength to compete amongst the best?
Yeah, no, I'm extremely proud of myself. I didn't have a lot of time or resources this season. Just I have, you know, started working at the beginning of the year in a new job, and so I'm just happy that I was able to make it here, and then all the work that I put in over the limited amount of time I've had, it's paying off. You know, even when I was building this team, all of the things that I put into it, I didn't have time to test everything, but it kind of just going on gut, and yeah, I'm just pleased that everything's coming together. I had a set earlier in the day where I was able to utilize all 6 of my team members, so I feel like anytime you can do that and you're not really leaving anything on the bench, it's really good. So yeah, I'd say overall the tournament's been a success so far, and I'm enjoying the venue, I'm enjoying being with my friends, and it's been good.
I'm definitely glad to hear it. Even if a match earlier got to see all 6 team members, this one we really got to see kind of this Regieleki and this Landorus Incarnate. Both 2 Pokemon we haven't really seen too much over the weekend, especially not the Regieleki, because you're the only Regieleki player in day 2. So I'd love to know the team building and the thoughts bringing this.
Yeah, I mean, players that have played Sword and Shield back in the day remember Aleki, Kali Ice making a splash in a few tournaments in those restricted dexes. I kind of just look back at some of the teams there, and I was like, at the end of the day, you've got electric ice coverage, and when you supplement that with ground coverage as well, you form a really potent attacking trident. And as long as you're playing well, which you have to at the World Championships, you can set yourself up for a lot of success. With the way this team functions, you're able to leverage your fast mode, but you're also able to start in Trick Room the same turn. Like, they have to respond to the possibility of Electro Web and Glacial Lance, but Volt Switch Trick Room is also a very valid play with a team like this. So, and then Landorus just kind of supplements both of them, and it can, you know, break down things like Miraidon, as you saw, and teams like that. So, yeah.
I mean, definitely well fought to get to this point. Now with top 16 ahead of you, are you more excited? Or are you more nervous? Like,
honestly, I've come into this tournament. I haven't been playing with a lot of anxiety or anything. I've just been going round to round, and like, honestly, I acknowledge the fact that at any point I could have played a bad matchup or 2 bad matchups and been knocked out. So it's not worth stressing or really thinking too far ahead. Like, whatever happens, happens. I'm here. I'm just enjoying the ride, and top 16, I'm sure it'll be another, you know, fun set whoever I play.
one match at a time, and one match slowly getting closer to that end goal of being back here for tomorrow. I want to make sure you rest up, but before that, any final words you have, any thanks?
Yeah, just shout outs to all my friends here. James sitting right there, Maddie as well, Shane, and of course everyone else that reached out, obviously Joe.
Yo, look at that guy who just waved. That's funny.
The list just goes on, but And lastly, just my parents as well. My parents, my sister, they're always cheering me on. I just had a chance to call them after clinching the 9-2 earlier, and they were so supportive and all throughout the weekend. So just big shout outs to them and all the friends that have reached out in messages. I'd be here all day if I was naming them all, but they know who they are.
Well, congratulations. Do it for Canada and best of luck going on forward. As for us, Top 16 is going to be so excited. Quick break and we'll be back soon.
Wow, that interviewer is so pretty. Like, no joke, she is gorgeous. But Joshi, huge shout out to Joshi, man. Joshi dominated. I will definitely be keeping an eye out for Joshi, man. What do you guys think, man? That was an incredible battle. Domination.
Here in Honolulu, Hawaii at Pokemon World 2024. We are here with some champions who are going to show us what it's like to shop with a pro. Right?
I knew I recognized him, Phoenix.
This is the best place to be here at
Unite Caster.
And who are you standing here with?
And an international champion, Polaris.
And I am here with international champion.
He had a good matchup there, in my opinion.
What is it like to compete in a Pokemon?
He made great reads too, man. Like,
If you're doing a battle, that's tell me that you win or not.
How do you feel about competing this year?
It's pretty fun.
Are you gonna win, do you think?
I hope so.
What are your favorite things to shop for?
if he keeps cooking like that and reading so well, he's got a good shot of top 4. I would love to see him and Wolfie in round 1 of that top 16. That would be insane.
You're a champion. You can make it happen. I love that I've gotten to meet you before, actually, at a Pokemon.
Man, Sprangles is looking fresh, man.
What's your favorite
Shout out to
part about
Sprangles.
traveling to compete with all of these Pokemon events?
It's really fun to play Pokemon. Just love the game.
And what's the best part about bringing your family to all this stuff?
My dad, mom, and Cyrus, they just come and they watch and they like cheer me, and it's really fun for them.
Do you think Cyrus will one day be a champion like you?
Probably. I really hope so.
What's your favorite thing about coming to the Pokemon Center?
Definitely big plushies.
What's the #1 thing you're looking for?
The big plushies.
A big Slowpoke. You heard it here first, folks. A big Slowpoke.
You told me that
The big Slowpoke.
plushies, and I couldn't find a giant plushie, but I found something really big for you. Are you ready?
Get out of here, bro.
You can turn into any Pokemon. What do you think?
Pretty cool.
There you go. That's for you.
You said you wanted a big
That
plushie.
thing's bigger than him.
Something even bigger.
Yo, that thing's even bigger than him. What?
Okay. Yeah, it's big, right? What do you think?
Yo, that's no. Yo, that Slowpoke's crazy too.
Here we go. Told you.
I'm sorry, I said Slowpoke. The Snorlax is crazy.
Watch its head.
Yes, Sprangles, watch your head, bro. Are those pool floats? Dude, that is crazy. Oh my god, dude, that Poke Center, dude, has gotta be filled with so much cool merch. Wow. Yo, I would love to go to that merch store, dude. I would buy so much stuff. Oh, that winking Pikachu is cool too. Imagine meeting Wolfie. Dude, I would be... It would be an honor, dude. That would be such an honor. I heard it was an absolutely hectic mess to get into day 1. How many people are in Worlds right now for day 1?
I'm having a wonderful weekend so far, experiencing everything that Pokemon Worlds has to offer.
I wanted to buy the life-size Larvester, but I'm too poor. How much is it, Kennedy?
I have hit the beach every day since I got here. It was
Aloha, man.
What we did after we got off the plane was head right to the beach. Even when the sun was setting, we were out there late into the hours, actually.
$300?
I came in from Toronto with my brother. So my best friend and I get to travel to all of these events together. We're lucky that we just leave from the same house. And then my other friends from DC and Sweden landed as well, and we all hit the ocean at the end of the day.
Dang, that's a long distance of travel from all sorts of directions.
Well, that's the best part about these events is you can make friends from all over the world. I actually just did a lucky.
Bro, that's insane, dude. That's insane.
All the way from Korea today.
Wow, that's so cool.
Yeah.
Masters top 16. Okay, guys, here's the question I want to ask you guys. Do you guys want to continue watching Worlds? Or do we stick to the schedule and at 8:15 or whenever the next match ends, we'll do multi battles and whatnot? What do you guys want to do? Because I'm down to continue watching if you guys are. If you guys prefer to do battles, I'm good too.
That's so cool. And did you tell me you found the special shiny here?
So
I prefer to stick to the schedule. Okay, fair enough. Especially since we're gonna do day 3, so I guess that's fair. 942 is insane for number of players. I think that's only VGC. That's crazy, lady, right? To think about.
I ran out to actually on Thursday morning. So
World's Day is World's Day for me.
With it already. That's so cool. I'm really jealous. I still haven't gotten my shiny Pikachu yet, but. If people haven't been here to Worlds, you were talking about what a cool experience it is to be around all of these people and feel.
So keep watching the live.
Tell them about what it's like to be here and
I respect it.
Encourage them to do if they've thought about maybe going to Worlds before and never done it.
Look, you don't even need to start at Worlds. I did, but you can dip your toes in at regionals, at locals. My favorite part about being at these events is not the giant floating Pikachu, even though it's cool. It's every single Pokemon fan smiling ear to ear, enjoying the fact that they're here, and you don't need to fly to the other side of the world to experience that. If you have a local game store, you can check that out. The Play Pokemon events are amazing no matter where you are.
That's such great.
Oh, that's
Thank you so much for
interesting.
taking the time. We'll let you get back to the Pokemon World Championship, and you also get back to the
Yeah,
Pokemon
I'm sticking
World
to
Championship.
Worlds. LOL, gotta see what happens. I absolutely 100% understand. And totally understand that logic.
Pokemon Championship history.
The Dragonite comeback.
Important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. Let's flash back to the 2017 North American International Championships. This was the final event before Worlds, so it was the last chance for trainers to earn an invite. We turn our focus to round 3 of day 1. Giovanni Costa is a West Coast VGC trainer that had one simple phrase: Believe in Eevee. For the entire 2017
Believe in Eevee.
revolving around Eevee and
Yo, the little dance too.
Extreme Evo boost. But at the start of Game 3, Geo's Eevee plans fell through as Tobias gets a perfectly timed poison.
Will knock out the Eevee.
And it would only get worse for Geo, because after Whimsicott and Incineroar were knocked out, he was now in a 4-to-1 Pokemon disadvantage. A situation so dire, even 3-time world champion Ray Rizzo didn't believe in a comeback.
Yeah, so that is going to be game having 4 against 1.
With the whole world counting him out and facing impossible odds, Geo had to place his faith into one Pokemon, Dragonite.
Oh, this is insane.
Of all time. Dragonite was added to his Eevee team.
Who's that Pokemon?
And now it's time for Geo to show the world that anything is possible as long as you believe.
So Smeargle maybe fake out Spore.
But after being put to sleep by Tobias' Smeargle,
Put it to sleep. And Tobias now completely free to just relax, play out the last few minutes of this game.
How do you come back from that?
Damage from Nihilego, things were looking dire for Geo.
Not a one-hit knockout, though.
Then the unthinkable happened.
Dragonite wakes up and goes for an Earthquake, targeting down this Nihilego and this Hariyama. It gets the knockout.
No way, bro.
Knockout on Hariyama after the burn damage.
Holy.
Wow.
Dragonite miraculously woke up and knocked out 2 of Tobias'
Let's go, Dragonite.
Earthquake.
The Life Orb, Hidden Power Ice from the Nihilego, waking up using Earthquake.
Tobias was down to his last Pokemon, Smeargle, who still couldn't knock out Geo's bulky and Tobias could see the writing on the wall.
Oh my god!
Smeargle's able to pick up that victory.
How do you choke that? Oh my god.
Geo defying all the
Bro, that's crazy.
And with that, Giovanni Costa's Dragonite delivers one of the greatest comebacks in VGC history.
Forget VGC and Pokemon history. What?
Win with their favorite Pokemon. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in competitive Pokemon history by using the
crap.
hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Dude, that is that's the craziest thing I've ever seen. Guys, I am going to play an ad just to get rid of the pre-rolls. I'm sorry, not the pre-rolls. I'm sorry, the potential ads during this next matchup. I'm very sorry for the ads, guys. Just want to get this out of the way before. Wow, that's so nuts, dude.
The journey down victory road, very few will walk it. But for those who can, well, they have the chance to show us what they got, including that potential to be a world champion. The competition today has been amazing, and we're going and getting closer and closer with each step to find out which two will return here for Championship Sunday, be the 2024 Pokemon World Champion. Sierra, Scott, and Lee back, your favorite podcasters of this weekend. But what we've gotten to see so far has just been fantastic this weekend. That was a quick match, but out here, I mean, hey, sometimes you just got to show that you know what to bring for this weekend.
Hey, you know, I heard during Joe's video that some trainers can win with their favorites. And if your favorite is Reggie Alecki, we cannot be friends. But that was a very impressive victory by
you
a
and Lou
Pokemon
aren't
leader.
friends?
That's mean, Scott.
I thought if it was Gastrodon, didn't you listen to the interview? I thought you were friends.
Man, but no, I mean, the only Reggie lucky for day two, and yeah, Lou celebrating with that one, being able to be in top 16 here, but it's been absolutely fantastic. We're going to talk more tournament in just a second, but of course, we've been delivering some great battles all day, but there's been giveaways and stuff that you can be in 2-2, and if we're looking at the next regulation after the World Championships, Fluttermane is out. Bye-bye, girl. It is all going to be about that Sylveon, and something that I think can make a really big splash.
Yeah, guys, don't forget to use your code there, too.
Sure, I think the Pixelate Hyper Voice is going to take the place of that Fluttermane and be really impactful. It's got access to things like Yawn as well.
Score, what are your thoughts so far? This is great. Yeah, that Eevee had a Z move that gives +2 to every stat and commonly used Baton Pass that passed on to something in the back. That's nuts. Good to know that Sierra Dawn got out of jail in time to cast in Worlds. Hey, yo.
This weekend, of course, use the code Sleep Talk Worlds in your copy of Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. Go in the mystery gift section. The event is running until the 19th. So
Let me see, I missed any other chat. I didn't miss any other
up.
chat, okay.
But pick it up right now before you forget, because that's always my issue is, oh, I have until this time, and I never remember. And even if all about here, we're about the VGC, we do have giveaways for the other titles as well. Of course, if you want to be hopping into the Pokemon trading card game, your opportunity to get a special illustration Petra Run card in-game. Make sure you can grab that now, as well as the card. There is Twitch drops that are available just from watching the channel, so an opportunity for you to watch your favorites, see who's going to be making their way through the competition, and earn yourself some coins, some deck boxes.
Twitch drops? Watch and earn. Oh, there you go.
And, hey, we never get to use Petra in the video game championship, so we'll live vicariously through.
That's pretty cool.
I feel like that's both of the games. Is we got the paradoxes before they did, and they're like, this Fluttermane looks so fun, and then they finally get them, and they're like, wait a second, these Pokemon are really strong. But hey, the ones that definitely get to use Pokemon that we don't get to necessarily use too much, Pokemon Go, and these are the Twitch shops that you can watch.
Oh wow, look at that, guys!
Pokemon as well as other exclusives. I'm looking at those little slugs there. Lou would be so content, but a great opportunity for Pokemon Go to be able to get some Pokemon to help you out on your competitive journey.
Yeah, depending on where you are and you play Pokemon Go, sometimes some of these Pokemon might be a little bit harder to pick up than others, but this is a great opportunity for you to take advantage of these Twitch drops. Of course, those Shellos.
Licky Tongue is apparently the most used mon in Pokemon Go? No way.
Of course, got some
I wonder why.
There with the Mantine, the Dunsparce, and baby Pangoro as well.
And of course, but last but not least, Pokemon Unite. Twitch drops so you can watch and earn. And of course, you want to make sure you're tuned into all of that. And it's not just
I love Pokemon Go. Don't ask me, I don't know.
Special emblem that you can get. We're giving away so much this weekend.
That's pretty nasty, huh?
Redeem that gift code, but you can get a platinum Gengar.
Oh my god!
So exciting stuff going on. So you can enjoy competition. And
oh my god! Get that platinum Gengar.
Redeem absolutely everything. It's free, guys.
Yeah, and that Gengar emblem, it looks amazing. And also that, yeah, all of it. I mean, just pick up all of it. I haven't had a chance to do any of the Pokemon Go stuff, which I would like to. I have picking up some Pokemon.
Hey, we've been busy watching the VGC action over here because it's kind of like a blink and you miss it, especially with that last match. Like, there is so much going on, and the competition is getting fiercer and fiercer. There's still some really intense battles happening out there. If you're a spectator in the hall, there's the side TVs on. I know Kylan was going up against Wolf in that last one, and there's so many exciting things at any given point.
Yeah, I mean, that's just the struggle at this point in the tournament, right? There's more amazing matches every round that we can show. We're going to do our best to bring the very best matches we can to you. But yeah, one of the reasons to try to visit the World Championship someday if you can, right? You can see even more of all the exciting action.
Yeah, and I mean, we're looking.
Oh, I definitely will, man.
We were talking about like the call. I'm excited to see if that Reggie Alecki and that Slanderous Incarnate is going to be the call going on for this one, because that was definitely a match where they got to really, really show what they're capable of. And when we get to see,
honestly, Joshy, man, that was not a joke, dude. He might be a world champion, bro.
It's a really interesting pick, and it's obviously doing very well in this field of Pokemon that we're seeing.
I am pumped for that, dude.
That match, it didn't miss one of its moves, and it just really laid down the foundations for that really dominant performance there. The Reggie Alecki also having its part, playing its role, helping out. But I think it is these, we've said it all weekend, you know, it's the unique picks that trainers bring to these tournaments that's almost what accelerates them, puts them forward into these deeper positions and kind of propels them into these championship winning states.
Well, we're talking about the call. We've talked about the call. What about just own personal favorite moments? Because that sometimes I feel can get a little bit goofy. It could be something that's like, wow, this is a really, really cool competitive moment. Or it could be one of those moments that's like, wow, I didn't think this was going to go this way. I think this was kind of cool.
I mean, I hate to take the dunk, but I guess for me, having get to cast both of them when they were children, I thought it was very neat that we got the...
If you're 10-2, you're playing well. I don't think there's any doubt about that, right? Especially against this level of competition.
The more triumphant moment that Jay winning his world championship, you know, I played in tournaments with both of them, and you know, seeing both of them so many years later,
that was just a dominant performance, man.
That's just a nice thing to see. What the world championship is all about, you know, people...
You got to give him his flowers, man. That was just an amazing performance.
And, you know, I think it was just really neat that at this point in their lives, they could again have that moment together.
Yeah, that was still such an amazing way to be kicking off the Pokemon World Championships. And me and Lee got the pleasure of casting that match. We've talked about it a little bit there, but while we're waiting for top 16, can dive into it a little bit more here. But it's so cool to see these trainers that have such a history in this game and how it aligns with their own. Because you were there for those moments. Whereas for myself, my first...
I guess only time will tell, right?
Was watching that run, not live at the time, many years later on YouTube, and just being like, wow, this is really, really cool. And it was not...
What's wrong, Mario?
That is the moment, but it was how excited the crowd was at any given moment. You see the Pachirisu and everyone's going nuts. You see, like, there's these electrifying battles, and that's been something that, as I've gotten more into the game and had the pleasure of being invited along to cast these, that I've gotten to see these different matches. Avery's Do It Again, Oranguru at NAIC 2023, all these different moments. So that was really, really cool to then see it come to life for myself on the desk, where you can hear the crowd cheering.
The best and worst part of esports.
Hit the field here for round 2 of the World Championships.
Yeah, I mean, it was like that back in 2014 when we were in Washington. You know, the run of Sage, and whenever that Pachirisu came out, the crowd went crazy. It was one of those moments. It was a special time, and I think it was a real turning point for VG as well, and I think a real iconic moment. So to have it almost kind of repeating itself in a lot of ways to kick us off this weekend was a really nice moment.
It's so cool with just like looking at this history kind of repeating itself, or where history can maybe kind of take too, because then we're looking at Wolf, who's playing out there, obviously a world champion and someone that everyone has their eyes on as we go through this debate of who is the greatest player of all times, and the run that he's been able to go on throughout the tournament so far. We've got to see that story from even a couple of world champions that are still in the tournament and still making that run. That's the one story we've really gotten to talk about since we've gotten to see it happening, but not the only one. There is some insanely strong players. Like, there is the potential of a double world champion coming out of this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you guys know more than we do, since they're both still matches in progress when we started talking. But yeah, I mean, last year's world champion still, last we heard, alive in the round of 24 and 32, I guess, depending on how you look at it. So exciting to see how he ends up doing. And yeah, I mean, we still had, you know, last year's runner-up as well, moving on in the field. Really impressive consistency by both of those players. You know, it's one of those things that really sets you apart, I feel like, as one of the greats to be able to do it in consecutive years, where, especially in somewhat different formats, even though we're on the same video games, you know, testing a different skill set, you know, very different world championships. I think, as we talked about the last time we were up here, where, you know, there's tons of preparation this year. We're deep in a format last year people kind of had to figure out the best way to win without really a whole lot of knowledge of what their opponents were likely to do, and that these players are able to come out on top either way is really impressive.
I think especially too when I am looking at Mikhail Kelch and Shohei, because of how different last Worlds was for the champion and the runner-up respectively, to then have that brand new format, be able to navigate that, and then we get to see for this year's Worlds, they've built upon something and kind of showcases both ends of the skills, that they're still able to appear here, have this regulation, and be able to pop off.
Yeah, I think it's really nice for Michel in a lot of regards, because he came into the World Championships last year. He had a really good run, of course, getting to the final. And I think a lot of people were probably like, it's kind of a one-off because he hadn't really had any big results before then. This season, he kind of got his head down. He didn't need to play because he had the invite from last year for how well he did. But he kind of wanted to have that determination to say, no, I can get my invite, even if I don't need to. He went and won a regional, had that really good Zamazenta run, and he's playing Zamazenta again this weekend, which is really nice to see, and he's having just as much success. So there is the possibility, because they're on opposite ends of the bracket, where these two players could actually meet. We could have a repeat of last year's World Championships, which is wild to think.
Oh yeah, guys, how's the current world champion doing, by the way? Any status on him? Is he still in it?
Into this really competitive field.
I mean, especially in this era, right? I mean, it's so difficult now. I mean, not even just in the finals, but I guess if you think back, you know, there was a period.
All right, Mario, take it easy, bro.
Played in the top cut 2 years in a row.
Welcome in, Avalon. Welcome in. Welcome in.
To be that deep in the tournament twice in a row and both of them to do it, yeah, it's almost unprecedented when you consider, you know, there's 10 times as many players competing now as there used to be.
I'm just hoping
last year's world champion is still in, right?
It would be a really, really amazing. But I love that you're talking about like that. Was it a one-off or whatnot? Obviously proven throughout this season.
Oh, he's in the 3-loss category. Is he technically in the top 16?
Where the run would be based
or the next cut?
There's a lot of players that their skill is worthy of a player to make these types of runs, but sometimes they just fall a little bit short of that title. I think throughout the season, if any.
I know I watched his match yesterday, and I saw him lose. I was just shocked. I was like, what?
Because we've been able to follow those journeys.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of hidden factors in a tournament.
Who's that Pokemon?
Kind of the matchup. You know, we don't really talk about too much. You could have a bad.
All right, guys. Sorry, we're
round that kind of costs you because of the fine margins here between making it into cut and not making it into cut. You can also have your one choice of a move on your team could be the difference. You could have been testing something and then changed it last minute. There's so many like little really fine lines that can make such a big difference when you actually get to the kind of the playground here in the tournament that we don't always kind of concentrate on or look at. And yeah, you're so right to identify there's so many players out there that are capable of having these runs. You know, we see how successful players are throughout a whole season, and sometimes it just doesn't quite work out at that one tournament at the end of the year, which is unfortunate, but that's the beauty of this tournament. It's really crunch time here, and it's why sometimes we have these one-off players, which is great for the narrative, but at the same time, testament to all the players who managed to do it.
It's a one-off from the limited view that we maybe sometimes get to see, but when you get to kind of know these players a little bit better, you get to maybe know.
I am so sorry we have to turn that shit off. I can't take it no more, bro.
Something else, especially
I cannot take it no more.
Play too much. I mean, even just that last match that we've got to see with Navjeet is someone that, if you're Canadian or you're more West Coast, you know the strength of this player. But on this international level, someone that a lot of people are just unfamiliar with, and that's a story yet that hasn't quite been realized or quite been told, and that's not the only player that has that sort of similar backstory right now.
Yeah, I think one of the great things about the World Championships, it's one of the most fun weekends of the year, but in a weird way, especially as a spectator, it's one of the most like emotionally taxing.
Yeah.
Because there's so many players that are kind of on that cusp, right? And you know, if they have a red hot weekend, you know, maybe they just barely make it to day 2, and that's the best they've ever done. And you know, they're having the weekend of their lives, or you know, how they just barely gonna get top cut, and like, wow, you know, I'm really one of those players now. But the flip side also happens too, right? Where you know, some players, they prepare super hard, and they just don't get the right matchups, or they mess up just a few turns, right? And you know, you kind of spend the whole year thinking how things things could have been just a little bit different. And
that is
you know, it is so
Pokemon in a
tough.
nutshell,
you don't know how
man.
many times you're going to qualify for the World Championships, you know, and you only get a few shots for most players, and it's what makes it mean so much when you do get those deep runs and when you do win, because it's so hard and everyone is trying to do that. Everyone is giving their best this weekend, and I really can't say enough how great the trainers who've made it to this point are, because I think this year the World Championships was more difficult maybe than it's ever been before.
100%, and it's only
Honestly, I have to agree with that statement.
Now that the qualification
It's
has changed
crazy.
a little bit, and we're looking at worlds that are going to be a little bit more dense, and I think that going, like you're talking about the, will I get to compete at the World Championships again? And I think that we're in an era now where more than ever, that's a question that we do need to start asking, because there is definitely more than enough qualified players that we get to see from this event. We know that there is that skill there, but it's going to start getting so insane, and as the skill level just increases, we really get to see people like the best of the best that they have to offer.
Yeah, and I think then we have to start kind of celebrating not just those kind of one-off unique wins or big wins, but I think the consistency of the players as well, because the competition is so high now, where it's to the point where you could really
Yeah, lady, I think the world champion's in big trouble right now.
You know, maybe 16, 13.
He's got to be sweating. He's got to hope somebody loses in that last few slots a third time.
That, you know, just by getting to this stage or getting to the World Championships here next year is a huge accomplishment in itself.
3 L's is really unfortunate.
Welcome
Welcome back, Kingsman.
To get to this point. So I think we probably are looking at a wider and broader view, I think, going into tournaments in future, rather than looking at those kind of one-off championship results.
I'm just, all of this talk just has me so excited to get
You missed a
onward
dominant
with the
performance.
with the competition, and I need to go check to see who's made it to top 16, because I know all three of us are just dying to know. So for us, we're going to be taking a quick break, and on the
Wolfie lost?
time for a top
Ooh. Wait, so that means he's 3 L's now, right? Wait, how do we know Wolfie lost? Uh-oh. That means he's 3 losses now, right, too?
And I'm here with Glaxon. Glaxon, how's your day going today?
It's going great.
He had 2 losses before, though, no?
I've been seeing so many cool battles. Everybody's just having a good time, it feels like, so I'm having a good time, too.
Many people at home might already recognize you as you make some content on the internet, but
Wolfie's
in case
lost
they don't recognize
twice?
You, who are you? What do you do?
So I stream mostly on Twitch. I'm what you would call a shiny hunter. So if you don't know, there are altered colorations of these Pokemon called shinies. You see some of the competitors using them. So I look for those pretty frequently over on Twitch. So
Yeah, we were talking a little bit about shiny hunting, because I also adore shiny hunting. You have to tell us, what is your favorite shiny?
I have to go with Honed.
This loss made Wolfie 9-3. That's what I'm saying, guys. Wolfie lost twice, and now this loss makes it 3.
My favorite shiny,
Oh my God. I told you, Kennedy. No way, bro.
I mean, for a lot of people, for the OGs,
They're new to this. They're new to the stream, Avalanche.
The first shiny Pokemon you
They
saw,
didn't know.
Mega Rage Gyarados. So yeah, the red coloration. Just
You don't really know until you actually post a link for the first time.
I'm like, oh, but the golden Magikarp being not so different.
But he won the first one today.
I mean, one day soon, you will be really cool. Just get to level 20.
Many levels.
It's okay.
from now. Yes.
Hold on.
So we're here at Worlds. Let's not forget.
Hold on,
where
real
we
quick.
are here in Honolulu. What has the experience of Pokemon Worlds?
Wolfie is now 9-3, guys.
I mean, outside of the convention center, there's
Diego is 11-1. We saw Diego earlier today. Oh my gosh.
What do you mean?
Kyle is 10-2 now. Oh my God.
Honolulu, so it was an amazing experience. So
congratulations. What was it like? Where did you
Oh
right on the beach of,
my God.
There's a huge pier that goes out into the ocean.
Ooh, that's a problem.
We were like taking pictures, and then while she was like looked out in the
Oh
ocean, I was there
no.
behind her, got on my knee, and when she turned
It's
around,
okay, lady. No biggie.
Not a bad place to do it.
No, I mean.
Oh man, he went from what was his placement today at the start of today? He went 9-0 or 8-0.
And then I was actually in Japan last year as well. So.
What can you tell people at home who maybe haven't been to a
It's gonna
World
be
Championship
tight if
about
Wolfie
what
gets
they
in.
could expect to
Dude,
see
he's
from
got to
something
pray
like
for
this?
people's
There's
downfall here.
so much to do. If you're not watching the awesome battles,
It's
going
coming to
on,
the
there's
weird
so many
system if
side
there's a
events to
spot.
do.
Yesterday he was 8-0. You see, guys, that's what I'm talking about, man. Anything can happen.
Like things to do for people.
Oh my God!
Museum
Wow.
here, like with all the
Oh my God!
history
He's
of
got to
Pokemon
be
and
so
worlds. So there's a
mad
lot
right
to do
now.
For every interest. So.
That's so true. Great
He had such a big lead too.
And now let's head back to the Pokemon World Championship.
Yeah, Wolfie is 9-3. We were just showing the link right there. Wow. I think only 10-2 or better will advance. I think so too, Numi. He was actually 16-0 because he didn't drop a single game in his matches yesterday. See, it doesn't matter about all that. It's wow. Wow, 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 wow. Does he have any more games left, guys, or is he done now?
Trainers on day one, Gabby, and here we have 16 people still with those hopes of leaving Honolulu.
I can spare 3 matches, no more than that after I unfortunately have to head to bed early. No problem, Kingsman, no biggie.
Left, and I think this is really the heartbreak hill of our competition, if you will, where there are so many.
Can they show us the freaking game?
Unfortunately, in single elimination, 1 loss and you're out. And from that last round of Top Cut in particular, already some huge upsets.
Dude, he's going to leave so sad. I mean, honestly, anyone who makes it this far is going to go sad.
Bracket. 2 of the names you are
oh
not
my
going to see there
God.
World champion Wolf Glick and world champion Shohei.
Dude, that's crazy.
In that asymmetric
oh my God.
A lot of people were definitely rooting for those world champions, but at least
oh my God.
A new world champion by the end of this weekend.
Yeah, and there's still so many different countries represented in our top 16. It feels like one of the more balanced.
No Wolf and no world champion from 2023.
Everybody who's made it this far.
Wow, I think we're gonna. Does this guarantee a new world champion? There won't be a chance for a 2-time winner, is what I'm saying.
Have some momentum, and you know that you are only 1, 2, 3 games away from playing in Championship Sunday tomorrow. So.
Honestly, Diego's looking pretty good right now.
Have a little bit of a ways to go.
You can see it with binoculars, but
it's
still
all uphill
a
as
bit.
well. But you'll make it there. You just got to keep running.
I mean, honestly, some of the names.
Oh my God!
As an American, getting the bye actually.
Love to see it, yeah, dude.
Cut round. Marco Silva, multi-time international champion. Michael Kelch getting second.
Honestly,
last year. I mean, this bracket truly is wide open.
It really
this is.
What I find super exciting.
This is going to be day 3 tomorrow, right, guys?
Restricted Pokemon represented here in this top.
This is what day 3 is going to be tomorrow. The Masters top 16, right?
It's not all Calyrex riders of some form, which is great. I mean, coming into this tournament, Joe, I don't know.
Wait a minute, is
you were focusing your prep, but for me, I was just looking at a lot.
Wait,
of
where's
that were in the metagame, looking at some of the.
Wait a minute, Numi. Where is she?
Up to this event, looking at my locals as well, and it was just Calyrex's day. It just felt like Calyrex had so much momentum.
I think there's 3 Canadians in the top 16. That's really cool.
It's great that we have other restricted Pokemon.
Wait a minute, where's she? Also lost? No way. Really? She dropped it. Oh my God. Man, I'm mad they don't keep broadcasting the games. I'd love to see the games that are there.
But from what we've actually seen from most of the competitors this weekend, it's truly been both Mirage.
I wish every game. Oh man, that sucks.
Are the 2 restricted that people had really hard countered and
9-3. Oh my God, so many top players are 9-3.
I think what's really interesting.
Oh my God, this is crazy.
One of the Terrapagos that was entered into this tournament made it all the way into top 16.
Michael
by Hara, who is
got top 2 in the worlds last year. I think Diego has the most momentum right now.
Terrapagos in this competition, but making a lot of waves at the Japan National Championships thanks to the.
Canada's notorious for throwing games in any sport. Oh my God. Justin Knox is our last U.S. player. Come on, Justin. All right, I might root for Justin too. Honestly, Joshi and Diego are probably my 2 picks if Wolfie doesn't get into this top cut. I'm gonna root for Diego. I want Diego to win. He was very likable. I'm rooting for Diego. I hope he can get it this year. That would be cool, man. It would be his first ever big achievement. Honestly, I feel like making top 16, making top 16 is an achievement in and of itself.
They have different qualifying systems, but he was the finalist in that matchup, so he's here now.
Yeah, similar to Japan's qualification.
Justin is 11-1 right now. He's playing so hard. I don't think he's had a featured stream yet. Wow.
Tournaments leading into that in-person
wow. I can't wait to hear Wolfie's feedback about what went wrong in his games, because he goes into such detail about it. It'll be fascinating to see.
From that region, and
It'll be very fascinating to see.
Variant of the Miraidon team that we've already seen a few times throughout this competition because it's just that good.
Yeah, and I think it'd be, you know, I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves, obviously.
I'd say even making day one is achievement. That is so true, support, for sure. These are people who play regionals and stuff and do well across the world. Well said, support. Couldn't agree anymore. Yeah, now let's just wait 6 months for the video. I will so be interested to see what he comes up with and what he says. For sure, I will definitely watch.
You mentioned Station Park, you mentioned Miraidon.
Man, his head's got to be spinning right now because when you're 8-0, you got to feel like you're definitely making top 16.
Is his turn, and really all these trainers who have made it this far in the competition deserve a moment to bask.
Wolfie played with 2 Incineroar in one game. I just came across a random Reddit thing. I don't think he's running 2 Incineroar. I don't even think that's a thing. Oh, absolutely. I love how he breaks stuff down and explains things so deeply. Yeah, that's what fascinates me about the game, right?
Seeing the different trainers, because this weekend kind of proves that, you know, the point of you talk about like qualifying for.
I don't think he ran Ditto. I think he used heavy hitters.
Points in North America or 1,500 championship points. You both got that same qualification, and so many of the trainers earning their invite.
Wow.
Proving that, showcasing that they are a top caliber player. They are a world.
It was a stream mistake.
And I think it's just so
yeah, that can't be legit. I wouldn't put too much. I wouldn't put too much stock into it. I'm sad we weren't able to see a Wolfie game live though. I was really looking forward to that.
You can go to Pokemon.com. You can check out that event locator and get in on these tournaments. I actually know that. Admittedly, we are 6 hours ahead of the East Coast right now, but there are some locals being held in my vicinity this weekend. I'm sure if you go to that event locator, you can find some locals near you and check it out. I mean, I know it's so intimidating, like watching these trainers perform at this level and are this good, especially when we're coming into a new format and everything. But just going, meeting Pokemon friends, trying your hand at competing.
Guys, we're gonna watch until 9 o'clock. I'm gonna make it.
It's just so much fun and such an integral part of the Pokemon scene.
Let's watch until 9 o'clock, and then we'll do some.
Here competing in top 16 for the title of world champion.
Honestly, I think first I'm thinking like, okay, locals during Worlds, you know, oh well, you're missing Worlds, but that could be a great watch party. That's exactly what I'm thinking. I think about the old days. You know, we're very old up here. We got that. We have knee pain, we have back pains. We've been going through Pokemon for over a very long time here. I remember some of the very old regionals. We'd have shout out to Liberty Garden locals back in the day, and we'd have trainers from
Who's that Pokemon
on the streams, and we would have those regional streams on as we were playing at the
no, it's okay, lady. I'm in Eastern time. Funny stream mistake though, since Wolfie hates Incineroar. Bro, he loves Incineroar. What do you mean? That's his #1 Pokemon of all time.
That's a wonderful idea to have a Worlds watch party with your local scene.
Yeah, and if you're at home at your own Worlds watch party, take a picture and share it with that hashtag Pokemon Worlds. You may see it on stream. And I actually think there's also a local watch party going on in my neck of the woods this weekend. Yeah, I don't know if it's just for finals or not. I don't know how the time zone's working out and how everybody's feeling on a Saturday. But still, it's a lot of fun.
Did you RSVP and tell them you were a little busy, that you couldn't make it? Understandably so, couldn't make the watch party?
I might have forgotten to RSVP. Let's not talk about that. I'm really bad at replying to emails, okay?
I'm the worst. I'm right there with you. But yeah, we are here. As you can see, our players are getting ready, coming up next for our top 16 matches.
Okay, Wolfie is Incineroar's biggest fan, but for real, who doesn't hate Incineroar? Incineroar is a menace to society. But yeah, I am in Eastern time. What about you, lady? Dude, guys, who do you guys have winning, or who are you guys rooting for in the top 16 here? I'm going for Diego, man. I want Diego to win, bro. Central here? Ooh, cool, very cool.
Confirmation that those trainers are seated with their headphones on.
The question is, will Rillaboom be the new hated Mon? I don't think so. I don't think so, support. I don't think Incineroar... I'm sorry, I don't think Rillaboom scales above Incineroar in terms of how annoying it is.
Joe, what has been your favorite play so far from the stream this weekend for the World Championships?
Favorite play?
That's a tough one for me. I do think It's kind of silly. I'm going to cheat. It's multiple plays. I just think it's funny that in our round 11, I'm not going to go for the fake out follow me that everyone's talking about.
Okay.
I just think it was funny that in back-to-back turns, both Victor and Shi Liang protected in front of her Shifu, and then the opposing her Shifu broke through it. Like, it's not a super great play, but you asked me my favorite play, right? Not what's the best play.
Your favorite.
It was just so fun to see, like, here's the greatest players in the world, and they're willing to take that risk of the unseen fist.
You have to try, right?
I thought it was so fun.
Yeah, I really enjoyed watching that too.
Diego or Joshi or Justin and Diego.
Games that were going on.
Yeah, that would be cool, lady. I would love that too.
How you can't even necessarily be sure. You don't want.
I'm rooting for Diego because of his interview. His interview won me over. He was just so he was just so funny, man. So likable.
Not necessarily a singular play, but it's more just like a team composition.
And his team was fantastic. Fantastic.
Ice Rider team with the Terra Poison and the Nevermelt Ice item. I thought that was just so.
You know, guys,
so fun to watch.
if you guys were going to Worlds, what Pokemon do you think is more threatening? Calyrex, the Calyrex Rider?
No, yeah, right.
Shadow Rider, I'm sorry, or the Ice Rider? Which do you think is more of a which would you be more nervous to fight? Yo! Static, thank you for the super chat, bro. I'm still pooing. Thank you for the super chat, brother. Thank you so much. How are you doing, Static? Thank you.
Once again, running a Terrapagos alongside of the
As a Terrapagos player, Ice. Interesting. How come you guys don't think more Shadow Riders are appearing in the top?
First time competing in a Regulation G tournament.
So this is Masters 16, right?
Finals were all held in a previous regulation. So, like you were saying, Joe, Miraidon definitely a favorite from that part of the world, and showing up in Songjay's team. Very, very strong.
Thank you for the super chat, bro. Good, but well, that's a wild sentence. I hope you feel better soon, then, bro. Because everyone preps against Shadow Rider. It's the strongest restricted by far. I'm the oddball with Shadow. No, that's totally okay.
And this is such a different Terrapagos than what we saw here
Terra versus Mirai matchup.
The Japan National Championships.
Oh, guys, what's the name of these two competitors again?
Rock Polish, which boosts your speed, and Meteor Beam, which will consume the item and then boost your special attack. This is
So is this one game? Like, if whoever loses here gets cut from the top 16, right? There's no loser bracket for this, right? Terrapagos, yes, sir.
Because the grassy terrain recovery is so nice in addition to everything else. But like you just
I want to make a prediction here. Yes? Oh, boy.
It is super interesting. It's holding a booster energy, and it has 2 forms of speed control. It can drop speed with Icy Wind.
Single elimination. Wow, this is going to be intense, bro. Whoever loses, loses. You think that's set on Terra? What do you think of the set?
Was a Grimsnarl, and just the prankster Thunderwave kept getting stopped. So now you have a regular or a manual Thunderwave that the super speedy Fluttermane would be able to get through. But as we've mentioned,
2024 Japan National Champion. Oh, this is the reigning Japan National Champion. Oh man. Oh man, guys, this is going to be an epic fight.
His opponent, though, Songjay Jung, a very
How do you spell
powerful
that?
trainer from the South Korean region, like we were just talking about, is going to be running a Miraidon Terra Fairy choice.
Come on, give me the name. Give me the name. Pop the name. Pop the name.
Do well in this competition so far. Has
Darn
the
it.
support options with Whimsicott, with Tailwind and Light Screen. Has a very bulky Iron Hands with the Assault Vest item. And also,
he looks 10 years old. Wait, is this Rock Polish Groudon guy insane?
And this is going to be one of the first times all weekend that we're seeing.
Guys, I'm real sorry. I'm going to just make the prediction really fast. I'm so sorry.
The Rapid Strike version, Gabby, but I think Single Strike is just as strong.
I think it is as well, and especially when you were coming into this tournament.
I am so sorry, guys.
So many different Calyrex type Pokemon, so many Farigiraf as well. I mean, Farigiraf was way up there on that top.
All right, guys, let your predictions be known, man. Make your predictions.
Style with with Wicked Blow, with those dark type attacks is so important. And again, just opens up opportunities for Miraidon then to also come in and get some KOs as well. With
I could have done it for you. It's okay, Dutch. The names are kind of hard.
Even if it is only a single hit.
But I appreciate it though, Dutch. So Dutch, basically what I want to do is for the remainder of the stream for Worlds, let's do a prediction. Let's set up a prediction for the two opponents. Who wins? Let's do that. So this guy is a 2024 Trainers Cup final round finalist. What is Trainers Cup, guys? What is that?
Round finalists, essentially Korean national.
Welcome back, Mario.
Their circuit works differently.
Mario, perfect timing, bro.
Also said he's really hoping he hits all of his Draco Meteors in this round, and I kind of hope he hits them too.
I need to knock on some wood real quick here, so there's no commentator curses in the future. But no, I think in this matchup, Sungjae definitely has the right approach with Draco Meteor. It's such a powerful attack.
Korean Nationals essentially is what the Trainer Cup is.
None of the other Pokemon are very
Korean Nationals apparently. Interesting.
So if you're going to be relying on pivoting that Miraidon,
I don't know who I'm rooting for here, man.
Electric terrain, in addition to everything else it can bring to the table, I think going for a Draco Meteor isn't necessarily.
Both teams look tough, man.
Just because you can deal a lot.
It's the Korean Nationals, but it is online. Interesting.
I also think the other thing Sungjae has to worry about on Huma's end is that Ogerpon Heartflame. It's kind of licking its chops right now. There really is no natural resistance to a +1 attack Fire Ivy Cudgel coming out in that position, and you would have to commit Terrassalization.
Oh my God.
Terra Water Whimsicott or Terra Water Farigiraf.
Yo, would you guys be rooting for me if that was me in that seat one day, bro? Oh my God, that would be crazy. Wait, what just happened? Wait, what the hell? Wait, did something happen? Wait, something happened to the stream. Wait, what the hell? Wait, what? Hello? Uh-oh. Did the stream died? Wait, why is this happening? Wait, hold on. F? Wolfie did this? Yo, Wolfie did this. Yo, who put that shit there? The stream is horrid. Okay, we're back. Phew! Oh, that's hilarious. Oh, that's hilarious. Oh, Wolfie pulled the plug. Oh, that's hilarious, bro. Oh, man.
Whereas Himahara is going to be looking for those opportunities to slow play down.
Oh my God. Wow, that's hilarious. Wolfie molded so hard, stream died. Apparently, bro. Honestly, he's got to be so tilted, bro. Honestly, I feel like losing in this, losing so close to the top 16's got to freaking hurt, bro. All right, man. Best of luck to both of these awesome players. Man, Caruso would be so proud with the Terrapagos.
A great position for Huma.
Who do you guys got winning, guys?
Right off the bat, has access to follow me and redirect any of those attacks from the Miraidon into that position. Could alternatively just switch out this Terrapagos to try and maintain speed control.
Oh, the different language is gonna throw me for a loop. I don't know what moves they're gonna go for here.
On that Terrapagos turn number 1, a lot of times we see trainers.
I got Seesong. I'm sorry if I say the names wrong. Please forgive me, guys. I'm very bad with names.
Well, is it going to be single target damage? Well,
it's going to be whoever gets a better turn 1, I think.
Such a confident Terrassalization lock here from Huma. This is the experience of the Japan national champion.
The Japan national champion. I'm going for him.
As you want going into the World Championships here, so he's going to Terrassalize on turn 1.
Ooh, nice light screen.
50% of the damage from special attacks for the next 5 to 8 turns.
Oh,
he actually gets the 1-hit KO.
That's a big one.
No damage from on this turn. And now you're going to be able to get up a Combine for this Terrapagos. Luckily did not take damage, but even with the +1 boost.
Oh man, that's a big one right there.
And Whimsicott has Prankster Encore, and you can't redirect it.
You can't redirect it, but you could certainly try and flinch it if it weren't for the fact that Whimsicott is holding a covert cloak. So while the Rillaboom here is a great time to set up your
Calm Mind here is huge. Yes, sir. The light screen will matter, though, for these few hits if it goes for
You're
it.
going to be looking to try and find some damage here, and you're going to have to assume that you can...
Yeah, that's definitely the most optimal position, lady, for sure.
2 special attack stages thanks to that Draco Meteor. Or you assume your opponent is going to switch that Pokemon out. You Terra Starstorm, you go for an attack on that Rillaboom into the Pokemon coming in, and just get ready to hopefully figure out a way to handle the Miraidon the next time it's around.
Yeah, this Miraidon is truly not too much of a threat into Huma right now. You can feel confident that both Terapagos and Rillaboom are not too threatened with...
He's going for the damage to punish the switch out.
So, of course, Sungjae has to swap that Miraidon out and bring it around later on in Game 1. He will decide to bring his own Ogerpon Hearthflame onto the field. So 2 grass types here for Sungjae against the Rillaboom. There's the we were talking about.
All right.
Because Rillaboom did not go, or can't fake out a Covert Cloak Pokemon, now Tropicos is locked into clicking Calm Mind every turn. And
now, this could be bad. This isn't the worst. This isn't the worst thing to be locked into an Encore for.
The Pokemon there to avoid being encored into an
If they can somehow get that Ogerpon out, I don't know.
It's not the worst thing to be locked into Calm Mind. You're still at full health. You still have the support of the grassy terrain and the leftovers recovery to mitigate damage,
exactly.
And that Miraidon had already taken the special attack drops as well. So this Terapagos was in a really prime position to take that risk. And honestly, you can capitalize on these couple of slower turns as we see Songjae switch Pokemon around to get additional Calm Minds in. Yes, the Terapagos can attack this turn, but barring a critical hit from the opposing Ogerpon, it's not exactly threatened either.
Sungjae does swap Whimsicott out into the Iron Hand, so he has revealed all 4 of his Pokemon here in Game 1.
Let's see if he goes on the offensive, Numi.
Incineroar is hitting the battlefield over that Rillaboom spot.
It's got one of the higher usages, Gremlin.
Ooh.
Look at that.
To a pure fire type and boosting its attack by 1 stage. So this is going to be an even stronger hit into the other side. He was on the other way around, so it's back.
Oh, he's going into the Terapagos. It does half.
That's pretty solid damage.
It's solid damage. And especially with the reveal of the Iron Hands on Songjae's side of the field, the Terapagos is in a lot of danger. This Iron Hands has access to its own Fake Out. It has both Drain Punch and Low Kick to go for damage here. And overall will be...
07 to Wolfie, yeah, big time, RJ, I agree.
Very naturally bulky Pokemon on top of that.
I was really looking forward to watching his game live, but...
Even though Huma is going to, again, be playing through a couple of these more passive turns, getting those Calm Mind boosts up. Songjae has found a board position where he can just go on the offense and really put a lot of board pressure down while Huma either waits for the Encore to end, which should happen after this turn, or just finds a way to pivot around. If you go ahead and parting shot with your Incineroar, you can drop the attack of that Iron Hands a little bit. You can get your Rillaboom back out onto the field, but I don't think you want to switch in your Rillaboom because as soon as the Miraidon comes back, you need a way to move
man, this is tough.
In a really tough spot, losing Ogerpon Hearthflame.
Who's that Pokemon?
Less flexibility, being down 3 Pokemon to 4.
I turned that off.
Onto the Iron Hands position, and now it's time for another.
We'll figure that out after this match.
Into Terapagos, not enough for the KO. Takes
wow, dude, if this Terapagos
turn of a Calm Mind, however, Whimsicott's right back on the field.
And as long as that Terapagos doesn't attack before the Whimsicott connects a Encore with that slot, it will be encored into Calm Mind once again. So while Huma is able to will get the Rillaboom back on the field, you still cannot flinch that Pokemon. And Terapagos, you either switch out and you lose all the special attack and special defense you just built up, or you protect, and then you just get encored into protect the next turn, which then you don't...
Genius strategy, right, support?
Okay, well, I'll just protect to get out of...
The Japan national champion is losing. This is top 16 Ender.
Just a really difficult position here in Game 1.
The top 16 are now chosen, or figured out now, I should say.
The
Japan national champion is the one with the Terapagos.
Huma's out at this point in time is most likely to go for a double protect.
And Seong, I hope I'm saying his name right, is controlling the game very well right now.
Get some damage down, get the Incineroar back onto the field, and then the second turn, try and use the Incineroar to lock in a KO against that Whimsicott and hope that knockoff, despite the resisted damage, would pick up the KO there. But instead, making a very difficult decision here, will actually switch out that Terapagos, so it'll be able to come back onto the field and attack, but
I guess that's your best play, right? Preserve Terapagos, save it for another day.
Has to go into that slot as it's the only Pokemon in the back for Huma, so Incineroar replacing the...
I guess that was your best play, right? Preserve your... That was actually a great play for it right now.
Another intimidated and parting shot and intimidated.
Nice.
Because you're into the fire type means it does
nice.
Rillaboom can U-turn out to safety to get Terapagos back onto the field at the end of this turn.
And with Terapagos returning to the field, if it is able to take another Ivy Cudgel...
Yo, Kennedy, have a great night, brother. Take it easy, dude. Thanks for hanging out, dude.
Effective damage with Terra Starstorm. Now that
we'll be doing day 3 tomorrow, Kennedy, if you're interested, bro.
Whimsicott cannot go for an encore in this position for the Terapagos because it hasn't used a move yet. And that Incineroar is going to be...
Exactly, Noom, exactly.
Any prankster boosted attacks are going to fail. I think you just keep Whimsicott on the field, though. At the end of the day, you have a very favorable...
Oh, I didn't think of that, Armand. That's a good one.
Want to be switching in your
Armord. I don't know why I keep calling you Armand, but...
Or the Iron Hands, really. And Whimsicott does have access to Moonblast, which will do a good amount of chip damage.
Right, exactly. If you're worried that Ivy Cudgel's not going to get the KO, especially after the parting shots and intimidates, could try to go for the Moonblast and double target into... Sanjay actually swapping out this Ogerpon Heartflame, saving it for later. Just too many intimidates. It's really hindering his damage. Now it's time for Miraidon to come back on.
Ooh, this is going to be very interesting.
Getting rid of the grassy terrain. And yet another
my
light screen.
gosh, the light screen is genius.
Time this game, Whimsicott's been able to set up the light screen. That means this Terra Starstorm is going to do way less damage to both Pokemon. Look at that. No Calm Mind boost behind the light screen as well. He can take...
Sounds good, Gremlin.
Does connect a burn against this Miraidon, though, which will be doing a little bit of damage over time. Will not be benefiting from its secondary effect of lowering the attack of the opposing side of the field. But given that this Incineroar's only real attack is knockoff, setting up burns on the other side of the field does make it easier for knockoff to get those critical KOs when it connects. One difficult thing about being an Incineroar player when you have both Will-O-Wisp and knockoff, it's just that you have to get the timing perfectly, and there is
big time.
Never gets the chances. Draco Meteor 2 for 2. Sungjae, you hoped and you've been rewarded.
Sungjae.
Both your Dracos for 2 KOs
okay.
Now the pesky little Moonblast goes towards Terapagos to do a little bit of damage, and now Terra.
That's a tough trade for the Japan national champion here.
The prior turn I did.
Yikes.
Yeah, pretty much the exact same thing, looking like maybe a 5-hit KO or something like that.
And this is
Rillaboom will bring back the grassy terrain, which is good.
Huma at the beginning of this game.
Miraidon's down to half.
Especially knowing that your opposing Whimsicott has light screen and is going to be weakening those special attacks pretty easily, all things considered. Nothing on Huma's side of the field can stop this Whimsicott from attacking thanks to that covert cloak. You find yourself in a position where you just don't have the damage to match. And even though this Miraidon is throwing out those Draco Meteors and dropping its special attack as a result, Sungjae still has all 4 Pokemon remaining, can easily switch that Pokemon in and out and bring it back in for the final KO. If the Ogerpon or the Iron Hands, honestly, doesn't beat it to it first.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this Rillaboom's going to try its best, right? You love having Rillaboom to get rid of Miraidon's terrain, and you're feeling great. It's not hindered by light screen, but remember, Sungjae has the Terra Ogerpon Hearthflame just sitting in the back, waiting for its moment. A full health Iron Hands as well just goes to show how great of a position Sungjae has put himself in.
Encores into the...
Into Terapagos, you're saying, oh, why would you want to take damage? You want to take damage so he can't click Substitute or Calm Mind or Protect or anything.
Smart.
Forcing him into that pitiful amount of damage from the Terra Starstorm. Whimsicott is no bulky Pokemon in any scenario, and it looks like it's a 5-hit KO onto Whimsicott.
There are still a few turns left in this battle, and I would not be surprised if Yumahara is playing this out to try and figure out a strategy going into game number 2. I love the switch in though from Jongjae of that.
Encore is an underrated move, guys.
Super effective damage damage to that Terrapagos. And really, even though the Rillaboom's Woodhammer did about 50% of damage to the Iron Hands, you can easily remove that grassy terrain, easily remove the
What a match, huh,
damage
guys?
from grassy terrain that Woodhammer gets by switching in your Miraidon.
Yeah, it's very
in a very commanding position to wrap up this game.
in my casual playthroughs. I never thought about using Encore.
How much damage all these Pokemon do.
By the way, I'm going to a
figure
card
out
show
your
on
first
October
game
12th to the
too.
13th. That's awesome, Spectra.
Run out of buttons to click here in game one, so might as well click Tailwind to boost the speed of the Iron Hands on the other side of the field. Is going to not pick up the KO.
Wow, that's just so insane.
Through the Drain Punch. However, it will recover some of the HP there, meaning this Terra
What a good
is
move,
not
man.
Going to be able to KO the Iron Hands, barring maybe a critical hit or something. Doesn't even KO Whimsicott.
That poor Terrapagos, I think at the end of the day, a lot of us at least who watched the North American International Championships earlier on this summer are more accustomed to the choice specs, max special attack variants, where you see it still do significant damage, even if there is something like a light screen in play. This
Yeah, that light screen was high-key so underrated, bro. Whimsicott is a unit. It definitely is. You would not think about that. I'm a huge Pokemon card collector. This will be my first card show, but it would be a lot of fun. I'm so excited for you, Spectra.
Yeah, there is the
wow. Ooh-wee. Wow.
For moving on to the top 8 here.
Ooh, he's got to feel good right now.
To feel confident, not only for just being up a game so you have the flexibility in case you lose game 2, but how commanding of a victory that was over the Japan national.
He won't click Calm Mind again?
No,
At least not as long as that that Whimsicott is out. I think he's got to open up with a different team. I think he needs a different opening start. He definitely needs to change up his two starters. His 2 openers will determine how this next match goes, I think. Bro won't use Terrapagos again.
There was just so much damage.
The Whimsicott is that much of a threat? You guys think he's not bringing his Terrapagos anymore?
To also shut down his opponent's strategies.
I don't know.
He was still doing damage. It's a very delicate balance when you're running a
Hold on
Pokemon
real
like
quick.
Miraidon alongside of the Ogerpon Hearthflame to have that support that can kind of weave it out very comfortably. I think that's why we
did this not save?
Rely on Pokemon like Rillaboom or Incineroar to keep moving around, give yourself easy pivots. But Songjay just showing with a lot
This
of
shouldn't be making
confidence
any
that
sense.
I don't need those Pokemon. Iron Hands is bulky.
Maybe I have to wait one stream, I don't know.
Bulkier, and I can go ahead and
Spectra, what kind of cards do you have that you're super proud of? He's definitely bringing the Pagos. I don't know if he bring the Ogerpon again. Yeah, I think he needs to. He needs to preserve Terrapagos. I think if he opens up with Terrapagos, this will be really difficult for him.
Single restricted format, Huma could leave Terrapagos home because Whimsicott is such a hindrance.
You have to
I think he needs to replace Ogerpon with Urshifu or Incineroar. Both of those will be good for him.
There's just too many things on the opposing side of the field that
I don't know.
Too many grass and electric types on the other.
so that Pokemon's ruled off right out the bat. You do have access to your own Fluttermane with Icy Wind as a form of speed control that could be interesting.
And
Thunderwave.
How old are these 2 gentlemen?
Side of the field, and also the fact
Ooh, he still keeps Terrapagos.
Not as good as a position, but speaking of special attack,
very interesting.
On the field.
That's the first thing I noticed too. That Miraidon and Ogerpon Hearthflame is the lead. So Songjay.
Maybe he thought that.
On turn 1, but of course Humahara has his own Terrapagos and Ogerpon Hearthflame on his other end. So
interesting.
Me, right? Try to keep that Terra Shell intact with Terrapagos. He just loves not seeing Whimsicott.
He does, but you still have to worry about the threat.
I think they predicted that maybe he'd open up without Terrapagos. Oh, that's great.
That's right, yeah. Right away in game 1, Draco Meteor connected and knocked out. No Terrapagos on this turn. Instead, it is Ogerpon Hearthflame with the Terra. Oh, it was on Songjay's end. They had the mirror there. So Songjay going 2 for 2 in these games, terrestrializing his Ogerpon instead of Miraidon. Ogerpon on Huma's side will go for the spiky shield, so any attacks...
Not yet. Won't be able to this turn.
Follow suit. So no damage, kind of gets Songjay to bait out his terrestrialization.
I like this play from Humahara, honestly.
Okay.
You take a bit of a step back, you slow things down, but this is the kind of situation
Just watch
where
Mario.
you can't afford to go for a double protect and see what moves that
The
you're
Terrapagos Japan National Champion lost game 1.
Ogerpon and the Miraidon target down the Terrapagos there, and I agree with Songjae's assessment.
Yeah,
that
the
is
double
definitely
protect
the
was a
big
good play, I
round.
agree.
And you might as well, since Follow Me would just redirect it anyway.
Exactly. At the end of the day,
Bro
the
did bring
Terrapagos
Flutter
was
main.
a huge part of Humahara's
Interesting.
strategy going into that previous game, and even though you have the better
So it's a
matchup
best of
against
3,
on
Mario.
paper, I think just removing the restricted Pokemon from the field is always going to be a strong play to fall back on.
Yeah, let's see what happens here in turn 2, I should say, of game 2. Humahara finally clicking the Follow Me to redirect this Draco Meteor, but it lands. Unfortunately for Huma, not going to be able to endure the
Oh
Draco
my
from
gosh.
Miraidon, and he gets knocked
That
out
is
yet
bad,
again,
man.
just like game 1.
I don't think Ogerpon.
Also, like,
Oh
game
man,
number
he
one
really
here,
rode with
or
his
not
Ogerpon
like
there.
game number 1. We do have the Terra Shell still in effect here for this Ivy Cudgel from the +1 attack on the Terrastalized Ogerpon.
Oh.
It's not very effective, but it still brings it down to half its health.
Resisted damage, bringing it down to half, and no grassy terrain
That's
on the field. He's
insane.
not going to be able to recover more health there besides the leftovers. So he did click, Huma did click Calm Mind on that turn, gets a boosted special attack and special defense.
He doesn't have Rilla. He didn't bring Rilla?
In addition, we have the Flutter Mane.
Oh man.
From Huma will be
This will be interesting. Can the Flutter Mane bring balance?
A boost in its speed. So this is going to be a Flutter Mane that is faster than the opposing Pokemon on the side of the field. Not only is there no Whimsicott to Encore and to Calm Mind, there's also no Whimsicott to provide some Tailwind support. So this Flutter Mane could potentially use Icy Wind.
Oh my
drop
God.
the speed of the opposing Ogerpon and the Miraidon if it stays in on the field, opening up an opportunity for Terrapagos.
I don't know, lady.
On the offense.
I guess it's too late now.
There's a lot of health in play for this Terrapagos, and depending on which
I think
Pokemon
Hara has a
face
good matchup here now.
trying to get an early knockout.
If that Flutter can do some big damage here.
Draco Meteor would bring Huma back into the game. Losing that
It is a
Ogerpon
menace,
so
Mario,
early
it
without
is.
attacking has just been huge in both games. He needs to make up for lost time.
Miraidon switching out, so Huma potentially anticipating the swap since the Draco Meteor made it lose 2 stats to its special attack. So of course Miraidon had to swap out into Iron Hands on the field. Yet again, no Whimsicott as of
Good
right
play.
now. Moonblast seems like it does perfectly 50%.
Why is he not terrestrializing Terrapagos?
Now it's time for the Ogerpon Hearthflame for the Ivy Cudgel into Terrapagos.
Oh!
He never terrestrialized, and Terrapagos is down.
Terrapagos
Oh
is down, which means
my
Humahara is down
God.
to his final 2 Pokemon with the Incineroar.
How come he didn't terrestrialize, I wonder? Is there a reason for it?
May be able to get a KO on that Iron Hand.
Wow, that Ogerpon hit was massive.
Ogerpon Hearthflame is looking real pretty.
Moonblast Icy Wind ain't doing nothing to Terrafire Ogerpon.
It isn't, and again, such a unique adjustment coming into this
Oh,
tournament. That
man.
Pokemon making an appearance once again was very popular in the past regulations, but providing some incredible support here alongside of Miraidon and just such a powerful Pokemon indeed.
And now you do have the Incineroar on the field, of course.
Oh my
Here
God,
comes
Mario.
The one holding Covert Cloak, so Fake Out is available into either of Sungjae's Pokemon.
Oh, I guess he has no choice now.
Into Ogerpon, and hope Moonblast picks up the KO onto the Iron Hands.
That'll get
Who's that Pokemon?
Unfortunately for Humahara, I think he's going to have to be looking at the Thunder Wave on that Flutter Mane to try and find enough time to pick up a knockout on this Ogerpon. But with the Fairy-type Terrestrialization on the Flutter Mane,
This is going to do a lot of damage.
Ivy Cudgels will give it an opportunity, especially with the flinch on the opposing side of the field, to find this KO against the Iron Hands. But still, it is 3 versus 2 in Songjae's favor.
Let's go. That's a big hit.
And an unknown Pokemon still to contend with.
Iron Hands goes down. I think Humahara just really did not want to risk a potential damage roll, seeing how Moonblast looked almost exactly 50% onto the Iron Hands. So wait, use your Terra.
Oh
Fairy
man,
for the
dude.
Flutter Mane. That Moonblast is going to be doing a lot of damage.
Miraidon, man, looking strong.
If it stays as Dragon type, or even if it terrestrializes out, a Terra Fairy Moonblast, we saw the terror that Flutter Mane put onto the metagame for so long. It's still a lot of damage. damage.
It still is a lot of damage. The Miraidon also cannot protect this.
Yeah, I did hear that, Mario.
Protected by a follow me from the Ogre Pawn.
Definitely follow me, making so much sense.
Okay.
But no,
nice. This could be big.
Yumahara is gonna put his hope on luck at this point.
Electro Drift.
In the future turns, but the Electro Drift. Incineroar never stood a chance. That's a one-hit KO.
Wee, man.
Game-winning hit.
Miraidon is not a joke.
Fluttermane standing in the way of Song Jae-jung, moving on to the next round of this competition. And while this Moonblast certainly
let's see what happens.
Pick up a KO on this Miraidon, can the Ogre Pawn find it in return?
Miraidon goes down. Songjae still has a Pokemon in the back we haven't even seen, but Ogre Pawn, Hearthflame.
Oh, it pulls through.
The tournament gonna use that boosted IV Cudgel into the Fluttermane for the KO.
Great match.
Are still alive.
Wow.
Knocks out one of the favorites in the tournament.
Wow, congratulations.
Commanding top 16 victory.
A very commanding top 16 victory. There's just so much damage that the Miraidon
Seong, congratulations.
In this matchup for Songjae, and the confidence to lock in that fire type terraformation on that Ogre Pawn in both.
What do you guys think of that match, man?
Something really to be celebrated.
Yes, the Japanese, I'm sorry, the Japan national champion just went down.
Not really the best position for it, but I think being able to prioritize that Ogre Pawn Hearthflame.
And he didn't bring Urshifu now one time. That Urshifu could have been big for his team.
Was the winning strategy for him in both games.
He left Urshifu off both games. Wow.
I guess we'll never know what that fourth Pokemon was in the back.
Wow, he dominated, bro. He dominated.
We have to anticipate maybe it was Whimsicott as a support, but we look into this game too. Yumahara.
What is this, Blue? I'm sorry?
Said, hey, follow me 10% of the time. This Draco's not going to do any damage.
Wow.
Actually, did 100%.
Yeah, I mean, Songjae said it himself. I hope my Draco Meteors hit.
His hopes came true. For see how it goes in top 8, but obviously Miraidon's been putting in so much work for him.
Wow, how exciting for him, man. Congratulations.
I love, Gabby, that we've been able to see so many different forms. We've seen all 4 Ogre Pawn forms throughout the weekend on the broadcast, and they bring different values to a team, and they've been able to showcase it, especially in this match for Sungjae.
Oh, listening is what you said, Blue. My bad. Got you. How's Toontown going, Blue?
Did come down to those Draco Meteors taking the knockout on the opposing Ogre Pawn Hearthflame. I mean, you see just how much damage the Electro Drift did to the Incineroar in the endgame.
Wow, this is incredible, man.
I think just nothing can match Miraidon when it's in that perfect position.
And no Rillaboom to reset the terrain.
I mean, clearly, if you make top 16 in Worlds, your team was really good, but I think he picked the wrong 4 Pokemon, man.
It's such a terrifying Pokemon to have to stare down.
That's tough.
Yeah, congratulations.
Great game, great game.
Really awesome team, I think. I'm not sure how many Miraidon are remaining in the tournament, but it has really been a staple. It has been a conversation.
This was a difficult matchup either way. Yeah.
Even if it's the
I think leaving Urshifu off
Pokemon in use,
was
like
tough. And I get it because of the Miraidon, but
honestly, at the end of the day, I feel
man,
like
that Ogre Pawn went to town on him, dude.
They tend to follow very similar cores. There's a lot of balance with them. You want to have that bulky support. So
yeah, you missed the top 16 match, Gremlin.
And
I need tons stuff. I need notes and stocks. Also, there's cash spots and berries for 2.0 soon. Keep grinding, Blue. Well, it's the same mistake Sujon made day 1, not bringing Iron Hands against Aaron. Yeah, Urshifu was dark, now water. Oh, Urshifu didn't have a ton of help, to be honest. It was single strike instead of rapid strike, but it was still pretty fierce. If he had water, bringing it was for sure.
graphic.
How are you guys enjoying Worlds so far, man? This has been great.
Against the other grass types, where Amoonguss, the rage pattern doesn't work against other grass types. But Follow Me will redirect the Grassy Glide. It'll.
I have really enjoyed myself today, man.
Attack into that slot and resisting even Spore, exactly. So I just think I love how this is Ogerpon kind of fell to the wayside for most of Regulation G, and it's kind of had this huge resurgence with all 4 forms in Honolulu.
Especially when you look back at last year's Worlds Finals, where Shoma's own Amoonguss and those Spores were so critical in winning that game. It kind of feels good to be at a World Championships where Amoonguss isn't necessarily going to be taking home the crown. I'm not going to lie. It's been around since 2011, Joe Brown. It's been at the World Championships since 2011.
It has never stopped since 2011. We'll see how many Amoonguss are remaining out of our top 16 players here. But we are ready to head on over to the stage to talk with our winner interview with Sungjae Jung. So let's head over there. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Joe and Gabby. I am here with the winner of that last match, Sungjae Jung. It's so good to have you here. Congratulations. How are you feeling being in top 8 of the World Championships?
네, 우선 선수 너무 축하드립니다. 8강 진출하셨는데 소감이 어떠신가요?
이번에 2번째 월드 출전인데 사실 조금 불안한 순간도 있었지만 8강에 와서 너무 기쁩니다.
This is my second Worlds game. This is my second Worlds Championship that I ever attended. There were a couple games that were a little bit dicey, so I was really nervous going into the next game.
Wow.
Are you nervous having to play against the reigning Japanese national champion?
일본은 챔피언을 상대하시는데 좀 긴장되셨나요?
역시나 상대 일본 챔피언분이라 조금 떨리기도 했지만 연습한 대로 하려고 마음 먹었습니다.
I was definitely a bit nervous going against the champion, but I stuck to my roots, stuck to my plan, and I did what I do best.
That's right. Great answer. Great answer.
테라포커스 상관된 공략법이나 플랜이 혹시 있으셨나요?
테라파고스는 명상을 안 쓰면은 데미지가 별로 강하지 않아서 명상을 주로 막는 방법이나 아니면은 빛의 장막을 깔아서 좀 데미지를 낮추는 방식을 사용했습니다.
I know that Terrapago's main ability and main attack is to use Calm Mind to boost its attack power. So I was thinking of I could stop it from doing that, or use Light Screen to reduce the damage coming in.
What a great play.
Right? That must have felt good.
그리고 영성군도 명주했고요, 그죠? 그거 좋았겠죠? He agrees.
Okay, well that's awesome. Well, now you look forward to the top 8. You've won this match. Are you feeling a little more confident?
이제 8강 진출하셨는데 어려운 상대도 이기셨고 이제 조금 더 자신감이 생기셨나요?
자신감은 모르겠는데 열심히 해보겠습니다.
I'm not really confident, but I'll do my best.
Any shout outs you'd like to make to your family or your friends supporting you?
가족이나 친구들한테 뭐 메시지나 감사 메시지 혹시 있을까요?
포켓몬 대회 준비하면서 많이 도와주신 수홍이 형 고맙고 엄마 나 8강 갔어.
Of course, Mom, I made top 8. So I want to say thank you also to all the people who helped me prepare for this tournament, and also thank you so much for Suwon Young as well.
Thank you so much. 감사합니다.
Class act right there. Man, I'm rooting for everybody here, man. They're all so... Man, you know what, man? This just shows and highlights, like, how amazing the Pokemon community is. So many genuinely nice people. Like, you could just tell that guy's such a nice soul, man, you know? That was a great... I love these interviews. Everything about this day has just been great. I've really enjoyed myself. Wow.
Hi there, I'm Anna Prosser here at the Pokemon World Championships here with EpicTube. I'm sure a lot of people already recognize you, but in case they don't, can you introduce yourself? Tell them what you do.
I'm EpicTube HD. I'm a YouTuber. Thanks to my kids, got me into it. Now I can't get out. And we do a trading card game, Pokemon Go, just have fun.
And you told me a little bit about your background and you being an actor, wanting to kind of make a cinematic experience. Tell me about that at Worlds.
So being in the acting world, I see things, cinematic I want things to come through the lens like it's you were at a movies, you know, like you go to the movie and you're seeing this big show on the screen, and I just thought it'd be really cool to take what, you know, people are sitting down playing a game, or it's video, or it's just the community in general, and turn it into like a cinematic movie. And that's how I shoot a lot of my stuff. So make it a little more entertainment and more entertaining and interesting.
Why is that important to you to be able to share that with people?
You want people to feel like they're here because they wish they were. Not everybody can make it out to the event. It's not an easy thing to do. So I just want to bring people into the TV, into your computer screen or your phone, and make you feel like you're here with me and you're with everybody here. And I think that's really important.
And I know you've been to quite a few conventions. So being here at Pokemon Worlds in Honolulu, what are some of the highlights for you here?
Man, I've really just been filming the whole time. I haven't had a chance to enjoy much. The drone show was really cool. Really enjoyed the drone show. We've had a lot of fun just interacting with everybody. That's when I came here, my goal was to make the best video possible for anybody who watches it and bring the community together in any way I can. And that's pretty much all I've been doing, sharing the passion and love of Pokemon people.
Very, very cool. Now, I know you have plenty of things to get to. You told me you won something already?
Yeah, so here at the event, you can get autographs. Now, there's not a whole lot of people who sign, but of course, Mr. Ishihara, the president, is here, Masuda's here, and you got some of the artists, and you get a chance, it's a lottery, to get their signatures. So I went the first time, and I was live streaming, by the way, on Instagram when I did this, and I hit the first one, and I just missed it by one. Went back around the line, because you could go back around. I did a second time and nailed it, so I got one.
Wow.
So I went back around again, and it happened the second time, and then it was pretty amazing. I didn't get Mr. Ishihara's though, unfortunately.
That's all right. I know you have.
Wow, look at that.
So we won't take you too much longer, and we'll send you back to the Pokemon World Championship.
All right, guys. Guys, I'm gonna be really fast. I gotta just make a quick change to the event happening in the Discord, because it's telling people that the Regulation H multi-viewer battles is going on right now. But I'm gonna finish watching Worlds. I'm really enjoying myself, and this is some great reaction content that I could post on the YouTube channel. So good news for those that want to stay watching Worlds. We're gonna keep watching together. Give me one quick second, guys, okay?
After every single tour, without fail, I would end up in hospital. But Pokemon saved my life 100%.
I want to just get you thinking about the game in your own way.
Yeah, don't be afraid to trust your gut.
EV VMAX.
Whoa!
I feel ready. Let's go.
Hold on here.
You're gonna need it.
I love you, but it's time to attack, and I'm gonna hit you with a G-Max petal.
Alright.
I think I'm destroying you.
You're not on the path anymore. You've reached the peak. Oh, wow. Print it.
Hit the road with
Hold on, guys, real quick. Sorry.
Trip through the world of the Pokemon trading card game. You ready to up the game with another Pokemon player?
Let's do this.
Okay, guys, I'm gonna BRB right now, but again, I'm gonna just play ads so we don't have to worry about ads during any of the crucial matches, okay? Very sorry for any of these ads. I'm very sorry. Yeah, we aren't missing anything here.
Who's that Pokemon? 視線を合わせてポケモンも選手たちへの勝利への一歩となる。
Okay, still haven't missed anything. Okay, this is good.
Hello, everybody. We are just getting our last couple of matches in our top 16 bracket all finished up so we can get ready to go in that top 8. So while we do that, Scott and I are here on stage without players just to talk to you guys about how that top bracket match is going. So first and foremost, Scott, we ended up just getting a chance to see a really great match on stream. What were your thoughts about it?
That was pretty fun. You know, nice to finally get to see some of these players on stream. You know, we've been seeing a lot of great matches, but we get to venture into some regions we don't always get to see. Get to watch some more Japan. First Korean player since Seijin at the beginning of yesterday. Finally get to see Terrapagos. Unfortunately, it's more like the Terrapagos that I was playing in practice.
Okay, guys, did I miss anything? And that's okay, MJ and Kingsman, if you guys can't stay too long.
Forgetting this point in the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like talking to Sungjae felt like he had a really good game plan about how to actually deal with the Terrapagos, and very clear-cut and dry way to actually win out that match. On another part of the bracket, though, we did have Michael Kelsch versus Kylan Van Severen, and that was a very interesting one because Kylan actually was the one that defeated Wolf, actually knocked him out of the top.
Wow.
And so let's talk about that one a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, a pretty exciting match, right? I mean, I heard it was a really amazing back-and-forth match between him and Wolf. Yeah, I mean, some of you may have seen the match, we didn't, so yeah.
No, Gremlin, not today, I'm sorry.
But, yeah, I mean, it's really fun, and then, yeah, you pick up a big win like that over one of the tournament favorites, have a lot of momentum, and then, ooh, you know, that's a really tough opponent to run into. I mean, we've seen how great.
Oh, audio issues.
And this year, making all the way to the finals of last year's World Championships, winning a regional this year, and then maybe one of the favorites left in the bracket now, right? You know, we've seen a bunch of the big names falling out of the tournament, so perhaps now looking likely to win the event.
I mean, he did end up actually winning a regional championship leading up to this one, right? And it was so unique because he did that with that Zamazenta team. And I feel like that one was
Zamazenta?
Look at and you see, okay, Zamazenta has a couple of different archetypes that it can run, and we're really looking at it being able to do some body presses and just being able to really use that ability to great success so it doesn't have to worry about something like an attack stat. But Michael's always been this very creative team builder, and that's really what got him that second place at Worlds.
Yeah, I really enjoyed watching the innovation.
So,
with all
guys, who's Michaels? Who's this Michael guy that knocked out Wolfie?
We saw a whole lot of, both the Calyrex forms and Miraidon, and some of that there was always kind of that fourth restricted Pokemon in the wings. We all knew it was strong.
I hope Zamazenta wins, bro. I want Zamazenta to win.
Really took to it, right? They spent a lot of time perfecting all of its matchups, and I think really its strength is its ability to have a neutral matchup into everything, right? I think if you want to have one player, okay, well, if this is a format where matchups can be really favorable or unfavorable, this is the Pokemon you pick, or okay, well, I want it to be all up to me. I think doing some of the Shadow Rider Calyrex teams we saw go deep had similar qualities, but as they've started to fall out in the top cut, it's this Zamazenta that's been able to continue.
Have a good night, Kingsman. Thank you so much, bro. Thanks for hanging out tonight. Sleep well, and talk to you tomorrow.
Restricted Pokemon do.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that Zamazenta still has a good shot. Unfortunately, also not going to end up seeing the Terapagos. Maybe it might have wanted to also hit across the way. But another one of the matches that we had in our top 16 bracket was Marco Silva versus Yusheng Zhang. This is kind of a really interesting one because Marco Silva is one of the players that we picked up as one of the players to watch heading into this tournament. International champion twice in 2 different regions and has just consistently been putting on
What's up, Ender?
Performances.
Yeah, I think none of us really had the guts to predict who we thought were going to win the tournament, but you got to figure like the two.
He's an amazing player.
Big, like, defensive, bulky teams,
Numi, tell me about him.
And,
what do you know about him?
Wolf seemed likely to perhaps come out on top. They're both gone now, right? So I think we've kind of learned something interesting as we move through the tournament here.
Yes, we're watching Worlds from now on.
But now that we're in the top cut,
It's just been so good. I can't put it away.
Amazing, kind of more defensive, balanced teams falling off, and Shadow Rider I think was almost all of our most likely choice, I guess, as a restricted Pokemon to win the tournament. But the way the end of this has played out, a little bit different maybe than we were expecting so far.
Yep, Marco did unfortunately lose in that top 16 match, but luckily for Yusheng, ended up actually winning, and it's going to be another Terapagos that makes its way into the top 8. The final one that I
them in
call
Discord. What are you
that
talking about,
I
Ender?
chance to see the results of already is Navjeet Joshi versus versus Antonio Sanchez. We did see Navjeet actually take the win.
No, it didn't. I'm going to pay it out right now.
That's so exciting because we saw both of them play on stream some point in the tournament already.
Yeah, and more recently, saw that was a top 32 game where Regieleki and Landorus were flying around, and I think it's a lot of fun. Again, I guess in contrast to the Shadow Rider top 5 Pokemon on the usage chart sort of team. A little less expected in this format. There's been formats past where both of those Pokemon were very popular and expected. I guess Regieleki was back in Sword and Shield, but certainly Landorus incarnate form just coming off of a format where it was a key player, and we haven't seen nearly as much of it in this restricted Pokemon format. But these Pokemon proving to still be very effective in the right hands, and again, another look that maybe the other players in the top cut weren't expecting to be dealing with at this point in the tournament.
Yes, there's definitely some surprises still in there, and that's why we are so excited to get you back over to the action we have ahead of us for top 8 of the 2024 Pokemon World Championship.
Oh man, top 8 now.
Scott, thank you. We're going to go ahead and send it back over to our casters waiting at the desk.
All right, let's end this prediction real quick.
It's exciting stuff. I just want to sit here and think.
Holy crap. Wait, C Young is the one who won, right?
As top 8 is soon approaching.
Wait, it was C Young that won the last match, right?
We're getting into the top 8 of the World Championships here, and like we've said throughout.
Am I tripping? Can someone confirm that for me? It was C Young that won, right? Oh my God, the 1% who voted for C Young are about to get a big payday.
Some interesting ones to see.
Okay, I wanted to just triple check. Enjoy your payout, you guys. Oh yeah, dude. Big time points going to you guys. 34K. Oh yeah, enjoy those points.
A special event before we finished up in Europe.
Sweet.
Going up against Chenwei Zhang, another player I'm not too familiar with, but has had an absolute storm.
You know what? C Young might win the.
When we get to feature someone,
C Young might go all the way.
Hey, they've been at the top
34K points? Heck yeah, lady, let's go. How about you support? How much did you win?
So maybe if there's another one that you're eyeing up, considering there is still a Worlds runner-ups in our midst, well, we probably have some good news. So
yeah, don't worry.
From 14 to 66K, let's go, bro. Yes, sir, support.
One of those to be featured, which I'm sure
you made great progress towards the MasterCooper Gaming Hall of Fame.
Of course, our players are getting set up on the stage.
By the way, guys, if you can save up to 500,000 points,
between these two players, because obviously they've come a long
you
way
can
in the
qualify to enter the MasterCooper Gaming Hall of Fame and make the about page.
Let this be the end of their tournament, right? They're gonna want to
and you'll be immortalized on the channel forever. And I think you want a shirt too. I'm not a
100%. And there's a lot of different
yeah, you want a shirt. You want a shirt.
Into the Pokemon World
Blood
Championships.
Moon Ursula goes crazy in Trick Room. Yes, it does, Sticks. What's up, Jacob? Welcome in.
Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, and maybe has a little bit of a reputation from being some of the more longer, grindy matches to watch, has been that Dondozo Tatsugiri. And of course, we're so many regulations later, we've seen so many different looks. There was Tatsugiri Dondozo Wheezing that showed up to World. So we knew that once we got into the top 8 of competition, I'm not surprised to see one Dondozo Tatsugiri still in our midst.
And that's what we've got next. It's going to be exciting to see.
Oh man, who do we got?
So far in the tournament, done so well. Both players, though, going with the same restricted Pokemon, and a restricted Pokemon that I kind of said earlier when we were in the lounge that, you know, might have not had as much of a splash in day 2 as what I expected to, but here we are. 2 of them are in top 8. So we've got Miraidon being the choice of restricted from both players. Now, going over to Luca's side, that's the restricted that he's very familiar with. He had all
guys, who do you guys think for the restricted Pokemon are going to bring home a championship for themselves?
So it's no surprise to see his familiarity with that Pokemon and bringing it and having success in the World Championships as well. Some different picks from what he did play in Bologna, but of course the format has shifted slightly because we've had a lot more events since then in the lead up to the World Championships, and a lot more time for these players to practice in this format as well.
Even though I think that just means that we've gotten to expand upon Miraidon just a little bit here. It got to
Miraidon or Ice Rider? Kind of that's who you guys got?
Misunderstood to start things off. Players kind of misunderstood.
I'm kind of rooting for Zamazenta.
Yeah,
exactly.
For sure.
I guess it depends on what legendaries are left, right? Miraidon or Ice Rider for sure. I'm kind of rooting for the Zamazenta guy.
And being able to have other really
I'm kind of torn between. I'm rooting for everybody.
That we've gotten to see this
There's no bad picks here.
Making a little bit more of a resurgence. This is such a strong Pokemon. This is a team built.
There are no more past world champions that are in the top 8 right now, right?
There's 2 iterations on either side of the field.
Oh, I'd love Zama to take it. Zama's the actual underdog. Me too, me too. I'd love to see some Galarian supremacy, baby, against all of these. Actually, I guess technically the the riders are Galarian, so I'm not late. What's up, Poke? You just made the top 8, bro. Wolfie is not in, bro. Wolfie lost at like the last match to get into the top 16. It's crazy. It wasn't live though.
I think it's quite an exciting one at the prospect of
Wolfie isn't in? Yup, and the 2023 world champion is not in either. He didn't make the cut either. Neither is Justin Knox. Yup. It's tough, bro.
It's nice because
he started the day off 8-0.
On the opposing end.
That's tough,
You're
man.
Scared of something like a Draco Meteor just trying to absolutely delete you because you don't want to be on the wrong end of a Choice Specs boosted Draco Meteor. Well, you can use your Terastallization Fairy type. All of a sudden, nothing's going to happen.
I put 40 points in the pool for the last match, and I made 3.4K. Bro. Yes, only 1%.
I think it's really, really nice in the matchup.
Only 1% voted for C Young. I hope I'm saying the name right.
Neutral to something you really don't want to be neutral from, but I think too.
That was awesome.
We don't necessarily see the Assault Vest come into play too often. There's a lot of really powerful attackers from Luca's end, more so built on that physical
C Young.
That won't really necessarily care about that. So I'm curious if maybe there'll be a little bit of a disadvantage coming out from Shenmue here in terms of the damage output, because that might be lacking.
Say Young? If it is, please correct me.
We'll get into the actual meat and bones of it in a minute, but
I never mean to disrespect anybody if I don't say their name right.
Pokemon! that's quite an interesting
God, PCG is so
and
annoying.
brave thing to do coming into the World Championships, because the choice items are great in one regard where they can give you a boost if you're using the scarf, where you get the jump on a lot of things in the format, and making sure that you don't have to rely on speed control, tailwind, icy wind, because you can bring it onto the field, it's automatic. Choice specs is another one. It gives you that huge power boost. We know it's on the Miraidon on Luca's side of the field, but on Chenwei's side, it's on.
Did PCG scare you? It always interrupts me whenever I'm talking. So it's always so annoying, Almond, personally.
A bit of a double-edged sword with these choice items is,
Man, Worlds has been so good, man.
Move, and if it is the wrong choice, it can
I'm loving it.
Be a detriment to you, because you then have to adjust.
I definitely will be making a lot of content from this stream alone.
Capitalize in those positions, capitalize on the fact that you have to switch out, take advantage of those incoming Pokemon, especially if everything has been revealed at that point in the game. So, you know, Luca, very smart player, will be able to pick up on that, but at the same time,
guys, did Joshi make it into the top 8, or did he lose in top 16?
Threats on Luca's side of the field and limit those options as well.
Before we dive just a little bit deeper into this match, we do have our bracket ready, so you can peep all of
the
here
we go.
That we have here across the board.
Joshi's still in. Let's go.
When we're looking, and yeah, the bottom matchup is.
Oh my gosh.
This next one, but man, oh man.
Say Young is up against Joshi. Oh my gosh. Diego's still in. Oh, Diego.
Yeah, Diego.
Guys, who do you guys got winning from these people? No, Joshi's right there. Look at him.
Of course, Diego was one of our players that came.
Rip, I thought Joshi was the first name. No. Joshi is going against C Young. Oh my god, I'd love to see that match live. That would be such a good match. I think Diego's taking it, man.
Which one of these players can overcome the other one and make it into the
Oh my god.
Great other matches. I'm going to leave one of them for you.
This is crazy. It is Dutch. Dutch, who are you rooting for on this list? I don't know any of these losers. They all lost my support. Poke, you should have seen them, bro. These guys are good.
Exciting stuff, and when you're looking at unique Pokemon too, whether you're
man, I don't know.
Canadian, or I got to cheer on, you know, a unique pick coming on out with Regieleki. That is definitely
oh my gosh.
So it'll be definitely interesting to see how that one is shaken up. But I think it's due time that we start talking a little bit, dive back into our matchup and make sure we can properly set the stakes for this one, because we've gotten to talk a lot of different things, but pairing up side by side, obviously, when I'm looking at Luca and how he's going to be approaching this matchup, Dondozo is a team that you'd figure you have to see a couple of. I know sometimes a player doesn't necessarily have the greatest Dondozo answer, but going into the World Championships, I feel like you have to have some sort of great game plan, because that's not one you want to take this loss to.
Yeah, for sure. I think if you look at Lucas,
dude, he had a huge lead. He was 8-0. He was the only undefeated person day one. I think I could be wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong. And then he lost. I can't believe it, man. That was crazy. I think this was his year, though, man. If he was gonna win 2 of them. But this format's so tough. Oh yeah. So 1, Luca.
If the Dondozo doesn't decide to trust Lies and it keeps that water typing, then you've got your Miraidon. You know, Luca is running that Choice Specs item. It is going to be able to throw out some big damage, potentially knockout damage.
Nope, you're correct, Coop. He went into day 2, the only undefeated. That's crazy.
Boosted by the electric terrain. If you'll overlook on Chenwei's side, he doesn't really have a way to change the terrain because he's also running the Miraidon. So I think that's something that, you know, might indicate what we'll see Chenwei doing in this match. But maybe, again, he's got a lot of options. Like we've said, there is a lot of choice items here. But before we get into it, we can have a look at the.
Okay, guys, I'm gonna make a prediction.
If they've made it to top 8, we want to see what they've got.
Guys, choose wisely, man. The last prediction went crazy.
Quite a little bit, being able to start off Torino's special event champion, and really being able to make some splashes in some big tournaments since. I mean, even looking at top 8 at UIC, whereas over on Chenwei's side,
choose wisely, guys. Choose wisely.
Fierce out there. So yeah, top 8, fantastic, and you're proving you can do it again here.
Yeah, and I think he's got.
All right, guys, make your votes known, man. Put your points where your money. Put the money where your mouth is, chat.
Really hard time, but we are going to take a deeper dive into Lucas' team. I know we've talked about a few things so far, but we do have the big hitters. That Choice Spec.
Okay, so we got Miraidon, Urshifu, Iron Hands, Parafarig, Whimsicott. That's a nasty team.
the security that you've got with that focus dash on the Urshifu
Wow.
does allow it a little bit more leeway to take an attack, get a big important returning attack off, and hopefully get some return on that. And the other one I would like to mention is that Whimsicott.
Anyone know that Team Wolfie was running for Worlds?
Pivotal role against something like
He put too big of a target on his back, in my opinion. He did claim that if he was going to win this Worlds, that he would be the undisputed greatest Pokemon trainer of all time. That's a good mentality to have, that you're the best, right? It's tough though, man. This format is so tough. Like, these Pokemon that everyone's using is so good, guys.
A lot of damage. It's going to be ripping through your side of the field, and with the Burgraph, it's a great way to be able to prevent that.
Oh, the Dondozo and Tatsugiri, guys. Goldengo. Dragonite. Oh, I want Dragonite. I'm rooting for this team to win.
This Pokemon can be not really the most fun to get through. I'm eyeing up that move item as choice too, looking at that Earthquake, because offhand,
wow.
I think the Iron Hands compare well into
Miraidon
this.
Ultimate
The
mode.
Earthquake can be dealing a really good amount of damage onto
I'm rooting for this team. I want this team to win, bro. I want the Dragonite to win, bro. Has Dragonite ever won a world championship, guys?
Again, I'm a
Aerial Ace,
worried about the damage output there.
Iron Head, Extreme Speed, Outrage.
That this Dondozo can then come in to then finish.
I'm rooting for you, guy.
It's a team effort after all.
Yeah, for sure. I'm really glad you highlighted that. I think the other thing...
There's a reason Wolfie's tagline is World Champ Difference.
The other thing to consider is you've got to get your moves timed right, because the
Oh, yeah. I'm an idiot. You're so right, support. Yeah.
Situation where, yes, you
dude, that's incredible.
Seen it many times before where players...
But there's no Earthquake on this Dragonite, though. I'm just saying, right, Squirtle? Right, Squirtle? Oh, my goodness.
In the back of your head, if you are, Luca, about how best to
yes, in a
if it is
1v4 comeback poke.
Yeah, if we're going into the
craziest comeback, bro. It wasn't a Worlds? Oh, that wasn't a Worlds?
If you're not going for that mode,
it was an international. Oh, wow, look at that.
I mean, you'd have to be locking in.
Bro, it was the most insane thing. I'll react to it, Poke. Well, I did technically react to it. There's been so much being shown, Poke.
When you're looking up the Urshifu over on Lucas Zen.
I'm rooting for Zeng. I want his team to win, bro. His team's definitely not meta.
And if you can position this right,
I shouldn't say meta. His team is definitely not like every other team that I've seen here. It'll be refreshing to see these 5 other Pokemon other than Miraidon. No Urshifu, guys. This is a team with no Urshifu threat.
A Draco Meteor from either the Miraidon or the Tatsugiri on Chenwei's side of the field, because the Miraidon there isn't choice specs, so it's not as powerful, of course, and the Tatsugiri is
I've lost the prediction.
Up to the same sort.
Do you guys want me to redo the prediction? I can close the prediction and restart it. Do any of you guys want to predict?
And maybe utilize that Whimsicott in a way where it's giving you a bit
more
of a defensive back.
Oh wait, no, you can still vote, by the way. Guys, you guys can still vote. The prediction is still up. There's still chances for you guys to vote. Just click the top of the chat and you'll see the two go into the redeems. Yeah.
And will take a little bit extra time to deal with.
That was also going to require then the commitment.
Guys, who do you guys got, Luca or Zeng? For mobile, it's into redeems. Good job, Poke. I like that. That's good knowledge.
If you're eyeing up these two Miraidons, right? But being able to block behind that light screen. And for Shenmue, even if the Dondozo obviously won't care about that light screen, a lot of the other attackers onto this team really
I'm so excited to see what he brings. So, guys, do you guys think he's bringing...
And if you're committing straight up to this Golden Go in the Chi Yu with that Beads of Ruin to counteract, well, then are you leaving your restricted at home, or you're not bringing the Dondozo Tatsugiri? Like, you got to drop something. You can't bring everything to the match.
Yeah.
Yo, Poke, are you gonna predict? Poke, put in some points, bro. Let's get crazy, guys. Predict, guys.
Lucas got some big.
Can you hear that annoying noise? Is it me? I'm sorry.
To support those, to unleash those onto the.
What is the annoying noise? Is it me?
Really get your Pokemon picks spot on. I think going into this match, I think we might see maybe. I mean, this.
It is from the Pokemon Go arena.
I'm sure Chenwei knows his team inside out. Probably has lines against this sort of build that's coming up against Luca. But again, you know, like you say, if you are...
Oh, this guy's deep breathing and exhaling, bro.
Something at home, and preferably you probably don't want to be leaving your restricted is one of the most potent, powerful Pokemon. But then if you are bringing the Chi-Yu and the Miraidon,
Plum.
are you leaving the
I don't know what's going on in Pokemon Go world. Cooper, I'm a Wolfie Glick fanboy. I respect it.
This is reminiscent of the
But Wolfie wouldn't want you to Wolfie wouldn't want you to not root for somebody, you know?
Doesn't necessarily know that two
I can imagine that they're both nervous as heck. Yeah, man, the world is watching.
Because there is going to be options that you have to kind of change things up going into a game 2 or game 3. And I think that this is a team that...
These are going to be some awesome... This is going to be an awesome fight, man. I can't wait.
You necessarily want to be on the wrong side of when you're looking at a top 8. You want to find the consistent options, and you want to open the floodgates right away. You do not want to let the Dondozo...
Gosh, I can only imagine just...
over-respect the Dondozo.
You're not even on the stream, right? Like, you're not the stream to match. I can only imagine just doing the regular matches. I'd be so nervous. Gosh.
There are some nice, interesting Terra types on Luca's side of the field. I mean, really interesting, quite a niche Terra type on that Iron Hands is the Bug Terra typing. And Bug has...
The heart rate must be pulsating, bro, so much.
The Iron Hands becomes quite an interesting pick for Luca. It not only provides you with fake out support when you want...
I'm the only one voting for Luca. You think Luca... Why did you vote Luca, Numi? If you wanna... If he wins, I'm getting the money? That is a bright side of being the only one voting.
Yeah. But those electric type attacks coming in, it's a nice sponge to bring onto the field and give something that's next to it a little bit of support. And I think it does help threaten that Dondozo, at least slows it down for a turn with that fake out, and then can start pressuring depending on where the terrestrialization comes in. But again, like we see, that running trend through...
I think Assault Vest Miraidon is kind of fraudulent.
These little decisions.
Why do you think it's fraudulent?
It's about how you're best picking the right tool for this particular matchup. Where is your best terrestrialization?
Yeah.
Where is your best full Pokemon going to be picked?
Especially, too, if you are looking at the Iron Hands, like, this is the key to be going up against this Dondozo. You still have to be respectful.
I don't think it will deal enough damage to break through the mirror.
The fact it can be
Time will only tell. I mean, that's a valid idea, though. That's valid logic.
And when you do have that Terra Fairy onto your own Miraidon, something that would be resistant in the hit, that's something that's a little bit...
Plus, he's got two Pokemon that are three Pokemon that don't do too well with electric attacks.
On the defensive or on the offensive pressure. It's something you can't necessarily disrespect too much.
This is going to be a tough fight for Zhang, I think.
It might even just be a game time decision. You get in, see where Shen Yui's mind is at.
This is going to be a tough fight. This is going to be a tough fight.
Bug Terra type. It's something that was on the Raging Bolts there for a little bit, specifically for any of those ground type attacks. So I love to see it make a resurgence on a Pokemon I didn't necessarily...
I'm worried, lady, if he brings the Dozo and Tatsugiri, that Miraidon just hard counters them so good.
Because of how beneficial, if he does decide to go with that Iron Hands, it's going to be.
It's finally time, guys. All good things worth waiting for. Time to hop into our
first top 8 gosh. Here we go, guys.
Dondozo out the bat is going to be hitting the field. Iron Hands on the opposing end. Both trainers bringing the restricted. It's going to be Miraidon v Miraidon.
Yeah, this is a tricky bold position straight.
So sorry about that, guys.
Especially, I mean, he's got access to that fake out.
Oh, man, Squirtle, who do we got winning, bro? Oh, my gosh.
This next turn to get that flinch. But the Miraidon becomes a bit of an issue because do you fire an attack if you're expecting the Tatsugiri to come in just into the Dondozo? If you do that, you're kind of leaving the Miraidon potentially open on the field to launch back with a Draco Meteor of its own. And if you're Luca, you don't have that Assault Vest. You don't have that immediate kind of buffer to take that damage. Even though the Chenwei Miraidon isn't boosted by the choice specs, it's still going to be hitting super effective damage. Do we see a terrestrialization to get around that from Luca, where you go for that fairy terrestrialization early on, commit to that?
Wait, what's happening?
Earthquake becomes a little bit more problematic later on, but
wait,
looks like we are seeing.
All right, hold on, folks. We're going to wait a little. Like I said, all good things worth waiting for. We're going to take another second because we're excited for this one to be a cooker as we figure out what's going on for this stage here. We got to make sure everything is in order, right?
We're just going to take a few moments to get this resolved. I've also just heard as well that Luca's... Yeah, so here we go. We'll get back into it. I think there's just some technical difficulties there.
We'll get the breaking news as soon as we have it. Do not worry,
We're kind of
folks.
waiting with you to hear what's happened, what's going on. But yeah, we'll be back into the match soon. I guess it gives us a bit more time to kind of debate. Now we know.
Drama.
Yeah, because we now know what these players are kind of leading with, right? Like Luca is.
Are they supposed to?
Is going to be a really good play into this.
Are they supposed to lead with the same Pokemon, or are they able to lead with different Pokemon?
Potentially an option.
Yeah, that's my question, support.
But then there is that mind game between the two Mariah.
Who's that Pokemon?
Kenway did really well in that situation.
Gosh, shut the hell up, PCG.
Because it does leave the question, right? If you go for an attack into that slot,
I think the rules say they don't need to. Oh my gosh. Guys, if you saw the opening match, would you make a change if you were Luca or Zheng? Would you make a substitute, and if so, what would you choose? What would you choose differently? What would you open up with differently, chat?
Is the most dangerous thing. So you feel like you have to be a bit cautious here. You have to cover bases.
I would if I was Zheng.
You can leave the Dondozo in a position where you don't fake it out.
Oh my gosh.
But,
it's tough because because if you want to fake out the Dondozo and then all of a sudden the Miraidon does go on.
Zheng can't open with Dozo against Mariah. I would not lead with Dozo if I was Zheng.
Unless you want to commit your own trash.
Yeah, that fake out pressure.
And even then,
that fake out threat is tough, man.
Yeah, and I think the other thing to talk about as well there is if you don't fake out into the Dondozo, it does have the order up attack, which could, if you don't terastallize on Luca's side of the field, do super effective damage, which is really, again, an easy way to
fake out Mariah and Volt switch into Dozo.
Click the right options at that point in the game.
Yeah, that would be a tough first move.
Has obviously some limitations with what he can do with the choice items that he's picked throughout the team. I think he really picked a really perfect lead here.
So guys, we have this game, right? We have this game and then one more game after, and then they're not going to do the finals today, right? Or are they?
And that's the dangerous thing.
We have this game and then one more for today, right?
Despite the fact that they're not the biggest representation out here at the World Championships.
By the way, fake out is a great way to counter Dozo.
Because especially on that pivotal turn where it's the
final should be tomorrow, right?
Tatsugiri does the Tatsugiri not swap in.
And what time does finals start tomorrow, you guys? Because we'll do another watch party for it tomorrow for sure.
Seeing how games have really just turned on their head with one protect that maybe
it's the game, and they stream both semifinals.
And that Tatsugiri being able to be the
okay, big bet, big bet. I'm excited for that. Great.
If you get that wrong, well, then the Miraidon can also just style on you.
That's so true as well. We're just hearing now that there was a bit of an issue with
is
that match,
this finals for VGC, that's going to be the very last thing tomorrow night, you guys? Is that how it goes?
Anything to do with the players. Just a bit of an issue, technically, on the technical side of things.
Yes.
Like I said, add to the drama, to the World
Oh,
Championship.
boy. I wonder, so, Diego? Oh, man, I hope Diego makes it.
Might be at, because with this lead coming on out, do we still think that...
Is there any status on Diego's match?
Or is it more so you gotta get...
And Joshy's match?
Correct.
I think from Chenwei's point of view, I think it's a great lead, because I think it gives Luca a lot of things to think about, and it's really the ball's kind of in Luca's court to say, where are you going to commit, right? What are you going to do?
It's go losers, go winners, TCG Junior Senior Master, VGC Junior Senior Master.
On Luca's side of the field, I think with the Assault Vest,
what time does VGC Junior, Senior, and Master start, Numi? Do you know? Because I'd be interested in streaming that. I'm not too interested in Go or TCG.
Does Chenwei go for the terastallization on Miraidon to try and catch
Diego versus Couch. Are those matches in progress, or is this the only one that just hasn't moved yet?
If the Tatsugiri comes in, or if that Miraidon
I know, it's when TCG ends.
And launches its own Draco.
What time does it start?
It really is
tomorrow.
Questions where I think you do,
but I'm not sure the exact time. I guess it, you know, there's a lot of factors, so it kind of is hard to pinpoint, I guess.
Maybe for Luca, I don't think it's a bad lead, because I think that offensive pressure you've got with the Iron Hands, I think applies a lot of pressure to Chenwei's side of the field. And again, you don't really want to leave your Dondozo sitting duck in that situation to take a fake out or a double up into, because it's so
all should / be in progress by now, barring other technical issues. Did they say what happened here?
We're about to head back into this game here. This is just 0-0, fresh game reset, no shenanigans. We're kicking it from the get-go.
Oh.
Let's pretend the last 5 minutes didn't happen here. For the first time, about to hop into top
controller issue for Luca.
Right,
oh, he still leads. Did they agree to this?
Luca, a little bit. We're gonna see the same.
What's interesting is
Interesting.
I think one thing to pick up on is Luca's Miraidon, the hit-on engine activated before the one on Shenhui's side. So does that indicate that Luca has the faster Miraidon? That's something to keep in mind for the rest of this game, I think, as well, because if you do have the faster Miraidon, especially in an endgame situation, it could really help you close out how both players approach.
So he
this.
switches out his Miraidon.
Miraidon's leaving. Dondozo's best friend is the Tatsugiri, and it will be joining it for start off turn number 1 here, Commander. It's been a bit since we've gotten to see a Dondozo, but Dondozo.
Oh, here we go.
Tatsugiri, and we're about to get boosts galore. The speed, the attack, the defense, special defense. The Dondozo is looking to go all out offensive, and on the opposing end, you have to watch out. But Terrestrialization is going to be hitting this stage as well. Dondozo, baby.
Wow.
Yeah, it's
This is a big turn 1.
Get rid of that weakness to the electric threat that's on Luca's side of the field. Really great defensive terrestrialization here, but it is going to be susceptible to this fake out here from the Iron Hands. It is going into the Miraidon though, so it avoids it as we see a Volt Switch come out into that Dondozo, taking that so comfortably.
Okay, that was not bad at all.
That the Miraidon puts out there, but the swap means nothing happens into that slot. Tatsugiri takes no hit.
Interesting.
Dondozo will be able to act on this turn. It takes a little bit of damage, but Whimsicott hitting the field is going to make sure that you're not taking an Earthquake to the Miraidon, but Iron Hands, that attack boost is doing a lot to it.
Oh my gosh. Wow, that Whimsicott got lucky, didn't get hit by that.
Said that Earthquake was going to be a big threat to these electric types on Lucas' side of the field, and that's exactly what
Lock it into Earthquake would be your logic? Why?
Absolute master stroke in this first turn, getting the Tatsugiri
Wait,
in.
did I see that right?
The terrestrialization all in on this first turn and getting some really good returns here.
Wait a minute.
Whimsicott obviously in that position where it can take attacks a lot better, but that Iron Hands really threatened.
Did I just see that right, or am I tripping?
We're doing a little bit of a pivoting game for Luca. Ogrepon.
Is he trying to lock the Dondozo into Earthquake? He is.
If this Dondozo wanted to do anything different, I got bad news from you. I think we're about to see a lot of Earthquakes on our horizon. We got to see how much it did last time on.
How is it dodging Earthquake?
But Ogrepon, neutral hit will be bringing it down to about half. So, sure, maybe you're not changing moves, but kind of working out for you right now.
Yeah, I mean, one hand, it's great. You've got 2 grass types on the field. I mean, you're getting hit neutrally on the Ogrepon because of the part fire typing, but you're not going to be able to take too many of these, right?
Oh, Tatsugiri's dodging. Oh, I can't tell because of the I can't understand the characters.
See the Ogrepon going down to 6 HP here. The Moonblast coming out from the Whimsicott, doing some decent damage, and an Ivy Cudgel.
Uh-oh.
Going to be super effective, but
wow, Dozo is incredibly tanky.
I'm just looking at the damage.
Oh my god.
The fact that you are encore locked does mean that you can't go for protect, so you can't be spacing out the attacks to slowly get a little bit more back. And I think this is where we're going to really see what Luke has been setting up here. The Whimsicott has lost.
Wow, this is great plays. Wow, Dondozo looking strong.
On this turn,
ooh, the big crit. Oh.
That's a huge turn here, and Luca fishing for the critical hit. It's got a high chance of landing, and he gets it. Like you were saying, Sierra, setting up this position where the Encore, it is doing a lot with that Earthquake every turn. You don't have too many turns, but I think Luca's plan was, okay, I'm going to get it to the point where it is going to be knocked out by the Miraidon if it does come in. If I lose the Whimsicott, I get my tailwind up.
No, the crit definitely mattered. Definitely mattered. Definitely.
Impactful damage. Now the Tatsugiri has left that Dondozo, so that will be re-entering.
It definitely did. It definitely did.
The choice scarf, but with that tailwind in effect.
Wow. It would survive with the sliver of HP. Yeah. That's what I was saying. Yeah.
With that increased critical hit chance, playing for that. Liked it, and even if not, I think the damage that you were even doing with just a regular
Dragonite, let's go!
A nice amount that if there was the double KO, the Miraidon can start putting a lot of pressure on. But now we're on to this.
Oh man!
Hey, you've already dealt with this dangerous Dondozo. Now let's see if you can go through the Dragonite. Reminder: this one is choice band locked, so what it locks into right here, right now, is going to be it. And even if it is outsped, since there is no Farigiraf, you can go for something like that extreme speed.
No, and that's what we're going to see. The Ogrepon just scout out what this Dragonite's going to decide to do. And
nice!
With that extreme speed now into the Whimsicott, picking up a nice knockout. But the same can be said about the Tatsugiri. Does have that choice scarf item. What is it going to lock into? It is going to be that Muddy Water.
Muddy Water. Numa, you remember our Muddy Water strat that almost won us the game? We almost made the comeback. You remember? That's funny to see it make an appearance here.
Well, you could also be fishing for those accuracy drops.
Oh, man.
Off another move. This Miraidon, well, it's got the choice specs itself.
Yeah, YouTube support. Funny enough, right?
So going on to this turn, I think we'll finally really get to see
oh my gosh, this is bad.
Fairy Dazzling Gleam can do to the two dragon types across the field.
Yeah, it's going to be a strong attack. You got to realize though that the Dragonite does have that multi-scale ability.
And Sabotage are done. Yeah, right?
A little bit less damage from this.
Y'all got duped in that game? We did. The Dozo Tatsuguri would have been amazing.
You know, the Hadron engine active, you're going to have the terrestrialization boosting it even further. So Tatsugiri looks like it might be at the end of this game. But the Dragonite still has access to that extreme speed, of course. Can get some nice...
Man, that Fairy Terror is so nice.
Potentially disrupt things. Maybe remove that Ogerpon after it did protect that last turn.
This is where the follow me is going to be coming on in. So sure, you're going to be speedy, but all of your attention is going to be onto that Ogerpon and 6 HP. That is not the damage or the impact that you would want in on this turn. Now we'll get to see that Miraidon freshly Terra Fairy fire.
Oh, it gets Dazzling Gleam. That's crazy.
For the Dragonite, but the Tatsugiri without any of that help is going to be clean one-hit KO.
Yikes.
Damage as well.
Yeah, and the nice thing here is now you've got this Iron Hands to bring in if you're Luca. You've got that active fake out. The Dragonite isn't in focus. It doesn't.
You don't have an answer for Miraidon though.
So you can stop that extreme speed this next turn.
Multi-skill save Dragonite. Yeah, for sure.
Side of the field cannot terrestrialize.
Oh wait, you got those. They still have their Miraidon. Oh, this is going to be a close match, guys. Who do you think has the edge here, guys?
He'll struggle now for Chen Wei to get any foothold back into this match. Although you've got to say, the Electro Drift is still there. The Electric Train is still active on the field for Chen Wei. So these Electro Drift.
Oh no, that's a nasty move.
If we get to that point,
we don't.
I think we get
He
to see
canceled.
the ball as we are going to be clicking that forfeit button and sending it into a game 2. What a great game that Luca had. I mean, you can look back and say critical hit. Thing is, it's an increased crit chance, and even without that, setting up that tailwind, that would have been a lot of damage that this Miraidon was still able to do into the Dondozo. You had the choice specs that you could just fire off a Draco Meteor into.
Wow.
Would have just been fine. So even though
I think this critical hit was the downfall right here.
It's still a really, really good way of making sure that you had damaged the Dondozo enough to that point that you can still handle it.
Yeah, I think that's completely the right thing. I think without the critical hit, the Miraidon just comes onto the field.
This was a big play right here.
And you take it down because it's so close.
And the fact that Ogerpon tanked it on 6 HP is crazy.
Did end that next turn, of course, and that throws another spanner into the works. But I think that the
tailwind was great too.
Using a move that has a high critical hit chance, you're using it enough times, you're going to land it. And fortunately for Luca, at the right time.
See,
even without the critical hit, it, like you said, it dealt a significant amount of damage. So.
Yeah, but think about it. He was going to Earthquake again and take out both Whimsicott and Ogerpon, putting it at a 2-on-4 situation.
Scary, whether it's going for that speed control or even just these muddy waters.
I don't know.
Never even got this opportunity. That Terra Fairy Dazzling Gleam in off huge, and the Dragonite, even though it took that initial hit because of the multi-scale. Well, then where do you go from there when all of a sudden you have...
because Ogre would have Spiky Shield the second Earthquake?
Too much.
No, and that's the problem, I think.
No, Ogerpon used the Ivy Crudgel move. That was its move. So after that, Dondozo would have used Earthquake.
And you could disrupt extreme speed from that range probably isn't picking up the Miraidon. It might be.
I don't know.
But is that really the Pokemon?
I don't know.
I mean, yeah, at that point,
that would have been an intro.
We missed that.
Let's see what happens here, guys.
Too much. So heading into now game.
Same openers.
Have to see where Shenue wants to be swapping this one up, and it ain't going to be with the lead as Dondozo makes appearance yet again.
Of course, this is where the mind games come in. Both players leading exactly the same. Do we see that fake out into the Miraidon slot this time from Luca into Chenwei's Miraidon to prevent that? Or do we see that switch once again from Chenwei to get that Dondozo set up, commit to that?
Wow, different moves here though.
And a similar sort of play out from there. Or do we see maybe Chenwei take advantage of the potential threat of the fake out and keep that Miraidon on the field?
I mean, we talk about when you're up a game that you could be making these risks, but this is the opportunity while down that you could be making a huge play on this turn. If you think that, hey, my Dondozo got to do a lot of damage last time around, they might not expect that. You could then try and fire off with this Miraidon. Dondozo, that is the protect. And the Iron Hands targeting into it is going to do nothing. Genuine will have an opportunity to attack with the Miraidon, but maybe not the Draco.
Oh! It's Miraidon killing Miraidon!
From Luca, and just like you called it, taking the opportunity where that fake out
Worlds is just too good, Avalon, not to stream it.
Of the Miraidon and Chenway's side of the field, but Luca saying no. We had
Oh man!
That Luca's Miraidon outsped, got that Hadron engine active before when it happened this time again.
Wow.
That taking full advantage, removing that big threat from the field.
You can see the look on Chenue's face. Losing your restricted right away is so disastrous, especially
that was a big Draco.
That Terra Fairy, that is something that could have been clicked to resist.
Oh, he tried to bait. He didn't fall for it though.
You have a lot of momentum to be made.
Oh man, Luca's killing it right now.
Dondozo gets those boosts yet again and really
Assault vest, Avalon. That Miraidon was running an assault vest.
Ignoring the Dragonite, which did switch out for the Tatsugiri. The Dondozo is going to be a lot more potent now with that boost from the Tatsugiri, but no terrestrialization here. The Draco meter coming out doing huge damage.
Wow, still even. Wow.
Wow, it's -2, -4 now, and it did not look like it.
Oh my gosh.
But that's damage that you gladly take, because this double up low kick coming out from the Iron Hand.
Yikes, bro.
This big bad Dondozo 2 turns into the match.
Avalon, your Iron Hands is representing out here, dude.
Outrageous here from Luca, just not holding any stops back. Really taking full advantage of everything that happened in that game one.
This is nuts, dude.
And really limiting those options now with just the Dragonite and that Tatsugiri. One thing you would say that Chenway does have at their disposal is the
Iron Hands might be getting a world championship, guys.
But Luca has the Pokemon advantage. 4 Pokemon to 2. It's going to be a hard uphill struggle.
This has to be the best terrestrialization of your life, and not spent in this moment. Extreme speed, the lock-in for the Dragonite is Muddy Water.
Imagine, Numi, imagine the Muddy Water missed.
Get a critical hit onto the Whimsicott.
Yo, imagine the miss. Oh my god.
For the rest of the match.
All right.
And with the Whimsicott hitting the field, it will be able to set up Tailwind over onto this next turn. So any speed advantage we were looking at with that Tatsugiri is all of a sudden going to be gone.
Yeah, this gets a little bit tricky though, because now if you are Luca, you've got the Tailwind, yeah, but do you have the firepower to
It's pretty good. I mean, you can't go wrong with it.
Locked into the muddy water, and then obviously the
maybe it's very possible. Numa, you might be looking at a big payday here.
You can just pick things up. You can pick the Whimsicott off if you want.
You could be eating a big payday right now.
So Chengwei not in the worst spot here, where I think when you look at the options left on Luca's side of the field, I think losing the Miraidon was probably not the thing that he wanted to do, but it was in range of that Dragonite when it's locked into that extreme speed anyway.
Whether we get to see.
Let's see what happens here, man. This isn't over yet.
Want to try and take down the Whimsicott onto this turn as terrestrialization. Ogerpon looking to output the most damage it can do and bring.
I think it ignores the opponent's ability. Like, let's say they have Sturdy, lady, or if you run into
Of course, it's going to be moving a little bit later.
Shedinja, you can ignore its ability.
To speed things up. And we still have to get
so it ignores like Sturdy, I'm pretty sure, Wonder Guard, abilities like that.
Drop the grass typing. We're taking a lot of damage, but Woodhammer comes on out.
And it is enough to pick up the Tatsugiri, a one-hit KO, but I think the recall will probably be enough to take down this Ogerpon. So
it is enough.
Yes, it looks like that.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Dragonite comeback?
Dragonite from Chenway's side of the field.
Dragonite comeback?
Found a window of opportunity.
Uh-oh.
Disastrous.
Uh-oh.
To bring this into
Luca?
Game 3. 1 Pokemon apiece, and Iron Hands down to less than half.
Uh-oh.
You get the attack.
Chat, who do you guys got, Dragonite or Iron Hands?
You'll be able to have the fake out to Rick the multi-skill, but you're still already taking so much damage, and the choice spent.
Oh, this ignores multi-skill now.
Take this down. We might be going to a game 3.
I think it looks like that's exactly where we are going. The electric train disappearing,
Oh.
the drive boost disappearing. The Iron Hands looking not in the best of positions. Has broke that multi-scale, but can it take an extreme speed?
Ooh.
Can it knock out with the wild charge? It's going to be very close. And
Oh, it knocks itself out. I guess that was its best move in that situation. Dragon Knight on top. Let's go. Oh my God, what a comeback. Yeah.
It left and the rest were able to do it.
Oh my God. Zang.
KO after KO in Luca's favor.
Oh my God.
And still Shenmue finds a window to
Guys, even when it looks over, it ain't over, bro.
This is what it's all about.
Wow.
So fast, so
What a
fast.
match.
We're going to a game 3. I mean, like you say, you think...
Oh, this is incredible.
But then you realize, okay, you've got that Dragonite Tatsugiri on the field. You're locked into that extreme speed. And you've got the scarf there. You can, by getting that initial...
Oh my gosh, man.
Onto the Whimsicott and getting that muddy water, put in range for another one, preventing the tailwind. And then from there, it was just so close, so fine margins for Shenmue to close this one up, especially after Luca had such a great start and really...
Nail biter for sure. Chat, who do you guys got, man? Rascal! This is my favorite emote. Heck yeah, Rascal.
Read that you have to be making in the game, the turn 1 of this game.
Wow.
Because now you know, for Shenmue, you now know that, hey, this Rhydon's not scared of going for this Draco Meteor. Do I Trastalize? But Luca, you don't want to be then Draco Meteor.
I use it everywhere. Heck yeah, dude. Nice. I love it, Rascal. How you doing, Rascal?
You could be on the wrong end of things. This is about to be crazy.
This is gonna
I like the
be
Dozo team, so I'm
one of
voting
the
that.
best matches so far this weekend, and it all comes down to this game 3. Who will be
Me too. I want to see
progressing
Dragonite on top again, bro.
at the 2024 World Championships.
Numi now sweating the pick.
Very worthy trainers.
Oh no. Numi was looking for the payday.
Had so far, and hopping into this, I cannot wait to see how this has been shaped.
Oh, homie was like,
head into this game. We're not going to be wasting any time here.
Oh, that's awesome.
We're kicking it with the same leads. We're not.
I'm doing great. I'm doing great, Rascal. It's so good to see
A
you.
little bit of an iteration from Luca here coming out.
Rascal, have you seen the Pokemon World Championships?
We've said it time and time again. Does the Tatsugiri come in?
Wow.
Do you leave your Miraidon out on the field to try and take advantage of the threat of that Tatsugiri, catch Luca off that way, or do you just go down the street?
Well, you're watching a World Championship match right now.
Might be the call of the weekend. What do these trainers do on the first turn? And Terrassalization from the Iron Hands is going to be the first. Terra Bug. Make sure you're not taking too much damage from that Earthquake, and I think that's a little spoiler of what to come, but you're not taking any damage.
Uh-oh.
Yet again. Is the Miraidon from Shenmue going to be on the wrong end of things? The Fake Out means it's not going to be attacking.
Oh.
Now the Draco Meteor instead targeted into the Dondozo. Shenmue gets to keep. They're restricted.
That's a really big protect there because the Dondozo, otherwise, with that Miraidon staying out onto the field, a really nice play to be able to protect it. And then
It resists Earthquake, lady.
You know what that Miraidon
It resists the
is locked
Earthquake.
into, so you can play around it slightly better that way. You know as well that this Iron Hands is now a bug type, so the Earthquake is also not going to be as effective. So do you lock in with something else, or do you forego the Dondozo until later on in this match, maybe bringing in that Dragonite if it is something in the back? There's always a
This
risk,
is
though, that
tough,
you do
man.
have to
Every
go
move,
into
man.
That Draco Meteor path, which Luca has already identified as the way that he wants to go with his Miraidon.
That's going to be the issue, but
But
it's
who
going to be a
knows?
Miraidon that's
It would be too scary to Terrassalize into flying when you're facing a Miraidon.
last time it was at the Protect. This time around, Tatsugiri for yet again.
And yeah, you also have that too.
3 times around, and you all should be real familiar. There is some boost galore. Looking to make sure the damage you do on this turn is doing the most. Yes, we did get to see the Terra Bug from the.
This has been such a great night, man. Wow.
Into this Miraidon, since the Terrassalization has been. That is still so much damage.
Wow.
Coming on out. It'll be the
order up.
with no Terrassalization, the attack boost.
Oh, we almost got it.
Not enough for that KO. And
No.
I think Dondozo is about to go down. Wild Charge.
Oh, Wild Charge misses. Ooh. Oh wait, no. Oh, I just picked the wrong slot, but that's still huge. Oh my god. Oh my god, but it's still faster. It's still faster though.
went for the Miraidon, but no, really well played from Chenwei.
Oh, Miraidon's still faster.
The translation either, as we just see.
Oh, F, I yelled so loud I woke up my kid. Oh, no.
-2 despite that choice specs.
Oh, the protect.
Tatsugiri jumping on out and trying to get this damage on in with how it's staggered out. Wild Charge is going to be the click.
All right, you stole another
We're going
turn.
to get a little bit of lefties recovery, and that's what I'm going to be keeping an eye out for. We saw how much
Now,
damage
Draco Meter reduced it by -2.
did. I still think it could pick up the KO, but it could be close. And you are also eyeing up that potential of a miss. And see, we're seeing the purposeful target.
Let's see.
With that unaware ability,
Oh, wow.
that's why
Miraidon is so strong.
Damage onto the Dondozo. So
Holy crap.
Even though it has taken that -2, not affecting the Dondozo so much, but
Uh-oh.
removing it here allows this Iron Hands now to pick up big damage onto that Tatsugiri and giving Luca a huge lead in this game 3.
Oh, no.
To go down a couple turns prior. We want
Oh, man, Luca.
double KO on Luca's end.
Uh-oh.
So far ahead in this match. As Chenwei again.
Dozo is underwear, so ignores the -2.
Pokemon. The Miraidon coming back out. Dragonite going to be joining it. We know that he can make his way back on through this, but Luca's in such a commanding spot.
He is.
That Dragonite has Aerial Ace.
We saw how well Chenwei
I think it has Aerial Ace. Could be interesting to see if it tries to take out the,
Going to be able to take a flurry.
Oh, it's swapped out smart.
Reposition. Does he give up his Miraidon so easily this turn to an extreme speed, or does he try and preserve it for later on in this game?
Oh, looks like it's sticking around at least this first go around. And terrassalization for the opposing end.
This is so intense.
If you are looking at a Draco Meteor going this way, you might as well not bother. It's Terra Fairy. Great defensive type in this situation as the Draco Meteor instead into the Dragonite. Super effective, but thanks to the multi-scale is not going to be the damage to take out the KO. It's not just a defensive terror, it's an offensive one. Double damage right on down.
And it looks like this Dragonite hasn't locked into the extreme speed. It looks like it's going to be locking into something else, and it is.
Aerial Ace! Oh, let's go!
You've got to think, Luca.
Yeah! Yes! Yes! Oh, let's go! Come on!
Absolutely massive. We still have 2 Pokemon for Luca, and with
Let's go, man. Love seeing Aerial Ace getting some usage.
So if you are scared of that Aerial Ace, you can go ahead and fire off a fake out into that slot. But
Oh, now the bug isn't working out for you.
Maybe it's not going to be hitting super effective into this, but
Oh
there's
my
still going to be a lot of damage, even if it's not necessarily the same amount that Luca was able to do, since again, you are the Assault Vest instead. The damage output would be very different.
Yeah, I think the big thing that you
Oh my god.
This fake out is in being able to stop this Dragonite moving this first turn. Draco Meter out from the Ogabon, not choice spec. Boosted though. Ogabon taking that quite comfortably as far as the Draco Meter and returning.
Hang in there, Dragonite!
Into that Dragonite, but not a
Yes!
knockout.
Oh, you're still alive, Dragonite!
Not nearly enough. No crit, no chance. We get another go around.
Oh my god.
From the Dragonite. And Ogapon tends to be a little bit more on the speedier end, but taking really get off. So Spiky Shield on this turn. It'll be another Draco Meteor targeted into the slot.
Oh my god.
Now we have to see where things will be.
Aerial Ace!
Targeted in.
Oh!
14 HP firing off.
Oh!
Punch. 2-to-1 advantage now for Luca.
Oh my god.
Big damage, but the Iron Hands.
Oh my god.
Returning with a big knockout from
Dragonite still did good damage though. Okay, Dazzling Gleam now?
Iron Hands take a Dazzling Gleam.
Dazzling Gleam?
The Ogapon definitely can, but what do you lock into? Do you prioritize getting rid of the Ogapon, locking in with that Draco Meteor, get rid of that, or do you go for the Dazzling?
Yo, if he crits here, this could be huge too.
You need the most damage coming on out. Both Pokemon are
What?
on, and now Ivy
What?
This is gonna be the damage. Gets it down.
Oh my god.
Oh! To determine this match.
No!
Damage from that Dazzling Gleam.
Oh my god!
Either of these targets, and then you lock into the problem of which one do you pick? Do you just go for the follow me with Lucas?
Oh my god!
To close this out.
It needs a crit.
Looking at a critical hit. See if this can be the one that seals
my
the deal.
god!
Luca has done enough holding on through this match to grab
What?
He's gonna wait for this.
What? You don't even chance it, bro!
To be moving on to the
You don't even chance it? Why do people do that? Oh my God, roll the dice, bro. What do you have to lose? Oh my God, I can't believe he threw like that. I would never, bro. Oh my God. Imagine a double crit. Dude, why didn't he roll for the crit? I would have too.
On such an incredible performance when he looked down and out.
Brother, why not chance it? You have literally nothing to lose. You have a chance to go to the semis.
Could possibly get.
I have seen players crumble out of the pressure of.
Why wouldn't you poke? Why wouldn't you? There's literally nothing. If you don't crit, you lose anyways.
Who's that Pokemon? But still finding an opportunity to take it to a game 3 is definitely not something that could be
everything, right, lady?
Of the trainers that we have here in the competition, but when you
oh my God, dude, you work your entire year for this opportunity, bro. Never give up. Try. Oh my God.
I think so, yeah, it has to be, and I think
I can't believe that. That was such an incredible match just for the freaking forfeit.
Where do you go? What do you look in with? What
I'm so disappointed.
do you choose? Well, we saw the Bug Terror come out at the end there.
Dude, that could have been your Kodiak moment. Your Kodak moment, excuse me. You could have been that dude that possibly came back despite the odds with a double crit potentially.
We popped off about this miss going on, but then realizing this
oh my God. Dude, so people work multiple years for one chance at this? Rip. Listen, man, it was his call. It was his call.
Jumps out to instantly get deleted on the field, and little things like that coming out from Luca, you can tell
it was extremely unlikely he was gonna win, but you never know. It's Pokemon, man.
Yeah, and you saw how fine the margins were, so a really good catch there on that one play and identifying, you know, not wanting to commit early on.
Oh my God, I cannot believe that.
When it is at its most vulnerable after you've dealt.
Dude, Aerial Ace almost brought it home. Oh.
Hyrule Timeline just followed.
Hyrule Timeline, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Cooper family. I can't believe that, dude. I'm struggling building a team. Well, what is your team looking like right now? Dude, it's Worlds. You try, bro. Never. The only thing you guarantee by giving up is that you lose. That is it, bro. Have you considered Urshifu? Dun dun dun.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Thanks again for the follow, bro. Oh my gosh. Wow. That was such a match, though.
I think that's the most exciting Tatsugiri Dondozo match I've seen in a long time.
I'm so sad that team didn't win. Oh yeah, let me pay you guys out here. Luca, respect to Luca, man. Great match.
Thank you so much, Sierra. I'm here with Luca Cheribele, who just made it to top 4.
Congratulations, Luca.
World Championships.
Congratulations, Luca.
Thank you very much.
How does it feel to have locked in your spot as one of our historical trainers this weekend and be only one win away from Championship Sunday?
Well, obviously, the feeling is so incredible. Like, I still haven't quite grasped how big of a result it is for me. So I think in just a couple of minutes the adrenaline will wear off. So I'll really picture how much this result meant to me.
How has the team been performing for you this weekend? It feels like you had a very commanding position.
Oh,
in
yeah,
all 3 of those games.
I only made it to top 8, but my team isn't performing very well.
The matchup was nothing I ever prepared for. So
Kind of stupid ass question is that?
On the spot. Luckily, my Miraidon was faster than it, so that actually smoothed things out a little bit. After that, like,
What kind of question is that?
I'd say this team isn't the best team in the world. Like, there are a lot of times where, like, you really feel like you're on the back foot, and you have to find a way to get away with getting a lot of attacks, so you can't let yourself be out of position by your opponents. But so to be honest, I don't think it's the best team in the world, but it's definitely the best team I can play right now.
I mean, at the end of the day, the best team in the world is the one that you end up winning with. So I think it's doing really well.
You
so
see, guys.
far. What were your thoughts going into that game number 3. The casters mentioned that turn 1 was such a critical moment to guess correctly. Did you have a game plan? Were you just hoping that you'd be able to predict what your opponent would do?
Yeah, to be honest, in my game 3, I settled on doing like some kind of a middle ground, because that way obviously my opponent will bring like 3 dragon types, so using Dracometer onto the Dondozo slot would mean that I will get everything. Like with Dracometer I killed every Mon on that side, aside from him switching Tatsugiri. So like it was kind of a middle ground, to be honest. If we're being honest, I expected my opponent to sack Dragonite and send in and like kill my Miraidon, but instead like he decided to go for Dondozo to like lock Dondozo and Tatsugiri. So like it kind of threw me a little bit off guard, and so did like the non-extreme speed with the air race. The end game was very messy. I don't know how, but I managed to crawl out of it, so I'm really happy. This is how things turned out.
Well, congratulations.
Congratulations, Luca.
Anybody at home watching that you'd like to give a shout out to?
I would say, yo, shout out to the Cooper fam.
Absolutely. I don't know if they're awake right now in Italy, but if they do, and they like, thanks for always being with me, always supporting me. Aside from that, thanks to all my friends in the community. Shout outs to my friends of Il Server, like my tight-knit group of friends, so, and all the people who supported me from home. Thank you very much.
Right,
shout out to
we'll
Luca, man.
Your top 4 match later on.
Oh my God, top
For now,
4?
though, please rest up. Congratulations once again. We're going to give y'all an opportunity to
Guys.
take a quick break as well, but we'll be back with more Pokemon action from the World Championships soon.
Guys. Oh my gosh, I can't even imagine, man. Wow. I can't believe he didn't roll the dice. Just try. I'm still just so shocked he just said, I give up, man. Even if the odds weren't likely for you to win that, just on the dice roll, man.
I'm Anna Prosser here at the Pokemon World Championship with Kay Barry Kim. Kay, if people don't know you, tell us a little bit about yourself and what you do.
Hi, my name is Kim. I love collecting Pokemon plushies, and I'm just happy to be here.
Tell us a little bit about who you're dressed as.
I am dressed as Nurse Joy from Pokemon Sun and Moon, and I'm accompanied by Blissey.
Oh, she's trying to find her Brock, bro.
And I think you told me Comfy came from here in Honolulu, right?
Absolutely. I was so happy and excited when I found out she was here. I had to make sure I got her at the Pokemon Center.
It's such a good one for Hawaii with all these flowers. And
Bro, she's trying to find Brock out here, bro.
Now, tell me a little bit why you chose this as your outfit.
I chose this out because I thought it was great for the event for Pokemon Worlds here in Honolulu, Hawaii, and I thought it'd be a cute way to, showcase Nurse Joy and my plushies.
Tell me a little bit about being part of the cosplay community here at Worlds.
It's been so amazing. I'm able to meet great friends, new friends, and we just love to take photos together, and I love seeing everyone's cute cosplays.
I think you were just watching some...
Bro, I would walk out with my Galarian champion outfit, bro. Let's get it, man.
Not anyone in particular, but I'm rooting for everyone.
Nice. Well, thank you so much. We'll let you get right back to it. Thanks so much. And you too. We'll see you at the Pokemon World Championship.
Looking to meet up with other Pokemon fans and make some new friends? Well, I know the place for you. Come with me to my first ever Pokemon League. I started by heading over to Pokemon.com/play and put in my location. All these game stores with different leagues popped up to choose from. While I haven't played the trading card game too much
that's
before,
cool,
I wanted
man.
to check it out and learn a little more. So I picked a local game store not too far from my house with a league this weekend. Let's go! Once I got to the shop on Saturday, I wasn't really sure what to expect, but I met Professor Brandon right away, who got me all checked in. I was super nervous, but everyone was so nice.
What do you mean, support?
Even helped me with my deck, and then I grabbed a playmat and some dice, sitting down for my first match. I played for a few rounds. All in all, it was a great day. Big shout out to all of my new friends who encouraged me to come back. I'm so glad I went.
Is Pokemon Sword and Shield a good game? I enjoyed it. I would say it's a good game.
Hope to see you there too.
I still hold the opinion that I like Pokemon Sword and Shield more than Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. But they're both very solid games. I enjoy both entries. It's just super fake. What are you saying? You're saying about the Nurse Joy? Sword and Shield got so much hate for a really good game. Me personally, I enjoyed it more than Scarlet and Violet. I love the battle animations more. I'm a big fan of the Dynamax and Gigantamax. What's up, Noah? Welcome in, bro. It's prettier and better polished. I like it. I liked it. But the storyline is Scarlet and Violet is way better. Oh man, poor Wolfie, bro. Yo, Nicholas, bro, you've missed some great matches tonight, bro. Amazing stuff. My birthday sucked? Why did it suck, bro? Had to do stupid marching band all day, but a girl got me a gift. Oh, no, okay. You definitely prefer Dynamax than Terra. Dynamax is more cinematic, but Terra is better for the game. I think Terra has more competitive, I think it's a better competitive gimmick because of how it can change a battle. And how every Pokemon can really shine with a Terra, dude. Not to say that Dynamax you can't do the same thing, but I was watching the official Pokemon stream. I just didn't join this stream yet. Gotcha. Oh my gosh, man. But just in my own personal preference, I enjoy Dynamax and Gigantamax more. I wish I got into the competitive scene around Pokemon Sword and Shield. I would love to see how it... Man... Okay, guys, we're gonna do a quick ad break just to get rid of the potential ads for Masters, so we don't get any possible ads during the match. That would be the last thing I want to see happen. So, but again, if you're subscribed to the channel, man, big dubs, man, big dubs. You've been avoiding all these ads. Man, what a match, guys. Guys, I'm gonna get some more water. I'll be right back real quick. Oh shit, my bad. Oops. I'll be right back. Joshi is out. No way. I want Michael to win this year so bad. I want Diego, bro. I'm rooting for Diego, bro. I want Diego to win. Also, by the way, Timeline, consider joining our Discord, Timeline.
The end of day number 2 here at the 2024 Pokemon World Championship.
If any of you guys haven't joined our Discord, man, please do join our Discord.
Rosemary Kelly and Scott Glaza are so excited to bring you this next top 8 match.
Should be really fun. We've seen an exciting tournament so far. Some surprising matches. Dondozo, now Dunzo, like a ghost, Shadow Rider.
Oh hell no! You just made in front of my Dundozo? Dunzo?
It's so exciting.
Oh hell no!
Look at that bracket as well. It is so diverse in terms of the players that are actually in our top cut.
Oh man, bro, Squirtle.
So exciting to see how
let's see.
And these matches are going to progress. As you can see here, we did have our top 8.
Oh my God, Luca versus Sion.
And we will
gonna be a classic.
And Michael Kelsch in just a couple of seconds. But let's go over these.
I'm not familiar with Utah yet.
I think some
Utah.
surprising results here, but maybe not, right? Again, I think think we've been really enjoying.
Canada's out, damn it. Oh my god, I can't believe this, man. This is my first Worlds, but I'm sure he was great last year. Don Bozo. Don Bozo. Oh man. Maybe support?
And for 7 out of these 8
I think it'll be strong with Tatsuguri.
Even making it into the top 8. So very exciting to see.
Even Dunzo by itself still hits pretty good. It'd be a fun rain team, possibly with a Pelipper maybe.
In that grand finals on
It says Japanese. Japanese players are great team builders.
And turn our attention once again to our final.
I'm going to join the Discord real quick. Here.
And Michael Kelsch.
Join our Discord, Gremlin.
Really fun to see here. We've got the one player who has been in the
I think the Dozo Tatsuguri player might have won. No, they just lost. They just lost. They gave up on the last move of the game. I cannot believe it. On a very, very unlikely double crit.
Championship series. So not only was he able to have that,
You gotta gamble, bro. I still can't believe they did that.
Then some. Heading into the 2024 season, we also ended up seeing Michael Kelsch in multiple top cut scenarios. You got a top 8 at Stuttgart, you got a top 4 at the Utrecht special event, a top 16 in Bologna, which was part of the Regulation G circuit.
I wish they could show us the game that's happening at that moment. We don't care about none of this chat. We want to see the game. Damn. I want to see how that Diego match is going.
Whether you were surprised or not that he made the finals had a lot to do with how much you'd seen him play.
Coming up next, Michael versus Diego. Wait, Diego's confirmed one?
I think people that played against him in tournaments already had a very different perspective.
Yo, that profile picture for Michael goes crazy.
Like you're going to be seeing a lot of him.
The tournament structure doesn't allow that. Why doesn't it allow that?
Feature him as well. It's going to be fantastic. Show all of you at home too why he is as good of a player as he is. I think too when it comes down to Michael's performance just recently in Regulation G, it's been all about this Zamazenta. He ended up getting that top 16 performance in Bologna with Zamazenta. It was actually a team that we ended up seeing mirrored in the North America region. And then he ended up winning Stockholm with the exact same 6. Zamazenta, Latios, Galarian, Moltres. So many unique pieces to fit onto a Zamazenta team.
Yeah, it's proven to be a really good restricted Pokemon to invest in, I think. Having a pretty strong weekend here.
Oh my gosh, guys. We got Diego and Michael.
Really, I think performing better than players expected. So an excellent call.
Guys, who do we got, Diego or Michael?
Absolutely. So he's going to be sticking to that Zamazenta core. But on the flip side of things, we have seen Diego Ferreira on stream before. And it was this hard trick room team we got a chance to feature. Now, Diego, on the flip side of things, is a player that is
all right, guys, Diego or Michael, guys, cast your votes.
This type of pinnacle before. Finding himself in the top heat
Fluttermane. Zamazenta. I have to go with Michael, bro. I'm almost. I have to go with Michael. I want Zamazenta to win. I want Zamazenta to win so bad. Oh my god. Zamazenta. Come on, brother. Oh man, but Diego's team is so good too, man.
I think this is a really tricky matchup for a player who's kind of known to prepare very well for tournaments. Diego.
Michael, let's go.
Very familiar with. He's naturally
Michael is the Zamazenta guy.
Combination of Pokemon that probably wasn't high on the
Entei, we could see some Entei gameplay too.
Kind of getting to take advantage a little bit. Okay,
is he one who made Zamazenta popular?
I'm just going to do my thing really well.
How did he make it popular?
Calyrex is something that people were prepared for. Certainly expecting other Pokemon around it.
Absolutely. Right now, seeing the Ice Rider Calyrex, we often look at it being able to operate outside.
Winning a regional in Europe with it.
Maybe actually having a bit of speed investment so that it's able
oh
to
man. Anyone rooting for Diego in here? Oh, Gremlin's rooting for Diego.
But as we look a little bit closer into Diego's team, you can see a ton of different aspects of it.
He's got such a wide. I'm Diego. Let's go, Armored.
May not have been particularly prepared to deal with a hard trick room variation of this team, but take a look at the moves.
Yeah, I really love this team. He's got a lot of really cool moves that we don't see a lot. Even on
oh my god.
We see, in some cases, even less frequently. The taunt on Ogerpon, not something we see a whole lot of. Gallade using like a more common moveset, but common Gallade moveset itself is sort of an oxymoron. We see the heal pulse on that Indeedee, and even Imprison on Calyrex. A lot of these really cool moves, not going to be super relevant, perhaps.
I bet 1250, so this jackass better win.
Really challenging matchups as they got to this point in the tournament.
I wonder what we're going to end up seeing Diego actually rely upon when it comes down to this matchup versus Michael. You have to look at something like the Ice Rider Calyrex as your single restricted in this meta as a must bring to this match. But what about maybe something else that can start to find some answers into maybe some of the more expected things that we see here on Michael's team. You have that Zamazenta. It's going to run the traditional set.
This could be a big payday for you.
The wide guard, but you're also looking at the key pieces around it that start to make this matchup a bit more tricky.
Yeah, I think this is a really fun one. I think one thing to keep in mind with that Zamazenta, there's a whole lot of things to wide guard on the other side of the field. I think that's going to be something
I won't bet much.
Doing, right?
I think both of these teams are
Pokemon in where instead of attacking like its fellow legendary Pokemon might, Zacian's going to have to do a little more protecting with the wide guard, maybe hope for the other Pokemon on the team to make some impact. I think another thing to keep in mind here,
both of these teams are disgusting. Oh my gosh.
Is very good against Trick Room, you know, kind of ignores the normal turn order with the Grassy Glide, the Sucker Punch, and the Extreme Speed. However, we did mention that Indeedee on the other side of the field. So I think
man, guys, I'm so excited for this match.
Here, you know, will Diego be able to keep that Psychic Train down, get Trick Room up, and just kind of run over the game? Or perhaps Mika will opt to bring the combination of Entei and Qianpao, and at least one of these games try to take advantage of their increased priority move.
Nice to see Entei, right?
It's easy maybe to look at some of the options that Michael actually has.
It's not about greed, it's about round numbers.
Try to cycle in and out that piece to try to get that grassy terrain back in his control, but you have to look at this Indeedee holding that rocky helmet and be a little bit nervous about trying to make contact with some type of damaging move into that slot. You can't necessarily just knock it out, especially when you look at something like the Qianpao and it's got a focus sash on it. You don't want to break it. But let's get into this Masters Division Top 8 match between Diego Ferreira and Michael Kelsch at the 2024.
All right, guys, this is it, man.
So you get an interesting lead matchup here, and perhaps this could help inform what the other Pokemon on the team might be. Qianpao, you'd assume, might be a tell that Entei could be in the back, so that's some good information potentially for Diego. And perhaps Ogerpon showing up early, you know, has a number of potential benefits here. Follow Me could make it easier for Calyrex to set up the Trick Room. It could also be a hit that maybe you expected to see the Urshifu as led instead.
Yeah, the Urshifu would have been a good thing for this Ogerpon to see, just to know that you could water absorb away some of those rapid strike hits. But
Trick Room.
To be this Qianpao, and now that's something that I think is going to be a little bit more difficult to deal with, knowing that it does have that ability that's going to drop the defenses of everything else around it.
Yeah, it can cause some big damage. And almost all the Pokemon on this team do physical damage. You know, even Body Press, better.
Excuse me, guys. Sorry.
Actually using the attack stat, so something that Diego's going to have to deal with. But we see a quick terrestrialization. He's going to go right into his strategy.
Well, you do see.
All right, Diego, let's see if you can pull off another epic win today.
Not necessarily one of the terrors that you typically end up seeing, but it's a great defensive one to be able to deal with.
Oh my God!
Slot and a taunt into the Zamazenta, which is
the taunt. That's huge.
Like wide guard to know that you can just nail these glacial lances.
Oh my God!
This is something we don't see often.
Oh, this is a big play.
A whole bunch of damage going down on Calyrex, and you know it may not be long for this world. However, yeah, that wide guard's been negated. Potentially 3 different attacking Pokemon on Diego's team really don't want to deal with that wide guard. So
wow, Gremlin, this is crazy.
But now it's sort of an interesting position. Do you try to attack with this low HP Calyrex? Do you try to shuffle one of your other Pokemon out before Trick Room? Too many turns expire. With Calyrex being damaged so much, even with support from these Pokemon, it's going to be very difficult to get a second Trick Room up. So it's going to be very important now for Diego to seize the momentum.
Oh my gosh.
This is a Pokemon that we did not get a chance to see in Diego's matchup earlier today, and that is going to be the Torkoal that is finally making an appearance on the world stage on stream. Torkoal's going to set up the sun here, which is almost...
Shout out to the homie Torkoal.
You have this Ogerpon Wellspring next to you that would love to be able to hit these big water-type Ivy Cudgels.
Oh, Entei.
Firstly, you're also just set the sun for the Entei that you see across from you.
Yeah, I mean, Entei may enjoy that, and for now we're going to see Zamazenta.
Oh my gosh.
Knocking down the Ogerpon to fairly low.
Even without getting off the iron defense, it's still doing big damage. Wow.
Is desired on the other side of the field. However, you know, there's still a missing Pokemon. Much like with Frigoraph, you have to respect the potential of that Indeedee being in the back, and we might see it.
We surely might see that, and I think that's something that Michael's always going to have to consider a threat in the back of his mind. You can't feel too comfortable being able to go for something.
No
like
Zama with iron defense?
As I mentioned before, there are 3 other priority attacks that you have to consider, even Aqua Jet on that Urshifu. So as we see this Indeedee actually hit the field, it's not just the psychic terrain that you have to play around, but that rocky helmet too.
Yeah, great sequencing, right? You know, if Rillaboom is the final Pokemon, do you really want to try to switch that into a Torkoal?
No, I wouldn't want to do that. I think a lot of people would also agree that maybe that's not going to be particularly the best option, but I love that the Zamazenta here
Dragon Terra
as well. We have seen this terrestrialization option being used on a couple of these restricted Pokemon as of late because it's very good at being able to deal with these elemental types of damage. So as we see this end up going for the Eruption, it's able to do just a bit of chip to both the Zamazenta and the Entei, but the Dragon Terra absolutely makes sure that hits.
Yeah, now we've
the Zamazenta's just going for it. Oh my gosh.
Just wailing away on these Pokemon.
Going to town.
Digo think twice about taunting it because it's fine in the offense, but that's a really interesting situation. You know,
oh my god, Helping Hand's going to be huge if they don't damage. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, as we mentioned before, if Rillaboom is that
Helping Hand will hurt. Oh yeah.
No, once again, I think going to go agree with the consensus.
But still, Zamazenta's dealt out so much damage here.
How then do you get it in, right? Because I think ideally you're able to still kind of wail away with these body presses, and Zamazenta is still putting out that damage. But you got to remove this Indeedee at some point.
Yeah, the sacrifice has to be made here, right? There isn't an option to, you know, just have everything work out smoothly, and they're just going to stay out here and do nothing, believing that the other two Pokemon are more valuable than Entei here.
Well, we do have yet another Extreme Speed. You can't do anything against that because you are Choice Band locked into it. And with this Torkoal still at such a high HP, it's going to be going for the Eruption, getting the knockout onto the Entei. So as you foretold it, Michael has to sacrifice that piece of the puzzle to make sure that you can get rid of this
Oh my god.
Take a meaningful amount of damage there, though, but you can see how much the Helping Hand boost has even put this Zamazenta into range of being knocked out next turn.
Oh my gosh.
As we mentioned, you know, there's probably not going to be a second Trick Room this game, although, man,
how does Diego come back here, guys? This is an uphill battle now.
A lot of damage, but you know, there's still two Pokemon remaining on Mikhail's side.
A heal pulse.
He's done a pretty good job of damage.
We could get a heal pulse here.
Survive the rest of Trick Room safely.
Doesn't that Indeedee have heal pulse?
Looking at maybe the opportunity to go for something like the Protect on the Zamazenta once that taunt is expired.
In Trick Room, I think it should get it off before Torkoal goes.
Also click Wide Guard in the face of this Torkoal, but you're going to see this Rillaboom finally hit the field. That's going to take this Psychic Terrain away from Diego, and you're going to maybe start to get some momentum back in your favor if you're Michael.
Yeah, I mean, now at least you've got the terrain back. You're threatening a fake out. Now these Pokemon sort of guaranteed to
Trick Room
better, and yeah, it's starting to look like a pretty decent situation, right? Certainly a lot of damage taken.
Yeah, you're right.
Psychic Terrain, but you know, that was better than just losing Rillaboom for nothing and then guaranteeing you will lose control of the terrain for the remainder of the game.
So Rillaboom comes in at full health. It does have the opportunity here to go for a fake out. It stops the Torkoal for just a little while, as Diego now has to think about his own plan B. Actually wants to preserve the Torkoal, maybe set up the stun later, but also give an opportunity.
Imagine forfeiting by accident. Oh my god.
To consider, well,
that'd be awful.
It's gotta go.
Yeah, I mean, the 18 HP makes it pretty tough to get too much done here. And we do see Rillaboom going in the getting the fake out for the knockout. Not quite how we normally see it, but
man, that's really bad.
That is just kind of insult to injury there. As now you look at this Indeedee not being able to get the heal pulse. It would have.
You know what, man? Just heal pulse the Zamazenta. Never mind, you're dead.
Zamazenta target into the Indeedee instead, and you've all of a sudden have here to Ice Rider Calyrex.
You can see what he's going for.
Just heal pulse Zamazenta. Be nice to it, bro. Oh man, GG's though. Zamazenta went crazy.
Out on the Rocky helmet. So both sides trading Pokemon here, and you know, as these Pokemon re-enter the field, just about 100 HP remaining for Diego over the course of two Pokemon. On the other side of the field, you know, this Chien Pao and
oh my gosh, guys!
And still that focus sash intact.
Oh,
and that's going to be huge because when you look at this Okerpon across the way, you could even Grassy Glide it here if you wanted to.
What great synergy these two have, lowering the defense here.
Going to be very fast. Important to note that this Chien Pao also does have Icicle Crash, Throat Chop, and Sucker Punch as its item, as its moves. A couple of different options here you could go for, knowing that the Torkoal, as a Assault Vest, is always going to attack.
Yeah, I mean, you see that value too in getting control of that terrain, right? Where both these Pokemon have increased priority moves and putting a really difficult position.
I wonder what he's thinking. What could he possibly do in a situation?
You know, he had that big Trick Room off. We really see the impact of the restricted Pokemon not being able to attack at all in the game.
You got no choice, I
It's
guess.
just going to be kind of thinking a little bit about.
Oh yeah.
Here,
Oh, was that sucker punch?
Chance to also just go for the knockout onto this Ogerpon, take it out, and then we see the Rillaboom follow that up. It's got this wood hammer. It is going into the Torkoal.
Oh, that's throat chop.
Even though it's not going to be very effective, it's still going to secure the knockout. And so Michael Couch with the first game of this.
Michael with a dominant performance there.
Strange win. You know, not too often that you extreme speed into psychic terrain twice and still like very.
Is the Zamazenta 1 defense boost that it gets good enough for body press to go crazy like that? Wow.
Locked into a different move now, but you know, I covered
Holy crap.
as one of the other Pokemon, I really wanted to make sure I got that damage down.
My guy went crazy. Well, I'm losing 1250. It's not over yet, bro. You just got to adjust.
It seemed like Diego kind of probably got.
He didn't bring the Ursaluna.
Of the Urshifu not being present, so maybe gonna need a little different game plan.
Oh my God! Wow.
So if you were in Diego's shoes, you look at this Ogerpon, you go, okay, maybe not the most effective choice here because.
Yeah, that was nasty work, bro.
Who's that Pokemon? You also aren't able to deal that much damage either because you've got this Torkoal next to you. So what do you kind of think about putting in instead?
Yeah, I think this is kind of a tough lead. I don't know if you know the option. I guess if you want to really.
Yes, because Zama gets stabbed on body press. That's
losing Indeedee early is a huge potential problem, right? It's a very important Pokemon in this matchup. You know, Trick Room isn't all that valuable if you lose the Psychic Terrain, so you don't want to just put it out there and sacrifice it to get Trick Room up potentially and wind up in a similar spot to what you were in the first game anyway. So I guess we'll have to see. You know, maybe we'll see some of the other Pokemon. It's hard to imagine that, like, you know, maybe the Gallade is drastically better in this situation, but I can't claim to be too much of an expert on Gallade to this regulation, so hey, maybe we'll be surprised.
I don't know. I'm looking at the Gallade right now when I see Terra Normal Entei. I'm seeing Chen Pao. Pretty juicy targets here for something like that Sacred Sword.
Regardless of what happens,
damage, but we'll find out.
They have a decisive lead.
Michael Kelsch is up 1-0. Another win here. He moves on to the top 4. So Diego, got to bring it back somehow. It's going to be both of the restricteds on the field across from each other.
Does Chen Pao's ability also affect its partner, lowering the defense?
No need to change up too much with the Zamazenta and the Chen Pao out in game 2. Kind of just like, okay, well.
Does that mess with the body press damage calculations?
I probably wouldn't prefer to take a ton of damage on Indeedee.
Like negatively for Zamazenta or no?
Potentially pull away a couple of attacks with a follow me, at least then breaking the focus sash maybe with a potential Rocky helmet there.
It increases body press damage.
Is going to be able to do just that and give the space to this Ice Rider Calyrex to actually set up.
That actually increases it?
But take a look at that.
Oh!
Is Chen Pao going for the throat chop, getting that one-hit knockout. Instead it is Indeedee packing. So what can the Zamazenta do, knowing that it's got free real estate to go after this Ice Rider Calyrex?
Oh my God!
It just goes for the body press. It's going to be doing a huge chunk of damage there while the Trick Room gets activated.
Yeah, that doesn't seem all that much better. And I guess one thing to keep note, because it's a throat chop, yeah, doesn't even get to break the
Oh my God!
Pokemon, not too upset. Torkoal going to come out here.
Holy crap, Michael!
Where you know, you're threatening an attack onto a potential Rillaboom switch in. However, unlike that first game, Zamazenta is not taunted, so the option of a wide guard and a Rillaboom switch if Rillaboom is indeed in the back, which would really put Diego in a tough spot.
Really would.
Wow. Come on, Diego. Come back, bro.
That's break the focus sash, by the way. Sorry.
Okay, yeah, I know. I mean, hey, so it's hard. It's like you like, okay, throat chop. Maybe it's a sound-based move.
No,
I get that too.
By all this damage.
There is a lot of damage right now, and even more to come as we take a look at this next turn.
Well, that's interesting to me.
Does get a chance to actually switch in, take that.
Oh man, Trick Room just changes everything about a Pokemon battle.
This is going to be the biggest threat that Diego's going to have to deal with. We do see a terrestrialization here, though.
Let's see if it does, Gremlin.
Type terrestrialization going to help out a little bit defensively, although kind of weakens the type matchup with both of the Pokemon currently on the field. Though, you know, we'll have to see what this Chin Pao opts to go for.
Oh, the protect!
Take advantage of his terrestrialization.
It really would. Either way, though, you're gonna just
double protect. Okay.
Protect here onto both the Zamazenta and the Chen Pao. Just to kind
try
of
to stall a little bit.
Getting what this Torkoal and this Calyrex are trying to get up to. I think this protect is also pretty smart. You just kind of biding your time, figure out maybe your next move, and also get rid of one of these Trick Room turns.
Yeah, I mean, there's not really anything lost here, right? If your plan is still, I'm going to wide guard and switch into the Rillaboom, you get to find out that this terrestrialization was going to happen for no real cost. and you get rid of one of the turns of Trick Room, right? You do eventually want to get through it, so pretty low risk play, and gets one step closer to killing off this Trick Room.
Do you play the wide guard game? There's certainly that mind game, right? But do you just say, okay, I know you're not going to wide guard, because if you're wide guarding, you're not.
Oh my gosh.
It's interesting, we see the Entei coming in, so I think that probably makes
Yo, he would block both attacks, right, with wide guard right there.
Neither of these Pokemon are in like huge danger. Zamazenta going to go for the Terrestrialization to answer the other side, and yeah, I mean, they're probably worried about an Icicle Spear coming in the other direction, but hey, maybe you get away with it.
Well, right now it is
no wide guard.
So that's going to hit into both targets. Entei switching in and taking about 50% for its troubles. And we also see Terror Dragon Zamazenta have to take this Glacial Lance. No
wow.
On either Pokemon to be able to secure the knockout. But with this body, that counter, he's at least done something here in this game to try to get these targets down really low.
Yeah, it gets to attack this time. A single Glacial Lance going off, so better than nothing. And yeah, there's
boy.
We see Ursaluna coming in, so that's the mix-up from the last game for Diego. We see Ursaluna instead of the Another Pokemon capable of dealing a lot of damage, but also another Pokemon that gets to play the wide guard game, right? Potentially would love to see the opportunity to go for an Earthquake, but you really can't do that anyway with Torkoal, so it's actually a pretty good pin, right? An Eruption, pretty scary against both of these Pokemon, and then Ursaluna can instead choose to go for its single target attack, trying to pick up a knockout on one of these Pokemon.
Yeah, Headlong Rush would be great, but remember,
I would double protect immediately. Double protect, try to stall out this Trick Room.
To figure out a way to weave those in at the right time, but you're also not
if they can survive the Trick Room, I think they should win here.
This Trick Room is going to expire. There's 2 turns left, so Diego on a bit of a timer to try to
I double protect here.
Take advantage of those turns. Protect here from the Zamazenta, so at least one more turn is going to get bypassed here as Torkoal actually goes for a Weather Ball. It's gonna
Timeline, welcome in, bro.
Onto this Entei, and so even though maybe you don't get a chance to actually attack into the Zamazenta, there's Ursaluna gets a chance to get this now Guts boost for free.
Yeah, pretty good trade, right? Winds up playing around the wide guard play very nicely there, where that would have just lost 2 Pokemon if he'd gone for it. Zamazenta is able to stay on the field. But yeah, as you mentioned, that Guts boost activates, and it's not just that Headlong Rush is a single target option for this.
How do you predict it better?
It also has the option of using Facade, which is now at its full
You
power.
can't.
Facade is going to
experience.
Rillaboom, if in the back, is not going to resist. So we're going to end up
trial and error, my guy. Exactly, experience. You gotta.
There's one more turn of Trick Room remaining. So here is the Rillaboom. You don't have the Terror either, so staring at something like this Torkoal, and you can only pick one target to fake out.
Yeah, pretty awkward turn there.
Also, Timeline, join our Discord, dude. We'd love to have you in it.
Also, what will the Pokemon do if you don't?
You can ask all these questions in our Pokemon Discord. We would love to have you. If you're interested, just type in !Discord.
Potentially you lose both of your Pokemon. On the other slot, not as much in danger of losing both at the same time, but could still easily knock out either of these Pokemon.
Guys, how are you guys liking Michael's position right now?
Try to go for the spread damage if you can. If there is no wide guard, then you do get the knockouts, and then I think you just take the double KO. But able to get another protect here.
Double protect.
And that's huge, because that does mean that even though the fake out is going to be able to stop this Torkoal in its tracks for now, you saw where that targeting was going, and this is the worst case scenario here for Diego, is you're not able to get the knockout into the Zamazenta, and your Trick Room is gone.
Oh my gosh.
Pokemon, right? It's a little unconventional way to get there, but winds up really paying off, and now suddenly it's a dominating lead.
It is a huge
right?
Now outside
oh my gosh.
Environment,
what a ballsy play if that messed up.
Be faster than this Ursaluna, you can just go ahead and hit it with a wood hammer, take it out. Terrestrialization is also gone for Diego.
Yeah, and it's a little simpler play on the other side of the field. Torkoal isn't able to protect. It's holding it.
That might have been a world champion difference right there. A world champ play right there.
With 2 powerful physical
the luck.
The potential for the Chin power on the field. I guess this way you don't get it yet.
Yeah, Nicholas, I'm with you.
Really tough spot now, and Diego's tournament could be over if he doesn't think of something incredible very quickly.
Yeah, is there even a world where you consider even just going for the Protect here and just hoping that Michael does something different with the Ursaluna?
Yeah, I mean, I think you need a mistake, right, at this point. So, no Protect, however. We're
oh my god, he goes into Torkoal.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be a wood hammer right into that Ursaluna. It's not going to get
Rillaboom!
As Michael secures another KO.
Big boy stuff right there, Rillaboom.
Try to do what it's all their
oh my
could not.
god.
They could only go for with a single target weather ball right now. This Rillaboom is going to get knocked out for its troubles, but you still have a chance now. It's about to hit the field. We saw how much body press was able to do to this Torkoal. It's not much longer before Michael gets to move on to top 4.
Yeah, I don't know how Diego's gonna have this one. Perhaps he'll just have to tell Mikael that you're not allowed to touch Torkoals here in Hawaii, because I think that's going to be Torkoal's
There's a 50-yard
only chance.
rule. There is a 50-yard rule in play, but unfortunately does not end up mattering for this Torkoal. Diego locks in the forfeit, and Michael in a 2-0.
Diego, what a great run, bro.
He is in the top 4 of the 2024 Pokemon.
Guys, we might be looking at the world champion right there. Michael is on fire.
I don't think it made too big of a difference to the outcome of the game.
Zamazenta back on top. I'm rooting for Michael. I'm not gonna lie. I'm rooting for Michael.
Sacrifice the right Pokemon at the right
Oh my gosh.
Really cleverly played set.
It really was, and it also shows just how much experience Michael does have with this Zamazenta team. Diego is playing.
This might be a storyline, right, Numi?
It's so cool to be able to see a hard Trick Room team make it as far as it has in some very, very capable hands.
Yeah.
But Michael played a ton.
It would have been interesting to see if it got body press in Pokemon Sword and Shield, how much better it'd be.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like it's a matchup he's played a million
It definitely would have given Zacian a run for its money as the top dog.
Any danger there, and does a really good job of kind of, again, just sending us Pokemon in the right order, preserving them for the right time. You know,
Oh my
I think it would be easy for
gosh.
an inexperienced player to like kind of get a little aggressive, try to win the train war.
I am literally so shook right now.
Instead, just plays things safe. Able to keep his Pokemon safe enough. I did a really good job. I felt like of attacking throughout this set when he had the opportunity, making those good damage trades. And again, as we mentioned, the between game 1 and 2.
Yeah, that one move, getting it was huge.
We kind of see the cost of that, where it felt like after that first
Made
turn,
the difference.
there really wasn't a whole lot Diego could do.
I think it was great too. I mean, Michael, the resilience that you had to show. We talked about in that
Oh
game
man, he tried to hold it together, man. Poor Diego.
extreme speeds. Just kind of hoping, okay, well, the terrain's going to expire at some point, or I'm just going to sacrifice my Entei because it's better for me to do that than switch something in to have to take the damage. And then figuring out in the second game that, well, maybe Entei has to do the same thing, actually, and just kind of stick to that game plan, knowing that there is safety in the wings once he gets there.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing too, right? You don't like get extra points by.
Oh,
winning
poor Diego, man.
All you have to do is make sure that at the end of the match you have Pokemon remaining and your opponent does.
The Rillo,
really good job
boom!
keeping his eye on
Oh
the
man, I love that. I love that
the
hit.
game to look like at the end, and I can't trade needlessly against the Trick Room team because the damage potential is massive with the team.
Man, I can only imagine the nerves both of them have, man.
Lose something, and I think just not doing anything silly is a key in this matchup.
Yeah, and then the double protect at the end there, it is not silly. Maybe a little risky.
That was a crazy match,
and then
right?
It just completely seals the game for you. And so Michael just being able to find those types of positions also, that's just how good he is. Honestly, I hope you guys were all able to see it for yourself. Diego is no slouch of a player. It's been such a pleasure to be able to see him on the stream. Remember that he came in undefeated from day number 1 with this hard Trick Room team. And he's also just had so much experience with it throughout the 2024 season.
Unbelievable, guys. Guys,
him
who do you got
as we
winning?
look ahead
I
to
think
2024.
Michael has a real legitimate shot here.
Yeah, I mean,
I think Michael's gonna do it, guys.
In this format,
I think we're gonna see Michael and see. That would be crazy, lady. So, guys, the next match after this is gonna be the last match of the night, right? This will determine the finals, or am I not?
I think that is so.
Is there one match or 2 matches left?
With this top 8 match finished, found ourselves looking ahead to top 4. Scott, we are just 2 matches away from figuring out who's going to be playing.
Emotional
Sunday.
damage.
I can't believe it.
We have 2 matches left.
Again, we saw with that win, it's been a very long time since we had a player
emotional damage.
Chance of it happening now.
Maybe that second place last
We'll
year.
have both semis tonight. Okay, so we have 2 more matches.
Looking forward to rewriting that history a little bit to get that first place, but the consistency that it takes from a player like Michael Kelsch to be able to come in his first season, get a second place at Worlds, and then come through 2024 guns a-blazing and be able to make it here to top 4 already. Impressive. Very, very impressive.
Yeah, I think if he were to win, he'd be a world champion that trainers should aspire to be more like, right? He won his free invite last year through that runner-up finish. Could have just taken the year off. Instead had this such an impressive year, and I think we really see the rewards of
wow, guys, wow.
instead of just taking the year off.
And also just all of the practice into one single restricted Pokemon. Yeah, okay, the team looks very different than his win at the Stockholm Regional Championships, but it's still a Zamazenta team nonetheless. Let's go ahead and hear a little bit more from our winner of that final top 8 match.
It's going to be epic. Gremlin, we're going to watch it live tomorrow on stream. We're going to have another watch party for it.
With one of the final 4 trainers remaining in the world, Michael Kels. Congratulations on that.
Michael, congrats, bro.
How do you feel right now?
I'm literally speechless again. Like, I am really, really tired, honestly, but this journey is just so much fun, and I'm feeling pumped. I really want to play that semi-finals match now and get it out of my way.
Yeah, you just have the energy juices flowing. I love how excited you are. That was a tough matchup. Diego, one of the top seeds throughout the entirety of Swiss today. Really tough, hard Trick Room team that you had to face. When you sat down looking at the team preview there, what were your biggest game plans against some of those unconventional Pokemon?
So I really like his team because it's very unconventional. Like Imprison, Calyrex Ice is something you usually not see. But I knew that Zamazenta with Terra Dragon is just so good because I can use Wild Guard to shut off Glacial Lance from Calyrex Ice. Torkoal cannot touch me, Ursaluna doesn't do that much damage, so my key piece in that set was the Terra Dragon Zamazenta, and I knew with Chiempo and Willowboom.
Who's that Pokemon?
Also, we set Willowboom, and the sort of wind boost is also really
God, I
nice
hate
for
that
the
damn
running
PCG.
And also having a Focus Sashmon against the hard Trick Room team is just really good, and that was my plan going into the set.
Yeah, let's talk about that Zamazenta, because you've essentially become synonymous with Zamazenta throughout the entirety of Regulation G Regional Championship with it. You've been sticking through all of these months. How much of an advantage has that given you coming into Worlds here this weekend that you have so much practice with that particular restricted Pokemon?
Yeah, many people just focus on the big 3, I would say, which are Calyrex Ice, Calyrex Shadow, and Miraidon. So they didn't even consider Zamazenta as a threat. And so they also kind of forgot the calcs, like how much a body press actually does. Especially with Sword of Wind, it can get really nasty. Like this Calyrex Ice took 60% from the body press, and some people just think it only does like maybe 40, and that's like really nice to use unconventional Pokemon. Like I would not say that my team is super unconventional, but catching people off guard is the key to win some of the games, and that's what I really like about Zamazenta right now.
And what I love to see from your success over the last 2 seasons is you made the finals of the World Championships last year. Yet here you are 1 win away from reaching the same spot, and you've improved so much. You must have improved so much from last year, even though you're hitting the same accomplishments. So how much better of a trainer do you feel 1 year later from that finals performance?
So I really learned a lot. I went to a lot of events and also talked with a lot of other people with top players and just got a better insight into the game. So I would say I really improved a lot. Even if you are a top player, you can still improve. There is no limit on improving. So I feel better than ever.
Awesome. And last one for you before you get ready for your top 4 match. You have any shout outs, any friends and family watching at home?
Shout outs to all my friends sitting there. It's been such a crazy week and they are supporting me all single second. I'm just super happy about this. Also shout outs to all my fans on YouTube, on Twitch, wherever. I really appreciate it. And also a big shout outs to my family, my parents and my brother. Without them, I would also not be here because it's all started 1.5 years ago, and I didn't even consider like being here, and it all changed everything, and that's why I want to thank you so much.
All right, congratulations. Best of luck in your upcoming top 4 match. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, the top 4 of the Pokemon World Championship will officially be underway. Don't go anywhere.
Congratulations, Michael. Congratulations. Wow. I'm so glad we get to see some of these newer, I guess you could call them newer faces in here. Wow. I can't believe this, man. This is incredible.
Hi there, I'm Anna Prosser here at the Pokemon World Championship here with Luna.
It is amazing, Gremlin. It is. It really
Tell the
is.
people at home who you're cosplaying.
I'm cosplaying as Celine from Ultra Sun and Moon.
And
I'm cosplaying Lily, or Lively Lily, which is the shirt and skirt outfit.
And why did you
guys, I'm going to run to the restroom real quick.
It's because I've always wanted to dress up as Celine when the game came out, but I never had a chance. So there's really
Yeah, exactly, lady. I 100% agree with that.
Like the excuse to cosplay as her today.
What about you?
I really love the character Lily. The time when the game first came out, I really resonated with Lily, so I thought this would be a great opportunity to express how much I love the character by making my cosplay for her.
You guys cosplay together quite a bit, right?
Yes, we do. We always, any like anime or cosplay event, we always try to cosplay together.
Awesome. What has it been like being at Worlds cosplaying together?
It's such a great experience. I'm so happy to enjoy Worlds with her. Like, she's my best friend, and I'm very happy to share this experience with her.
I know you both kind of work together on your costumes. Can you tell me a little bit about the process of making them?
Yes, so I'm really bad at sewing, so Nico here has been really lovely and kind to like help me sew this outfit today. And then I'm more of like a prop and wig person, so I printed out our Pokeballs for us, and then I styled both of our wigs.
That's so awesome. Tell us a little bit about your sewing.
Sewing, oh my goodness, I don't know where to begin. This is one of the biggest projects I poured my heart and soul into, so it took me about 2 to 3 weeks to make it because I kept messing up. But it's such a fun process, and it's very unique in a way because there's so many mistakes that no one could just replicate.
And I know one of the coolest things about cosplaying at the Pokemon World Championship is people coming and being like, oh, I recognize you, I recognize your character. Have there been cool interactions or people you've met because of your costumes?
I think there's been a few, but I think because mainly we've been exploring all like the events right now around Worlds. We haven't like ran into people because usually it's when we're roaming outside the halls we get like that, oh my god, it's you, you're my favorite character.
There is so much to do here at Worlds. Has there been any highlights that you can tell the people at home about?
Any highlights? I would like to say that coming together and meeting new people is one of the biggest and most one of the most experience I'm so grateful for, and helped me build more relationships, friendships, and even build stronger friendships with her.
I love that. That's exactly why we all love coming here. Thank you so much for taking the time to spend with us here today. And now we'll head back to the Pokemon World Championship.
After some exceptionally exciting battles here in Honolulu at the 2024 Pokemon World Championships, it is time to get underway with the top 4 of our competition. Find out which 2 are going to be remaining to play it out on Championship Sunday to vie for the champion title. It's been amazing so far, and each one of these 4 players so qualified, so deserving, but at the end of this, only one will remain.
I know, it's wild to think, isn't it? That yesterday we started with over 600 Masters players, and now we're down to our final 4. And this is what we're going to be doing next. This is what the excitement is all about, and we are ready to get into it. Of course, we can take an overview of the bracket.
Oh,
We've
who
got
do we
our
have here?
semi-final that we'll be featuring.
So we got Michael versus Yuta. Oh my gosh. Wow, this is going to be crazy. Guys, who you guys got? Sion or Luca?
First attempt, besides oh my goodness, these are going to be amazing matchups. I'm looking at kind of the difference when we look at the bracket, considering the 2-0s on that top end and the 2-1s. I think that there has been some exceptionally close matches, and these trainers coming off of really close matches where we did have the pleasure of watching Luca go up against Yue, and that was so close. That was so back and forth. My voice is still recovering from that. So I know going into this next one, we're in for a treat.
I think it's
we didn't
gonna be as fast-paced, as exciting as that last match that we featured in top 8 with Luca as well, and Chen Wei. Because the teams that both of these players are bringing into this semi-final, of course, into this top 4 are very, very similar. Of course, we'll get into the team specifics a little bit soon. We've already seen Lucas and we've already seen Zhongwei's throughout the tournament already. Both of these players, when they have been on the broadcast, have performed extremely well. Now they've got each other to face down against. Which one will be coming out on top, because this is it, right?
Yeah.
You win this match, you're into Championship Sunday. You're one step
Or
closer
Diego,
to
man.
the title,
Good try,
taking
Diego.
The glory and becoming that 2024 champion, and it's quite incredible. I'm getting a little bit goosebumpy saying it. It's wild thinking that we're so close to crowning that champion, but our players have a long way to go, right? And
wow, guys, what a great performance. Guys, I put up the predictions on Twitch, guys, again.
Still quite a bit to go, and there's going to be a tough one ahead of them. But the journeys that they've taken so far to get here, we've seen such fantastic competition from representation from around the world. It's no free rides here at the World Championships, and you know, at this point, you know that the players are going to be nervous, but excited, knowing that they're one match away. Not few get the honor of being able to return back here on Sunday as a competitor.
No, and I think that is the privilege, you know. Pressure
Wow,
is
guys,
the
who do you
privilege,
guys got winning,
and I
man?
think
This is
the players are
intense.
Embracing it all the way through this top 8. So whoever does end up in the finals is going to be extremely proud of themselves. Whoever's got to this stage in the tournament, you have to be extremely proud. But again, you don't want to settle for second best. You want to come into this and you want to give it your all. You want to get as far as you can. Both these players are phenomenal competitors. It's going to be a tricky one because we've seen both these players up on broadcasts. We know both of them are running Miraidon. Their teams are very, very similar. And there's going to be, again, the theme that I keep saying is fine margins, but it really does.
I'm excited, man.
Fine margins in this match between Luca and Songjae, because there is only one difference between 6 Pokemon that they're bringing, and even then, it's still an Urshifu. It's just the different Urshifu.
I will win it all.
And
oh my God.
Songjae is choosing the single strike, so that is the literal only difference between these teams.
I mean, we're talking about the margins, but at least once we get down into the individual Pokemon choices, even if those are the same, there is those tiny differences along the way. Again, going back to margins, I don't necessarily know which ones are going to be impactful in the battle, because when I'm looking at this, I don't think a Horn Leech versus
I'm not gonna actually lie.
Damage into a Miraidon. I think it's really interesting to note the little differences.
Now I have to actually gamble. Yeah, guys, pour in your points, man. Make it fun. Make it fun.
Okay, well, I want the recoil, I want to be able
guys,
to get the healing,
I don't think whoever
damage,
wins this,
or even just
I'm
like with
almost
some
convinced Michael just has his strategy down.
Yeah, there is the differences between the terrestrialization between certain Pokemon. Some are very similar, but I think it does again come down to the
I think Michael's taking it, man. How do you guys feel about that? Do you think Michael takes it, or do you think Luca? Oh, actually, Michael still hasn't even gotten to the finals himself. He could still lose. I don't know anything about this other player.
You know pretty well, right?
Miraidon's a strong Pokemon. If you do not know your Miraidon matchup at this point, maybe there is a free ride, but no, I'm sure this one's going to be great. And when we're talking about the margins, I think that's an exceptionally interesting way.
For the final match, I'm doing all or nothing.
Because it is a situation where when you look at the
Numi, that's a great idea.
You might be looking at these speed ties, but I also don't know how often.
Actually, I think it's too late now, technically. Maybe, I don't know.
World run on a 50-50. Sometimes it's inevitable. Sometimes you got to go for it, but you also want to be finding different ways to approach a matchup to give.
Plus, Michael's team synergizes like crazy. You got Zaman Zenta, then you got the
For the sake of it, considering the Urshifu.
What's that Pokemon?
Looking at the mirror matchup, I think that's
with the ice type Pokemon that lowers defense. What's that called again?
They're bringing these different Pokemon.
Chen Pao?
Even if they are doing something like a mirror.
You got Zaman Zenta, Chen Pao, which synergize amazing. Then you have Rillaboom with the grassy terrain,
Yeah, I mean, the mind games are already
plus
starting,
Fake
right?
Out,
So
plus
we
Grassy
know
Glide,
what's
plus
going through both of our trainers
Woodhammer.
get set up as we get ready to start the game. But I think
Oh
the
my
thing it comes
God,
down to
man.
is
His team is
no one
crazy.
is gonna wanna risk
And the
taking
Entei too,
risks,
yes.
right? So it's about ways in which
Michael had crazy strategy with going against Diego. Michael was a beast, man. I think Michael is on the path to becoming world champion.
And maybe terrestrialize, or maybe even switch into a Whimsicott so you can nullify that. Or do you have that opportunity where you have 2 Pokemon out in the field that can protect, and you can then...
Is there any Shadow Rider or
what is being locked into?
And it's also going to be that information game, something that really when we're
Oh, here we go, guys.
team sheet era, we don't
I'm rooting for
necessarily
Luca.
talk about
I'm rooting for
that.
Luca.
You
I think
know
Luca's
the-
gonna take this.
You know the trapslizations, everything else, but you don't necessarily know the stats on the other end. So we can talk with the assumption of speed ties, considering that these go for a lot of the very similar themes, but at the same time, we don't actually know, and neither do the trainers. You maybe have an idea since we have made it this far. Maybe your friend has told you along the way, hey, this one's kind of speedy, hey, this one's kind of beefy. But at the same time, you need to get into the battle and see how this matches up against your own Pokemon.
Who voted for Luca, guys? Oh, let's go, lady.
So much riskier because
Oh wait, Luca's the first option, or is...
you might have been outmatched on that every point in the road.
Yeah, and we're going to start off with looking at the accolades from these trainers. Of course, now they're going to be both able to add the top 4 at the 2024 World Championships to their resume, but outside of that, we've got Luca Cherubini.
I voted Luca, so Luca's won.
EU IC Championships, Bologna Special Event
Wow.
Champion. Again, going back to London 2023 UIC, another top 16 there, and all the way back in 2017 with that Torino special event champion.
Interesting.
And we're looking at Sungjae. We got that soul like top cut here, and adding to.
Gosh, they both have to be so nervous, man.
We'll get to see that on great display on stage once again.
They've got to be so freaking nervous, man.
Very, very recently, so we're quite familiar with this team. But let's go back over it for the crowd. Maridon restricted of choice, and it is going to be choice specs as well, making sure the damage that you do, even if you're locked into the attack, it is going to be devastating.
Yeah, and even in the mirror, it's going to be such an important tool for Luca to kind of lean on to, because even if you are threatened by the opposing Maridon, you can utilize maybe the fact that I've scouted out what it's locked into. If it's locked into an electric type attack, I can stay in my dragon typing, I can have that resistance. If it's
I think I would actually crap my pants if I was on this stage. Dude, I'm trying to imagine myself on that stage. Like, you have to try to stay focused, figure out the game plan that your enemy is going to try to use, try to figure out counters.
And then the Ogre-Pon with the hard flame. I think
and then you got the whole world, the whole Pokemon world is watching you right now.
Exactly the same. The Whimsicott there.
Getting your name out there, man.
Has got that light screen. All going to be very helpful tools. The other thing that you can note is the
I feel like Luca might forfeit. Why do you feel like that, Gremlin? That's weird. They haven't even started the match. It's a mirror match. It's a mirror match, so
mischievous things that the Whimsicott can do.
Callie is facing Zamazenta again. You gotta be playing 3D chess while your opponent plays regular chess. Honestly, I feel like at this point, all of these guys to get this far have played or are capable of 3D chess. But God, man. So I'm betting Zama will be in the finals. Now the question is, how does Zamazenta counter a Maridon-led team?
On Lucas' side of the field, where it's got so many threats with that Maridon, with that Iron Hands, that make it very difficult for that to be brought into this match.
Especially when it would be for what? I'm not looking at a lot of these Pokemon.
Iron Valiant, interesting.
Yeah. It's time to stop.
All right, guys, here we go.
They're thinking, though, hop into our first top 4 match.
Let's see what we got here, guys.
And we're getting the same.
Who do you guys got winning game 1, guys?
Partners of choice. For Zhongjae, that's going to be Maridon and Luca bringing out the Ogre-Pon.
Yeah, it's a nice lead here.
Squirtle.
Kind of
oh my God, Squirtle.
We're going to do. We've got the Whimsicotts coming out into the field apiece, so we've got that Tailwind that could be active here. There's not really anything to tell with speed tiering yet between the Whimsicotts, but maybe we get to see that if both lock in. Not going to see it though. Luca just taking it straight out of the fray.
That's going to be a zone Maridon brought in to the battle. I mean, you got the electric terrain. It's already out there. We got dual restricted. Spiky shield. Not wanting to take any damage on this turn, so Songjae did want to try and go for a devastating attack.
Tailwind is big.
Going to be on Songjae's and Draco Meteor. It targeted right into.
Oh my God! Imagine he.
Delete button.
Oh my God!
Yeah, definitely. And
oh my God! Imagine the Maridon.
I mean, you're not gonna, but if you predict the Whimsicott to go out, that could have been really bad for Luca. Thankfully, not the case. Now the Maridon is switching out here. You've got to say that Songjae has got that Tailwind in effect, but the Maridon on Luca's end is putting a little bit of pressure onto the opposing Maridon, of course, because of that terrestrialization there. You don't want to lock into the Draco Meteor on Luca's side in case that is what happens. And that is exactly what we're going to see to have that alleviation against that potential Draco Meteor that now is a Hot Flame Ogre-Pon.
Hey, you're covered if it wasn't, right? That's going to be the light screen as well, really validating the setup on Songjae's end of things. You got the speed, you have that light screen, and Luca has the option to set that later to kind of stagger these turns. Dazzling Gleam to bring Whimsicott down to about half. Follow up, that's a lot of damage into the Ogre-Pon, but isn't going to fall it. What I'm looking at, though, is if Luca get rid of the Whimsicott and then maybe set his own team after, he'll be able to...
Luca's making moves like...
And then that could give a huge advantage.
I think Luca's looking really strong game 1 right now.
It's a really good call there, Sierra, because I think that's what you want to do. You want to let your opponent's Tailwind pit her out and then set your own up, and then you're in that commanding position. Especially because you always...
Squirtle and me are betting on Luca.
That terrestrialization on the Maridon, maybe that's something that you would always look to do in this mirror, so you avoid that conflict between the Draco Meteor damage that you would be looking at.
Luca is looking very strong right now.
Be in a nice position here for Luca to clear something off the field.
Ogerpon, the center of attention. So no attempt at being able to target into the Miraidon and taking this first hit so well. Follow up, Ivy Cudgel.
Wow,
We saw
man.
how much we did on one side.
Oh
And now
my
we know that
gosh,
Pokemon
man.
ain't going down as another round of dazzling
Oh,
gleams.
the Whimsicott
Hanging on for this
barely.
one. Ogerpon's gonna fall.
Yeah, it's a big
Oh
surprise
my
here from the
gosh.
Whimsicott. You can see how useful that light screen is that the Whimsicott has set up, taking those attacking moves a little bit better. Now, you've got an option here. The Ogerpon has gone down. The Miraidon coming onto the field, and you would say that Xiongji's Miraidon is going to be susceptible to these dazzling gleams, right? But the one thing you could do is potentially go for that terrestrialization. You do become weak to the Ivy Cudgel, but you then could lock into something like that Electro Drift that does take advantage of the electric terrain. And now, because the Miraidon is a fairy type, it's going to be hit for neutral damage from that big, powerful electric type attack.
There is still, with that survival, one more turn to follow me to make sure if you are attempting to go for a single target attack, like Electro Drift, it can be redirected as, of course, not surprised to see this locked in. With the Dazzling Gleam pressure on the other end, you want to make sure you are dropping that weakness as soon as possible. Ogerpon, yet again, keeping the partner resource safe. It's going to be the Electro Drift. Doesn't need to do much. And that is going to be Ogerpon cleared off of the board.
Oh my god.
Here, just taking that tender support option.
I bet the guy using Miraidon is going to win. Oh, really, Gremlin?
Going up with a Moonblast here into the Miraidon. Might not be doing super effective damage, but you're fishing for that drop. And
oh, he got the drop. Oh my gosh.
Going to be a huge play in the next turn where this Dazzling Gleam's out on his side of the field.
You also have to take into account it has the light screen up too. That was massive.
Also falls, and the Tailwind with it. What you maybe some of that damage you can make up for it with the speed on your own end. Is now your Whimsicott is going to be the only one that matters, and the ability to set the speed on your end. If maybe you can even go for a pivot out, you would have to go for a
look at this. Yep.
locked into that move. That could be a great choice. Now, Iron Hands, that is going to be the final Pokemon in this situation. And with Terrestrialization already spent, it's not going to appreciate the Dazzling Gleams either, even if there is that special attack drop.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's why we're going to see Luca kind of switch out the Miraidon as well, so can refocus later on in this game. While the Whimsicott on Luca's side is going to set that Tailwind up, get the speed advantage, which is going to be so important later on in this game. And Iron Hands coming in on the field, which is a nice, safe thing to bring in, right? You know that the Miraidon on Xiongji's side is locked into that Electro Drift. You've got a great Pokemon to come in and just sponge that attack up if it is into this slot.
So much going for you in the speed as well. Electro Drift targeted into the Iron Hands. Resist, not very effective. Assault Vest doesn't even take half damage. Heavy Slam into the Whimsicott as well. That one will be doing significantly more. One hit KO.
That's a big hit.
You set the Tailwind. Things looking kind of okay. And your Miraidon can now hit the field as well as that Fako pressure that you brought along with it.
Yeah, all the Quark drives wearing off there. The electric terrain
Oh my
wearing
gosh,
off.
man.
Start it all back up again as this Miraidon comes back onto the field to launch the electric terrain back up. Activate those.
These mirror matches are crazy right now.
And now Luca has the option to lock into something else other than the Dazzling Gleam. Got rid of that drop as well from that Moonblast earlier and has the Tailwind in effect. So now in that advantageous position where he will be able to guarantee that he hits first. One turn of that light screen left. Can you get through it? You've got an active Fake Out this turn. You could launch it into the Miraidon pretty freely, but you do have to worry about that Iron Hands that has taken an attack boost on Xiongji's side of the field.
As well, with that move of choice, we'll have to see what it wants to lock
Oh my
into,
gosh,
because
guys.
it can't necessarily do the most into these Miraidons. It will be surviving the hit thanks to that light screen.
Oh, I think that's game.
In return, low kick, not even going for it. That's going to be hitting into the Iron Hands instead to bring Luca down to
I think that's game.
Pokemon.
That is a huge knockout.
The light screen's off now.
And now that Tailwind still
Yup, they don't have protect. No priority moves.
In this fast-paced back-and-forth game between the
Nah, they got Tailwinds.
the Whimsicott and these Ogerpons.
I'm pretty sure Tailwind, they have Tailwinds.
1v2 situation, but the previous turns all bringing it down.
Yeah, they got the first hit.
This Dazzling Gleam that you could fire out. Choice specs boosted. You have your full special attack back. And you got that Tailwind. The difference is we've gotten to see from these trainers those tiny little minute things and setting up for this late game as we
And I think this kills both here. Yup.
down to 0 as it's going to be
wow.
the first game in our set.
Wow, what a first game for us to come into this top 4.
Luca, good job, Luca. Way to go. Way to keep your cool.
Exact idea, right? I think that Luca was just a little maybe step behind Songjae in setting up that tailwind, which he identified.
I think even with the light screen, it still did over half.
Those initial tailwind turns of your
So unless it got like a really low roll,
and then set yours up variable time, you are going to be in that really great advantage position.
That's crazy.
Exactly what we saw Luca do in that end game, close it up with that.
How does Seong take this to game 3?
Yeah, calling that Draco Meteor, scouting it out turn 1 was so key, and allowing the Ogapon just to be able to stick around on the field and maybe then force the Miraidon out from Songjae's side, which was enough room then for Luca to kind of pivot around the field.
And when you even go back to the very first turn of the match where we got to see that Songjae went for this tailwind and Luca went for the swap, it's also a tough situation because we're talking about making those plays. If Luca did want to try and match tailwinds on that turn and off-put a lot of pressure, well, then you kind of feel you might be forced to be matching. And then all of a sudden he doesn't, and you find yourself kind of behind because your Whimsicott doesn't have the opportunity to protect. And there is a lot of damage output when you have the Miraidon hitting the field. It's anything that wants swaps into that slot. And unfortunately, as your tailwind withers away, so does your chances of winning the match, with Luca being able to set that tailwind, get the speed, and even
Whimsicott again just showing how important it is.
Slow but sure damage to close it out.
Yeah, and it comes back to what you kind of said at the top of this match, where both players aren't going to want to really commit or take the risk on those 50-50s. I think if you look at Songjae's kind of approach to this match,
that's tough.
Kind of went in where they were like, okay, I'm going to get the tailwind up before my opponent.
Remember, it's a mirror match, guys.
Early on, returns early on, and that might put me so far ahead in the match where later on in the game there's not enough room.
I guess that's what makes this part very interesting here.
And composed throughout that, knew exactly what he needed to do at the right time. Got fortunate with those switches and protects when he needed them. But
oh, he brings out for Referag.
Here we are. We're going to see a bit of a change up.
Luca going all in for the speed, but Iron Hands and Ferograph spell. I don't want to play that game anymore and want to take and slow this down to just a little bit. There's the potential of a trick room here, of course. There is a potential of a good amount of damage, but leading it next to that Iron Hands means you can go ahead and fake out that Miraidon and make sure it can't be damaging you this turn, and make sure that you are ahead and no tailwind can get set.
Yeah, I mean, the tailwind, you probably don't want to set in front of a Trick Room user anyway. I think that's a really good deterrent in the first place. But the Iron Hands is going to be a bit of a threat to the Miraidon, of course, because I think the low kick could be something that you don't want to necessarily take. And do you want to commit to that terrestrialization early on in this match? Maybe not. You might want to try and get some damage off into the Ferograph, but at the cost of doing that, you can take a fake out like we're seeing the Miraidon just be flinched this turn.
No choice specs, no protect, and now Trick Room is going to be the way we're playing this match. Luca, having swapped out that Whimsicott into the Iron Hands, does mean that he has a slower Pokemon that he can try and fire off attacks with. Though notably, because of the
yeah, Gremlin, I guess you were right on your prediction.
Try and slowly make it through that sort of way.
Yeah, that's the thing. You can't take advantage of your fake out now that you've got the Iron Hands on the field. When normal situation, you'd be like, okay, well, you can fake out, you can get at least maybe a terrestrialization from your Miraidon, try and get some useful Dazzling Gleam damage off, but you're not going to be able to do that this turn. You're going to have to go straight on the offensive with your Iron Hands, and you've got some good options here. You've got the Electric Train set up. You're going to be able to launch out a Wild Charge. That'll do a good amount of damage into that Ferograph, but you've got to remember that that's Electric Seed has been activated, so its defense is bigger than it would be normally. Why we're not seeing anything committed into that slot, just a low kick here and a heavy slam coming out into the Miraidon.
Oh, I think predicting of
effective damage. That Miraidon is big, it is furious, and maybe the dimensions might be in Songjae's favor.
What a great read by Luca.
Iron Hand's gonna be going down at this turn.
Oof.
And where I think this can get really dangerous.
I think he predicted the Fairy Terra.
Lower dimensions, and you've lost.
I think he predicted a Fairy Terra.
All of a sudden, maybe you just set up the Trick Room for Luca.
Yeah, and that's the big thing. You can see what Songjae was thinking there with that heavy slam into the Miraidon, thinking, yeah, well, you don't want to take a low kick, so you're probably going to terrestrialize, so I'm going to call that terrestrialization. Heavy slam.
Good read, good prediction.
Not playing into it, just saying, okay, well, I'm going to try and get some damage off. I don't want to really switch around at this point, but like you rightly said, another Trick Room's up. Songjae's lost the one thing that would be so impactful in a Trick Room, and Luca's got his, and he hasn't set any speed control up so far. The Miraidon coming in is going to be
unbelievable.
Maybe a low kick coming out from Luca's end this time around.
Because we talk about the Iron Hands being fine in the Trick Room, but when we still look at the Miraidons in that situation, Luca swaps out, but we still don't know which is faster and which is slower. So it gets a little quirky, gets a little crazy. We won't find out that turn. Instead, what we find out is where Luca wants to be spending the Terastallization, and it will be on to that Iron Hands. Means that if we get the Miraidon v Miraidon later on, that Luca won't be able to drop that Dragon-type weakness. But Sanjay also Terastallizing, that will be the Miraidon into the Fairy-type.
Yeah, and the one thing that you would say you've got to watch out for from that Miraidon on Songjay's side of the field is Luca scouting that and going for a wild charge into that slot. We're going to see the helping hand from this Farigiraf here.
Well, once we get to the attacking time, that will be a lot of damage. And not just the Dragon type, dropping the amount of damage you're going to take.
Miraidon.
So nice. Helping hand, Terra boosted, dazzling.
Dang!
Is gone. A lot of damage into that Iron Hand. But because of the Terastallization, gets to stick around.
Yeah, that's a big knockout there onto the Whimsicott. And Luca kind of forced in that situation because choosing the Terastallization onto the Iron Hands can no longer do it onto the Miraidon. Songjay picking a really nice move to lock into here because,
Focus Sash would go crazy. What was the item it's holding?
There, the Miraidon is susceptible.
Is it running a cloak item?
Depending on the speed tiering, we talked about that earlier at the top of the match. If Songjay's Miraidon is actually slow,
interesting. I would also agree with your logic as well, but he is in the top. He's in the top 4, so I mean it's working out for him so far.
Miraidon is able to move and is in a position where it could potentially get knocked out this turn, and the Trick Room might be the thing.
Who's that Pokemon? What's nice about taking the Whimsicott as well, of course, when you are
if it works, it works. True. Yeah, it's gotten results.
You know that once the Trick Room is done, that Luca doesn't have the option to getting the speed in his favor. So you can go from an even matchup.
Honestly, having a Focus Sash just feels so good to know that you're not going to go down on one hit.
To the Ogre Pond. Preserve it for the time being, as the Wild Charge is going to be the first to ring off. Not very effective, bringing it down to about half and a little bit of recoil for itself. Foul play follow-up normally would be resisted, but instead will take another KO.
Yeah, big KO onto the Iron Hands here. A really important one because normally that foul play would
Seong seems to be in control here.
There's pros to it, but there are cons to it as well. Draco Meteor dropping onto the Ogre Pond.
Big hit.
Pokemon down without really much return on such an impactful physical threat.
Actually, this is anyone's ball game right now.
Choosing a lock.
Actually, the
Meteor as well with the choice specs. Reminder: once a Pokemon goes down, you cannot be swapping that out.
There's no swaps.
Against this Miraidon with the Fairy type. I mean, that was the call. You took down a Pokemon,
yes,
but now you will not be able to damage it for the rest of the match. The Ogre Pond is the one that really has to be popping off in this situation.
Yeah, and I think you've got to be hoping that the Ogre Pond has enough to take down the Miraidon in this Trick Room environment. I believe we're in our last turn of the Trick Room, so once that does shift, the Miraidon on Sinjo's side of the field is going to be in a position where it's not really threatened by the Miraidon on Luca's side, and it's going to be able to clean up the Ogre Pond pretty easily.
Woodhammer, a lot of damage.
Oh my gosh.
It's no longer resisted. And now this Farigiraf, the adjustment for this game too, is the only thing left standing. Songjay, might be reduced, but it will be
my gosh.
Luca, we'll see you tomorrow.
Luca is going to the finals. Congratulations, Luca. Wow! Oh my gosh!
And will be our first finalist into championships.
Congratulations, Luca! Seong, you did great too, man.
This means to Luca securing this win, and a strong win at that, and an opportunity now to play it out to potentially be a
oh my god
champion. So well deserved, fantastic. Oh, we see the crowd cheering as well.
I'm so amazed, man.
Absolutely fantastic, and I mean, you can just...
We could be looking at the world champion, guys.
He works hard as a trainer, and he's just phenomenal to see come off. That was a really trainers there, I think. You know, I think when you're going into a top 4 of World Championships, prefer probably not to have the mirror match or a very similar mirror match there. And, you know, you've got to really congratulate.
Listen, we don't know if Michael is going to win. Michael could lose right here, too. Last match of the day now. Oh, my God.
Almost nearly the thing that got him over the line to tie that match up.
I'm hoping Michael pulls through. I'm rooting for Michael and Zamazenta, but...
Probably a little bit more effectively than Songjae was in that
game. Man.
And I mean, you're talking about this tough matchup, but I think that's a real testament to the skill that Luca had in this to be able to take this in a 2-0 and be in a really, really strong situation kind of throughout. Even when right from the get-go, you get that trick room, well, you had an answer into it and being able to push on through that and weather that sort of storm. He made this match like so strong in his favor based off of that play. And that is the play that, hey, that might be world champion play right there.
Yeah, and I think that's what it comes right down.
Wow, the wood hammer was... I'm sorry. Was that wood hammer, guys, or was that the IV...
That final blow that gets rid of the biggest threat on Songjae's side of the field, because once that Miraidon's gone...
That was wood hammer. Wow.
From there out, the
wow.
did a good job, but
that's gotta feel so good, man.
Throughout that match, it wasn't
I
really
agree, support.
Too much. It was always the thing that was next to it, removing those from the field, and yeah, executing a really well put together plan.
I mean, Fraggraph does a lot, but sometimes
so
relaxes that damage to be able to end games. So being able to target the partner Pokemon consistently, well, that's
sorry, man, my brain is going brrr.
And Luca being able to kind of properly prioritize and see, like, hey, is it the foul plays? Okay, like this isn't the scariest thing. And if I can just be picking off these threats one after another, I mean, Sungjae's going to be running out of steam.
I think that's it.
Wow, guys, what an awesome match. We could have been looking at the world champion right there.
But Luca was then able to immediately position their own Iron Hands onto the field and then pressure the Miraidon that had terrestrialized from Songjae's side with that wild charge, because in the terrain that's going to be doing a lot of damage. Yeah, your low kick not doing much, but still did a respectable amount of damage even though it was resisted. So in range, and that almost started to force the hand of Songjae to kind of reposition their leading.
Blue, if you would watch it, man, it would be great, man. This has been freaking awesome.
Pretty much picked the same four in that first
Worlds has been incredible, Blue.
That came about, and the player that made an adjustment wasn't.
This is why I love watching Worlds. This is awesome. I'm so for it, man. This is incredible. I'm so glad I decided to watch the rest of this.
Because again, if your opponent goes for that tailwind or is trying to play into one method, but of course, Iron Hand's just so good into Miraidon in general.
Yeah.
It's kind of tough because it's strong against Miraidon, but it's so strong in those trick room situations. Whereas maybe if there is a different situation where you weren't playing a Pokemon that, I mean, it can be handled by this Iron Hands. Maybe you wouldn't have.
Wow, close, another close one. Luca again, the underdog wins.
Oh, the Bugterra.
Love
I mean,
it. Love to see it.
It's a fun one. I feel like there's a couple of different Terras that could have been.
I don't think I'm missing another Worlds or International.
To that dazzling gleam.
Yeah.
But to be seeing a couple of different.
Numi, we will be cheering you. This channel will be cheering your name.
Bugterra earlier on from Luca.
Yeah.
Against the Dondozo with those earthquakes, and so to see
if you do, I'm putting all my money on you, buddy.
Like it's so cute, the little bug antennas on the Iron Hands. Makes it a lot less intimidating.
I can't wait to see how Gen 10 plays into all of this.
Yeah, I love it. Yeah.
Is Gen 10 coming out next year, guys, or do we have another
fighting, which is really useful in certain situations. You get the
how does it work, guys?
As well, which we saw how impactful that was. Not only that, the resistances, but you take away the weaknesses from, you know, the Dazzling Gleam, which was so important in that match, because I think if you hadn't been able to and you commit to your own
Legend ZA is next year.
Fallen,
yo, what if the next announcement, guys, is Gen 10? Oh! Nah, it's not likely, but that would be some crazy stuff, huh?
Our first finalist here, Sierra. We're getting closer to crowning our champion.
Worlds 2025 will be with 2 restricteds. Oh my god. Oh my.
We are so close. We have
although
one of our finalists for Championship Sunday and one.
It will be very interesting to see what legendaries they'll pair with each other. I do think 2 legendaries will make the format way more diverse. I want to see Dynamax and Terra in the same game. If you're going to put 2 of the same 2 gimmicks in, you might as well throw all gimmicks in one tournament and just see what happens. Oh my god, that would be some really crazy It is the first time we ever have worlds with only one restricted.
World Championship 2024. I'm here with Evolutions Cosplay.
Interesting.
Sarah, the official cosplay handler. Show us the shirt. I like that you are cosplaying as a cosplay handler. It's fantastic. But Evolutions, you have brought Sarah to help handle you in cosplay. Tell us about your cosplay.
Today I am Jolteon. As if you know, each island has its own color. So I want to do something yellow because it represents Oahu. So what better Pokemon than Jolteon?
Yeah. And you're local to here, right?
Yes, born and raised. And so I wanted to bring in some Hawaii local style. So I made sure to use some local prints like the palaka, the plumeria, and then even some accessories like our papale and the lepo'o that my sister made to make look like a comfy.
Tell me a little bit more. You're using Hawaiian words that we might not be super familiar with. Tell us more about those.
So the papale hat is usually just this wide brim hat that has the top opening so you can fit your hair through it. And the lepo'o means the lei for your head because po'o means head.
And where does Jolteon fall in your favorites in terms of the evolutions?
You know, as a cosplay, Jolteon's so hard because she doesn't have too many elements to her besides being yellow, white, and lightning. So she kind of falls down to like the bottom. But today I'm so loving this outfit. It's comfortable and moving, and it helps represent my island too.
Of course, and we talked to you yesterday.
My Mega Dynamax Terra Z move, that Rayquaza. Oh my god.
Any new news to report from around the convention?
I want to see Dynamax and Terra in the same game. That would be interesting.
Great lawn. We were there with the Shadowless podcast and had a cosplay showcase, showcasing cosplayers with their love of Pokemon and their cosplays.
How was that cosplay contest? Tell us about it.
It was so wonderful to see the different ages, from the youngest to the oldest, to dress up as their favorite character, trainer, Pokemon, and it was so great.
And you were a judge for that, right?
I was, yes.
Was it fun?
Oh, so fun, but so hard. Everybody came with their best dress look. It was really hard to make the decision.
Oh, that's so cool. Well, anything that you'd like to say if people are looking at you and being like, I want to do interpretive cosplay like this. I want to make something that's not necessarily the character itself, but something that brings my own style. How would you advise them to get started?
You know, just sketch out, make a brainstorm, a mood board. Think about what makes you feel comfortable, what brings you excitement. Is there a theme that you love? And then just go from there. Don't let your creativity be limited, and just do what you love and don't worry about anybody else.
That's such great advice. Thank you so much, Evolutions Cosplay. And now let's get back to the Pokemon World Championship 2024.
I actually think Miraidon and Kyogre would be my two picks.
All right, we are finally here at the end of day 2 of the Pokemon World Championships of Honolulu, Hawaii. But
I would love to see that.
Are not finished.
I think Kyogre bringing in the rain
determine who will be in the
with Thunder.
Championship Sunday in the
that would be crazy.
Tomorrow. I am Joe Brown, joined by Gabby Snyder, and this is an international affair here in top.
You could do some big damage with that.
Versus Japan.
Water Spout kills a lot of stuff. Yeah, that would. I think Miraidon and Kyogre pairing could do some stupid damage and big time work.
Here, not only to earn his way back into the finals here for Championship Sunday, but is playing against one of Japan's strongest players here.
I think that would be a very, very strong pairing.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that really stood out to me, Gabby, is we look at the bracket of how we got here. Michael Kels facing Diego Ferreira. Diego crushed it in Swiss with that super hard Trick Room team that he faced. That Michael just seemed like he was so prepared for it. So I don't even know, Yuta having another Trick Room team available, I don't know if there's any Pokemon Michael Kels is not prepared to face.
Well, if you're going to bring a Trick Room team to the World Championships and you're going to be playing a Trick Room team in top 4 of the World Championships, I think it's safe to say you love Trick Room, right?
That would be fair.
Yeah, Yuta Ishigaki actually on his social media, in his bio, says, I love Trick Room in all capital English letters. So you're definitely going up against one of the experts. And not only that,
okay, guys,
I don't want to go into specifics just yet. Yuta has such a creative take on the Calyrex Ice Rider Trick Room team. So this is going to be a really fun matchup between two Pokemon archetypes that, while, yes, there have been a ton of Calyrex Ice Rider on the field.
All right, guys, I'm putting the predictions back up here.
Whereas Michael has all the experience as one of the
guys. You guys got Michael or Yuta?
Champions of this past season behind his back.
Absolutely, I think that's big. That's the big matchup here as the winner will face Luca Charabelli in the final. But this is essentially a Zamazenta specialist in this position on Michael Kelsey's end compared to a Trick Room specialist from Yuta. And of course, the last Japanese trainer standing always a position.
If someone brings out Lechonk, they 100% win. I'm getting out. I'm getting off. See you tomorrow. All right, Gremlin. Thanks for hanging out, dude. Appreciate you, homie. See you on the next one. See you tomorrow.
Quite the first, I guess, freshman.
Zama is Michael.
And not only that, if Michael makes it into Championship Sunday tomorrow, it is guaranteed that we will have a European international champion next year.
Oh, that's
or this year.
Yeah, this year, yeah.
This year, world champion, of course, but still, there's so much at stake right now. I know these trainers are also starting to feel a little bit exhausted. It's been a very long day here of competition, but still, you have one more battle ahead of you, one more match, one final opportunity to get your ticket to Championship Sunday tomorrow, which y'all should watch.
Yeah.
It's going to be a great show. Obviously, we will be starting with Pokemon Go, then the TCG, and then, of course, the video games. You may have to wait a little bit to see the conclusion of this incredible tournament, but honestly, all of the World Championship finals are so exciting. You're not going to want to miss a single one.
Guys, I think I'm going to stream day 3
all day
on...
You know, whether you're in mainland, North
I think I'm going to do it at 6 o'clock, guys. 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock p.m. Eastern time. And if we happen to catch any Pokemon Go or trading card, however the format goes. Oh man, here we go, guys. This is gonna be epic. Who do you guys got winning this, man? Yuta or Michael?
Excuse me. Has him by his shoulder, ready to
go look at your logo, Numi.
I've tried to make it work, Joe Brown.
You got there.
Previously won the Stockholm Regional.
After this, I'm going straight to bed. Oh my gosh. You're at 12:30 right now.
But I think critically, still bringing that Chen-Pao and the Rillaboom.
Yeah, I'm going straight to bed too after this. I'm exhausted.
Who's that Pokemon?
But honestly, dude, I'm so happy I've really watched this. I didn't do Battle Snipe.
Works so well, it's fallen off on many people's radars.
I'm so grateful. This has been such a blast to watch, man. Squirtle! Go, Michael, go! 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 Go, Michael, go!
Has with him that Amoonguss plush. I think, again, Trick Room's strongest soldier right there.
Beware the mushroom, yes.
Championships this year via playing in the
honestly, I think his team is really good for Among Us as well.
Championships back in June.
Entei threatens. Chen-Pao threatens.
2014 for the junior division. So has been playing.
Fluttermane is not a joke. Zamazenta.
Runner-up at Worlds last year, won Stockholm this year, and has had.
And I mean, Urshifu slaps, especially if we see a Terra on the Among Us.
Pretty much this core, he is the accessories have changed throughout the last couple of months, but the core piece of the team in Zamazenta and Chen-Pao have been there. I love seeing the Entei adaptation.
I think Michael's gonna pull through here.
Type of choice. Obviously, you're great into Incineroar. You don't get intimidated. But
anyone rooting or picking the Yuta? I'm sorry, anyone picking Yuta in this fight? Or are we all going Michael here?
Good pick for this specific matchup, given the fact that Yuta's own Cali.
Armored is going for the underdog in this fight.
You can avoid taking big damage from these fire attacks. Don't have to worry about getting burned by a will-o-wisp. But this Entei really has a great opportunity to be a perfect counter to that Pokemon.
It's 63% to 37%.
Play against a Calyrex Ice Rider Trick Room team in the past, and I know you were talking to him about his win over Diego in top 8, and he actually mentioned some of his approaches to this type of matchup.
Yeah, he's definitely aware of, you know, as we talked about, like, Michael is prepared for any type of matchup, so understanding what your opponent can do, that Torkoal.
So we know that the Trick Room is definitely the play here, right?
Terra Dragon Zamazenta was pretty much essentially his big deal. When you're able to flip those weaknesses into resistances, it can really turn the match into your favor.
Yuta on the other side of the field, though, is running a very different flavor of Calyrex.
Michael's already playing the match in his head. You can see him doing it.
Best buddy
Yeah, absolutely.
And redirection with Rage Powder, putting Pokemon to a sleep with Spore. But the Iron Valiant actually making an appearance in his Japan National Championship run this previous time around.
Yo, the guy's bringing his Among Us plushie. Oh my god. Hey man, if it's brought you this far, you gotta always respect it.
To potentially lock in opposing Pokemon.
Coaching on Valiant is insane.
In the matchup. And when you look
How
at
so?
how much advantage on paper Zamazenta has against a lot of the Pokemon.
If he gets
on
one or
this
two
side of the
coachings
field,
off,
I think it is going to be the Encores, the Rage Powders.
it can
the
get out of
Spores that are
control.
going to
Interesting.
Open up the opportunity for him to find a winning strategy in this game.
This is an important match for
Wow,
Yuta,
man.
an important match for his plush.
This is so
Among Us
exciting.
fan.
I can't wait to see
For
this
those who don't know
match.
The history of competitive Pokemon. There are currently, I believe, 6 Pokemon that have won the World Championships in the Master Division at least 3 times.
Coaching is like a bulk up for the target.
Cresselia, Salamence. I'm totally going to blank on the other 2 in this moment. But Yuta's the last Among Us remaining in the tournament.
Ender, you have done yourself a disservice not watching this, bro.
Cresselia and everybody else. This is a big deal.
It's a big deal indeed, and these trainers are ready and raring to go. This is our top 4 match here at Worlds.
All right, man. This is determining the finalists right here.
Comes to the World Championships and not see an Among Us on game 1. Turn 1 here.
Oh boy, here we go.
Calyrex Ice Rider next to that mushroom. Compared to Michael Kell's Fluttermane and Chien Pao was his lead.
This is going to use the booster energy to boost the speed of that Fluttermane, but honestly, it would have been one of the fastest Pokemon on the field regardless in this position. While Fluttermane could go on the offense here, try to target down a Shadow Ball against the opposing Calyrex Ice Rider, there is no
Then you came at a good time then,
thanks to
Ender.
the presence of that Amoonguss for Michael to land both a Shadow Ball and a secondary attack to guarantee the KO on that Calyrex Ice Rider to stop a potential Trick Room. So if Yuta loves Trick Room, Yuta wants Trick Room, this is the turn to go for it.
Yeah, you better prove your worth if you really do want to be known as the biggest Trick Room fan out there, because there's many people that would like to take their claim to that fame. Yuta does not swap either of his Pokemon. He will
Among Us is
on turn 1.
fire.
Fire. You usually see Terra Water as the terrestrialization choice.
Oh.
On Among Us, but this time around, Yuta actually opting to go for Terra Fire, resisting potential Icicle Crash.
I wonder why Terra Fire.
For it, however, with his Chien Pao protecting, Urshifu's gotten onto the field for free without taking any damage, and now
man.
Those dimensions, these slow Pokemon will be moving.
Did he bring Rillaboom?
An amazing adjustment, though, from Michael, correctly recognizing that the Urshifu is the perfect counter for this Amoonguss. While it is holding Rocky Helmet, it has turned itself into a fire type, and the Urshifu is also holding safety goggles. So there's nothing stopping a Surging Strike here from picking up that KO.
You don't often see the Pokemon that loves Trick Room to switch out as it's set up, but
oh my gosh.
Into the Pelipper, setting up the rain thanks to his Drizzle ability. Pelipper, everybody fell in love with Pelipper at the end of NAIC.
Honestly, he just did Michael a huge service.
Yuta get to the finals. With the rain being set, you might as well Terra Urshifu into the water type, getting additional boosted water damage from his Surging Strikes. The Sucker Punch doesn't work since he
no. From
Yuta, and now Amoonguss puts Chien Pao to sleep.
That's one asleep.
Forced to sleep next turn, that first mandatory turn of sleep. Where's the Surging Strikes go? It goes into the Pelipper, the water type. That's going to be resisted, but because of the Terra and the rain being set up, it sure doesn't feel like it.
Pelipper barely lives.
Feel like it, indeed.
Wow.
Pelipper has enough HP to hold on for another turn, and honestly, that aligns with how Yuta has approached using this Pokemon in the past. He made an adjustment coming into this tournament by giving Life Orb to that Pelipper, so its attacks would be slightly more powerful. And when you're facing down against an Urshifu who has lost its weakness to any flying type attacks, I think Hurricane here could be huge.
Is that substitute in Urshifu? It is.
And provide a little little bit of
You are
support
so
here.
right.
It does have Pollen Puff.
But he
in the
doesn't go
back,
for it, though.
There will be no target on the field as Aquajet into that Pelipper is a KO.
He's nodding his head as he saw the Aquajet being animation. There's understanding, solid play from Michael to get that KO. Pelipper is down before getting any attacks off here in game one. Pollen Puff, though, on the offensive into Qianpao to bring that down to under half HP. Qianpao did use its first turn of sleep, so there is the possibility that it can wake up next turn.
Interestingly enough,
oh
so
my
sends
gosh.
his own Urshifu in this position.
Goggles Urshifu's genius.
Calyrex in the back of his party. And I think more importantly, sending in a Pokemon that doesn't necessarily benefit from the Twisted Dimensions. If this
Take out that
is
damn
trained to be
Among
slightly
Us,
slower,
bro.
Slightly bulkier, it's possible that Yuta's
Yeah.
anticipating that it would be able to move first and put some pressure down onto the opposing Urshifu on the other side of the field. But still, you have to
All right.
why didn't he send that Calyrex Ice Rider back out? I don't think he wants to lose it yet.
And you would think
The Zamazenta is out
the
now.
other version, at least it is inherently slower than Qianpao.
Exactly.
So on Yuta's end, thinking that you would be moving before Qianpao.
Oh my gosh, here we go, bro.
Swap that Pokemon out. And this Amoonguss, Terrafire Amoonguss, never stood a chance against Terra Water Surging Strikes from the Urshifu. You really don't see this too often.
Oh, man.
In UGC.
And interestingly enough, we do see Michael's own Urshifu attack first there. So that is a great indication on how these Pokemon are trained for both of these trainers.
Yeah, so that's Zamazenta has gotten onto the field. Now it's all up to Yuta in his adjustments with his last two Pokemon. It's close combat into the water type. It is enough. Maybe he needed the Pollen Puff on the double target to secure the KO. But he has, because he's down to his last two Pokemon, Yuta's able to swap out and reset those stat drops.
And more importantly, there's none of those options we were talking about during team preview to try and pin the options available to the Zamazenta.
Oh, it's Focus Sash. Wait,
Zamazenta will be
am I tripping, guys?
Amount of damage from a rain-boosted Surging Strikes. Calyrex Ice Rider, I think, almost forced to go for high horsepower in this situation because you don't want to risk
You voted for
being
Michael.
caught off guard by a wide guard and having 0 damage done for the entirety of this match. But given that one Pokemon is going to be wide guarding, I almost feel like
the Calyrex too. Oh, this is a match, guys. This is a match.
Opportunity is still at full health as well to target down either of these Pokemon. And, you know, as another cherry on top, because the booster energy already was used on that Fluttermane, there is no speed boost to make it even slower during the remainder of this Trick Room.
Yeah, Yuta in a really tough spot right here in game one. Michael Kaus has been playing perfectly through these Trick Room turns. We'll see.
Interesting.
The tides
Oh, man, Michael.
2 to 3
Oh,
in the
boy.
Pokemon count. Zamazenta hasn't really been able to do too much. It's been kind of more of a moral support coach so far for game one of Michael's end, but it's still working out.
Yeah, he's trying to lower their speed.
In this matchup,
He's trying to gain the speed control here.
Calyrex Ice Rider to take down.
As you can see, they're both faster.
The Fluttermane is going to be a 3-hit
You can tell Michael's not happy with that.
Not bulky enough to take those hits. So the classic
But
3-hit, 1-hit KO.
wasn't fast enough, as you can see. That's big.
Zamazenta took that attack actually relatively well.
Yes.
So really tough for Yuta.
Oh my God. That is why Focus Sash is goated, dude.
The prior close combat. Now the Twisted Dimensions have returned to normal.
Oh.
And two super speedy Pokemon are in the advantage.
But Qianpao is still asleep and is not guaranteed to wake up this turn. So Qianpao, if it does wake up, should be able to pick up the KO on that Urshifu. And then it's just the Zamazenta facing down the opposing Calyrex Ice
This
Rider.
is a big
Calyrex
time
Ice Rider
move
is
here.
going to need at least 2 more high horsepowers. Obviously, a critical hit would change that just a little bit, but not by much, in order to pick
Ender,
up the
this is
KO
the
on
best
that Pokemon.
out
So
of 3,
Michael is
so
still in
this
a
is
very
only game
comfortable
1.
position, assuming
This is
that
a best of
Qianpao
3.
can wake up, but it stays asleep.
It will stay asleep. No
Ah.
attack from Qianpao here in game one, and the Aquajet priority attack gets the KO. Michael down to just the Zamazenta in a 2v1 situation. Body press though, no sort of ruin on the field means that's not even a 2-hit KO. And the high horsepower plus future Surging Strikes from Yuta's Urshifu on his end should be more than enough to take down Zamazenta.
I am a little bit curious to see
Oh,
how much
the
damage
detect.
that Urshifu could do to Zamazenta for a game 2
Oh.
situation. But Yuta making
Oh
a
my
great
gosh.
prediction there, using D-Tech to stop the KO on that Pokemon,
Yo.
giving Calyrex Ice Rider the opportunity to set
Oh.
Trick Room. Now this Calyrex Ice Rider will be able to attack into this Zamazenta the 2 times it would need to pick up that KO.
Dude, imagine it went...
Giving Yuta this game number 1.
The second Trick Room turns out to be the charm, as that was
wow.
the for Yuta Ishigaki. 1 victory away from moving on to
Yuta is not a joke, guys. Michael is he's got to win 2 straight.
Of turns, Yuta just reading him like a book, trying to just surviving those Trick Room turns.
Wow. Yuta played that game perfectly.
Staying asleep.
Wow. Honestly, if it went for...
Feel like a great call from Yuta.
Wow, imagine it did go and hit.
Will be tempted to go for big, damage,
wow.
get the KO.
LBC, welcome in, dude. What a match.
Guaranteed that regardless of which Pokemon Michael chose to target with his next attack, there would be 2 more attacks remaining, which would guarantee enough damage. So Yuta correctly identifying that to lock in the win condition, he didn't just need to attack. He needed to ensure that he could attack in the future.
Yeah, I mean, that was such a back and forth match. I really did think Michael had control through the Trick Room turns because it felt like...
So, guys, for those that are just joining in, Yuta is up 1 game.
Immediately, and you think, okay, well, as long as the big bad Restricted's not on the field and not taking advantage of Trick Room, I feel like, making a little positive run. But the Flutter never really got to do anything. Chien Pao stayed asleep through the whole game, and Yuta...
Welcome in, LBC. Good to see you, bro.
That Fluttermane was such a threat initially, too, right? Had it been able to connect an attack against the opposing Calyrex Ice Rider, we would be looking at a much different game. So thinking back to that turn number 1, I think one of the adjustments that Michael has to be thinking about is...
He is a Hall of Famer. He better. LBC better have that royalty. He's a MasterCooper Gaming Hall of Famer.
Team sheet, that is the Entei. It has to be lurking in the back of his party for this game number 2, if he doesn't just lead it outright.
Well, Entei was so crucial in that top 8 set against Diego, and you understand, I would imagine Entei's been pretty darn important throughout the entire weekend here.
Yeah, you can do that. That's cool.
It just provides so much damage and such a great Pokemon. So we'll see if
Calyrex. Oh man.
Will he force a game 3, or will he be watching the finals with us tomorrow after this game? Amoonguss Calyrex Ice Rider for Yuta compared to Urshifu Chien Pao.
Guys, if you haven't followed LBC, guys, give him a follow, man.
Michael can find an early knockout here against the Amoonguss.
He's got an Amoonguss plushie as well, LBC.
Who's that Pokemon? Not the most accurate
God, I
move in the
hate
world,
this stupid
but
sound,
if the
bro.
Amoonguss does not terrastalize, Icicle Crash plus any damage from that Urshifu will pick up the KO, and that's exactly what we see. It connects.
No Terra, no problem, but no one hit either. It hangs on with just barely enough hit points so that this Surging Strikes will go and hit twice into Amoonguss. That is man. Rocky Helmet. Who knows how crucial that is going to be later on in this game too. However, that means Calyrex Ice Rider has not been attacked on this turn. Yuta, the Trick Room lover, sets it up turn 1 of game 1.
Yeah, Ryan, this is determining who's going to go to the finals for Pokemon Worlds right now.
Up to his reputation, and I gotta give a shout out for that.
I have been hooked from start to finish. This has been amazing, bro.
Trick Room Pokemon in the metagame right now, and Yuta showcasing.
Yeah. This is
strong. Yuta has
if Yuta wins, he goes to the finals.
To steal enough damage to power his
Ryan, I'm dead, bro.
Knowing that he doesn't have the
semi-final match pod, yes. Yes.
The Pelipper in this position certainly has a little bit more playability than what we saw in the previous game, where it just switched in, took some damage, and then was KO'd. Could go for a Hurricane into the opposing Urshifu. It has not terrastalized away from that weakness yet. Could also try and just double down on this Chien Pao, which will be immediately denied thanks to that.
Oh, he definitely went for Chien Pao based on that reaction.
That means he's going to be moving the smallest under the Trick Room, under these twisted dimensions. Glacial Lance is not going to hit it. The Urshifu resists, but it doesn't look like it apparently, thanks to that critical hit.
Man.
In the red, but the Weather Ball goes towards
my
protect.
gosh.
Not going to lose his Pokemon on this turn. The Surging Strikes with the resisted hits, but the rain is up. Remember, there's no Terra Water this time around, so Urshifu's doing significantly less damage.
Even still, though, we saw that Urshifu terrastalize in game number 1, and it still still wasn't enough damage to pick up the KO on that Pelipper.
Wow, Michael must be hiding some big stuff right now.
Once again, go for the Glacial Lance, go for an attack onto that Chen Pao, and as long as you're confident you can take a Swords of Ruin Sucker Punch into that Calyrex Ice Rider, you're going to be in a great spot. We saw Yuta early on in game 1 go for the Terastallization on that Amoonguss to open up the opportunity for Trick Room. I think if Yuta is seriously considering the Chen Pao as the #1 threat right now, you Trick Room, or you Terastallize this turn, you don't take super effective damage from Sucker Punch, you get that KO, and then you have the ability to resist the opposing Urshifu. But Michael did bring Entei, and while Yuta's the first person to switch, he won't be the only person to switch this turn.
Pelipper swapping into Urshifu in this slot. Michael can only Sucker Punch.
Keeps the Urshifu alive.
Did he make the right
Entei
will leave the battlefield so Entei can join the fray. The Sucker Punch is into the Pelipper slot that swapped out. Chen Pao does no damage. Glacial Lance is going to hit both of them, not doing too much damage, but importantly breaking that sash.
And I think importantly as well, Entei is in a position where it cannot protect this turn because it has that Choice Band item. So Michael,
Choice Band is such a...
Like many trainers do, you just rely on your priority attacks, maybe the combination of a Terra normal extreme speed and a Sucker Punch to pick up the KO on... has to be the Urshifu on the opposing side of the field, but that still will allow this Calyrex Ice Rider to deal some good damage with the Glacial Lance. Yuta still has time to find a way through the rest of this matchup, and look at the concentration on his face. This is going to be a very important turn. We'll see how they read it.
There are some Pokemon that don't care about whatever dimensions the games are in because you have priority attacks. And so Urshifu has...
Oh my gosh, man.
Has Sucker Punch, but this Entei has extreme speed, higher priority attack than those other priority moves.
Yeah, extreme speed is guaranteed to go first. So while we will see both these trainers lock in their Terastallization,
Ender, can you calm down, bro? Just a little bit, bro.
Next. Big question though, Joe. Who's the target and how much damage is it going to do?
We'll see. Remember, it is the Sword of Ruin ability boosting the damage from this Choice Band into Urshifu, but not enough. Brings it down into the red, and now Rain boosted Aqua Jet.
Oh my God!
Game 2, Michael
huge crit.
Pokemon remaining. That was a normal type. Glacial Lance is a single target and no longer resistant.
Oh no!
Calyrex Ice Rider is going to benefit from that attack boost.
No way!
Chilling Neigh ability activates.
That's so tough, dude.
It's going to need as they were going into the end game here of this game. Urshifu on Michael's side of the field.
Don't give up, Michael.
With just a little bit of health left. And the Zamazenta, the Pokemon that has brought Michael so
he's in big pain, yeah.
This season, still at full health. His final Pokemon to be revealed in this game too.
Yeah, Zamazenta is his last hope of forcing a game 3. Remember, Yuta still has the Pelipper in the back, so he's gonna have to take out 3 Pokemon compared to his 2.
He can do this.
Low health Urshifu remaining.
He's just gotta believe.
Because Glacial Lance will be able to knock it out.
Yeah, this is a tough decision still. There is a wide guard present for the Zamazenta, and we saw Yuta as soon as wide guard.
We're gonna see a wide guard here.
Pivoted immediately.
Oh wait, he's changing game plans.
High horsepower to deal damage, and you would think that the Calyrex.
Oh, he's not. No. He's going back. He's going back to his original plan.
The KO on the Urshifu. You gotta protect it.
This is the last turn of Trick Room. If your Aqua Jet can move first, and Michael gets it into the Urshifu on the other end. That's the first key to coming back in this game. Now, because of wide guard, Glacial Lance cannot do any damage. It prevents spread attacks. But he goes for high horsepower.
Oh, the read! Oh my God!
Yuta is 1 knockout away from the finals.
Oh my God!
Calyrex Ice Rider, and we saw how much.
Oh my gosh!
Did in game number 1. You know that this is going to be a significant amount of damage to the Zamazenta. The big question is, though, will it be able to
it hangs on. Pelipper is so clutch.
Oh!
Here's the rain boosted weather ball.
Oh God!
HP, and the Calyrex Ice Rider.
Pelipper did huge damage there.
This far, his restricted Pokemon of choice will set up.
Oh my God! Dude, he needs a miracle.
Back on the field, Calyrex Ice Rider is in the driver's seat. All Yuta has
to think of something, bro.
Attack against this Zamazenta, and he will be moving on. Will be
oh my God!
Play out these protect turns. It's a good time to recap. First protect guaranteed.
Unbelievable.
50-50. Third protect, roughly a 30% chance, and we'll see if we even make it that far.
I think he needs a. Hey. I don't know if I've ever seen a quadruple protect. Doesn't even go for it.
Oh, Michael falls short. Yes, it did. That's why yes, Life Orb. Yup. Wow. Yuta is going to the finals.
Is one of the toughest matchups for Calyrex Ice Rider.
Wow, congratulations to Yuta.
Because you just struggle to deal damage to it. I mean, we saw.
Oh my God, man.
Without any attack boost in game number 1, Glacial Lance would be resisted there.
Michael went so close to forcing a game 7, aka game 3. Oh my gosh.
Find the openings for the Calyrex Ice Rider and ride it all the way to victory.
I'd absolutely love to know just how defensive Yuta's team is. Of course, one of the huge benefits
wow.
trainers who use Trick Room and they really appreciate is when you can not invest in speed, it helps you invest
Hold
in
on, guys, real quick.
So you saw the Pelipper just hang on. You saw the Amoonguss hang on. The Urshifu hang on in the red. Like
the Amoonguss plush brought him the good luck. Wow, guys. Guys, the matches just like today, they have all been bangers just like this. Like, this is incredible.
So much damage throughout both those games. The Amoonguss was able to hold during an icicle crash. I mean, these are all things that Yuta had to prepare for prior to coming into this tournament. And again, given the fact that
beware the mushroom, no jokes.
He ran at the Japan National Championships back
and Rip Michael got red hard.
Plenty of time and experience to reflect.
Now you better beware of the Amoonguss.
Changes and find the winning match.
8-hour stream pog, indeed.
You know, Japan National Championships.
Guys, we will be watching day 3 tomorrow. We will be watching day 3 tomorrow. Look out for an announcement tomorrow in the Discord. But I want to see this interview. We're going to see this interview, though.
To Michael Kelch's experience with Zamazenta.
I am so amazed, man. I really am.
Sure, but again, congratulations to Michael Kelch. Made the World's Finals last year after an amazing breakout.
Wow,
season.
that's so tough, man. Good night, lady. Nice to have you in the stream. You've been a pleasure to have.
Top 4 placements at the World Championships in his sophomore year, like you were saying. Honestly, Michael
gonna go relax, enjoy the interviews. Thank you, Dutch. Sleep well.
Trainers you have to keep an eye on going into next year's competition because
wow, congratulations.
Placing top 4 once again.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Michael Kelch is just clearly not just one of the best
players. His face is so round.
As he showcased at the World Championships
I'm sure they are all nice people to talk to, though.
Trainers in the world, and it's no surprise if he comes to the World Championships, he qualifies again next year. Would not be surprised to see his name on that.
Maybe, Doobie, maybe
or top cut graphic yet again. But I mean, we gotta.
I'm rocking with Luca, bro. I want Luca to win this, bro.
A 2-0 victory.
I'm rocking with Luca, bro.
Very simple. Like, I lead Amoonguss Calyrex, I click Trick Room, I win the game. I kind of sweep through Trick Room.
Yeah. I don't know if Yuta's going to be able to use a similar strategy in the final.
Italy has no worlds.
It's Ice Rider.
I'm rocking with Luca, bro. I want Luca to win, bro.
Yuta
and Luca.
The Miraidon team just has the advantage. Like this matchup, you know, you have an
Luca was the underdog, I think, in most of these matches. Like, in terms of predictions on the channel.
Valiant on Yuta's team, which we did not
Yuta and Luca.
You can benefit from the electric terrain thanks to your Quark Drive ability.
Come on, man. I want to see the interview, bro.
It has some really fun techs on it. So while, again, we didn't see it in this matchup, Maybe we'll see it tomorrow.
Iron Valiant is a Worlds finalist. Is a true statement.
Yuta has it because his name is close to Lucario.
Also, I remembered Thundurus is another Pokemon.
The underdog story goes crazy.
But if Yuta comes victorious, it's going to be Amoonguss on top of the list all by itself.
Oh, hell no. We can't afford an Among Us.
Let's hear from our newly crowned Worlds finalist, Yuta, please.
We can't afford an Among Us story
Thank
like
you
this,
so
bro.
much, you two. I am here with finalists of the World Championships. Let's give it up for Yuta Ishigaki. Congratulations.
Good job, Yuta, man. Congratulations.
What a run. How are you feeling after this set?
Just simply, purely happy. Simply pure happiness.
Wow. Congratulations. What an honor.
Happiness definitely deserved. This was a match too. It was a 2-0, but it kind of seemed a little close at the end. How do you feel about how that match went down?
まあこの試合は 2-0 だったんですけど、結構接戦のように見えたんですけど、どういう感じでしたか？
そうですね。1戦目は本当に思うようにいって、これは勝ったなって思ったんですけど、2戦目一番最初にウーラオスとパオちゃんが出てきた時に、これはやられたなって思って、本当に苦しかった。
So the first game kind of went how he planned, so he felt like he got that in the bag. But the second one, when he came out with Chen Pao and Urshifu, he was like, oh, okay, this is going to be a tricky one, but he's very happy he managed to get out.
I mean, it was such an amazing match, and at this point now, you're going to be playing for Championship Sunday. How are you feeling?
Oh,
nervous,
man,
excited?
dude.
What does this mean to you?
日曜日の決勝に向けて今の気持ちはどういう感じですか？
もうただただここまで負けてしまった他の日本の選手のためにもちょっと勝たなきゃなっていう。
For all the other Japanese players that have lost up to this point, he feels that responsibility that he has to win.
Especially too in the grand finals, you're going to be going up against Luca, who we saw earlier playing really strong matches with the Miraidon. How are you feeling facing off against him with what you've seen?
決勝ではミライドン使いのルカさんと対戦することになるんですけど、今の気持ちはどうですか？そう
ですね。フェアリーテラスタルのミライドンに対しての戦い方はすごく練習してきて、ここまで他の相手にも練習通りうまくいってるから、もう間違えることのないよう自分がやってきたことを信じます。
So he's done a lot of practice against fairy type terrestrialized Miraidon, and what he's practiced has come through so far. So he's going to carry on and try not make a mistake and stay in there.
Oh my God.
In the grand finals. Congratulations once again. Give it up one more
He's
time.
practiced for Luca's ace, fairy type. I'm sorry, fairy Terra Miraidon. Oh man. He's so happy. I can only imagine. I'd probably be talking in that same type of speed too. Oh hell, not the Among Us. Oh hell no, that's crazy. The Among Us plushie at the end.
Hello there, I'm Anna Prosser here at the Pokemon World Championship, and I'm here with Taka and Kat. You guys are dressed matching and adorable. What are you dressed as?
Slowpokes.
Slowpoke.
So it's kind of a long story, but it reminds us of our old cat. His name was Loki, and he was like really small. Yeah.
A Slowpoke.
Who's that Pokemon?
And you
Dressed as
as a
Slowpoke.
couple, right? What's that like?
We love it because we can always do coupley cosplays together, and we're always like bouncing off.
Bouncing. Okay, that's enough excitement for me. Guys, seriously, man, I can't say it enough. I had an absolute blast. Numi, support, everybody that popped in today and got to watch with me, man. I hope you guys enjoyed it just as much as me. Seriously, thank you guys for chatting with me. I will definitely do a ping. I'm aiming for 6 o'clock p.m. Eastern time. If it's later, I will add it in the message, but that's when I'm aiming to start Worlds. No raid. I'm just going to end. I'm too tired to figure out who I want to raid. That was amazing. Like, this is my first Worlds that I'm watching, and this was just phenomenal. Phenomenal. I seriously just had such an amazing time. I can't say enough good things about Worlds. Every match was great, even the ones that ended 2-0. Hi, I just woke up. Oh my gosh. We have our finalists, Bryce. Oh my gosh, what a great match. The ones who we thought were gonna win, the ones that, you know, the twists and turns, the freaking crits. I'm just amazed, man. It was so good. But anyways, guys, this is Master Cooper signing out, man. I'll see you guys tomorrow for day 3. And it's going to be another epic Pokemon Worlds, man. I can't say enough good things, guys. Sleep well, everybody. And see you guys all tomorrow, man. And good morning, Brythe. And I hope you have a great day if I don't see you tomorrow. Peace out.